Chapter 411. You can't just give up money for the sake of face. Subhuti felt that his disciple was too unkind. And it was difficult for a strong saint. Die again? Cha-shum. Even if I want to cooperate, Tathagata doesn't have the strength. Most of the cultivation of Jyoti Saint is now in the hands of Subhuti, the incarnation. He just stood there and let Tathagata kill him. Unless Tathagata got the 4 swords of Jusien, he might not be able to cut him. Of course, from Tathagata's perspective, everything is different. Ji Chansheng also said, Teacher, Tathagata doesn't know. Subhuti. Cha-shum. I am not Haodian. I don't practice the way of forbearance. I want face. I can't really be ashamed to the saint. Ji Chansheng persuaded, Teacher, you are already ashamed to the saint. Subhuti was speechless. The truth always hurts the saint. Since the death of Jyoti Saint, he has indeed become a recognized shame to the saint, bringing confidence to countless strong people. Tathagata is a typical representative. Subhuti, Chansheng. I want face. Ji Chansheng was very patient. Teacher, face is something that has been lost once, and it doesn't matter the second time. You don't want to lose face the first time in vain, do you? Sunk cost made Subhuti fall into silence. The will began to shift. Indeed, the first death cannot be in vain. And what Chansheng said was right. His death once before had made many strong men eager to move. If he died again, there would be more strong men eager to move. But he still didn't want to lose face again. Even saints admire Haotian's mentality, and it is difficult for them to swallow their pride. Ji Chansheng said another sentence, which made Subhuti even more silent. Teacher, you can't just save face and not even want money. Right? Subhuti. Which is more important, money or face? Is really a difficult question. And for Jyoti, this money is still an astronomical figure. Teacher, don't worry. I will naturally not let you really die. Seeing that the dear teacher was already 7 points moved, Ji Chansheng began to pave the way for the teacher, just like you said. Even if you want to die, Tathagata doesn't have the strength. So, we just need to fake our death and get away. Subhuti tried to save his dignity. Chansheng, I am a saint, and I died at the hands of Tathagata. Do you think the outside world will believe it? Ji Chansheng sighed lightly. Teacher, ask yourself, who do you think won't believe it? You have already been defeated by Tathagata. Subhuti felt a pain in his chest. Of the 6 saints, only you can execute this plan to convince the outside world. If you replace it with other saints, it won't work. Teacher, you are the chosen one. Don't say it. It's hard for me. Ji Chansheng comforted him again. Teacher, don't worry. When you pay off the loan from the heavenly Tao, I will be the first to help you take the Tathagata to the heaven and let other great powers regain their respect for you. That's the only way. Zuni knew that what Ji Chansheng said was right. His saintly status had been broken, so he didn't care if one more was broken. At this moment, Jyoti somewhat regretted that he didn't brag enough on weekdays. During the conferred God tribulation, Tontian Patriarch's status was also broken a lot, and his record was terrible. But Tontian Patriarch was good at bragging. So Tontian Patriarch, holding the 4 swords of Jusien, was very imaginative in the outside world. Jyoti did not give the outside world such imagination. So even if he lost to other quasi-saints, the outside world would think it was very reasonable. So much so that he himself agreed that only he could win the trust of the outside world if he carried out this fishing plan. If it were the Taiching saint, he would definitely see it as fake at first glance, and would not catch any fish. Tell me, how do you want me to fake my death and get away? Asked Subhuti. Ji Chansheng analyzed. You still have to leave some of the saint's legacy, so that some Buddhist spectators can get some benefits. And it is best to have immediate progress, so that the outside world can be more tempted by the saint's legacy. As for the escape plan, the teacher can arrange it himself. You must have other backup plans, and then transfer your cultivation to another incarnation. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and a saint is a saint after all. Even if Jyoti Saint did not have other incarnations before, it would not be too difficult to create one on the spot in a moment. Ji Chansheng absolutely believes that the teacher has this ability. In fact, he does. What Subhuti really can't get over is the barrier in his heart. Of course, under the persuasion of his disciple, Subhuti soon half-heartedly agreed. Then let's give these Buddhist traders a break, since they will have to pay off the loan in the future anyway. Teacher is wise. The meat is rotten in the pot, and it can't be given to outsiders, Ji Chansheng said. They had already made up their minds. and the Buddhist army that was besieging Lingtai Fangtuan Mountain and Xieyue Sanqing Cave had already arrived. A great battle was surging. Subhuti showed his background that shocked Tathagata, and he even fought a tie with him, which was a lot of progress compared to the last time in Lingshan. But with the help of Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dipankara Buddha, Subhuti was finally defeated. He wanted to force his way out, but he lost to the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of his hand. In the end, Subhuti chose to self-destruct. The flesh and blood of the saint covered a radius of thousands of miles. All the Buddhist masters who participated in this battle benefited greatly. I seem to have sensed the opportunity of Daluo. I have come to the gate of Daluo from the middle stage of the real Lord Realm. Amitabha. My practice has also improved. The ancient Buddha Randing was surprised and happy. The blood of the saint really works for the Daluo masters. Tathagata felt the improvement of his own realm of Taoism, and was amazed, but also a little frightened. Subhuti hid himself very well. The strength he showed last time in Lingshan was only 80% of what he is now. If he hadn't brought help this time, Subhuti would have escaped. Avalokitesvara felt the collapse of the 10,000 Taoists, the disorder of the heavenly Tao, and his own strength that had reached a higher level, including the true blood of the saint floating in the jade bottle in his hand. And his mood was also up and down. It seems to be the true blood of the saint. World-honored one. Did we really kill the saint? The Tathagata Buddha took a look at the jade bottle of Avalokitesvara. Subhuti exploded, and there was not much flesh and blood left. Avalokitesvara grabbed a full drop of the saint's blood, and even he was a little jealous. However, compared with Avalokitesvara, a Daluo-level ally, Tathagata Buddha endured it. All laws collapsed. The laws of heaven were in disorder. Subhuti must have died. There is no doubt about that. However, he voluntarily blew himself up, and his true spirit still exists, which may merge with his reincarnated body. The Tathagata Buddha has seen through everything. Such a fall is not a truly complete fall. But Juinti's strength has been weakened by at least half. Juinti, who has revived in reincarnation, may have to start practicing again as a mortal. If we attack the reincarnation of a saint in his weak period, will it still work? Asked the ancient Buddha Randing. Many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Lingshan also looked at the Tathagata Buddha with burning eyes. The Tathagata Buddha gave them a positive answer. Of course the effect is a little worse, but the reincarnation of a saint is still a saint, with the characteristics of a saint, and the expected effect will be there. The Tathagata Buddha made the final conclusion. This conclusion quickly spread privately. Not only the strong outsiders, the strong inside Buddhism, who did not participate in the siege of Fangtuan Mountain this time also began to make up for the loss. Among them were even Guanyin Bodhisattva's good friends. The other two of the four great Bodhisattvas, Manjusri Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. When they saw the blood of the saint in Guanyin Bodhisattva's jade bottle, their eyes began to turn red. It was actually done by Tathagata. I thought the saints were high and mighty, immortal. Juinti is indeed a shame to the saints. Sihong, have you improved your Taoism? Avalokitesvara hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. But she quickly reminded Manjusri, Samantabhadra, once things involve saints, you must think twice before acting. She knew some inside information, so she didn't want her former fellow disciples to be involved. But her reminder was destined to be useless. Puxian Bodhisattva deliberately smiled and said, Sihong, you didn't promote yourself to Daluo, so you don't want Manjusri and I to improve too? What can Guanyin say? She can only say, even if you want to hunt the reincarnation of the saint, it's better to set up a safety barrier. The great Emperor of Longevity will not sit idly by. The great Emperor of Longevity still has some deterrent power. Manjusri Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva both nodded. A faint light flashed in Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's eyes. Some time ago, Tathagata went to find Brother Kongxian, the second son of the Phoenix, the golden-winged eagle, and wanted the golden-winged eagle to sit in the cemetery. Manjusri Bodhisattva, the golden-winged eagle? The cemetery? This is a must-go place to Lingshan. Sihong's reminder makes sense. It's best to set up a safety barrier. My mount, the blue-haired lion, seems to have some friendship with the golden-winged eagle. My mount, the six-tusked white elephant, has always wanted to go to the mortal world and do whatever it wants. Its cultivation is not much worse than mine. The two bodhisattvas looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts at the same time. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva sighed in her heart. These two fellow disciples probably don't know how deep the water is. But she signed a confidentiality agreement. She didn't dare to disrupt the arrangement of the Emperor Changsheng. So, she could only hint to the two fellow disciples as much as possible. But the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo is in front of them. Those who can control their greed and nature at this time are all true Buddhas. It is a pity that there are countless Buddhas in Lingshan. But there is no true Buddha. Manjusri and Samantabhadra are just a little more cautious than most strong men. Manjusri Bodhisattva said in a deep voice, "The Tathagata has gained a lot from destroying Fengsuan Mountain this time. It is said that the Tathagata will hold a Yulenpin festival to share opportunities with strong men from all walks of life and strengthen Buddhism. He is really bold and good at his work." Samantabhadra Bodhisattva laughed in an incomprehensible way. "I heard another version. Fengsuan Mountain was destroyed because the great Emperor Changsheng killed all the demon gods from the Jeju in the heavenly court. And their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Tathagata was furious. So he took revenge on Subhuti. But if he continues to take action, it will be equivalent to the Tathagata and the great Emperor Changsheng declaring a full-scale war." Manjusri Bodhisattva was slightly surprised. Killing a saint is not as serious as offending the great Emperor of Longevity? Puxian Bodhisattva said calmly. A saint who has died once is certainly not as intimidating as the great Emperor of Longevity, who is in the limelight. Tathagata has proved that saints can also be defeated. And the great Emperor of Longevity seems to have not been defeated so far. If Ji Changsheng were present, he could only sigh that the teacher's holy setting was well established. The weak chicken saint holy setting is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. There is obviously a wall between saints and quasi-saints. But the Saint Juanti can make other strong people think that the gap between quasi-saints and saints is not big, which is also a kind of ability. Nguyen Yang Yang also has this ability. But Nguyen Yang Yang was dragged down by rumors. And her record was obviously brilliant. Zunti relies entirely on himself. If he is defeated or killed, it will not arouse suspicion from the outside world at all. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva continued. Eternal Life Emperor had fought with Ho Tu Nyang Nyang before, and completely gained the upper hand. Later, whether it was the Peach Banquet or the Battle of Heavenly Palace, the Eternal Life Emperor also completely suppressed Tathagata. If the battle continued, Tathagata certainly had no confidence in suppressing the Eternal Life Emperor. Therefore, Tathagata dared to destroy Fengsuan Mountain, but did not dare to continue to hunt down Juanti's reincarnation. As far as I know, Juanti's reincarnation will be protected by the great sage Pinghang himself. Manjusri Bodhisattva frowned and said, "So Tathagata wants to divert the disaster to the east. Let all the strong realize the value of the saints. And then let the Eternal Life Emperor face these enemies? That should be the case. But in this way, wouldn't we also offend the Eternal Life Emperor? In the face of the opportunity of Daluo. What's the fear of offending the Eternal Life Emperor? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva didn't care when we left the Chan sect and joined the Western sect. We even offended Master Yuanshi. No matter how strong the Eternal Life Emperor is, can he be stronger than Master Yuanshi?" Manjusri and Guanyin fell silent together. Everything depends on human effort. We must fight when we should. Of course, there is a possibility of losing or even dying. Sihong, if Manjusri and I end up with nothing and Changsheng Emperor wants to kill us, I hope you can help me and Manjusri to make peace for the sake of our fellow disciples. Guanyin smiled bitterly. I did have a good relationship with Changsheng Emperor before. But since I got close to Tathagata Buddha, I have also offended Changsheng Emperor. If you put your hopes on me, I advise you not to take risks. This is her last reminder. What a pity. People die for money. Birds die for food. And the strong go crazy for the saints. Shao Qian Emperor uses the saints as bait. Except for those who know the inside story. Other strong people cannot control it. Not only Ling Shan. Not only Manjusri and Samantabhadra. When they knew that Fengsuan Mountain was destroyed, the legacy of the saint fell into the hands of Tathagata Buddha. And Tathagata Buddha was going to hold Ulambana festival and invite powerful people from all directions to share it. Many people responded. Buddhism became popular. The Ulambana festival, which was originally a reserved program within Lingshan, had a tendency to surpass the Queen Mother's Peach Festival. The Queen Mother was very unhappy. Emperor Changsheng, Tathagata is too popular. It's better to suppress it. The Peach Festival is the core competitiveness of the Queen Mother, and she cannot allow the Peach Festival to have problems. Ji Changsheng must give the Queen Mother face. So Emperor Changsheng quickly issued a notice to the public. Those who participate in the Ulambana Festival are enemies of the Shishao Yuqing Palace. It's time to stand in line. The Saint Juanti silently opened the blacklist. When Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple expressed his intention to participate in the Ulanbana festival, Zhundi slammed the table and stood up. Cha Sheng. I think Zhen Yuanzi is in bad luck and will be in trouble. The respectful Emperor Shao Tian immediately nodded. I understand. Teacher. I will make the arrangements. Chapter 412 Time Management. Journey to the West begins. The higher the level of the strong, the clearer it is that there is no big deal in the world except standing in a team. If you stand in the wrong team, no matter how honest you are, it will be useless. If you stand in the right team, even if you are slandered all over the world, you can still be in a high position and enjoy glory. The Tathagata Buddha and the Changsheng Emperor are fighting in the ring. This team is deadly. It doesn't matter if you don't participate. Once you participate, if you stand on the side of the final loser, the end will be extremely tragic. The character and personality of the Changsheng Emperor, who will never give up a grudge, have gradually spread. If you offend the Changsheng Emperor, you will not have any good results. In comparison, the reputation of the Tathagata Buddha is actually better. But the Tathagata Buddha has offered a huge benefit. The Changsheng Emperor only offered his deterrent power. So there are more and more strong people standing on the side of the Tathagata Buddha. Especially after Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple clearly stood on the side of Tathagata Buddha. The powerful men in the heavens were emboldened. If the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up. The law does not punish the masses. Can Changsheng Emperor still put all the powerful men who participated in the Ulanbana festival on the blacklist? As long as he can go one step further, what does Changsheng Emperor have to do? Fight. Tathagata Buddha is the stronger party anyway. Trust Zhen Yuanzi's judgment. Old-fashioned daluos such as Zhen Yuanzi is equivalent to a weather vane. The information they have is far superior to that of ordinary powerful men. Zhen Yuanzi dared to publicly stand on the side of Tathagata Buddha. In the eyes of the outside world, either he has confidence or has inside information. In short, Zhen Yuanzi is not a fool. And I believe he will not be wrong. So when Zhen Yuanzi expressed his position, it caused a chain reaction. Zhen Yuanzi was also a little embarrassed about this. The other disciples of Wuzhuang Temple were trembling with fear. Zhen Yuanzi accepted many disciples, but none of them were successful. Most of them had been released, and there were still 48 left in Wuzhuang Temple. These 48 disciples were all familiar with the reputation of the Changsheng Emperor. Master, you are on the side of Tathagata Buddha. What if the Changsheng Emperor comes to you? The speaker was Mingyu Daotong. Among the 48 disciples who remained in Wuzhuang Temple, the youngest was Qifeng Mingyu. Among them, Qifeng Daotong was only 1,320 years old, and Mingyu Daotong was only 1,200 years old. Being young, their cultivation was naturally the weakest. So in facing the Changsheng Emperor, Mingyu Daotong was already scared before he even started. Zhen Yuanzi's face was calm, and his demeanor of being the same as the world was naturally revealed. Don't worry. Changsheng Emperor is not my opponent. Qifeng Daotong reminded weakly. Master, Changsheng Emperor is not your opponent. But you will not always be in Wuzhuang Temple. What if you go to participate in the Yulan festival and Changsheng Emperor suddenly attacks? The consequences will be disastrous? It doesn't matter. Zhen Yuanzi continued to remain calm. Changsheng Emperor is not a fool. He will not offend my powerful enemy for no reason. What's more, after participating in the Yulan festival, my cultivation may be further improved. The focus is still the latter. The Tathagata Buddha can make further progress with the strength of the saint's right hand. Is Zhen Yuanzi worse than Tathagata? Every Daluo strongman is very confident. Zhen Yuanzi is known as the same king as the world. His qualifications can compete with the 6 saints. Of course, he will not be afraid of Changsheng Dadi, a latecomer, and he still wants to improve. But there are not many ways for him to improve. Now Tathagata Buddha has pointed out a clear way for him. If he misses this opportunity, he will have to lie flat in Wuzhuang Temple for the rest of his life. If there is no way, he will just lie flat. But now there is a way. Zhen Yuanzi, the immortal who lies flat in the eyes of the world, began to think again. Qifeng Daotong asked tentatively, Master, do you want to get closer to Buddhism? Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Qifeng Daotong and did not speak. But Qifeng Daotong felt the surprise and appreciation in the master's eyes. That is to guess right. Qifeng Daotong was not very proud of this. Wuzhuang Temple has always been independently operated, and all parties will give face to Zhen Yuanzi, the old Daluo. But in fact, Zhen Yuanzi is getting closer to the 3 pure ones. For countless years, Jin Yuanzi has voted with the three pure ones. Every time he appeared in public, he mostly accepted the invitation of the three pure ones, and kept a clear distinction between himself and the Western Church to avoid misunderstandings from the three pure ones. This was for his own safety. And he also believed that following the three pure ones would bring him greater benefits. After all, with Hong Jun being a homebody and Nua being a homebody, it was not difficult for normal people to stand on the side of the three pure ones and the two Western saints. No one could have imagined that the three pure ones would suffer a great defeat in the conferred God tribulation. The two Western saints, on the contrary, had the upper hand. Jin Yuanzi's investment in the three pure ones was directly wasted. And Jin Yuanzi himself had not improved his realm at all over the years. Even though he had listened to the three pure one sermons many times, Jin Yuanzi knew that it was not the three pure ones who were on guard against him. The three pure ones were always dedicated to their teachings. It was because his potential was probably limited, and his Tao was similar to that of the three pure ones. And there was very little that could verify each other. At Jin Yuanzi's level, there was very limited room for improvement. So he had really planned to lie down. His investment went bankrupt, and his cultivation did not improve at all. He had no choice but to lie down. As a result, the great Emperor Changsheng ascended. The Western Church collapsed. The Saint Junti fell. A new path appeared again. The situation changed too quickly, and Jin Yuanzi could not grasp it at all. He only knew that there was hope again. Of course, he also knew that standing with Tathagata was risky. But in the face of further temptation, everything was not a problem. Master, is Buddhism too shallow? Qifeng Daotong reminded. After all, Buddhism has just been established and has an unstable foothold. Jin Yuanzi shook his head and said, it is better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. With Master's qualifications, openly standing on the side of Tathagata, he will naturally win the first place. Jin Yuanzi said so. Qifeng Mingyu knew that it was impossible to convince Jin Yuanzi no matter what. So he gave up persuading him, and left together after saluting. After returning to his room, Qifeng set up the barrier and then talked to Mingyu. Mingyu, what do you think of Master standing this time? Mingyu Daotong said helplessly, it is said that the older you are in the world, the less courageous you are. Master originally fits this saying, but I didn't expect that he would suddenly gamble big now. Or the temptation of becoming a saint is too great. Qifeng Daotong was also very helpless. Master pursues progress, so he can't refuse the temptation of Tathagata. But if so, you and I will be in trouble. Yes, Master went to Lingshan as a guest, and Tathagata Buddha gave the saint's flesh as a gift. So Master will definitely give ginseng fruit as a return gift. Qifeng and Mingyu looked at each other, and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. If everything was normal, there would be no problem. But for them, nothing was normal. The voice of Qifeng Daotong was a little difficult. Mingyu, it has been basically confirmed that Pingong Dasheng is the white glove of Changsheng Dadi. Mingyu Daotong nodded. We are all on Pingzhang Dasheng's client list. They looked at each other again, and then lay on the table at the same time, like two salted fish that have lost their dreams. It's over. It's over now. The news that we smuggled ginseng fruit will definitely not be concealed. Master will kill us. Compared to Master, I am more worried that the great sage of Pingzhang will find us. Master can still explain, but if the great sage of Pingzhang exposes us, we will definitely have no place to stand in Wuzhuangwen. Mingyu, what do you think we should do? We must not offend the great Emperor Changsheng. Yes, we must not offend the great Emperor Changsheng. Qifeng Mingyu reached a consensus in an instant. Master is old. It is normal to stand on the wrong side. The future belongs to us young people. Although Master made a wrong decision, we can still lead Wuzhuangwen back on track. We can continue our cooperation with the great sage of Pingzhang. To get out there, credibility is everything, and reputation cannot be bad. As long as we can win over an old-fashioned Daluo strongman like Master, I believe that the great Emperor Changsheng will not kill us. We are not betraying Wuzhuangwen. We are just saving the village in a roundabout way. That's right. We can't wait for the great sage of Pingzhang to come to us. We have to take the initiative to find the great sage of Pingzhang and continue our cooperation. The two Taoist boys reached more and more consensus. Young people dare to think and act, and they also want to pursue progress. So, the great sage of Pingzhang received a new order. Qifeng Mingyu, the Taoist boy of Wuzhuang Temple, asked me to destroy the ginseng fruit tree. Good guy. Two ruthless guys. They want to destroy the 5 spiritual roots directly. Ji Changsheng was shocked. The ginseng fruit tree is a spiritual root as famous as the peach tree. And it is not an exaggeration to say that the peach tree is half of the life of the Queen Mother. Even if the ginseng fruit tree is not so important to Jin Yuanzi, it is definitely not to be underestimated. It is the treasure of Wushuang Temple. In order to cover up the fact of smuggling, Qi Feng Mingyu said that such a divine object could be destroyed. Ruthless person. There are not many such ruthless people in Ji's party. After all, the people in Ji's party have brains and know how precious the 5 spiritual roots are. If this kind of spiritual root is really destroyed, it will offend Jin Yuanzi, an old quasi-saint. Unless a saint comes forward, Jin Yuanzi will probably kill the tree destroyer. If Jin Yuanzi does not participate in the Ulambana festival of Tathagata, Ji Changsheng will not accept this order. Unfortunately, Jin Yuanzi is on the wrong side. It is not Ji Changsheng's fault. Ji Changsheng shared the inside story of this order with Juenti. And Juenti was also shocked. Destroyed the ginseng fruit tree? Are young people nowadays so cruel? Jin Yuanzi stood on the side of Tathagata Buddha. He just wanted to teach Jin Yuanzi a lesson, and did not think of destroying the ginseng fruit tree directly. When Ji Changsheng made a big fuss in the peach garden before, he also just ate all the peaches, but did not do anything to the peach tree. It's okay to pluck the goose's feathers, but it's really too much to cook the goose directly. Cha Sheng, you have to be careful about this order. Juenti Saint reminded, the 5 spiritual roots are also irreplaceable for quasi-saints. If you really destroy the ginseng fruit tree, you and Jin Yuanzi will become mortal enemies. Ji Changsheng said calmly, with the teacher here? How dare he attack me? Juenti Saint, in Jin Yuanzi's world, I'm already dead. You arranged it. Ji Changsheng. So you must be careful. Don't offend this old quasi-saint to death. Otherwise I may not be able to save you in time. It's okay. Teacher, Jin Yuanzi needs to learn a profound lesson. And there is no order that Pingzhang Dasheng dare not accept. Ji Changsheng is much bolder than Juenti Saint thought. Teacher, the saint's blood should be able to revive the ginseng fruit tree. Right. Juenti Saint immediately warned, evil disciple. Do you want me to bleed again? Ji Changsheng immediately said, Teacher, you think of me so much. It really hurts my heart. My respect for you is evident to all. If it is not necessary, how could I let you bleed? I have my own way. My younger sister performed well in the battle of encircling Fengsuan Mountain, and got a drop of Subhudi's blood. It's just right to use it here. Anyway, she doesn't dare to use it. Yes, she doesn't dare to use it. If the saint is really dead, then refining the saint's flesh and blood is nothing. If the saint is not dead, you can refine the saint's flesh and blood, and your strength will certainly be improved. But you will also enter the saint's sight. It is very likely that one day your body will suddenly be out of your control. The Buddha Tathagata has learned a lesson from the past. If it weren't for Juenti's cooperation, the 5-finger mountain would not have been moved by Ji Changsheng, let alone refined by Yang Jian, Jinwu, and Guanyin. It's normal for a saint to keep some backup in his flesh and blood. When refining the 5-finger mountain before, it was a second refinement, and it was for the purpose of promotion to Daluo. So Guanyin Bodhisattva had no choice. But this time she knew it was a trap. If she dared to take the blood of the saint, she would really be looking for death. Guanyin Bodhisattva has a normal IQ. She won't take such a risk. In fact, after she refined a finger of Juenti Saint last time, she also went to the Nua Palace to visit Nua Nyang and asked Nua Nyang to check her body. After she rebelled against the Chan sect, Yuanshi Tianwang would not help her, and she was born in the human race. So she naturally chose to get close to Nua Nyang. What she asked for was not a big deal. So Nua Nyang helped her check and confirmed that there was no problem. But there is no problem this time. The right hand of the saint refined by Tathagata is obviously problematic. It's just that greed makes people lose their minds. There are not many strong people who can keep rational thinking in the face of huge temptations, like Guanyin Bodhisattva. As far as Ji Changsheng knows. After refining the saint's finger, Jinwu also went to Yushu Palace to visit Yuanshi Tianwang and asked Yuanshi Tianwang to help him check it. And Yang Jian was busy checking the progress of Yang Chan's love. It can only be said that there are reasons why some people can be the Emperor of Heaven, and some people can only be Sister Khan. Teacher, please be prepared. The journey to the West plan may start soon. Juenti Saint was startled. According to the original plan, don't we have to wait? Ji Changsheng explained The atmosphere has been set up, and all the strong men are already tempted. In addition, Tathagata is indeed a talent. He just gave the Jade Emperor a suggestion. What suggestion? In order to prevent me from disrupting the Ulambana festival, and to prevent me from continuing to grow. Tathagata suggested that the Jade Emperor slow down the flow of time in the heavenly court, and directly let the lower world jump hundreds of years, to disrupt my planning and growth. This guy is really vicious. Ji Changsheng did not expect this move. Daluo is really too buggy. And Daluo Tiandi is a bug among bugs. When they can adjust the flow of time in the heavenly court, it will. All the strong men in the heavenly court will be affected by it. Before, all the generals of Xianqin, including the human emperor of Xianqin, were dragged to death by Ziwei Emperor. A large part of the reason was that Ziwei Emperor's Tiandi authority could adjust the flow of time inside Ziwei Tiangong. Ziwei Emperor relied on his endless lifespan and home time authority to directly use this move to kill countless generals of Xianqin. As the head of the 6 imperial gods, the Jade Emperor has greater authority than the Purple Star Emperor. Now one day in heaven equals 1 year on earth. According to Tathagata's suggestion, the Jade Emperor should be allowed to adjust to 1 minute in heaven equals 1 year on earth. Hao Qian really has this authority. Hong Jun really gave the Emperor of Heaven a lot of good things. Tathagata learns from his mistakes. And this move is accurate and ruthless. Great Heavenly Venerable, I have carefully studied the information of the Changsheng Emperor. Ji Changsheng is narrow-minded and vindictive. But the most alarming thing is that his growth rate is very amazing. He can often do things in 1 day that other great powers can only do in 10,000 years. But time is the domain of Daluo, and the heaven is the domain of the Great Heavenly Venerable. When encountering the Great Heavenly Venerable, Ji Changsheng, a master of time management, just met his nemesis. As long as the Great Heavenly Venerable changes the speed of time in the heaven, Ji Changsheng's greatest advantage will immediately disappear without a trace. And the disadvantage of Ji's party's insufficient foundation will be infinitely magnified. Before Ji Changsheng could react, the poor monk's Yulanpan festival had ended, and 100 years had passed in the lower world in an instant. The world has changed. We have the advantage of the first move. If we are 1 step faster, Ji Changsheng will always chase us. Please help the Great Heavenly Venerable. The Buddha's request for help was well-founded and impeccable, and Ji Changsheng himself could not find any fault with it. According to the Buddha's plan, this was indeed a major blow to himself. If the Jade Emperor did not agree, it would be unreasonable in the eyes of the Buddha, because doing so would obviously attack their common enemy without any harm to themselves. If he agreed, many of Ji Changsheng's plans would have to be readjusted. The risk of Junti's reincarnation body would be raised to the highest level. The smooth convening of the Ulambana festival would encourage the ambitions of those greedy people, and make them sharpen their knives even more. Hey, this seems to be a good thing. Ji Changsheng blinked, and found that this plan was beneficial to their fishing. Suffer the teacher, and the Buddha will bear the blame. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ji Changsheng cursed the Buddha for his teacher in his heart for 3 minutes, and then replied to the Buddha in the name of the Jade Emperor, "The Buddha has a good plan. I will discuss it with the Queen, and then inform the Buddha of the final decision." This is the normal process. The Jade Emperor is the superior of Tathagata Buddha, so of course, he can't just do whatever he wants with his suggestion. Tathagata Buddha didn't think much about it, but just said, "Great Venerable, the gift I gave you has been presented to the great spiritual officer of Dutian. Please accept it." Ji Changsheng then saw the gift Tathagata gave him. Blessed Divine Pestle, one of the weapons of the Saint Junti. Junti once used this divine pestle to beat Kong Xian back to his original form of peacock. He also used this thing to knock Tontian off his Mount Quinu in the great tribulation of the conferred gods. It should be said that Junti's record against Uncle San is really a complete crushing in terms of results. But the feeling given to the world, including Uncle San himself, is that Junti can't beat Tontian at all. This is a topic worth studying. Great Celestial Venerable, after Fangsuan Mountain was wiped out, I got the innate spiritual treasure of the blessed divine pestle. Unfortunately, I didn't find the 7 treasures wonderful tree, the strongest magic weapon of the Junti Saint. Otherwise, I would definitely offer the 7 treasures wonderful tree to the great Celestial Venerable. The Junti Saint practiced both Buddhism and Taoism, and had great magical powers. It was difficult to say what he was best at. However, most strong men recognized that the Junti Saint holding the 7 treasures wonderful tree was the strongest. The 7 treasures wonderful tree was also the strongest magic weapon in the hands of the Junti Saint. Without a doubt, The immortal family's treasure. Nothing is not brushed. The most brilliant record of the Zhuindi saint was also created by the seven treasures wonderful tree. In the conferred God tribulation, the Zhuindi saint holding the seven treasures wonderful tree met the Tongtian sect master holding the Qingping sword. One-on-one. The seven treasures wonderful tree against the Qingping sword. The Zhuindi saint directly confronted head-on and directly shattered the Qingping sword of the Tongtian sect master. In addition to the stronger attack power than the Qingping sword, the defense power of the seven treasures wonderful tree is also amazing. When breaking into the Juxian sword formation, the Saint Zhuindi in the Juexian gate held the seven treasures wonderful tree in his hand, released 1,000 green lotuses, and directly captured the Juexian sword of the sect leader Tongtian, without being at a disadvantage at all. The blessed pestle is good, but it is still inferior to the seven treasures wonderful tree. Of course, the seven treasures wonderful tree is something that Tathagata Buddha will never be able to obtain. Zhuindi is reluctant to use the seven treasures wonderful tree when fishing. The blessed pestle is the limit that Zhuindi can accept. Ji Chansheng replied, the Buddha has a heart, and I believe that the queen will not object to the Buddha's idea. Tathagata Buddha gave a favor, and the Jade Emperor returned the favor. In order to let the Jade Emperor do things for him, Tathagata Buddha paid the protection fee. The Jade Emperor naturally had to do it, and it was the rule to get money to do things. After getting the tacit approval of the Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha was determined in his heart. Thank you, great heavenly venerable. After ending the call with Tathagata Buddha, Ji Chansheng returned the blessed pestle to his dear teacher. Teacher, your blessed pestle. Zhuindi was also a little surprised to see the spiritual treasure return to its original owner. The Tathagata is really willing to invest. If he refines the blessing pestle, his strength will definitely be further improved. He released the blessing pestle to lure the Tathagata into the trap. Ji Chansheng analyzed. It should be that the loss of control of the Five-Finger Mountain last time gave the Tathagata some reminders. And he did ask me to do something. So he offered the blessing pestle. Of course. After all, it is just the blessing pestle. I can guarantee that if the Tathagata gets the seven treasures wonderful tree, even if it requires a certain risk, the Tathagata will not be willing to give it to me. Zhuindi said directly, it is me who is reluctant to take the risk of the seven treasures wonderful tree. The backhands he left may not be discovered by the quasi-saints, but the saints may not be able to hide them. If a saint really wipes out his backhands and refines the seven treasures wonderful tree again, Zhuindi cannot bear the consequences. Chasheng, are you ready to agree to Tathagata's request? I thought about it, and there is no reason to refuse. Otherwise Tathagata will be suspicious. Okay. Then I will prepare myself. Ji Chansheng did not forget to inform the Queen Mother. Then, in the blink of an eye, time passed. It was only a moment in the heaven, and 100 years in the lower world. Fishing in the West is officially launched. Chapter 413 New Type of Fraud. Saint's younger brother. Ji Chansheng was on time. But time in the lower world passed quickly. Dynasties changed. Heroes and heroes appeared one after another like a revolving lantern. In most cases, these changes are difficult to attract the attention of truly powerful people. But for a moment, Ji Chansheng paused. He felt the breath of Daluo from the lower world. It was the breath of the demon race, but it appeared in the place where the human race lived. This is a bit strange. Ji Chansheng quickly sensed it, and realized the identity of the other party. The Python King killed by Hao Tian? Yes, it is the breath of that white snake, which actually reincarnated. Ji Chansheng frowned, and then glanced at the underworld. What is the situation with Hutu? This white snake was slashed by Hao Tian with the famous human sword Qishao's sword, and knelt on the spot. Only the true spirit can reincarnate. And the reincarnation involving Daluo must be manipulated by Hutu himself. And even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva can't intervene. But what is there to invest in this snake demon? It's no wonder that Hutu fails every time she invests. Although she has a big family, and can continuously reap wealth in reincarnation, why does she always look for such losers to invest? Does she have a system to lose money? I really don't understand. Hutu also has something to say. That white snake is very unusual. He has a snake's skin and a human heart. He is very eager for the human system, and is also very proficient in human culture. I talked with him for half a year, and found that he is really a rare talent, and a true saint. As a member of the Human Union, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was instructed by Ji Chansheng and later asked Hutu Nyongyong. Hearing the word saint from Hutu Nyongyong, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was confused. Saint? Did the demon race also give birth to a saint? Not a saint in terms of cultivation, but a saint in terms of morality. Xitigarbha. I can guarantee that you humans have never had such a moral role model. I believe that this Python King will infect all of you humans with his lofty morality, and become the emperor who leads you humans forward. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Nyang Nyang. Your vision of people is really a bit problematic. Failure once can be accidental. Failure twice can also be accidental. But Xitigarbha Bodhisattva feels that Ho-Tu cannot wash away failure every time. Moreover, the Python King of the demon race can actually be a moral role model for the human race, which is simply ridiculous. Ho-Tu was not angry about Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's doubts, but just said calmly, facts speak louder than words. You can see for yourself. This Python King has almost replaced Haotian's foundation with his morality. He has achieved such a feat without bloodshed, which is 100 times better than Yuqing Wang. It is worth mentioning that Yuqing Wang has been defeated for a long time. Haotian has maintained the authority of the head of the 6 Imperials. Even Ji Changsheng is a little helpless with his perverted Taoism, let alone Yuqing Wang. But Yuqing Wang did not intend to be the emperor of the human race. Otherwise, when Haotian killed the Python King, he lost his foundation. If Yuqing Wang had any ideas, he could have made a call at that time and unified the human kingdom of the prehistoric fairyland. But this guy gave up on his own and only infected the princes. But he was too lazy to ascend the throne and become the emperor, which made Ho-Tu very angry. So later Haotian fought back. And Ho-Tu, who was completely disappointed with Yuqing Wang, was too lazy to increase investment. She had realized that Yuqing Wang didn't want to get too involved with her and the human race. After all, he was the son of a saint, and he had the confidence to not stick to the pan. Ho-Tu didn't dare to really kill him. It happened that at this time, the Python King killed by Haotian also came to the reincarnation underworld. This gave Ho-Tu new hope. She didn't expect that a white snake from the demon race actually knew more about the human race than she did. And he had countless ideas for improving the human race. The more Ho-Tu understood, the more she felt that this Python King had the appearance of a human emperor. So she decisively invested again, and sent this Python King to reincarnate as a human. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. As Ho-Tu Nyang Yang said, paid attention to what this Python King did in the human world. Then, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was really shocked. This Python King is really something. No, it is very something. Nyang Nyang. This time I have wronged you. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. This Python King really won the battle without bloodshed. He relied on moral integrity and personal charm, which are illusory things, to seize power in the dynasty that Haotian had inherited for hundreds of years. As the first generation of ancestors, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva truly believed in fists. But this Python King did not use fists, but only a moral model that everyone admired, and superb public opinion propaganda. So Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was full of murderous intent, loyalty, filial piety, integrity and righteousness. He has played it through. He is really a great talent to be able to pretend for so long. The demon race has evolved. I am not afraid that the demon race will fight, but I am afraid that the demon race has culture. This Python King has obviously evolved to be more human than the human race. If those hidden demon remnants are all at this level, the threat to the human race will be too great. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva felt a deep chill. The reincarnation of this Python King, because his own son killed a slave, can directly kill his own son to win people's hearts. Few great sages of the human race can do this. If the demon race does this, the people below will definitely support these reincarnated demon races as leaders. The Queen Mother of the Earth also said, the human race is known for its tolerance and inclusiveness. Since this Python King has been reincarnated as a human race, he should naturally be treated as a human race. The morality he shows is brighter than your original human race, and he is more worthy of the people to follow. That is his ability. If you kill him for this reason, Xitigarbha, are you killing for personal gain or for justice? As an ancestor of a generation, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva has come from the blood food of the demon race to today. He has personally experienced more suffering than the Queen Mother of the Earth. Naturally, he will not be shaken by the heartbreaking words of the Queen Mother of the Earth. She was very calm and rational in her thinking. If this Python King can be a role model for life, I have no objection to him leading the human race. I can even let him be on par with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Your Majesty is right. The human race has always been tolerant and inclusive. We are tolerant enough. The problem is that he can't be a role model for life. How can you be sure of something that has not happened in the future? Ho Tu Nyang Yang shook her head. She used the small world to simulate the direction of the Python King, and shared the reasons for the Python King's failure with the Python King. Since the wrong answers were known in advance, the Python King would naturally avoid those mistakes. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could guess this idea. She sighed quietly. Your Majesty, you have always been unwilling to admit one thing. What is it? Even if losers are given a chance to start over, they will most likely still fail. A truly powerful person does not need to start over. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said coldly, if it is so easy to lead a race to rise, why has the queen lived in the underworld for so many years? Why have the remnants of the demon race stayed away from the world? He only has this talent. Governing a country cannot be done by morality. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's words came true. In the process of rising, morality can infect people around. But after the rise, the process of governing a country requires real talent and great talent, not benevolence and morality. The Python King showed that he was a good person with perfect morality, not a great hero with great talent. After taking office, the Python King tried to use the old tricks of the past, imitate the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and use the retro benevolence and morality to rule the current human race. The people below told him that the times have changed. Putting you up is to get benefits, not to let you continue to talk about benevolence and morality. If there is no benefit, how did you get up? How to get down from us? The human race is such a real race. If you give me benefits, I will serve you. If you don't give me benefits, no matter what you are all garbage. The Python King, a moral role model who moved the human race, quickly became the culprit of the country and the people. The world was in chaos, and the foundation left by Halkyan was collapsing rapidly. Heaven. Ji Chansheng keenly noticed something was wrong, and he found traces of the remnants of the demon race. So, he chose a lucky person. Junior brother, you want to descend to the world? Li Changshi reminded. Isn't this not good? It's a bit bad. But I'm here to eradicate the remnants of the demon race, not to interfere with the development of the human race. Okay. But this kind of mechanical deification should be used less. The development of the human race can only rely on itself, and praying to gods and Buddhas can only be psychological comfort. If there are too many spirits, the human race will lose the spirit of self-reliance and hard work, which will make them lose the most fearless and important courage. I understand. But this Python King is a cheat. So it is reasonable to use someone who is even more cheating to deal with him. The voice of the Changsheng Emperor fell, and meteorites fell from the sky. For the first time, the heavenly court intervened in the natural succession process of the human dynasty in the prehistoric fairyland. The clouds moved in all directions. This destroyed the unspoken rules that the human race has always had with the heavenly court. Normally, the human race would fight back. It is even possible to start a war between heaven and man. The fire cloud cave did exude a fighting spirit. But soon, the strong men from all walks of life realized that it was the intention of the Changsheng Emperor. They quickly stopped fighting. The intervention of the great Emperor Changsheng meant that the short-lived reign of the Python King came to an end quickly. But the pattern of the prehistoric fairyland became increasingly turbulent. Emperor, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors all mean the same thing. As long as the remnants of the demon race do not intervene, no matter how the human race fights, we will not intervene. It is difficult to become an adult without poverty, and it is naive without being hit. The human race has been going too smoothly in recent years, and it is not a bad thing to encounter some setbacks. The most important thing is that we, the strong people born in the human race, should give up the stage and let the younger generations show their style. If the development of the human race has always been carried out according to our plan, we will always be the strongest generation, which is not our original intention. A new generation is better than the old. This is the progress we hope to see. What the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors want to see is more and more powerful human beings like Changsheng Emperor who grow freely, rather than the chosen ones who are nurtured under the care of their elders. After Changsheng Emperor took action, Huayun Cave quickly sent an envoy to Shishao Yuqing Mansion to visit Changsheng Emperor. After listening to the envoy's words, Ji Chansheng nodded in agreement. What the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors mean is also what I mean. I am only targeting the Python King this time, and I will not interfere in the subsequent development of the human race. The envoy breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Changsheng Emperor, for your understanding. It should be. I also hope that the human race can give birth to truly extraordinary people in the fierce competition. Ji Chongqing's ambition became a reality soon. In the era of great contention, heroes rose up. The human race fought for the front and ushered in a ruling demon king. Cha. Is Erfeng really not the reincarnation of a god? Really not? Didn't my aunt help him either? No. That's amazing. Really amazing. Erfeng's military talent is definitely not worse than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I asked the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors before, and they said that in terms of military alone, they were not as good as Erfeng. I said, this kid is good? Li Daoyan slapped his thigh. As the oldest partner of Ji Lao Mo, Ji Chongsheng certainly didn't forget his cheap nephew. Since meeting Li Chongqi, Li Daoyan has been his best friend in Xuandu Temple. This view has not changed to this day. So Li Daoyan was also assigned a peach. However, Li Daoyan's talent are indeed limited. So he did not stay in heaven, but mingled in the world. Now, a member of the Li Tang royal family. Li Tang is the largest human nation in the prehistoric fairyland. It has just welcomed a young emperor, who is talented, has made great military achievements, dominates the world, and has attracted all nations to come to pay tribute. It is the 2 phoenixes mentioned by Li Daoyan just now. After hundreds of years of civil strife in the prehistoric fairyland, the human race has once again ushered in unification. Cha Sheng, you said before that your plan needs a unified human dynasty as a starting point. I think the current Li Tang is very suitable, Li Daoyan said. Ji Chongsheng nodded slightly. It is indeed very suitable. The Li and Li Tang is very deceptive. It is no secret that the reincarnation of Taishan Lao Jun is named Li Er, and his courtesy name is Dan. So after the founding of Li Tang, it has been colluded with Taishan Lao Jun, saying that Li Er is the ancestor of Li Tang. This behavior is essentially the same as Li Chongqi's colluded with Lao Jun. They are not related at all. It is purely a hard rub. But Taishan Lao Jun will not stand up to sever the relationship. Therefore, Li Tang's foundation in the prehistoric fairy world is unprecedentedly solid. What if it is really the Li of Taishan Lao Jun? Even if it is not Taishan Lao Jun, if it is the Li of Taiyin Xingjuan, it is also amazing. It can be said that Li Tang is now the most powerful. When the gods and immortals see Li Tang's generals, they dare not show off, for fear of causing unpredictable consequences. Sister, you followed Daoyan to meet the young emperor of Li Tang and ask him to cooperate. In return, you can show up more in Li Tang. Ji Chongsheng doesn't mind letting the rumors come more fiercely. The stronger Li Tang is, the more attractive it is for Buddhism to spread its faith to the Li Tang country. And the bonus of Taiyin Xingjuan, of course, cannot be underestimated. Li Chongqi nodded with satisfaction. It is not advisable to touch the old ancestor. It will be embarrassing if the old ancestor denies it. It is better to touch me. Junior brother, you can't write 2 Li characters with 1 stroke. I think the Li and Li Tang can be my Li. Ji Chongsheng shrugged. You go and talk to me. I have no objection. If the contemporary emperor is willing to be your junior, that's your ability. He will definitely know the time. Li Chongqi was confident. After all, the land covered by moonlight is my domain. Li Daoyan wiped the cold sweat from his head. And he is getting more and more unreasonable. Senior sister, remember to arrange a title of national teacher for the teacher in Li Tang. Ji Chongsheng reminded, although the teacher has reincarnated, you must also give the teacher enough respect. Li Chongqi's eyes flickered for a moment, and she immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Don't worry. The changes in the human race's pattern have not only attracted the attention of the heavenly court, but also the Lingshan mountain. One day, the Tathagata Buddha called all the Buddhas together and convened a Buddhist conference. He started to speak. I have observed that the 4 continents of the prehistoric fairyland have different good and evil beings. The people of the Dongsheng Shinzhou respect heaven and earth, and have a clear mind and calm spirit. The people of the Baijiluzu, although they like to have children, they only want to make a living, and their nature is clumsy and their emotions are loose, so they don't do much harm. The people of Myzenia Hizu are not greedy or murderous. They cultivate their spirits and have a long life, although they are not supreme. Everyone has a long life, but the people of the Nanshan Buzu are greedy, lustful, and happy to cause trouble, and they kill and quarrel a lot. It is the so-called vicious field of words, an evil sea of right and wrong. I now have the 3 Tibetan scriptures, which can persuade people to do good. When the Buddhas heard this, they complained about the shamelessness of the Tathagata in their hearts. The current Tang dynasty, which is prosperous and harmonious, is the ruler of the Nanshan Buzhu in the prehistoric fairyland. It is also the most stable and peaceful fertile land in the prehistoric fairyland. And Xinyo Huzhou, where Lingshan is located, is the base of the demon clan. And Shichuoling is a typical representative. Xinyo Huzhou is also recognized as the most chaotic and disorderly continent in the prehistoric fairyland. It is precisely because of the demons and the chaos that Buddhism is the only one in Xinyo Huzhou and has many believers. The Buddha Tathagata opened his mouth and turned black and white out of thin air, saying that the Tang dynasty was greedy and happy, killing and fighting. In the Buddha's territory, there is no greed or killing, and the spirit is nurtured. Putting aside the facts, the Buddha still admired Tathagata's face. Tathagata didn't mind that there were no followers to help him, and continued, I am going to send the Tripitaka to Jambudvipa. But I am worried that the sentient beings there are stupid and will slander the truth, not know the essence of my dharma, and neglect the true origin of yoga. I need a person of high moral character to go to the Tang dynasty in Jambudvipa to find a believer, and teach him to go through thousands of mountains and rivers to seek the true scriptures from me, pass them on to the Tang dynasty forever, and persuade other sentient beings. This is a great blessing from heaven. Who is willing to go through this journey? The Buddhas were shocked. The smart Buddhas have realized that this is not just Buddhism expanding its territory and spreading its faith, but it may also involve the dispute of the Holy Way. Recently, there have been rumors in Lingshan that the reincarnation of the Saint Junti has officially been born in the Tang dynasty. It is obvious that Tathagata is going for the reincarnation of the Saint Junti. Many Buddhas secretly looked at Maitreya Buddha, but Maitreya Buddha has been silent. Guanyin Bodhisattva took the initiative to step forward and said, I am not a talented disciple, but I would like to go to the Tang dynasty to find someone to seek the scriptures. The Tathagata Buddha nodded with satisfaction and said, Guanyin Bodhisattva has great magical powers, and this matter is best done by you. Since Guanyin Bodhisattva surrendered, Tathagata Buddha found that she was very useful, several times stronger than those junior brothers and sisters of Jiejiao. So Guanyin Bodhisattva has become Tathagata's right-hand man. Guanyin Bodhisattva also gave Tathagata Buddha face and asked, My disciple is going to the east. Does the Buddha have any words to tell you? Tathagata Buddha said, Tell the pilgrim that to get the scriptures in the west, one needs a sincere heart and must be down to earth. Do not walk in the sky or use the method of flying. Look at the mountains and rivers, and remember the distance of the journey. Maitreya Buddha finally burst out, Tathagata, if you have gone all the way, how many hardships and obstacles will you have to go through? Countless strong men are coveting my master's reincarnation. What are your intentions? Tathagata Buddha kept smiling. To achieve the supreme fruit, you must go through hardships. Maitreya, you are obsessed. I have no ill will towards the pilgrim. Bodhisattva, I will give you 5 treasures to protect the pilgrim. When he came, he ordered Ananda and Kasyapa to take out a Jinlan cassock and a 9-ring staff, and said to the Bodhisattva, This cassock and staff can be used by the pilgrim. If you are determined to come here, wear my cassock to avoid reincarnation, hold my staff to avoid poison. There are also 3 hoops. I have 3 chapters of the golden forbidden spell. If you encounter a powerful demon on the road, you must persuade him to learn well and become a disciple of the pilgrim. If he does not obey, you can let him wear this hoop on his head, and he will naturally take root. Recite the spells used, and his eyes will swell, and his head will ache, and his forehead will crack. Then he will be trained to come to my sect. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva accepted the 5 treasures, thinking that he should keep a few for himself. Anyway, the Saint Junti will not use them. You can't be too greedy. Take off the 2 hoops first. The Jinlan cassock and the 9-ring staff are just for decoration. It will be a bad influence if the many Buddhas in Lingshan see them. Avalokitesvara felt that he was really compassionate. The clients of the great sage of balance accounts were taken away by the geese. I took 5 treasures, but only took off 2. If it spreads out, who would not praise Avalokitesvara for being honest and incorruptible? Avalokitesvara bid farewell to the Tathagata Buddha, and just as he arrived at the foot of Lingshan, he saw Maitreya Buddha waiting for him. Greetings, Buddha. Avalokitesvara took the initiative to salute. Maitreya Buddha looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva deeply and reminded him, if the Bodhisattva goes to the Tang dynasty, it is best to change your name first. Guanyin Bodhisattva was stunned at first, then reacted, there is a word sure in the name of the Tang Emperor? I need to avoid the Tang Emperor? If the Buddhist bodhisattva has to avoid the emperor of the human race, it means that Buddhism bows to the human race. Maitreya Buddha said in a deep voice, "This is the intention of the great Emperor Changsheng. If Tathagata wants to earn the faith of the human race, he can earn it on his knees. Imperial power is higher than divine power. It is wishful thinking for Tathagata to control the human race through faith. If the Bodhisattva has any objections, I am very worried that you will die in the Tang dynasty." Guanyin Bodhisattva bowed his head and chanted a Buddhist name. From now on, there is only Guanyin Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is a hero. Maitreya nodded, and was very appreciative of Guanyin Bodhisattva's attitude of knowing the times. He didn't know that his teacher was also another hero at this time. Sworn brother to the emperor of the Tang dynasty? And still be his younger brother? It's outrageous. Master Xuanzang, the reincarnation of Junti, was very angry. Then he saw the smiling Li Changshi. He was shocked instantly. "Where is Cha Sheng? Why is it you? A psychopath?" Li Changshi said with a smile, "Junti, the current emperor is my descendant. Don't you want to be related to me?" Junti didn't want to. But Li Changshi blew on her crescent blade. "I really missed the feeling of beating you back then." Junti gritted his teeth, "Sworn brother. Li Changshi, don't think I'm afraid of you." Chapter 414 The Great Sage of Account Balance returns to the arena. Junti is very uncomfortable. For fishing, his reincarnation has not started practicing until now. He only learned Buddhism at a young age. He is already the most famous monk in the Tang dynasty. Compared with the real attainments of Buddhism, he is confident that he can beat Tathagata. But compared with the cultivation, he is sure that Li Changshi can beat him. If it were someone else, Junti would not be afraid. The problem is that Li Changshi is a mental patient. This guy can't think about problems with common sense. The saint has to bow his head under the eaves. At this moment, Junti envied Haotian. That guy's ninjutsu is quite useful at certain times. Li Changshi also thought of Haotian at this time. She sincerely suggested, "Junti, do you want to switch to ninjutsu? If you can endure all the way to the west, all kinds of demons, ghosts, gods, immortals and Buddhas are materials for your cultivation. It seems that Haotian's avenue is simply inclusive and has a bright future." Junti glared at Li Changshi. "Haotian doesn't even care about his face. But I still have some." Although among the 6 saints, Junti is generally recognized as the most shameless one. But compared to Haotian, who is a top pervert, Junti is far behind. Zuni can even put a small character like Mrs. Baigu on the blacklist. This is nothing for Haotian. Junti and Haotian can't pee in the same pot. Even if he practices ninjutsu, he will definitely be beaten by Haotian. What a pity. Li Changshi continued to sincerely put forward her own suggestions. What's the point of having face? Just ask for money. Zuni didn't want to pay attention to Li Changshi. He didn't want to talk to Li Changshi either. So he issued an order to expel him. "My senior brother has a karmic relationship with Taiyin Xingjuan. If you really want revenge, just go to Lingshan to find my senior brother." Li Changshi told the truth. "I can't beat Jane now, but I can beat you." Junti's fist hardened instantly. "Shame on you? Can it be better?" Fortunately, at this time, Emperor Tang arrived and broke Junti's unilateral bullying situation. But Emperor Tang's first sentence still made Junti a little numb. "Hello, Aunt Junti. You are Emperor Tang, the Emperor of the world. What do you call her?" Comrade Li Erfing of Emperor Tang explained, as a matter of course, "I am a descendant of Lao Jun. Lao Jun is the ancestor of Xingjuan. Xingjuan is naturally my aunt. Is it shameful for a young man like him to worship Taiyin Xingjuan as his aunt?" Emperor Tang felt that he had made a fortune. The human emperor kingdom in the prehistoric fairyland is different from ordinary emperors of the world. Emperor Tang was young, but he had already ruled countless worlds. That's why he knew the importance of things. He knew exactly what position Taiyin Xingjuan held in the heavenly court, and what his relationship was with Changsheng Dadi. Now Taiyin Xingjuan was willing to be Li Tang's backer. He even named him as his backer. Only a fool would not accept this olive branch. What's the big deal about recognizing an aunt? The aunt even said she would help him recognize a saint as his brother. The Emperor of Tang was 18 years old and had been in the military. He was considered the best general of the time and had witnessed countless big scenes. But sworn brotherhood with a saint and being his brother was something he couldn't even imagine. It was all the good fortune given to him by the aunt. From now on, the ultimate ancestor of the Li family is Taishan Lao Jun. My aunt is the moon god. The sworn brother of the Emperor of Tang is the reincarnation of the Western Saint Junti. The Emperor of Tang felt that he had won. So he held Junti's right hand tightly. Master Xuanzang. From now on, you are my sworn brother. The holy monk of my brother. Junti is difficult to comment. The Emperor of Tang is really not afraid of shortening his life. Not everyone has the blessing of being sworn brothers with a saint. The Emperor of Tang waved his hand, showing the spirit of a great emperor. I believe that the destiny of the Tang dynasty and the human race can suppress it. Master, you should also remember that you are only Master Xuanzang in the Tang dynasty, not the Saint Junti. Junti crossed out. Master Xuanzang took a deep breath. I understand your majesty's meaning. The Tang dynasty welcomes Master Xuanzang, but does not welcome the Saint Junti of the Western Church. The Emperor of Tang nodded calmly. Master, you are round and transparent. That's what I mean. If Master Xuanzang seeks the true scriptures for the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty will naturally give Master Xuanzang the treatment of the national teacher level. Moreover, the Tang dynasty only recognizes the Buddhist scriptures translated by Master Xuanzang. What Junti? What Tathagata? He doesn't know. Whoever comes to pay a visit, the Tang dynasty will be on good terms with him. The Emperor of Tang's meaning is very simple. If Buddhism wants to enter the Tang dynasty to preach, it can. The leader of the mission must be Master Xuanzang. This is a promise to Junti. It is also the sincerity of the Tang dynasty to Junti. Junti was determined. Chansheng had indeed arranged everything. As long as he successfully completed this plan, Buddhism would flourish. And he would still be the hero. Not Tathagata. Although there was this little episode of Li Changxi. He couldn't be crazy about it. What does your majesty want? Asked Master Xuanzang. He has completely entered the state. Although Ji Chansheng has arranged everything for him, Junti knows that the deal with the current emperor of the Tang dynasty must be mutually beneficial. In terms of status, Li Tang is already the largest human country in the prehistoric fairyland. So the status of the Tang emperor can theoretically be on par with the four imperials. Ji Chansheng can't just give orders blindly. There must be an exchange of resources. Junti knows what he can get. He needs to know what the Tang emperor can get, which is related to whether the foundation of their cooperation is solid. The Tang emperor's answer made Junti more aware of the strength of the back wave. Tathagata wants to extend Buddhism into the territory of the Tang dynasty. And I also want to spread the military power of the Tang dynasty to Xinjiang, where Buddhism is in power. I heard that the human race in Xinjiang is in a difficult situation. As a human race, the Tang dynasty has the obligation to save our compatriots, who are still suffering. The Emperor of Tang is very courageous. But I have other purposes for this trip, and will not be the vanguard of the Tang dynasty to go to war. Master Xuanzang emphasized. The Emperor of Tang laughed. I don't need you to be the vanguard of the war. I just need you to do a good job as a guide, and collect the customs and routes along the way for me. It would be best if you can also test the strength of the monsters in Xinjiang. The Tang dynasty has its own iron army to expand the territory of the Tang dynasty, and show its power in foreign lands. The contemporary emperor and the generation of military gods were blowing in the face of the golden swords and iron horses, which made Master Xuanzang, who had not yet practiced, breathe a little fast. He realized that the human race had another outstanding emperor. The future of the monsters became increasingly bleak. But at this time, this was no longer a problem he cared about. For Junti today, apart from repaying the loan, nothing else matters. If that's all, I have no problem. Okay. Your brother is happy. The Emperor of Tang also felt very happy. Calling the saint your brother. This treatment is not even available to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This bragging can be boasted for a lifetime. Your Majesty, Guanyin Bodhisattva has arrived. At this time, a guard came outside to report. The Emperor of Tang, Junti, and Li Changxi did not react immediately. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Where did Guanyin Bodhisattva come from? The guard continued to report. It should be Guanyin Bodhisattva. But the Bodhisattva said that in order to avoid your Majesty's name, it is only Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Emperor of Tang was a little excited. The Bodhisattva is really too polite. Erfeng is just his nickname. The reason is that when the Emperor of Tang was in middle school, he wrote an article ode to the mighty phoenix, and compared himself to the mighty phoenix. He was the second oldest among his brothers. So it was Erfeng. His real name was taken from the word Jishur and Min, which happened to have a word Shur. If Guanyin Bodhisattva is called Guanyin Bodhisattva because of him, his reputation will spread throughout the world in the shortest time. Although Tang Huang is already very famous now, he has only been rising for a short time. Compared with Guanyin Bodhisattva, he is still a newcomer. There is no faster way to become famous than stepping on the Daluo's strongman. Therefore, Tang Huang gave Guanyin Bodhisattva enough respect. Of course, Guanyin Bodhisattva gave Master Xuanzang more respect. Greetings to Saint Juenti. Juenti found some comfort in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then he watched Guanyin Bodhisattva being pulled up by Li Changxi. Bodhisattva, don't be so polite. You are a member of the human union. 1 generation lower than me. Juenti is my descendant's sworn brother. Several generations lower than me. And you are his elder now. After Guanyin Bodhisattva was promoted to Daluo, the human union also invited her. As a pure-blooded human, Guanyin Bodhisattva had no reason to refuse the human union. If it weren't for her joining the human union, Nguyen Yang probably wouldn't bother to help her check her body. Although it was just a piece of cake for Nguyen Yang, the homegirl didn't want to stand if she could lie down. Hearing Li Changxi's words, Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at Juenti Saint with sympathy, and then immediately bowed her head. Li Changxi had mental problems. But she didn't. Juenti didn't care about the mentally ill. But he might not care about her. So Guanyin Bodhisattva went straight to the point. The great Emperor Changsheng has arranged almost everything. As for Tathagata, Ling Baotianzuan has also been informed. Tathagata has begun to cooperate and ordered me to come to Datong to select people to go to Lingshan to obtain scriptures. Everything is ready. As long as the saint sets out, everything can be officially launched. Master Xuanzang nodded. I have no problem. Where is Cha Sheng? Without a good disciple to protect him, only a mentally ill person Li Changxi came. Juenti felt a little insecure. It's not that he is worried about his life, but mainly worried that Li Changxi will get sick. It seems that he went to visit Yuanshi Tianwang? Guanyin Bodhisattva was not sure. Li Changxi gave her a definite answer. He went to visit Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang was talking about the Huanyuan Daogui in the Miluo Palace. And junior brother also went to listen. This is not the point. The point is that Xinyuanzi also went. Master Xuanzang's heart moved. Changsheng wants to take action against Wuzhuang Temple? Li Changxi nodded. Before, Xinyuanzi participated in the Yulanpin festival and stood on the side of Tathagata. Junior brother has never forgotten this matter. Juenti, you haven't forgotten it either. Master Xuanzang smiled slightly. Just kidding. Everyone knows that the Saint Juenti is famous for his magnanimity and never bears grudges. Of course he will not forget. Junior brother means that the fish have been caught almost. And the first one to sacrifice is Xinyuanzi. Master Xuanzang said in a deep voice. Xinyuanzi, is he a little too strong? I am afraid that my current strength cannot protect Changsheng. No hurry. Cut off Xinyuanzi's retreat first. He is in Miluo Palace listening to the Hunyuan Daogui and can't come back for the time being. Let's divide the ginseng fruit of Wuzhuang Temple first. At this point, Li Changxi's eyes lit up. It is rumored that the effect of ginseng fruit is better than that of peaches. It's not a rumor. It's true. Master Xuanzang and Guanyin Bodhisattva both gave her a positive answer. They have all eaten ginseng fruit and peaches, and they are authorities in this regard. So Li Changxi's eyes lit up even more. My junior brother and I both need ginseng fruit to consolidate our cultivation. So we can take this opportunity to return the ginseng fruit to its original owner. Master Xuanzang, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Emperor Tang all relearned the phrase returning the object to its original owner. But their objections were useless. The two Taoist children Qifeng and Mingyu who were staying at Wuzhuangwen had no objection to this. At this time, the time flow rate of heaven and the mortal world had returned to the usual practice of 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. Half a day later, in front of the gate of Wuzhuangwen, the great sage Pingzhang, the Moon Star Lord, Master Xuanzang, and Guanyin Bodhisattva walked into Wuzhuangwen together. Qifeng and Mingyu led the way personally, and the gate was wide open. Great sage, please come in. The two guides nodded and bowed, adhering to the ambition of saving the village in a roundabout way. Full of a strong sense of mission, Ji Changsheng ordered, go directly to the ginseng fruit tree. Okay. Great sage, follow me. Qifeng Mingyu did whatever the great sage said. After a while, the group saw the legendary ginseng fruit tree. The green branches are fragrant. The green leaves are gloomy. And the leaves look like bananas. It is more than 1,000 feet high. And the roots are 7 or 8 feet in a circle. On the south branch, a ginseng fruit is exposed. Just like a child. Nodding and shaking, swaying in the wind. Qi Feng Taoist introduced, Great Sage. Ginseng fruit blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years. In a short period of 10,000 years, only 30 fruits can be produced. If you are predestined, smell it, and you will live for 360 years. Eat one, and you will live for 47,000 years. It should also be noted that ginseng fruit is afraid of the 5 elements. It falls when it encounters gold, withers when it encounters wood, melts when it encounters water, burns when it encounters fire, and enters when it encounters soil. When knocking, you must use gold tools to knock it down. If you knock it down, you can use a silk handkerchief to pad the plate. If you use some wooden tools, it will wither. And even if you eat it, it will not prolong your life. You must use porcelain to eat it. Dissolve it in water and eat it. It will burn and become useless when it comes into contact with fire. Peaches are much less troublesome to eat. But it is precisely because of this that peaches are not as effective as ginseng fruit. Even 9,000 years old peaches can hardly compare with the effect of ginseng fruit. But this does not mean that peach trees are less precious than ginseng fruit trees. Ginseng fruit is good, but peaches alone have a better yield than ginseng fruit trees. There are 3,600 peach trees, and only one ginseng fruit tree. In terms of value, the income created by the peach tree for the queen mother is far greater than the income created by the ginseng fruit tree for Jinyuanzi. The peaches can form an industrial chain. The ginseng fruit tree can only be a small carnival. Ji Chansheng sensed Qi Feng Mingyu's cultivation, and then looked at the lonely fruit on the ginseng fruit tree, and couldn't help complaining, how many ginseng fruits should there be at this time? Mingyu Daotong said, the fruits were originally 30, and the master ate 2 before, so there are still 28. How many are left now? 1. Mingyu finished speaking, and lowered her head in shame. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed again. She was indeed a good bodhisattva, who was honest and incorruptible. These sacred immortals and Buddhas in the outside world really have no bottom line in doing things. Originally, she had some psychological pressure on herself to embezzle the benefits of Tathagata. But now it has completely disappeared. The knowledgeable Pingzhang Dasheng was quite calm, having seen the coquettish operations of Tai Bai Xingjuan and Li Tianwang. Qi Feng Mingyu's level could no longer shock him. He just frowned and said, this ginseng fruit is not enough to pay you. The appearance fee of the great sage Pingzhang is not so cheap. The Taoist Qi Feng quickly said, Great Sage, please allow us to do it. Wushuang Temple has been completely refined by the master. In Wushuang Temple, time can be adjusted at will without conflicting with the time outside. In the overall environment of the Hongwang immortal realm, time cannot be adjusted. But some Daoyuan masters have completely refined their caves, separated them from Pangu's body, and turned them into their own private territory. In such places, time can be adjusted. Heaven, hell, and Saint's Dojo are all examples of this. The same is true for Wushuang Temple. Jinyuanzi is an old Daoyu after all, and he still has some foundation. Qi Feng Taoist continued, before Master left Wushuang Temple, he had given Mingyu and me the authority to control time in Wushuang Temple. As long as the great sage forces us to speed up the flow of time in Wushuang Temple, the ginseng fruit will naturally mature quickly. Ji Chansheng and his group were amazed. These guys are smuggling and embezzling, and they are almost Tao. Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't help asking, in this case, why don't you speed up the flow of time in Wushuang Temple and replenish the ginseng fruit? Mingyu Taoist explained, ginseng fruit has a great effect. Even if the ginseng fruit tree is one of the 5 spiritual roots, it needs to rest and recuperate. Accelerating blindly will damage the spirituality of the ginseng fruit tree. Qi Feng Taoist added, the most important thing is that once the speed in Wushuang Temple starts to speed up, Master will feel it. This is the most important thing. So they can't speed up by themselves. They must be under the threat of Pingzhang Great Sage to speed up. Throwing the blame away, they are still good disciples of Jinyuanzi. Guanyin Bodhisattva now has only one feeling. Live and learn. Compared with these immortal monks, she is too pure. Great Sage, before we speed up, you'd better let the Emperor Chansheng stop the master in the Miro Palace. Don't let him come back too quickly. Leave us enough time to arrange the crime scene. Qi Feng Taoist once again demonstrated his professionalism. Mingyu Taoist was not much behind, and did not let Qi Feng take all the credit. He looked at Master Xuanzang intimately. Master, you seem to be an ordinary person now. If so, You need to leave Wuzhuang Temple first. Otherwise, with your lifespan, you will die before you succeed. Master Xuanzong. If you speed up, with your current Taoism, you won't be able to hold on for long. Haodian introduced the life tax. Ji Changsheng chose to inherit it. So Qi Feng and Mingyu's lifespan is not much in theory. Mingyu Taoist smiled slightly. Master, guess how many ginseng fruits I have eaten? Master Xuanzong was speechless. All the creatures in this prehistoric world really need the guidance of a saint. Disciple, I'll wait for you outside the temple. Okay. Ji Changsheng moved his wrist. The great saint of balance. Back in action. Chapter 415, Bullying the Strong with the Weak. The net begins to close. Only 30 ginseng fruits in one crop? Yes. Great sage. The ginseng fruit tree only produces 30 fruits in 10,000 years. Therefore, in the heavens and the worlds, ginseng fruits are rare and valuable. In terms of unit price, they are much higher than peaches. However, the quantity of peaches is too large. So Mingyu and I are far behind the 7 princesses in wealth. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Ji Changsheng didn't laugh. The 100 billionaire modestly said that he was not as rich as the trillionaire. Although what he said was true. He was a poor guy with only 1 spirit stone in his entire wealth, and was not qualified to participate in such a discussion. Of course, with the help of the great sage of balance accounts, Ji Changsheng's wealth began to soar in theory. However, Ji Changsheng used all of it as the development fund of Ji Group Unlimited Liability Company. If you want to develop a career, you must first have money, and then have talents. The major investors have invested a lot of money in Ji's Group Unlimited Liability Company. Ji Changsheng has to save face, and cannot keep asking for money from others. So now, he has started to be self-reliant. Every time the great sage of balance accounts balances accounts, he works hard to make money for the development of the company. This is Chairman Ji's sense of responsibility. Ji Changsheng gave himself a thumbs up. Then he and Li Changxi began to share the ginseng fruit. Li Changxi was a little embarrassed at first. Junior brother, do you want to leave some for others? For many powerful people, including those who have reached the peak of the true Lord realm, ginseng fruit is actually useless. At most, it has a life-extending effect. But using ginseng fruit to extend life is indeed a waste of resources. However, Ji's party still has many grassroots employees. Ginseng fruit is very useful to them. Li Changxi saw that Ji Changsheng meant that the two of them wanted to buy all the 30 ginseng fruits. So she felt a little embarrassed. Qi Feng Daotong said first, don't worry. Taiyin Xingjuan, after you and the great sage have finished eating, we will use the time authority in Wuzhuang Temple to produce another crop of fruit. Mingyu Daotong nodded. Although this will affect the spirituality of the ginseng fruit tree, it is not a big problem. The ginseng fruit tree will suffer, and the great sage will bear the blame. Ji Changsheng cursed inwardly, and then decisively began to eat heartily. Li Changxi was also convinced by Qi Feng and Mingyu's words. It should be said that whether it is the 6 saints or the Ji party, although they are not good things, they are still too moral compared to the gods, Buddhas, demons and monsters below. The 6 saints have to be proud. So pay attention to their eating manners. Ji party is still young, too shallow, and knows too few tricks. Old-timers like Tai Bai Xingjuan, Li Tianwang, Princess Longji, and Qi Feng Mingyu have been working hard for countless years, and have become masters of smuggling and corruption. Li Changxi studied silently for a while, and then began to eat like Ji Changsheng. Guanyin Bodhisattva has no need for ginseng fruit. Even the fruit produced by the 5 spiritual roots is useless to Daoyuo. But seeing Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi eating so deliciously, she also had a big appetite. Then Qi Feng Taoist boy presented a ginseng fruit with great tact. Bodhisattva, you can also have a treat. Mingyu Taoist boy nodded. Just treat it as a snack. Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's too extravagant to take ginseng fruit as a snack. This is the treatment of a saint. I haven't reached that level yet. She tried to stay awake. In the Wa Palace, ginseng fruit is indeed a snack. But the owner of the Wa Palace is Nuwa. Guanyin Bodhisattva does not have that status. Qi Feng Taoist said casually, Bodhisattva, you are too polite. With Mingyu and I here, ginseng fruit will be your snack in the future. How did the leader get dragged into the water? Guanyin Bodhisattva now has a clear answer. There are bad people among the masses. She wanted to refuse. But the treatment on par with the 6 saints still made Guanyin Bodhisattva reach out her sinful little hand. After a second of shame, Guanyin Bodhisattva chose to follow the local customs. While eating, Ji Changsheng sighed, "It's not easy to learn good things, but it's easy to learn bad things. Little sister, I feel that your moral level will plummet after you finish your journey to the west." The previous Guanyin Bodhisattva, whose full name is the Great Compassionate and Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva of Putuoluijia Mountain in the South China Sea, holds a pure bottle of nectar and weeps willows, solves the 8 difficulties, saves all living beings, saves suffering and seeks out voices, and responds to all calls. She is definitely a good bodhisattva with a good reputation. Even in the Guanyin Hall of the Eternal Life Realm, the main core product Guanyin Tears is a magical medicine for curing diseases and saving people. But it is used as a tool for making money by the monks of the Guanyin Hall, which has nothing to do with Guanyin Bodhisattva himself. But those were all the previous Guanyin Bodhisattvas. Now she has become Guanyin Bodhisattva. Little sister, you should learn more from me, and don't be polluted by the bad atmosphere of the prehistoric fairy world. Those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. As long as you have more contact with me, you will definitely be able to keep your original intention as before, Ji Changsheng suggested. Guanyin Bodhisattva tried hard to learn from Ji Changsheng and picked up another ginseng fruit. Miro Palace is located at the highest position in the sky. The Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler of the heavens, rules the heavens in Miro Palace. The Lingshao Palace, which is best known to the outside world, is the Jade Emperor's Palace of Heaven and the first palace of Miro Palace. Tongming Palace is the Jade Emperor's resting palace and the second palace of Miro Palace. Huangji Palace is the palace where the Jade Emperor governs the country and the place that truly determines the direction of the heavens. However, there are very few gods who can enter Huangji Palace. Most of the time, the Jade Emperor receives gods from all walks of life in Lingshao Palace. Only when there is a small meeting will it be in Huangji Palace. There is a saying that goes, "Small things are held in big meetings, and big things are held in small meetings." Lingshao Palace held a big meeting. Huangji Palace held a small meeting. And now Huangji Palace is holding a small meeting. The host of Huangji Palace is not the Jade Emperor, but the special guest of the Jade Emperor, Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang started to talk about Hunyuan Dao in Huangji Hall. The word Hunyuan is usually used with saints. The 6 saints are called the 6 saints of heavenly Dao, and are also called Hunyuan saints. As powerful Daoyuo masters, many quasi-saints generally believe that the biggest difference between them and saints is that saints have comprehended Hunyuan Dao, so their strength is far behind that of quasi-saints. So when Yuanshi Tianwang started to talk about Hunyuan Dao, even Zhen Yuanzi, who had obviously left the 3 Pure Ones camp and was close to the Buddhist Tathagata, couldn't help but go to Huangji Hall to listen to Yuanshi Tianwang's teachings. For Zhen Yuanzi, the Hunyuan Dao that Yuanshi Tianwang talked about was much more attractive than his ginseng fruit, second only to the flesh and blood of saints. Of course, before going to Huangji Hall, Zhen Yuanzi also specifically asked Tathagata whether it was appropriate for him to go. Buddha Tathagata told him personally that the Jade Emperor was his ally, so there was no need to worry. Then Zhen Yuanzi certainly relaxed. Could Yuanshi Tianwang still humiliate him on the spot just because he participated in the Ulambana festival? The 6 saints all have to save face, and would not do such uncultured things. This is indeed the case. Yuanshi Tianwang simply talked about the Hunyuan Avenue throughout the whole process. He did not mention the Ulambana festival at all, and did not ask Zhen Yuanzi why he wanted to change his sect. It's a pity that Yuanshi Tianwang's preaching was so mysterious that Zhen Yuanzi did not benefit much, especially after clearly feeling the progress at the Ulambana festival. Zhen Yuanzi clearly judged that Yuanshi Tianwang's preaching was far less effective in improving him than the flesh and blood of the saints. Sure enough, we still have to start with the saints. Zhen Yuanzi just had this idea when his forehead suddenly jumped. A moment later, Zhen Yuanzi stood up suddenly, attracting the attention of other strong men in the Miro Palace. Even Yuanshi Tianwang, who was preaching, looked at Zhen Yuanzi with an unhappy expression. What's the matter? Zhen Yuanzi's heart jumped, knowing that he was in trouble. Those who could come to the Miluo Palace to listen to the teachings were all powerful Daoyuo. There were those who were less experienced than him, and those who were weaker than him, but none of them were afraid of him. Moreover, his strange behavior also disturbed the process of Yuanshi Tianwang's preaching, although this was only a small interruption. But can you imagine that the ministers of the mortal world lost their manners in front of the emperor? The emperor was speaking non-stop, And the minister said shut up. This crime? If the emperor said it was not a big one, then it was not a big one. If the emperor said he wanted to behead him, then he should behead him. Yuan Shi Tianwang's temper is not very good. Some of the other Daluo masters had already entered the state of enlightenment and were disturbed by him. Jin Yuanzi immediately explained, I sensed that there was something wrong with the ginseng fruit in Wuzhuang Temple. I suspect that there were robbers stealing ginseng fruit. So I disturbed Tianwang's preaching. Please forgive me. A robber broke into Wuzhuang Temple? Who is the strong man? Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. I don't know. There is a Daluo covering the secret of Wuzhuang Temple. The reason why Ji Changsheng dragged Guanyin Bodhisattva to Wuzhuang Temple was for this purpose. Under normal circumstances, only Daluo can fight against Daluo. Guanyin Bodhisattva is certainly not Jin Yuanzi's opponent, but it is still possible to deceive Jin Yuanzi for a while. Yuan Shi Tianwang frowned slightly, looked at the Jade Emperor calmly, and thought to himself, no wonder he invited me to preach in Miluo Palace. This is for Jin Yuanzi. Although he saw through the truth, Jin Yuanzi had previously abandoned the Taoist camp and embraced Buddhism, which was a de facto betrayal. Yuan Shi Tianwang would not trouble Jin Yuanzi for this. But if Ji Changsheng went to trouble Jin Yuanzi, he would certainly not remind Jin Yuanzi. Since they were no longer allies, there was no obligation. So Yuan Shi Tianwang just said, in this case, you can go. He did not force Jin Yuanzi to stay, creating more time for Ji Changsheng. Because based on his understanding of Ji Changsheng, that guy must have other backup plans. And he did not need to take sides. Jin Yuanzi was overjoyed. Thank you, Tianwang. I will be back soon. Yuan Shi Tianwang thought to himself that it was easy for you to leave. It would be difficult to come again. It doesn't matter if you offend me. After the great catastrophe of the conferred gods, I have cultivated my character, and have made up my mind not to bully the weak. I offended Ji Changsheng. That vengeful guy. He is best at bullying the strong. Yuan Shi Tianwang shook his head, and continued to concentrate on talking about the Hunyuan Dao. Recently, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yang Jian have both been promoted to Daluo. But the second-generation disciples of the Chanjiao, who stayed under his seat, such as Guang Chengzi and Yang Jian's master Yuding Zhenren, have not made a breakthrough, which makes Yuan Shi Tianwang very unwilling. It is definitely not that there is a problem with my preaching. Maybe the second-generation disciples under his door are really limited in talent. So he took a different approach and decided to preach to the quasi-saints. As long as the quasi-saints can understand something, it can be said that it is not that there is a problem with his teaching of disciples, but that the disciples are really too stupid. With this idea in mind, Yuan Shi Tianwang spoke very seriously. The Jade Emperor also listened very seriously. Then he came to a firm conclusion. It's definitely not my comprehension that's wrong. Yuan Shi Tianwang can't teach at all. Please stay. Zhenyuan Daxian. Zhen Yuanzi was about to rush to the lower world, but was stopped by the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother came in person. And even though Zhen Yuanzi was anxious, he could only greet the Queen Mother first. The Queen Mother said, Daxian, I'm studying how to increase the production of peaches recently. I have a bold idea and want to discuss it with you. Zhen Yuanzi bowed and said, Queen, let's talk later. Something happened in my Wuzhuang Temple, and I need to go back immediately. What can happen in Wuzhuang Temple? The Queen Mother was surprised and said, who dares to go to Wuzhuang Temple and be presumptuous? If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably the great sage Ping Zhang. Jin Yuanzi said with a wry smile. He is not a fool. In the heavens and the worlds, there are only a few people who can go to Wuzhuang Temple to attack the ginseng fruit tree, and dare to go to Wuzhuang Temple to attack. The most likely one is the great sage Ping Zhang. At this point, Jin Yuanzi lowered his voice. It should be the one from Shishao Yiqing Mansion who took action. Madam, please also remind the great heavenly venerable. Once that person takes action, it must be a thunderous force. The Queen Mother was more and more surprised. Then the great immortal will go back quickly. The research direction of this palace still needs the great immortal's ginseng fruit tree. Great immortal, this palace actually wants to try to let the ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree practice together. Jin Yuan looked at the Queen Mother in shock. The Queen Mother is really a heroine. Let the two spiritual roots practice together. This is a direction he has never thought of. And the number is not equal. Originally, Zhenyuan Daxian was going to rush back to Wuzhuang Temple. But at this moment, he was aroused by the Queen Mother's interest in chatting, and blurted out, There are 3,600 peach trees, but only one ginseng fruit tree. How can we practice dual cultivation? The Queen Mother patiently explained, one by one. Although the 5 spiritual roots have no spiritual intelligence, I am the owner of the peach tree, and I can represent the peach tree to allow the ginseng fruit tree to have a harem. As the same 5 spiritual roots, the hybrid varieties of the peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree may give birth to a new treasure for prolonging life. Genuine Daxian. It's hard to judge. His thinking is still too old-fashioned, and he can't keep up with the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother also saw Genuine's shock and continued to be patient. You can take your time to think about it. I am not in a hurry. If you have figured it out, come to me anytime. After the life tax was introduced, the value of your ginseng fruit tree and my peach tree doubled. If we can join forces, we will definitely achieve greater success. Your Highness is truly a heroine. I will consider this carefully. Genuine Daxian did not have the ambition of the Queen Mother. He still cared more about his own practice and the safety of Wushuang Temple. So he quickly chose to say goodbye. The Queen Mother did not try to keep him. Time was enough. Looking at Genuine Daxian's back as he walked away, the Queen Mother shook her head. If you could lie flat all the time, no one would dare to provoke you. But you chose to stand in line. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Wushuang Temple. Ji Changsheng had already eaten 97 ginseng fruits at this time. Then, he could not eat any more. The weak cannot be supplemented. Eating too many good things can easily make the body burst. Li Changshi looked better than Ji Changsheng in eating. She only ate 96. Then he ran away. The stomach was a little bulging. Mental patients also love beauty. Ji Changsheng looked down at his bulging belly, patted his stomach, and then ripened 10 more crops. He put 300 ginseng fruits into his, crossed out, and put them into the warehouse of G Group Company, Ltd. These ginseng fruits are taken from the people and used for the people, so you can rest assured. Ji Changsheng assured. Guanyin Bodhisattva glanced at Ji Changsheng, complained and reminded, ginseng fruits are not taken from the people, but from Genuine Daxian. Ji Changsheng turned a deaf ear. Qi Feng Mingyu was sweating. Qi Feng Daotong quickly said, Great Sage. Master will be back soon. Mingyu Daotong added, Great Sage. You have accelerated the growth of the ginseng fruit trees too much this time. I am afraid that the ginseng fruit will not bear fruit again within hundreds of thousands of years. This is definitely not hidden from Genuine Daxian. So Mingyu Taoist continued, Great Sage. There is only one way to go now. Destroy the ginseng fruit tree. Guanyin Bodhisattva was shocked. It was exactly the same reaction as Ji Changsheng and Chuanti had when they knew about this matter before. Compared with Qi Feng Mingyu, these big guys are indeed too kind-hearted. Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately reminded Ji Changsheng seriously, if the ginseng fruit tree is destroyed, you and Genuine Daxian will not die. Guanyin Bodhisattva was stunned before the word rest was uttered. Master Xuanzang, who had just entered Wushuang Temple, was also a little stunned when he realized that the time in Wushuang Temple had returned to normal. In front of them, Ji Changsheng took out the golden hoop and smashed it directly on the ginseng fruit tree. After smashing it twice, he used the power of pushing mountains and moving ridges to push the ginseng fruit tree down. You? Master Xuanzang widened his eyes. The saint is knowledgeable and experienced. What scene has he not seen? But he really has never seen the scene. 5 spiritual roots. They said they were destroyed. Then again, Juanti also had one of the 5 spiritual roots, the bitter bamboo, which he trained into 6 pure bamboos. Then he was cut into 2 by Ji Changsheng with the Yuan-Tu sword. In a sense, Ji Changsheng is really the nemesis of spiritual roots. Thinking of Ji Changsheng saying that he had his own way to restore the ginseng fruit tree, Master Xuanzang calmed down. Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't calm down. She quickly said, Are you crazy? Once the 5 spiritual roots are damaged, they can never be restored. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Bodhisattva, did you get a drop of saint's blood in the battle at Fangtsuan Mountain before? Guanyin Bodhisattva was stunned. You actually calculated to this point? She was a little disappointed. The young people nowadays are really too cruel. Guanyin Bodhisattva had no intention of keeping it to herself. She really didn't dare to use that drop of Subhudi's blood. So she gave it up without hesitation. Ji Changsheng said confidently, with this drop of blood, the ginseng fruit tree can be restored at any time. As for the ginseng fruit on the tree, the lost spirituality is of course a thing of the past, and bygones are not to be blamed. Qi Feng and Mingyu looked at each other and saluted Ji Changsheng together. Great sage is wise. Thanks to the great sage. You are the reborn parents of Qi Feng and me. Please accept your son's greetings. Dear father. Ji Changsheng kicked away the two guys who took advantage of him. It's not that easy to be the son of the great Emperor Changsheng. So the first time Zhenyuan Daxian returned to Wuzhuang Temple, he saw Pingyang Dasheng kicking over his two beloved disciples Qi Feng and Mingyu. And at the feet of Pingyang Dasheng was his most cherished ginseng fruit tree. And all the ginseng fruits disappeared without a trace. Zhenyuan Daxian was instantly furious. It's outrageous. You're bullying me too much. Master Xianzong and Guanyin Bodhisattva both agreed with Zhenyuan Daxian's point of view. They also felt that Ji Changsheng was really going too far. However, this order was placed under the breeze and bright moon. So Ji Changsheng can't be blamed entirely. The order required the destruction of the ginseng fruit tree. And the great sage of balance accounts was completely meeting the needs of the customer. So in this way, it was the disciple taught by Zhenyuan Zi himself who dug the grave of the ginseng fruit tree. Great sage of Changsheng. Great sage of balance accounts. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Although Zhenyuan Daxian was furious, he still forcibly controlled his anger and only confined the conflict to the identity of the great sage of balance accounts, and did not rise to the conflict with the great emperor of Changsheng. He can afford to offend the great saint of balance, the great emperor of immortality. The great immortal Zhenyuan can only say that he is not afraid, but he really cannot afford to offend him. Except for the great immortal Zhenyuan, there is no useful disciple in Wuzhuang Temple. In addition to the great emperor of immortality, the Ji party also has the Taiyin Star Lord who is able to suppress Ho Tun Yang, the only seedling of the third generation of the people's religion, Yu Lingwang, and the wife of the young palace master who is filial in the Hua Palace. If the great immortal Zhenyuan exchanges his son with the great emperor of immortality, the Wuzhuang Temple will be exterminated from the world by the Ji party within an hour. The great saint of balance. I also know your ability, and I have heard of your reputation. But you are being unreasonable and deceitful this time. Even if you have means, you can't get out of my hands. I will tell you that when you go to the Hua Palace and meet the new Yang, you have to return my ginseng fruit tree. Ji Changsheng smiled. Zhenyuanzi said it toughly. But in fact, he was still a coward. Just let him return the ginseng fruit tree. Of course he has to return it. But he has to charge some interest. Zhenyuanzi. It's fine to return your ginseng fruit tree. But what about you going to attend the Yulinpin festival to save face for the Changsheng Emperor? Ji Changsheng's smile was restrained, and his voice was as powerful as thunder, which put enough pressure on Zhenyuanzi. Do you think that I can't destroy your Wuzhuang Temple? As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, clouds moved in all directions. Behind the clouds, General Jiutian Leiyong, General Bafang Yunlei, Envoy Wufang Manlei, and Envoy of the Thunder Department General Soldier had all assembled. The Four Seas Dragon Clan followed closely, and poked their heads out of the clouds. The Jiao Demon King, who had not appeared, showed his true appearance at this time. The black cloud swept, and the sky and the earth lost their color. Wuzhuang Temple instantly turned from day to night, and the cold moonlight shone accurately around Wuzhuang Temple, which made Zhenyuanzi's heart cold to the bottom of the valley. These grand scenes were not enough to scare him, but he still felt the lurking of Daluo in the dark. And the Changsheng Emperor's side definitely has no shortage of Daluo. Zhenyuanzi's face changed. Changsheng Emperor wants to go to war with me? Ji Changsheng said coldly. Yes. Before Tathagata comes. Can I destroy your Wuzhuang Temple? Zhenyuanzi didn't dare to guess. Cause and effect cycle. Retribution is inevitable. Let's first figure out the cause. Zhenyuanzi. Give me an explanation within 3 minutes. Otherwise, let alone the ginseng fruit tree. Today I will bloodbath Wuzhuang Temple to send off the teacher. Changsheng Emperor. Travel the world with reason. Unreasonable? Never unreasonable. The fishing plan has basically succeeded. The next step is to start closing the net. Chapter 416. It's broken. The account settlement failed. Although I ate your ginseng fruit and knocked down your ginseng fruit tree, I am reasonable. As long as you kowtow and admit your mistake, I will forgive you. Ji Changsheng's magnanimity made Zhenyuan Daxian begin to sweat coldly on his forehead. He was not worried about himself, but about the foundation of Wuzhuang Temple. He was absolutely sure that he could break out of the siege. And he was also absolutely sure that Wuzhuang Temple would definitely not be able to withstand a round of concentrated fire from Changsheng Emperor. Originally, He came to ask for punishment with a fierce momentum. But in a blink of an eye he became an apologist. This identity change was so fast that Jinyuan Daxian was a little confused. But he had to change even if he couldn't. Yulanpan Festival is a grand event in Lingshan. I was invited to go. There are many fellow Taoists who were invited like me. Jin Yuanzi meant that the law does not punish the masses. But Ji Chengxing's words made Jin Yuanzi feel even colder. All your fellows who participated in that Yulan festival have been recorded in the teacher's little notebook. Don't worry. The teacher and I will settle accounts one by one. Jin Yuanzi looked at Master Xuanzang in astonishment. Master Xuanzang's old face turned red. What truth is Changsheng talking about? But he understood the deep meaning of Ji Chengxing slandering him. It is to let the outside world know that he holds a grudge. So when those strong men know that they have been recorded by Junti Saint and will definitely be settled in the future, they will only have one way left. Kill Junti. Changsheng did this to help me pay off my debts. Master Xuanzang figured out the whole thing. So he chose to default. So Jin Yuanzi realized that Changsheng Emperor was telling the truth. And he was actually on Junti Saint's blacklist. This fact made Jin Yuanzi's eyes go dark. You are a saint. How can you be so petty? Yuanshi Tianwang doesn't care about my leading the three pure ones. Although Tathagata Buddha swore that Junti Saint was not his opponent at all, Jin Yuanzi believed Tathagata's words to a certain extent. After all, Tathagata is not a fool. But the saint's deterrent power is still there. Junti did not completely die. Jin Yuanzi had the courage to attack Junti quietly. Jin Yuanzi lacked the confidence to be an enemy of Junti openly. So he wanted to compromise. I have no intention of being an enemy of Junti Saint. Master Xuanzang chose to pretend to be dead, leaving the opportunity to perform to Ji Changsheng. Although he was very petty in his heart, he could not show it. So Ji Changsheng continued, Teacher does not care about your thoughts, but only cares about your actions. Jin Yuanzi, you are on the wrong side. When Jin Yuanzi saw Master Xuanzang pretending to be dead, his heart sank. He sent a message to the Buddha, but the Buddha did not reply, which made him feel even more depressed. He did not know that Guanyin Bodhisattva was talking to the Buddha at that time. A second before he returned to Wuzhuang Temple, Guanyin Bodhisattva had disappeared in Wuzhuang Temple. If she really met Jin Yuanzi, she would be embarrassed. But Guanyin Bodhisattva was not afraid of the Buddha knowing, and she took the initiative to inform the Buddha. Buddha, the reincarnation of Junti Saint, Master Xuanzang, and the Monkey King Pingzhang, great sage of the Emperor of Longevity, overthrew the Wuzhuang Temple. The Buddha wanted to stand up for his ally Jin Yuanzi to uphold justice as soon as he received the message from Guanyin Bodhisattva. But the second sentence of Guanyin Bodhisattva pressed the Buddha to death on the lotus platform. I provided a cover for their actions so that Jin Yuanzi didn't find out at the first time. Tathagata also noticed something was wrong at the first time. Why did the Bodhisattva act like this? Guanyin Bodhisattva explained, My Buddha is merciful. But Jin Yuanzi is indecisive, and has not publicly stood on the side of Lingshan until now. Tathagata was silent. Jin Yuanzi had participated in the Ulambana festival, and stood between him and the Changsheng Emperor. But apart from that, Jin Yuanzi had no other actions to get close to Buddhism. He was also unwilling to show too much intimacy with him in public. Even when Yuanshi Tianwang gave a lecture on the Hunyuan Avenue in the Miluo Palace, Jin Yuanzi still participated. In Tathagata's view, this was a two-faced behavior. Although Jin Yuanzi's status and strength made him eligible to sit on the fence, Tathagata didn't like it. It's just that he couldn't do anything with Jin Yuanzi, and he couldn't force Jin Yuanzi to the other side. Now, Guanyin Bodhisattva provided him with a solution. There are many people like Jin Yuanzi who are half-hearted and only want to take advantage of others, and are unwilling to work for Lingshan. This trend should not be allowed to continue. Therefore, I deliberately helped the great sage Pingzhang to overthrow the ginseng fruit tree. Buddha, you must not come forward to rescue Jin Yuanzi. It is impossible for a quasi-saint like Jin Yuanzi to be bound by friendship and favor. Only by leaving them no choice can they be completely used by Lingshan. It is never better to add icing on the cake than to send charcoal in the snow. The great Emperor Changsheng took action against Jin Yuanzi, and the Buddha only needed to watch from the sidelines. I have my own way to subdue Jin Yuanzi for Lingshan. The Tathagata Buddha was convinced by Guanyin Bodhisattva, because what Guanyin Bodhisattva said was indeed the truth. And even if Ji Changsheng came, he could not find fault. Undercover agents are always more capable than confidants. This is a law. Does the Bodhisattva have a way to subdue Jin Yuanzi? Guanyin Bodhisattva, Buddha, Don't forget that I got a drop of Subhudi's blood when I sieged Fengsuan Mountain last time. The Tathagata Buddha was moved, Bodhisattva. In this case, won't you suffer too much loss? Guanyin Bodhisattva, if Jin Yuanzi can be completely subdued, it will be a great blessing for Lingshan. The loss of blood can be made up from other places. The Tathagata Buddha solemnly promised, don't worry, Bodhisattva. I will never treat meritorious officials unfairly. He had thought that it was not good to use Guanyin Bodhisattva so much, but neglect those junior brothers and sisters from Jeju? Now the Tathagata Buddha has completely cut off these indecisiveness. There is nothing wrong with it. Guanyin Bodhisattva has proved her ability and loyalty with practical actions. It seems that Guanyin needs to be given more burdens. Tathagata murmured. Rewards and punishments are the basic qualities of superiors. Tathagata always believed that he had this quality. So he silently blocked the message for help sent by Jin Yuanzi. The Bodhisattva was right. It is better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. Let the great Emperor Changsheng force Jin Yuanzi into a desperate situation. Amitabha. Good and good. Jin Yuanzi. Are you expecting Tathagata to come down from the sky? Ji Changsheng broke Jin Yuanzi's last hope. But he did not reveal that he had colluded with Guanyin Bodhisattva. But sneered, give up. Brother Mithriya is waiting for Tathagata at the foot of Lingshan Mountain. He did not lie to Jin Yuanzi. Guanyin Bodhisattva did take action. But Mithriya Buddha was indeed at the foot of Lingshan Mountain at this time. After all, it was against Jin Yuanzi, an old quasi-saint. When a lion fights a rabbit, it will use all its strength. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi is not a rabbit, so it is not too careful. As the first liquidation and net closing operation of the journey to the west plan, Ji Changsheng must have a good start. Therefore, he mobilized sufficient manpower and material resources. Jin Yuanzi had no chance to turn the tables. Jin Yuanzi himself also clearly realized this. He tried hard to save the last bit of face. Emperor Changsheng. Are you willing to fight with me personally? Ji Changsheng laughed out loud. Does it make sense? I stand here and don't fight back. You dare to kill me? Jin Yuanzi. He really didn't dare. Tathagata may have the courage. After all, he is the eldest disciple taught by Tontian. But Jin Yuanzi can't. When you are old, you must accept your age. If you don't have the determination to move forward, don't participate in this life-threatening game. Ji Changsheng felt sorry for Jin Yuanzi. Half a foot has stepped in. And you still want to stay out of it. What are you dreaming about? Wake up. Tathagata can't save you. And you can't save Wuzhuang Temple. You want face or substance? Choose it yourself. Jin Yuanzi quickly made a choice. Substance. The progress made at the Ulambana festival cannot be given up. The ginseng fruit tree cannot be given up. As for face, if you become a saint, you will have all kinds of face. If you can't become a saint, it's useless to have face. Jin Yuanzi's current status is here. The creatures below Daluo dare not laugh at him. Those who dare to laugh at him. He can't afford to offend anyone unless he becomes a saint. Thinking of this, Jin Yuanzi felt that losing face was not a big problem. As long as the Changsheng Emperor can restore the poor ginseng fruit tree to its original state, I am willing to make friends with the Emperor and become brothers. Jin Yuanzi thought of how Changsheng Emperor had become brothers with Jiao Demon King in order to win over Jiao Demon King. Pingzhang Great Sage even swore an oath of blood with the 7 great sages to become brothers. From this, it can be judged that Changsheng Emperor is very willing to become sworn brothers with the strong. His status is firmly above the 7 great sages. And he is willing to become brothers with Changsheng Emperor, which is a kind of humbleness. The old quasi-sage has achieved this step, and is on par with Jiao Demon King, which has already lost face. Jin Yuanzi did not expect that Changsheng Emperor would actually refuse. Jin Yuanzi, you still can't see the situation clearly. Do you have the qualifications to become brothers with me? Ji Changsheng said directly, my mother is Nua. My uncle is Tai Ching Saint. And my teacher is Juandi Saint. You want to become brothers with me? Do you think you are my Jiao brother? Jiao Demon King was waving his fangs and claws in the air, revealing his true form of a 10,000-foot Jiao dragon. Hearing that his brother gave him face like this, he instantly looked up to the sky and roared, full of vigor and vitality. Although he was about to be a mount for the saint, Jiao Mo Wang felt a little embarrassed, so he was reluctant to return to the team. But for my brother, he lost face. After all, in my brother's heart, I am more important than Jin Yuanzi. Jiao Mo Wang was very moved. Jin Yuanzi was very angry. But Ji Changsheng ignored his anger. How about this? I will take a step back. Ji Changsheng paved a way for Jin Yuanzi. You and the great saint of peace and accounts become brothers. In the future, when you come into contact with Buddhism, including Tathagata, my teacher and I will turn a blind eye and not bother you anymore. Jin Yuanzi trembled. He was already humbled by becoming sworn brothers with the great emperor of Changsheng. In the end, the great emperor of Changsheng only gave him the quota of the monkey brother. This is to forcefully reduce his status to the level of the 7 great saints. What? Are you not convinced? Ji Changsheng's casual words made Jin Yuanzi sober up. He sensed the Daoyuo aura in the dark again, and looked at Master Xuanzang again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and swallowed all his dissatisfaction. Just follow the words of the great Emperor Changsheng. Please restore the ginseng fruit tree to its original state. Ji Changsheng nodded approvingly. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Jin Yuanzi, you are still half a hero. Jin Yuanzi didn't say anything, but waved his sleeves and frightened Qi Feng Mingyu's 2 beloved disciples in front of him. The 2 knelt down and apologized. Master, we didn't take good care of the house. Jin Yuanzi patted the shoulders of his 2 beloved disciples lovingly. I have seen your resistance. You did a good job. When he returned to Wuzhuang Temple, the first thing he saw was Qi Feng Mingyu, who was kicked to the ground by Ji Changsheng. What you hear is not what you see. In the past, other disciples gossiped about Qi Feng Mingyu doing something in private. Now it seems that this is all frame-up. Qi Feng Mingyu is a hero who swore to defend Wuzhuang Temple. First take good care of your injuries, and wait for the methods of the Changsheng Emperor. Ji Changsheng's shamelessness exceeded Jin Yuanzi's expectations. Guanyin, come out. Jin Yuanzi? Ji Changsheng kindly explained. Before Tathagata surrounded Fangsuan Mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva got a drop of my teacher's blood, which should be enough to restore the ginseng fruit tree. My teacher's things are my things. I used my teacher's blood to help your ginseng fruit tree recover. Jin Yuanzi, shouldn't you thank me? Jin Yuanzi had never seen such a shameless person. Will the Bodhisattva listen to your orders? Ji Changsheng said calmly. She was promoted to Daoyuo because of my planning. She owes me a huge favor. So of course she will listen to my orders. Jin Yuanzi, Guanyin Bodhisattva has already turned to Tathagata Buddha in Lingshan. This is not a secret at all. Eternal Emperor is waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Use Guanyin Bodhisattva's treasure to repay his promise to him. Young people nowadays are really too cruel. This is not only a reckoning for his closeness to Tathagata, but also a reckoning for Guanyin Bodhisattva. Jin Yuanzi is full of sympathy for Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva herself is fine. Everything is as planned. The Bodhisattva quickly showed up, without much nonsense, and immediately placed the saint's blood in the jade bottle under the ginseng fruit tree, and then began to recite the mantra silently. A minute later, sweat began to appear on Guanyin Bodhisattva's forehead. 2 minutes later, seeing that the ginseng fruit tree was still lying dead, Jin Yuanzi's face began to look ugly. 3 minutes later, Ji Changsheng could no longer sit still. Bodhisattva, what's going on? Guanyin Bodhisattva, Wanshou Mountain is a congenital blessed land. Wuzhuang Temple is a cave in Hezhou. And ginseng fruit is a spiritual root created by heaven and earth. Ji Changsheng interrupted Guanyin Bodhisattva. Let's get to the point. Guanyin Bodhisattva, the blood of the saints seems to have no effect on the ginseng fruit tree. Jin Yuanzi began to exude murderous aura. Do you really think he doesn't dare to fight to the death? Now that his ally Guanyin Bodhisattva is also there. Jin Yuanzi looks at Master Xuanzang, and a fierce light begins to flash in the depths of his eyes. Ji Changsheng also looks at Master Xuanzang. Teacher, the blood of the saints can't revive the ginseng fruit tree? This is not in his plan. Master Xuanzang looked innocent. Disciple, I have never destroyed the 5 spiritual roots before, and I have never experimented with my own blood. So he really doesn't know. Ji Changsheng, it's bad. This time the account settlement is going to fail. Don't panic. The problem is huge. Panic is useless. Ji Changsheng made a reaction that made himself applaud. After he confirmed that the saint's blood was useless, he immediately sent a message to the Queen Mother. My queen, in order to help you increase the amount of peaches, I destroyed Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree. Chapter 417. The 6th spiritual root occupies the nest. The sky fell, and the ginseng fruit tree was also destroyed by Ji Changsheng for the Queen Mother. Ji Changsheng had heard a story before. A rich man spent a lot of money to buy 2 identical antique vases, and then smashed one of them in public. The remaining vase became the only unique piece. And the price increased more than 10 times. In a sense, the relationship between the peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree is also the same. The other 3 of the 5 spiritual roots do not bear fruit. So only the peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree are competitors. If the ginseng fruit tree is gone, the peach tree will become a unique piece. Not to mention that the Queen Mother was stunned after receiving Ji Chongqing's message. Just talking about Jin Yuanzi's murderous aura, it was already a bit unbearable. He wants the inside, and the ginseng fruit tree is his inside. Wuzhuang Temple doesn't have any accomplished disciples. When Jin Yuanzi goes out, he relies on his quasi-saint cultivation and ginseng fruit. Without the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi is no different from an ordinary daluo. And he doesn't even have an official position. So he can't accept the ginseng fruit tree leaving him forever. Emperor Changsheng, you're too much. Jin Yuan Daxian stepped forward. The voice of Jin Yuan Daxian came to Guanyin Bodhisattva's ears. Bodhisattva, you and I will join forces. And we are 50% sure to keep the reincarnation of Xuanti Saint here. Under normal circumstances, Jin Yuanzi would not take action if he was only 50% sure. He respected the strength and calculations of Emperor Changsheng. But now he is really angry. The ginseng fruit tree is gone. Even if he can't kill Master Xuanzang, he must fight with Ji Changsheng to let the world know the value of Jin Yuan Daxian. Otherwise he will really lose everything. If he could really kill Master Xuanzang, he would make a lot of money. So Jin Yuanzi was ready to go. Ji Changsheng realized Jin Yuanzi's flammable and explosive state without Guanyin Bodhisattva telling him. He remained calm as always. I didn't expect the ginseng fruit tree to be so difficult to save. Ji Changsheng said the truth first. This incident also made him sweat. It seems that everything should be experimented first in the future. In this matter, he and Xuanti took it for granted. But Ji Changsheng thought that it might be because Xuanti was too weak. Maybe if his uncle or mother dropped a drop of blood, the ginseng fruit tree could be resurrected on the spot. In the final analysis, he overestimated his teacher and thought that the blood of a saint could cure all diseases, forgetting that there are differences between saints and saints. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng looked at Master Xuanzang with a look of disappointment, and continued, but it doesn't matter. It's just a spiritual root. The blood of the saint can't save it. There are other ways. Any other ways? Jin Yuanzi's anger eased a little. 5 parts of doubt, and 5 parts of confusion. He couldn't think of any other way. Not only he couldn't think of it, Master Xuanzang and Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't think of it either. Disciple, is there any other way? Master Xuanzang asked. He was not afraid of Jin Yuanzi's anger. Jin Yuanzi was not a mental patient like Li Chengxi. And he was not worthy of his fear. He was just curious about what way Ji Changsheng could solve the problem that he couldn't solve. Then he heard Ji Chongqing's voice transmission in his ear. There is no way. You could only fool Jin Yuanzi and cheat him. Even the Saint Xuanti couldn't think of a way. It would be strange for Ji Changsheng to think of one. How could he be so capable? Ji Changsheng thought of Li Chengxi's best method. Make the fake look real and deceive the world. Master Xuanzang was shocked and subconsciously reminded him, Disciple, Jin Yuan Daxian is not easy to fool. His cultivation is among the best among the quasi-saints. Jin Yuan Daxian said coldly, there is no precedent for successful restoration after the 5 spiritual roots are damaged. Xuanti Saint's 6 pure bamboos have not been restored. I am also blinded by greed. So I believe you. Ji Changsheng looked at Master Xuanzang in surprise again. Teacher, the 6 pure bamboos have not been restored yet? Master Xuanzang, it was chopped into pieces by you with the Yuan-Tu sword. And then Kong Xian hit it hard. The damage is irreversible. Yuan-Tu sword. An innate killing magic treasure. Kong Xian, a leader of the 2nd generation of Pangu's descendants. A veteran quasi-saint. The 6 pure bamboos were able to retain their bamboo bodies under the attack of these 2, which was already very impressive. Ji Changsheng once again felt that his teacher was holding him back. If Xuanti had reminded him of this matter, he would have been mentally prepared. Master Xuanzang was also complaining that his disciple Changsheng was too reckless. Before, Ji Changsheng vowed that he had a way, and Xuanti thought that Ji Changsheng really had a way. After all, this disciple had done many incredible things, and this one was not bad. Now it seems that this time it has failed. How will it end? Ji Changsheng performed a speech on the spot. Jin Yuanzi, have you ever heard of the art of dual cultivation of spiritual roots? Jin Yuanzi, before today, He really had never heard of it. Not to mention that he had never heard of it. The six saints had never heard of it. But today he just happened to hear what the Queen Mother said. How come the technology developed by the Queen Mother is also known by the Changsheng Emperor? Wait. After he came out of the Miro Palace, he was stopped by the Queen Mother. From a factual point of view, the Queen Mother seemed to be buying time for the Changsheng Emperor to commit the crime? Combined with the fact that the Queen Mother and the Changsheng Emperor now coincidentally practice the dual cultivation of spiritual roots. Jin Yuanzi suddenly felt terrified when he thought about it. The Jade Emperor might still be kept in the dark. The Changsheng Emperor is really a good method. Jin Yuan Daxian's praise was convincing. Ji Changsheng didn't understand. He didn't care. The great way of dual cultivation, the combination of yin and yang, is profound and profound. The one who is best at this is the Xianyuan Huangdi of my human race. The yin and yang great way is all-encompassing. Not only can the human race practice it, but also the innate spiritual roots can practice yin and yang dual cultivation. The Changsheng Emperor was talking freely. This was not the professional scope of Zhenyuan Daxian. So he was stunned. He didn't know that this was not the professional scope of Changsheng Dadi either. Ji Changsheng was just fooling him. But he was fooling very well. And the person he brought up was very convincing. Xianyuan Huangdi. This guy really achieved great success by having sex with 3,000 women. In terms of yin and yang dual cultivation, Xianyuan Huangdi is recognized as the best in the heavens and the worlds. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is famous in the world. And Zhenyuan Daxian actually wants to read the original version. When Xianyuan Huangdi was used to endorse it, Zhenyuanzi subconsciously believed it. Can you ask Xianyuan to help? Ji Changsheng heard Zhenyuanzi say this. And his heart was immediately stabilized. And his tone returned to calmness. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all my peers. Is it difficult to ask Xianyuan to help once? Zhenyuan Daxian. It's actually very difficult. For the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Huiyun Cave is a place where they can enter, but not leave most of the time. Any trip of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will cause a series of disturbances. Fortunately, Huiyun Cave is very large and there are passages connecting the heavens and the worlds. So the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are not bored. But they haven't shown up in the prehistoric fairyland for a long time. That is, Ji Changsheng was born in the human race. For old quasi-saints like Zhenyuan Daxian to meet the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors once, they must take the initiative to visit Huiyun Cave. It is impossible to expect the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to come out of Huiyun Cave to visit them. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the 6 saints want to meet the 3 sovereigns, they have to go to Huiyun Cave in person. When Nuan Yangyang met Fuxi in the past, she took the initiative to visit him. The 3 sovereigns abdicated completely, and never caused trouble to the leaders of the human race in later generations. This made countless strong people admire them. Ji Changsheng's calm and confident tone added 3 points of persuasiveness. Ji Changsheng's next words further confirmed Zhenyuan Daxian's doubts. As for the innate spiritual roots that can be cultivated with the ginseng fruit tree, the 6 pure bamboo is not suitable. The 6 pure bamboo is more inclined to fighting. And the most suitable one is the peach tree. Jin Yuanzi. Today I will help you open your eyes and let you know what it means that there are people beyond people and trees beyond trees. Jin Yuanzi is difficult to evaluate. But he was indeed fooled. Not to mention Jin Yuanzi. Everyone else was fooled. Including the Queen Mother, who received Ji Changsheng's message and paid attention to the situation in Wuzhuang Temple. She also fell into doubt. Can innate spiritual roots really be cultivated with dual cultivation? Let's talk about 2 things separately. Yang Jian was so happy. Judicial God Palace. Yang Jian looked at the second tree that materialized in the backyard, patted Chao Ziming's shoulder, and laughed up to the sky. Ziming, you are really my lucky star. Chao Ziming was a little confused. Second master, what's the situation with this tree? Isn't there only 1 tree planted in the backyard of our judicial God Palace? Yang Jian was still laughing. This is called if you keep thinking about it. There will be a response. This tree was actually materialized. It is a magical artifact formed by telekinesis. And it is the best among acquired spiritual roots. If it is cultivated well, it may not be comparable to innate spiritual roots. Just acquired spiritual roots? Chao Ziming's tone was disappointed. Yang Jian laughed dumbly. Ziming, what are you thinking about? Acquired spiritual roots are already very powerful. There are only 5 innate spiritual roots in the prehistoric fairyland. and they were all formed at the beginning of the creation of the world. After the pattern of heaven and earth has been determined, innate things are impossible, and everything is acquired. However, acquired things may not be incomparable to innate spiritual roots. But unfortunately, I am not very good at cultivating spiritual roots. Chao Ziming has a lot of feelings for the second tree. So he asked with concern, "Second master, who is best at cultivating spiritual roots?" Yang Jian answered without hesitation. "Of course, it is the Queen Mother and Jinyuan Daxian. They are both owners of the 5 spiritual roots. One cultivated the peach tree, and the other cultivated the ginseng fruit tree. If this acquired spiritual root is given to them for cultivation, it will definitely grow the best. In this way, I will go to find the Queen Mother immediately." With Yang Jian's face, the Queen Mother will definitely be willing to help him with this little effort. "Second master, please wait a moment." After discovering that the second tree was materialized, Chao Ziming immediately shared this information with Ji Changsheng. Now, he received a reply from Ji Changsheng. His tone was a little strange, perhaps. There is a better way to cultivate this acquired spiritual root. "Uncle Master, help me." Changsheng? Jiayin was very surprised to receive Ji Changsheng's message for help. Is my junior brother in danger? This shouldn't be the case. Jiayin has great confidence in Ji Changsheng's ability. The journey to the West Plan has just begun. And Ji Changsheng can't protect it? This does not match his previous judgment of Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng explained, "Teacher is not in danger. I need Uncle Master to help me." Jiayin reminded Changsheng, "It's okay to help you. But Tontian and I had a scene in front of the Buddhas of Lingshan before, and publicly stated that we would go into seclusion in Lingshan. If I take action, it will easily scare those ambitious people in the outside world. And it will also make Tontian suspicious. In order to complete the fishing plan, Juenti's reincarnation and Jiayin's seclusion are necessary prerequisites. Otherwise, those fish will not take the bait no matter how stupid they are. Not to mention the third uncle, who is still full of confidence. The match was a fait accompli. If it was exposed, it would be bad for the third uncle and for everyone. What if the third uncle got angry? Who could stand it?" Ji Changsheng said, "Master, don't worry. You don't need to show up. You can cooperate with Taiyin Xingyuan's Yugwan Luowan. I want to do something big and trick Jin Yuanzi." "Jiayin? Jin Yuanzi? It's not easy to trick him. But I have hope with Taiyin Illusion." "How did he provoke you?" Ji Changsheng told the truth. "I pushed down his ginseng fruit tree. And he actually wanted me to compensate him." "Jiayin? It's hard to comment. He won't be able to do it after being tricked by Ji Changsheng. Compared to the ignorant Jiayin, the well-informed Li Changxi is very accepting of her junior brother's behavior. Not surprised at all. Junior brother is indeed a junior brother, as always daring to think and act. And he has never forgotten my teachings to him. Yogwan Luowan, the best in the world." Li Changxi is very satisfied. Although she has come to the prehistoric fairyland now, she is the same as Ji Changsheng, and her mentality has never changed. My illusion is to be able to make the fake look real. Yogwan Luowan is the best in the world. So what if he is Daluo? He can deceive him all the same. Back then, I could suppress Jiayin, even if it's not as good as it was back then. Isn't it easy to deceive a mere quasi-saint? Li Changxi already has the confidence that a Daluo strongman should have, and it has increased several times. Ji Changsheng also found Jiayin Saint as an assistant for her. Xian Yuan Huangdi is the main surgeon. Queen Mother invited to guest star. Peach Tree and Ginseng Fruit Tree performed passionately. So, under the eyes of Jinyuan Daxian, in the shocked eyes of Queen Mother, in the situation where Emperor Xian Yuan was also confused. After the 2 innate spiritual roots of Peach Tree and Ginseng Fruit Tree were cultivated together, Ginseng Fruit Tree became pregnant. A new spiritual root was born. Peach Tree was not damaged. Ginseng Fruit Tree did not fully recover, but it can be seen that some vitality was recovered. Ji Changsheng analyzed, the Ginseng Fruit Tree should have used up too much of its spiritual power, and it has also lost its vitality by giving birth to a child. It will be able to recover in a few million years. Jin Yuanzi, don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. Jin Yuanzi, this spiritual root born from the dual cultivation of the Ginseng Fruit Tree and the Peach Tree belongs to you. Ji Changsheng said generously, its potential is definitely not inferior to the 5 spiritual roots. And it definitely has the hope of becoming the 6th spiritual root. Jin Yuanzi, you got a great bargain. Jin Yuanzi felt the new spiritual root and agreed with Ji Changsheng's words in his heart. This is a new spiritual route that has never existed before. Perhaps this is also the direction of his progress. Emperor Changsheng. We have written off our grievances. I will carefully cultivate this spiritual route. Chapter 418 The Sixth Spiritual Route Special Ability. You don't want your secret to be known. Do you? Emperor Xianyuan has not closed his jaw until now. As the most recognized master of dual cultivation in the heavens and the worlds. What scenes has he not seen? But he has never seen a scene where two innate spiritual roots can get pregnant after dual cultivation. It directly overturned his understanding of dual cultivation. Why can innate spiritual roots get pregnant? Emperor Xuanyuan's eyes were full of doubts. Do spiritual roots have male and female? He doesn't understand. Ji Changsheng said calmly, live and learn. Xianyuan, you have been staying in Huiyun Cave for these years and have fallen behind. Emperor Xianyuan touched his head and had a rare self-doubt. Am I really behind the times? Queen Mother was as confused as he was. So the peach tree is male and the ginseng fruit tree is female? Shouldn't they be genderless? Ji Changsheng thought that they were genderless. What's the difference between male and female innate spiritual roots? But the trick that can deceive Jin Yuanzi can deceive Emperor Xianyuan and Queen Mother. So it is normal for them to be confused. If we talk about who can see through the truth, Yang Jian may be one of them. But Yang Jian was not present. He dared not say a word when he was present. Apart from that, it is probably the saints who can see through it. But no saint has ever visited Wushuang Temple in person. If Jin Yuanzi wants to see the six saints, he has to take the initiative to pay a visit. And the three pure ones don't care about him now. And the two saints of the West and Nua have no friendship with him. So Ji Changsheng's plan seems thrilling. But in fact the risk is not great. The benefits are amazing. Of course, we have to take a gamble. Genderless spiritual roots should be able to choose their own gender when practicing dual cultivation. But then again, which peach tree's child is the ginseng fruit tree pregnant with? This is a question. Ji Changsheng introduced the topic to the field of gossip. And he knew that this would attract more attention than the truth of the sixth spiritual root. Sure enough, Emperor Xianyuan became interested as soon as he heard it. TSK. I have practiced dual cultivation countless times in my life. But today's scene is the first time I have seen it. 3,600 peach trees and a ginseng fruit tree practice dual cultivation. It is really too difficult to judge whose child the ginseng fruit tree is pregnant with. Even with the most advanced technological civilization, it is difficult to detect whose seed it is, because there are a total of 3,600 peach trees, and the genes are the same. There is no way to compare. The Queen Mother looked at Jin Yuanzi with some shame. She felt that the peach tree was too much. Jin Yuanzi looked at the ginseng fruit tree, whose vitality was seriously injured, and his eyes were full of heartache. Although he valued this new spiritual root very much, but he silently swore to the ginseng fruit tree in his heart. You will always be my first love and true love. So, are we going to become sworn brothers? Master Xuanzong played the villain and led the topic to the issue that Jinyuan Daxian was even more reluctant to face. The issue of whether the innate spiritual roots can be practiced in pairs has been settled, under the watchful eyes of the public. Led by Emperor Xianyuan himself. Who dares to object? Who can object? Who can have an authority in the way of dual cultivation that exceeds Emperor Xianyuan? Even the six saints can't do it. The sixth spiritual root is a fait accompli. And there is no dispute. Jinyuan Daxian met Master Xuanzong's malicious eyes, took another look at the new spiritual root, and decided to make a move without regrets. Although the ginseng fruit tree was seriously injured, the ginseng fruit was no longer of much significance to him in terms of cultivation. And its greater significance was in socializing. After having a new spiritual root, the loss on the ginseng fruit tree was enough to make up for it. He had no reason to fight with the Changsheng Emperor again. Since ancient times, it was the group with nothing who would fight. And the bourgeoisie would never give up their existing assets. So Jinyuan Daxian immediately ordered Qi Feng Mingyu to arrange vegetables and wine. And in the presence of everyone, he became brothers with Ping On Dashun on the spot. Since even his brother had worshipped him, Zhen Yuanzi simply took out his own stock of ginseng fruit and held a small ginseng fruit banquet. And what he said made everyone unable to refuse. This is probably the last ginseng fruit banquet in tens of millions of years. Before the ginseng fruit tree recovers naturally, Wu Zhuangwen will not produce ginseng fruit again. In this way, the value of these ginseng fruits in Zhen Yuanzi's inventory rose instantly. Although ginseng fruit is meaningless to the Daluo strongmen, with the idea of tasting the last ginseng fruit, All the great powers participated in this ginseng fruit meeting. Queen Mother also took out her own stock of 9,000 years of peaches, raising the level of this small meeting to the highest level. The lowest participant was a demon king like Jiao Mong, who was stuck in front of Daluo Gate. Other participants were Changsheng Dadi, Master Xuanzong, Queen Mother, Xian Yuan Huandi, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Qin Feng Mingyu, who had suffered great injustice. Qin Feng Mingyu shared a ginseng fruit, and her eyes were red with emotion. She secretly vowed in her heart that she must not leave Wuzhuang Temple, and must be filial to Zhenyuan Daxian. Not to mention that Qin Feng Mingyu left the ginseng fruit meeting early with good sense. Among the powerful people who stayed, Xianyuan Huandi did not leave Huiyun Cave for a long time, and he did not know much about many new things in the prehistoric fairy world. And he was also curious about the new spiritual roots. After tasting a ginseng fruit, he still asked the question that interested him the most. Zhenyuan Daxian, the spiritual root is in your hands, so it should be taken care of in the best way, right? Of course. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. Then do you have any way to quickly ripen the new spiritual root? Xianyuan Huandi continued to ask. Zhenyuan Daxian frowned slightly. Of course there is a way, but I don't recommend doing that. Why? The one who asked the question was Ji Changsheng, who was also curious about a question just now. The ginseng fruit tree needs time to recover its spirituality. So why don't you adjust the time in Wuzhuang Temple? Emperor Changsheng doesn't know that the time that is adjusted and accelerated is essentially different from the time that flows naturally, which has a significant impact on the spiritual root. The one who spoke was Queen Mother. Zhenyuan Daxian didn't really want to pay attention to Ji Changsheng. The Queen Mother continued, the natural passage of time is fine, and it conforms to the laws of the operation of the heavenly way. Once time is adjusted to speed up or slow down, it is equivalent to changing the time on the body of Panga Father God to a certain extent. But space and other elements will not be affected. In short, only time can be changed in Wuzhuang Temple, and the growth of spiritual roots requires many other factors, such as light, 5 elements, cave heaven, spiritual energy. These are things that Zhenyuan Daxian cannot change. Ji Changsheng understood what the Queen Mother meant, but not completely. The flow of time in the heavenly court has always been abnormal, right? It seems that the peach tree has not been affected. Ji Changsheng wondered. The Queen Mother patiently explained, it is still affected. As the 5 major spiritual roots, the peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree are at the same level. But the effect of the peach is much worse than that of the ginseng fruit tree. Although the yield is much better, the effect is still weakened by 20%. If the peach tree can grow naturally, the effect will be better than it is now. Despite this, the Queen Mother would not let the peach tree grow naturally. Even if the peaches have the effect of ginseng fruit, it is meaningless to her, and their function is still socializing. The current peaches are enough. The creatures below Daluo do not need the peaches to have a better effect. The creatures above Daluo have long been immune to medicine stones. Ji Changsheng still has some doubts. Even if the strength is weakened by 20%, it will not have much impact on the effect of the spiritual roots. Right? Compared with the soaring output, this should be acceptable. I see that the Queen Mother accepts it very well. Why can't my brother accept it? My brother? The Queen Mother and others were stunned. Ji Changsheng explained, as a matter of course, Zhen Yuanzi and I are brothers. Of course, I am the elder brother, and he is the younger brother. What's the problem? Zhen Yuanzi's fist hardened. Others were speechless. The Queen Mother tried to smooth things over and change the subject. Reducing the strength by 20% certainly won't have much impact. But if you adjust the time in Wuzhuang Temple, it won't just be 20% of the strength that will be reduced. I'm afraid it will be at least half. Why? Because the heavenly court was transformed by the Taoist patriarch, and Wuzhuang Temple is just the Taoist temple of Zhenyuan Daxian. Ji Changsheng understood instantly. There should indeed be this gap. That's right. He has always regarded Haotian as the most powerful emperor in the heavenly court, and subconsciously ignored that there is a Taoist patriarch above Haotian. The Taoist patriarch Hongjun has the most authority in the heavenly court. Hongjun personally transformed the territory. 1 Zishu Palace, and 1 heavenly court. Of course, Wuzhuang Temple cannot touch porcelain. The ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree cannot have the same cultivation and growth model. No wonder the GDP output value created by the peach tree is simply overwhelming the ginseng fruit tree, as they are both 5 spiritual roots. The Queen Mother directly sat firmly on the throne of the Empress of the Heavenly Court with the help of the peach tree. and was on par with the 6 emperors. However, Jin Yuanzi, holding the ginseng fruit tree, could only be the ancestor of his earthly immortals in the mortal world. The gap is not in the spiritual roots, nor in the strength of the Queen Mother and Jin Yuanzi, but in the platform gap between the two sides. Ji Chansheng drew inferences from one example. Then if we take the new spiritual roots to the heavenly court, they should also be ripened. Right? The Queen Mother nodded. In theory, it is possible, but it is still best to grow naturally. Jin Yuan Daxian should not be willing to ripen the new spiritual roots for the first time they grow. Jin Yuanzi also nodded silently. He really didn't want to. That was the child of the ginseng fruit tree. In his heart, it was equivalent to his grandson. He hoped to cultivate the best growth conditions for his grandson, and he also had the ability to do so. But Emperor Xianyuan spoke up. Great immortal Jin Yuan, can you satisfy my curiosity? I am really looking forward to what abilities the new spiritual root born from the dual cultivation of innate spiritual roots will have. Master Xuanzang and Bodhisattva Guanyin were also moved. They were also very curious. Even Ji Chansheng was very curious. He already knew that this spiritual root was born in the backyard of the judicial heavenly god's mansion, and was a divine artifact manifested by telekinesis. Such an acquired spiritual root will definitely have abilities. But what abilities will be born? Only after this spiritual root grows up can we know. Ji Chansheng can't grasp it now, seeing that many powerful people were looking at him. Zhen Yuanzi felt the pressure. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to satisfy Emperor Xuanyuan's request, because he was also very curious. Then I'll trouble you, Your Majesty. No problem. The Queen Mother waved her phoenix robe, and the sky and the earth spun. In a moment, a group of powerful people appeared in Yaoqi. With the authority of the Queen Mother in the heavenly court, she could naturally be teleported to Yaoqi at any time, without any nonsense. She immediately began to cultivate and ripen the new spiritual roots. The two top spiritual root cultivation experts in the heavens and the worlds are the Queen Mother and Jin Yuan Daxian. The attainments of both sides are equally good. Now the Queen Mother is doing it herself, and Jin Yuan Daxian is watching the whole process and has benefited a lot. The Queen Mother activated the time adjustment authority inside Yaoqi, and did not let the powerful people wait too long. About 5 minutes. Under the gaze of the powerful people, the new spiritual roots went through a series of processes such as germination, growth, and fruiting. When Zhen Yuanzi saw the results, he nodded with satisfaction. Emperor Xianyuan also sighed. It is indeed a new spiritual root born from the dual cultivation of the ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree. When it grows up, it is still a fruit type, not a combat type spiritual root. With Emperor Xuanyuan's endorsement again, this is a hammer. If the ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree gave birth to a combat type spiritual root, Jin Yuanzi might really have to consider the authenticity of this matter. But the new spiritual root is still a fruit, which really looks like the child of the ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree. No, not very similar. Just. Ji Chansheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This fruit is not quite the same as the peach and the ginseng fruit, because the fruit produced by the second tree is actually black. Queen Mother frowned slightly and said uncertainly, it seems that it has no effect of prolonging life. No effect of prolonging life? That means it has mutated. At this moment, the first black fruit was completely ripe. Queen Mother picked the black fruit in front of all the powerful people. The black fruit fell into Queen Mother's hands and immediately split into 2 pieces from the middle. The middle of the black fruit was empty, with only a sentence written inside the shell. Xianyuan Huangdi was once caught in bed by Jiao Tian Xian Nu. Swish. All the powerful people looked at Xianyuan Huangdi. Emperor Xuanyuan's old face instantly turned red, and he was angry and embarrassed. Rumors. Absolutely rumors. What's the matter with this black fruit? Seeing Xianyuan Huangdi's reaction, everyone knew it should be true. Ji Chansheng said in surprise. Information fruit? Queen Mother positioned more accurately. Negative information fruit. It seems to record the black material of the powerful people in the sky? Jin Yuanzi's mood was a little subtle. Look at another one. He picked the second black fruit. After opening the fruit shell, the same sentence appeared. The Jade Pure True King rejected the Taoist Sihong. Swish. The group of powerful people looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva again. Guanyin Bodhisattva was silent for half a second, and left a sentence. It's just nonsense. Then she quickly left. Ji Chengxing's heart moved. Although the second tree was born in the judicial god's mansion, This concept was originally proposed by Ji Changsheng. So Ji Changsheng was the first owner of this new spiritual root in concept. He sensed his control over the new spiritual root. So he concentrated his mind and wrote a sentence in the third unripe black fruit. After a while, the group of powerful people opened the last black fruit. The reason why the Changsheng Emperor destroyed the ginseng fruit tree was 60% to please the Queen Mother. Bang! The Changsheng Emperor was angry and embarrassed and instantly attacked the new spiritual root. It was blocked by Jin Yuanzi's sleeve. Emperor Changsheng, you are anxious. Jin Yuanzi smiled. Compared to the ginseng fruit, the black fruit is more powerful. Jin Yuanzi saw the overwhelming wealth. Chapter 419 Bagua Tree. The next target of the net. I think this is a demon tree. Jin Yuanzi, do you want to protect the Domu demon tree? Eternal Emperor continued to be angry and embarrassed and began to accuse others. The Queen Mother was also a little at a loss. Although these powerful people are well informed, they have never seen such a spiritual root that can reveal other people's gossip. As long as it is the first time, everyone has no experience. As the person involved, the Queen Mother was in a mess. Looking at the angry and embarrassed Emperor Changsheng, the Queen Mother simply threw her phoenix robe, activated the authority of Yaoqi, and directly threw all the powerful people out of Yaoqi. Go wherever you want. She will definitely not keep guests. If they stay, she is afraid of big problems. Fortunately, according to the time she adjusted, the fruiting time of this bagua tree should be 5,000 years, and it will produce 3 black fruits. Calculated in this way, it is still within the controllable range. If there were more, such as 8 or 10 fruits at a time, the Queen Mother felt that Jin Yuanzi might be killed by many Daluo masters. He could even detect the gossip of Daluo masters. He was indeed a new spiritual root born from the dual cultivation of innate spiritual roots. It was really powerful. The Queen Mother forced herself to think about the power of spiritual roots. But she still couldn't help but go off track. Did he really destroy the ginseng fruit tree for me? When the Queen Mother's thoughts went off track, Zhang Byron's thoughts also went off track. A certain world. Zhang Byron was being besieged by a group of Zergs. He was about to fail. But suddenly his microcosm exploded, and he completed a critical comeback. The surviving humans cheered. Zhang Byron's friends were concerned about Zhang Byron. Byron, why did you suddenly explode? Did you use some secret method to shorten your life? Zhang Byron's face turned green. He subconsciously touched his head and said to himself, yes. Why did my strength suddenly increase? The memory broke through the seal. He solved the mystery of the womb. Then, his face turned even greener. Although this is within my expectations, and I am actually looking forward to seeing this scene. But, I really can't be happy. Even if I seem to see the hope of becoming a saint. Halcyon muttered to himself. Becoming stronger is becoming stronger. And being uncomfortable is being uncomfortable. This is not a conflict. Byron, are you okay? Nothing. Zhang Byron gritted his teeth, and a smile reappeared on his face. At the critical moment of life and death, I broke through. Breakthrough? Great. Byron, you are indeed the chosen one. If you want to fight against the Zerg, all hope lies in you. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Zhang Byron was inspired. A real man must keep getting stronger. At all costs. My lady, I will not let you down for your sacrifice and accomplishment. Zhang Byron felt that he had taken another solid step on the road to becoming stronger. Jin Yuanzi felt exactly the same as Haoyan at this time. Even if Ji Changsheng on the opposite side was threatening him. Xiaozhen, destroy this demon tree. The water here is too deep. You can't control it. Be careful that you will be killed when you go out one day. Ji Changsheng did not hide his fierceness. Jin Yuanzi just wanted to laugh. Emperor Changsheng, you don't think I was scared? Jin Yuanzi immediately put away his new love. And then said to Ji Changsheng leisurely, it seems that I need to let Changsheng Emperor know me again. I am Jin Yuanzi, who was enlightened in ancient times. My holy name is Yushir Tong Jun, the ancestor of earthly immortals. I control the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 5 spiritual roots, and the earth book, one of the 3 books of heaven, earth and man. Speaking of this, Jin Yuanzi was full of momentum, and the strength of the old quasi-saint was undoubtedly revealed. Changsheng Emperor, why don't you kill me? Don't you want to? It can't be done. It really can't be done. If Jin Yuanzi doesn't go down, no one dares to offend him. Even if he goes down, only the 6 saints dare to say that they can suppress Jin Yuanzi. If it is other Daluo strongmen, They can at most say that they are not afraid. Anyone who says that he can take down Jin Yuanzi is absolutely bragging. The Queen Mother only controls one of the 5 spiritual roots. That is, the Emperor and Empress of the Heavenly Court. Among the 3 books of heaven, earth and man, the heavenly book of the conferred God list is in the hands of Lord Haoqian, and the human book of life and death is in the hands of the Queen Mother Ho-Tu. Jin Yuanzi is in charge of the earth book. The factory settings of the ginseng fruit tree plus the earth book have already demonstrated the strength of Jin Yuanzi. In terms of equipment and strength, Jin Yuanzi is among the best among the quasi-saints. Not to mention, Jin Yuanzi is also the ancestor of Earth Immortals, the ultimate of Earth Immortals. On weekdays, Jin Yuanzi only worships heaven and earth, including the Taoist ancestors, the 6 saints, the 4 emperors, and the Luotian rulers. There are no tablets and incense in Jin Yuanzi's place. He is just this kind of celebrity. Unless the 6 saints do it themselves. Who can silence me? Jin Yuanzi completely gained the upper hand in momentum at this moment. At this time, they have returned to Wushuang Temple. Master Xuanzang nodded to Ji Changsheng, and he was inspired by Jin Yuanzi and suppressed his disciple's prestige. Changsheng. Jin Yuanzi didn't brag. With his strength, he won't be in danger unless the saint takes action. This kind of spiritual root that can explode the black material of the power is indeed not grasped by ordinary people. But Jin Yuanzi can grasp it, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for the saint. This spiritual root is enough to ensure that he will become the most unprovoked quasi-saint. For Jin Yuanzi, it is even more important than the ginseng fruit tree. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Little town. It seems that you are determined to protect this demon tree? Jin Yuanzi ignored Ji Changsheng's address and said calmly, Emperor Changsheng can rest assured. I just carefully observed the time it takes for the queen. This new spiritual root takes 5,000 years to bear fruit, and only 3 black fruits are produced at a time. There are countless powerful people in the heavens and the worlds, and there should be no black material about Emperor Changsheng next time. After a pause, Jin Yuanzi promised, I promise not to inform the Jade Emperor about today's matter. The private affair between Emperor Changsheng and Queen Mother was confirmed in his eyes. He naturally thought that Ji Changsheng was angry because of this matter, so he made such a promise. As Jin Yuanzi expected, after hearing him say this, Ji Changsheng's face eased a lot. The queen and I have no private affair. The 300 tales of Silver Emperor Changsheng made Jin Yuanzi feel a great sense of accomplishment, thanks to this new little baby. Before the birth of the new spiritual root, the Changsheng Emperor had always had the upper hand. After the birth of the new spiritual root, he finally regained the initiative and restored the status and dominance that the ancestor of the earthly immortals should have. The attack and defense are changed, all thanks to the new spiritual root. Jin Yuanzi is more and more satisfied. Fruit once every 5,000 years, and only 3 at a time. This frequency is indeed not high. Xia Zenzi, you are lucky. If it only bears once every 5 days, you will definitely be beaten to death. Jin Yuanzi smiled but said nothing. He thought that Ji Changsheng was still young after all, and he didn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How could the spiritual root born from the dual cultivation of innate spiritual roots bear fruit once every 5 days? It's terrible to be uneducated. Xia Zenzi, you'd better protect this demon tree. I can guarantee that there will definitely be many strong people who want to eradicate this demon tree in the future. Ji Changsheng finally left a threat. But in Jin Yuanzi's view, this is more like impotent rage. Of course, Jin Yuanzi did not doubt the truth of Ji Changsheng's words. Just based on the characteristics of this bagua tree, it is destined that many strong people will want to eradicate it or take it away. But Jin Yuanzi is not particularly worried. As I said before, there are only a few opponents in the world that can give Jin Yuanzi a headache. This also proves one thing from the side. Emperor Changsheng has grown into one of the most difficult strong men in the world in a very short time. It's not that Jin Yuanzi is too incompetent. It's really that Emperor Changsheng's record is too outstanding. The Judicial God's Palace. The Jade Emperor came in person. He put a piece of white paper in front of Yang Jian. Sign him. Yang Jian took the contract and took a look at it, shaking his head helplessly. Your Majesty, even if you don't sign a confidentiality agreement, I won't tell anyone. Ji Changsheng nodded. I believe in your IQ and character, but I believe in it. And I still believe in the contract in black and white. With the constraints of the confidentiality agreement, we are all relieved. Whatever. Yang Jian signed his name without hesitation. Ji Chansheng got this confidentiality contract from the 6 saints. This is what the Western 2 saints and the 3 pure ones signed before. The Western 2 saints dared not tear up the heavenly Tao contract. If Yang Jian had the ability, Ji Chansheng would accept it. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Yang Jian asked curiously, Your Majesty, what is the function of the second tree? Information. Information? Disclose the unknown secrets of the powerful people in the heavens. And it is biased towards the negative. Yang Jian did not understand it at the first time. So Ji Chansheng gave him an example. The next time the second tree bears fruit, Zhen Yuanzi will open the black fruit and find a line of words written inside the fruit shell. Yang Jian wants to be Lu Chenxiang's biological father. Yang Jian instantly slammed the table and stood up. This is simply the Dou-Mu demon tree. Ji Chansheng was very pleased. The god of justice is on the right track. However, he was pretending to be angry in front of Zhen Yuanzi. Yang Jian doesn't look like he's pretending. Those who have some blood of Haoqian are indeed a bit perverted. Your Majesty, this kind of tree demon must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise the order of the heavens will be unstable. Yang Jian really couldn't sit still. If Zhen Yuanzi caught this handle, how could he survive in the future? Ji Chansheng casually said, You go and eradicate it. I have no objection. As long as you can beat Zhen Yuanzi. Yang Jian. He really can't beat Zhen Yuanzi. Let alone him. Let Haotian. Haotian should be able to beat him. Although Zhen Yuanzi's factory settings are very luxurious, Haotian's ninja way makes Ji Chansheng feel disgusted and unable to start. He still feels that Haotian, the turtle, is stronger. Don't worry. The second tree bears fruit once every 5,000 years. And only 3 fruits at a time. So the yield is not high. As for who will be leaked, we haven't figured out the pattern yet. Wait for Zhen Yuanzi's observation. It may not be revealed to you. Ji Chansheng really hasn't figured out the pattern yet. No one has ever played with the second tree before. It's just right for Zhen Yuanzi to help him out. After hearing Ji Chansheng say this, Yang Jian felt relieved a little. And then he remembered to explain. Your Majesty, I'm actually normal. I just don't want my sister to marry those messy men. Ji Chansheng nodded. I believe it. Really? Yang Jian? You obviously didn't believe it. Ji Chansheng stood up, patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't fool me. It's okay if you can fool Yang Chan. Fortunately, she is stupid. It seems that you are still picky. Yang Jian's face flushed. Ji Chansheng didn't listen to Yang Jian's explanation. He continued to the next place. Yaoqi. However, Ji Chansheng was turned away at Yaoqi. Jiao Tianxian Nu came out of Yaoqi and said something that made Ji Chansheng speechless. Your Majesty, the Queen asked me to tell you that you don't want Haotian to become a saint. Right? Ji Chansheng. So Haotian is still awesome. Ji Chansheng didn't feel so difficult to deal with when he faced the 6 saints. Haotian, the biggest weakness is also the biggest strength. I really don't know how to target him. Ji Chansheng could only change the subject. It seems that the Queen and Xian Nu have a good relationship, and even told Xian Nu the inside story of this matter. Jiao Tianxian Nu nodded and said, Sisai and I grew up together, so we are naturally close sisters. Sheng Wu Yuanjun is the mother of Queen Mother, and the teacher of Jiao Tianxian Nu. It is not surprising that Jiao Tianxian Nu and Queen Mother have such a good relationship. Ji Chansheng was curious about the name. Sisai? The Queen Mother's nickname. I see. I have something to tell your Majesty. Jiao Tianxian Nu suddenly said, The reincarnation of the Saint Juanti seems to have begun the journey of recovery? Yes. Jiao Tianxian Nu said calmly, I have been stuck at the Daliao gate for a long time. If I really can't find a way to break through, I may not be able to resist attacking the reincarnation of the saint. Your Majesty doesn't need to hold back, and we will rely on our own abilities. Ji Chansheng blinked. Xian Nu also has arrangements in the lower world. The saint has moved his mind, which makes your Majesty laugh. Jiao Tianxian Nu did not deny. Ji Chansheng did not ask any more questions. He welcomed the teacher on behalf of the teacher, for the sake of Huanyan and the Empress. As long as Zuan does not commit suicide, I will not kill her. Jiao Tianzuan smiled. I know the importance of it, and do not covet the flesh and blood of the saint. What does Zuan want to do? Jiao Tianzuan continued to smile. I learned the method of dual cultivation from Xian Yuan, and I want to discuss it with the saint. Ji Changsheng? Xian Yuan. Danger? The retribution of the scumbag is coming. Fortunately, this emperor is not a scumbag. The lower world. Master Xuanzang curiously asked the great sage Pingzhang, Changsheng. The dual cultivation of the peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree actually gave birth to an information route. Doesn't Zhen Yuanzi doubt it? From his perspective, this is equivalent to a white man and a yellow man getting married, and finally giving birth to a black man. It would be strange if there is no trick. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Teacher, don't stand in the perspective of God. If I do this to you, you will not doubt it. Believe it or not. Master Xuanzang, you'd better stay away from me. Teacher, the account with Zhen Yuanzi has been settled. Who should we settle with next? Master Xuanzang coughed lightly. I heard that there is a corpse demon in Baihu Ridge that has harmed countless people. I have the mercy of Buddha and should kill the demon. Ji Changsheng. Teacher, you are really magnanimous and don't bear grudges at all. Chapter 420. Master Xuanzang's face turned red. Disciple, I have clearly forgotten about that little demon. But I just said it unconsciously. Ji Changsheng nodded repeatedly. Well, teacher, do you think I believe a word? Master Xuanzang's face turned red again. After all, he has not yet recovered his saintly cultivation, and his mortal body makes Master Xuanzang unable to fully control his body. So it is easy for him to have some stress reactions. Master doesn't want the common people to suffer. This has nothing to do with the corpse demon offending the Master. Master is avenging you. Master Xuanzang explained, when you were weak, the corpse demon once ordered the Huangquan sect, a sect in the Changsheng realm, to hunt you down. If it weren't for Yu Linglong's protection at that time, you would have died. Such a great vengeance must be avenged. Master will definitely make the decision for you. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Shocked from the bottom of his heart. My God. Master, you even found such details? How long have you been investigating Mrs. Baigu? How can she deserve such treatment? Ji Changsheng had forgotten about this. The Huangquan sect is gone. How can he remember such a grudge? As for Mrs. Baigu, what is this thing? Is it worth the Changsheng Emperor to remember it? Now those who can enter the eyes of the Changsheng Emperor must at least start from the Xinjuan. Or even the Daluo. Little demons like Mrs. Baigu have long disappeared from the Changsheng Emperor's attention. If Zhuanti and Luoho had not been involved with Lady Whitebone, Ji Changsheng would not have remembered that there was such a little demon. Zhuanti could even find out such detailed past events. Ji Changsheng could only worship him. Master Xuanzang tried to defend himself. In fact, it didn't take long to investigate. It's not difficult to investigate a little demon like the corpse demon. It is indeed not difficult to check. But it is hard to imagine a president of a country paying attention to a little beggar on the street. Luoho could not think of it either. So he was wronged. I thought it was foolproof to learn the Yinshi Huapai Jing from Madame Baigu. But I did not expect that such an inconspicuous little demon would be paid attention to by a saint. It is simply unjust. Disciple, your teacher is not Haoyan, and I do not practice the way of forbearance. Ji Changsheng nodded. I can see that my senior sister also suggested that you learn from Haoyan and practice the way of forbearance. Teacher, you can't learn anything. Just Zhuanti's vindictive nature. He must be obsessed with the way of forbearance on the first day. Saints also have limitations. Haoyan's way of forbearance. I guess none of the 6 saints can learn. So I can't learn my uncle's 1 qi into 3 pure ones, and can't understand Yuan Shirtian Wang's Hun Yuan Dao. Which has nothing to do with me. It's mainly because of the incompatibility of attributes. Yes, that's it. Ji Changsheng successfully convinced himself. The Jiao Demon King, who had turned into a black Jiao horse, was trembling with fear. He was determined to reduce his presence on the journey to obtain scriptures. If he couldn't, he would learn the silent meditation from Maitreya Buddha. My brother is easy to talk to. The Saint Zhuanti is really too vindictive. He was really afraid that if he said something wrong one day and told others that he didn't want to be a mount, Zhuanti would silently put him on the blacklist. Originally, he had never worried about such things. But now, he has refreshed his cognition. However, before practicing the silent meditation, the Jiao Demon King still boldly made a suggestion. Master, my brother, should we find 2 more errand boys to do some odd jobs? With them as targets, I can hide and develop. After refining Zhuanti's fingers, the Jiao Demon King, with his own cultivation background, was stuck at the peak of the true Lord realm. And what he needed was a final push. So he didn't care about the credit at all, as long as he could get some hard work and kick him in the ass. His promotion to Daluo would be a piece of cake. Ji Changsheng didn't mind finding 2 more errand boys. The great sage of balance accounts was such a high status that he couldn't do odd jobs by himself. He asked Master Xuanzang for his opinion. Teacher, what do you think? Master Xuanzang said frankly, I think the corpse demon is extremely evil. It's too easy for her to die once. Ji Changsheng. Jiao Mo Wang. It's really hard to judge. Jiao Mo Wang knew the grudge between Madame Whitebone and Saint Juanti. From his perspective, he really didn't think it was a big deal. It was Master Xuandu who defeated Juanti head-on. It was Ji Changsheng who smashed the 6 pure bamboos from the side. It was Tathagata Buddha who picked up the severed hand of Saint Juanti and forcibly refined it. As a result, the 3 culprits lived very comfortably. And Juanti caught Kong Xian and Madame Whitebone and beat them up. The Jiao Demon King could only say that if he had the opportunity to become a saint, he would not be so cowardly. Master Xuanzang continued, Disciple, don't forget the promise you made to me that you would customize the corpse demon. Ji Changsheng did not forget that when Luoho found Mrs. Whitebone before, it was Juanti who first discovered it and reminded Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng had forgotten Mrs. Whitebone at that time and did not pay attention to this matter at all. So he owed a small favor to the Saint Juanti. And the Saint Juanti used the favor of the Emperor Changsheng on Mrs. Whitebone. It was really a waste. It was really petty. Teacher, don't worry. Since I promised you something, I will definitely do it. Let's consider whether to add 2 members to do miscellaneous work. My brother Jiao and I are of noble status, and we can't do those trivial things. If it was for his wife, Ji Changsheng would be happy to do it. Forget about the teacher. Such a petty teacher is not worthy of Ji Changsheng's sacrifice. Jiao Mo Wang nodded vigorously at first, and after Master Xuanzang looked over, the amplitude of his nod instantly became smaller, and he whispered in agreement, After all, I still have the title of the 9 Stars Lord of the Heavenly Court. It is indeed not convenient to show up in many occasions, and it is best not to let people know that I am Jiao Mo Wang. Otherwise it will make many demon kings from the demon clan afraid. This is just one of the reasons. Jiao Mo Wang mainly doesn't want people to know that he is a mount, even if it is a saint's mount. Although the top supercars in the prehistoric fairy world are very face-saving. No matter how face-saving they are not as face-saving as the Daluo's strongmen. Jiao Mo Wang is not Qinghuandi Ting. His goal in demon life is Daluo. Not to be a supercar, nor to hope that the master will become a dragon. He wants to become a dragon himself. Master Xuanzang did not understand the real thoughts of Jiao Mo Wang. After all, Jiao Mo Wang did not offend him now, and Xuanzang's mind was still on Madame Baigu. Since Ji Changsheng and Jiao Mo Wang said so, Master Xuanzang nodded. You can collect them as you like. I don't care. They are all doing odd jobs anyway. Master Xuanzang said bluntly, This time, I am here to repay my debts. Changsheng is the main contributor, and the others are just details, including Jiao Mo Wang. It is also a detail, but Jiao Mo Wang himself does not need much, so he does not care. Ji Changsheng heard Master Xuanzang's attitude and nodded. If that's the case, the 2 odd jobs can't be too strong. If they are too strong, they can't be used as bait for fishing. Their team has the reincarnation of the saint, the great sage of Pingzhang and Jiao Mo Wang, so they can be safe from enemies below Daluo. For enemies above Daluo, it is enough to call for reinforcements. There is no need to always have a Daluo following. So if we look for them again, we have to find cannon fodder. And it has to be the kind of cannon fodder that is not painful to sacrifice. With this thought, Ji Changsheng was reluctant to let the people of Ji's party participate. After he changed the appearance of Journey to the West, the danger increased rapidly, and the participants became more and more famous. Cannon fodder really has the risk of being wiped out, and if they succeed, they will not get too many benefits. The biggest ones must be him and Juanti. So he decided to activate the original team. I have cannon fodder as a backup. Teacher, let's go find 2 cannon fodders first. With them, Madame Whitebone will have the confidence to take action. Otherwise, with my status as the great sage of balance accounts, Madame Whitebone will definitely flee at the sight of the enemy. No! The answer of Master Xuanzang surprised Ji Changsheng and the Demon King Jiao. Why not? Madame Whitebone is not stupid. Ji Changsheng asked in confusion. Master Xuanzang's explanation made Ji Changsheng want to worship him again. Before I reincarnated, I blocked the external communication channels of Baihu Ridge. Luoho did not tell her about the changes in the outside world. So the corpse demon is now a little demon with little knowledge, and has no idea of your reputation. In addition, Luoho also taught her something. So her strength has improved and her confidence has also expanded. Ji Cha Sheng. Teacher is worthy of being a teacher. The Jiao Demon King lowered his head humbly. Think about Kong Xian. As a powerful demon of the demon clan, he could only be a mount for the Junti Saint. At this moment, the Jiao Demon King not only felt the small-mindedness of the Junti Saint, but also felt the strength of Junti. When small-mindedness and strength appear together, it is best not to offend. Just be a supercar. It's only temporary anyway. Think about what happened to Senior Kong Xian. His future is still bright. Please ride? Master. The Jiao Demon King's attitude was very respectful. Master Xuanzang was not polite either. He is now immortal. And he definitely needs a mount. Disciple, where are the 2 cannon fodders you chose? Go to Lusha River first. Lusha River? That seems to be at the junction of Zhangzhou and Xinyahizu in the south. Jiao Demon King. You should show your true form. We should hurry up. Jiao Demon King did not follow Master Xuanzang's instructions to show his true form, but asked in astonishment, didn't Tathagata say that we should go to the west with our feet on the ground? Master Xuanzang laughed. Ji Changsheng was also a little surprised. Who is Tathagata? Is he qualified to order me and my teacher? They arrived at Wuzhuang Temple from Datong in half a day. And they didn't walk. What does the rule set by Tathagata have to do with the great sage Pinghang? What does it have to do with the Saint Junti? Just like the heavenly rules set by Haotian. Can they still constrain the saints? He does have that idea. But does he have that ability? Jiao Demon King. At this moment, he once again deeply felt the gap between himself and his brother. His thinking still cannot escape the constraints of rules. But his brother never takes the rules seriously. Just as the one who makes the rules. The difference in the pattern is immediately determined. Master Xuanzang slowly said, Tathagata is indeed not a big deal. But the request of the emperor of the Tang dynasty should be met as much as possible. Buddhism has the opportunity to preach in the Tang dynasty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And it also means that the relationship between Lingshan and the human race will be further improved. In the past, because there were too many demons from the Jiejia in the Western Church, the demon Buddhas were too powerful to be removed. And it was the same problem as the heavenly court. Therefore, they are not close to the human race. Knowing that the human race is the general trend. And the human race is developing better and better. With a wider territory and a larger population. Such a large market. But Lingshan has nothing to do. Junti and Jian are also very uncomfortable. But they were kidnapped. And there was really no way before. Can they still revolutionize themselves? Now it is different. The bad assets have been stripped off. And they are ready to go. Just in time to change the route. It is much easier to let the human race believe in Buddhism than to let the demon race believe in Buddhism. And the market is much larger. Master Xuanzang and the emperor of the Tang dynasty have reached a tacit understanding. The Tang dynasty needs the intelligence and territory of Xinyaozhou. And Lingshan needs the market and faith of the Tang dynasty. Under the possibility of win-win between the two sides, Junti does not want to give up this opportunity. First, gather the members of the journey to the west and saw the white bone lady. And then we will help the emperor of the Tang dynasty explore the route from Nanshan Buzhe to Xinyaozhou step by step. Master Xuanzang made a decision. Ji Changsheng and Jiao Mong certainly have no objection. They don't care about the development of the situation in the human world. Nor do they care about the life and death of the demons in Xinyaozhou. As I said, the demons themselves are an alliance. And no one in the Jiaolong clan will regard the cattle and horses as compatriots. Ji Changsheng is very confident about the current Tang dynasty. According to the law of historical cycles, the Tang dynasty is now at the right time to forge ahead. It is really the wrong time for Tathagata to launch the journey to the west. If the middle or late period of the dynasty is chosen, the possibility of success will be greatly increased. Now, Comrade Erfing's military talent is really not exaggerated. He has been leading the army since he was 18 years old, and even Li Daoyan suspects that he is the reincarnation of a god. The number of races conquered under the rule of the Tang dynasty is too numerous to count. No words along the way. In less than half an hour, Ji Changsheng and his companions had already arrived at the border of the Ruoshui Sanqian and the Lusha River. The Lusha River is 800 miles long, and tens of millions of miles long. The water flows like a rolling wave, and the waves roll like the back of a mountain. It is vast and boundless, and you can hear the 10,000-foot flood from 10 miles away. It is difficult for immortal boats to reach here, and lotus leaves cannot float. The withered grass and the setting sun flow over the curved river, and the yellow clouds cast shadows on the long embankment. In short, there is no one to be seen. There is only a demonic aura rising to the sky. After a while, a demon jumped out of the Lusha River, which was very ugly. It was neither green nor black. With a gloomy face, it was neither tall nor short. With bare feet and a muscular body. Its eyes flickered like two lamps under a stove. Its mouth was forked like a butcher's fire bowl. It raised its teeth to support the sword blade, and its red hair was messy and fluffy. Judging from its appearance, it is extremely scary. However, none of Ji Changsheng and his companions were scared. But this monster was, especially after seeing the great sage Pingzhang. He immediately bowed his head and said, "Meet the great sage Pingzhang." "Great sage, I am also a member of the great Emperor Changsheng." "Ji Changsheng. How come he doesn't know this? And, are you a human?" Zhuanlian quickly changed his words. "Great sage, I am also a demon of the great Emperor Changsheng." Obviously, after being banished to the Lusha River, Zhuanlian has been paying attention to external information and has already known that the great sage Pingzhang is working for the great Emperor Changsheng. "Great sage, I am not a demon. I was originally the general who served as the curtain raiser for His Majesty the Holy Lord. I accidentally broke the glass cup of the Emperor Ziwei at the peach banquet, and the Lord of Heaven wanted to sentence me to death. It was the Emperor Changsheng who spoke up to save me. The Lord of Heaven whipped me 800 times for the Emperor Changsheng's sake, and banished me to the lower world. And I became like this. I made up my mind that day and sold my life to the Emperor Changsheng. Over the years, I have also been working loyally for the Emperor Changsheng. Please take a look." Great sage. Zhuanlian took out a string of skulls to show off his merits. At the peach banquet that day, the great Emperor Changsheng fried golden cicadas, which made the Buddha Tathagata lose face. But the Buddha Tathagata secretly let the golden cicada reincarnate in order to seek revenge in the future. Although the great Emperor Changsheng didn't care, I took it to heart. Over the years, the golden cicada has reincarnated 9 times, and I have eaten them all. In the water of the flowing sand river, even goose feathers cannot float. Only the skeleton of the 9th generation of the golden cicada floats on the water and cannot sink. I heard that Tathagata asked the pilgrim team to go to Lingshan on the ground. But the flowing sand river cannot be crossed on the ground. I am willing to offer these 9 skulls to help the great sage. Ji Changsheng certainly doesn't need these 9 skulls. If you can't walk on the ground, just fly over. It's no big deal. However, Master Xuanzang said at this time, the Tang Emperor's army should need these 9 skeletons. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. "Zhuanlian, you have killed Jin Chanzi 9 times in a row. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. Can you completely kill Jin Chanzi's reincarnation?" Zhuanlian's face was happy. "Don't worry. Great sage, Jin Chanzi has lost his spirituality in the 9th reincarnation and died completely in my hands." After a pause, fearing that the great sage of Pingzhang would not believe it, Zhuanlian spoke again. "Great sage, although I am not as powerful as you, I have some connections. When I was on duty at the Lingshao Palace, I made many friends. So after Jin Chanzi's reincarnation, I was able to kill him 9 times. If the great sage needs my help, I will do my best and die. Yes, you know how to show your value and seize opportunities." Ji Changsheng has always respected such hard-working creatures, regardless of their race. "Teacher, what do you think?" Master Xuanzang nodded. "It is indeed true. Jin Chanzi is the 2nd disciple of Tathagata, and is also a great monk in Tathagata's mouth. It is not easy for him to kill Jin Chanzi for 9 generations. Since he has been exiled by the heavenly court, he will be known as the killer monk from now on." Zhuanlian's heart tightened. But he immediately said, "Sha Sung has seen the saint. Saint, rest assured, I will never reconcile with Tathagata." Master Xuanzang nodded again, with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. This is indeed a smart guy. Knowing that the true meaning of the Dharma named Sha Sung is to remind him and Tathagata at all times, this guy killed your 2nd disciple. And 9 times. With the Dharma named Sha Sung, it is impossible for him and Tathagata to ease the conflict. And Juindi can certainly use him with confidence. "Let's go, disciple. I think Sha Sung is good." But do we need to find another one? Master Xuanzang meant that one cannon fodder is enough. Ji Changsheng said, find another one. One is responsible for sundries, and the other is responsible for exploring the way. Listen to you. Master Xuanzang doesn't mind such a small matter. Don't let the corpse demon wait too long. This is what he cares about. Ji Changsheng. Teacher, please pay attention to your image. Master Xuanzang didn't care, only the Saint Junti needs to pay attention to his image. I am just Master Xuanzang. Disciple, you are obsessed with appearance. Ji Changsheng admired him very much. Teacher's realm. I still need to learn. Emperor Xiaoyan was ashamed of his thick skin. On the other side, the killing monk was also constantly seizing opportunities to show off. Saint. Great saint. When I was demoted from the heavenly court, I said that I would look for the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng. And now I have found it. If he is useful to the great saint, I will take him there. But now Ziwei has fallen, and Tianpeng has really lost his value. The killing monk originally wanted to take revenge on Emperor Ziwei. After all, it was Emperor Ziwei who took the initiative to embarrass him at the peach banquet. Emperor Ziwei also gave up Marshal Tianpeng. In this way, as long as he found Marshal Tianpeng, he could naturally deal with Emperor Ziwei together. But before he found the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng, Emperor Ziwei had already fallen. Then, Marshal Tianpeng was of no use to him or Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng also thought so. Tianpeng has no strength, no intelligence, and no background now. He is indeed worthless. Marshal Tianpeng's original background was the Domu family. Unfortunately, the Domu family is gone now. Although they are looking for cannon fodder, not everyone is qualified to be cannon fodder. In order not to break up the original couple, Ji Changsheng asked one more question. What is Tianpeng's current situation? The killing monk replied, Tianpeng was reincarnated as a pig, bit and killed the sow that gave birth to him, killed a group of pigs, occupied a Taoist temple, and lived by eating people. Ji Changsheng frowned. Living by eating people? The killing monk nodded affirmatively. He is indeed living by eating people. For demons, eating people is as common as eating pork. He is not in the Tang dynasty, so he naturally has no such taboos. If Tianpeng dared eat people in the Tang dynasty, he would be killed and eaten pork the next day. But outside the Tang dynasty, it is too normal for Tianpeng to eat people. The prehistoric fairyland is too big, and there are too many powerful people. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can only protect the human race under their own rule, and cannot protect all of them. Ji Changsheng glanced at the killing monk. The killer monk understood what Ji Changsheng meant and immediately explained, Great sage. Although I also eat people, I only eat golden cicadas. Golden cicadas are the reincarnation of a great Buddhist figure. Eating one of them can keep me full for 100 years. So there is no need to kill innocent people. That's good. From now on, eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha, and become a wise monk. Ji Changsheng ordered. The killer monk naturally did not dare to refuse all the orders of the great sage, and the saints will be obeyed. Ji Changsheng continued, as for Tianpeng, since he lives by eating people, he can't be used, and there is no need to keep him. He didn't have the idea of definitely following the original wife. Although it is indeed logical for pig monsters to eat people and people to eat pork, and there is no problem from their respective standpoints. Ji Changsheng does not talk about reason on this issue, but only talks about standpoints. He was born in the human race, so he would not accept pig monsters eating people. Teacher, there is still one quota. I will leave it to my own people. Ji Changsheng said, I want to target Tianpeng and let some of my relatives and friends go to hunt him. Whoever can kill Tianpeng first can grab a quota for the journey to the west. What do you think? Originally, Ji Changsheng thought it was dangerous and didn't want to use his own people. But Tianpeng was not competitive. So he explained the danger to his subordinates and let those who wanted to fight for it fight for it. Danger and opportunity always coexist. And there is no shortage of desperate people in Ji's party. Master Xuanzang repeated again, Disciple, these are not important. I want to change my name. What name? Master Sanzang. I want to bury the corpse demon 3 times. Ji Changsheng. Teacher, I will arrange it immediately. It was agreed to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. But Ji Changsheng felt that he was on a revenge journey to help Junti remove the blacklist. As soon as he had this idea, he saw Master Sanzang took out his blacklist and crossed out the names of Xinyuanzi and the corpse demon. Below, there is a dense list. Chapter 421 Corpse Demon. I endured killing me once. Why did you kill me 3 times to humiliate me? The Jiao Demon King and the killing monk also saw the scene. And the 2 demon tribes trembled. Ji Changsheng also wiped the cold sweat from his head, thinking that he seemed to have offended Zhuanti in the past. Teacher, why is it so? Ji Changsheng spoke out the thoughts of the Jiao Demon King and the killing monk. You are a saint. Is it so? Master Xuanzang crossed out. The newly renamed Master Sanzang retorted, Disciple, what you said is not right. What's wrong? When I was a saint, I couldn't bully the weak. After all, saints have to have face. Now it's different. I'm just a mortal. When I was a saint, I couldn't do it. If I can't do it after reincarnation, then I'm not a human in vain? The words of Master Sanzang were well-reasoned and convincing. Ji Changsheng couldn't refute it, so he could only give Master Sanzang a thumbs up. Teacher, what you said makes so much sense. I was convinced instantly. I'd rather die than die with my friend. I only have one question. Go ahead. Is my name on the blacklist? Ji Changsheng was very forgetful of little demons like Mrs. Whitebone. But he had not forgotten the harm he had caused to Zhuanti. Zhuanti was very nervous. After hearing what Ji Changsheng said, Master Sanzang slapped his head, then crossed out Ji Changsheng's name from the list, and explained seriously, Disciple, I forgot to cross it out. Now we are one family. Don't worry. Ji Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his head again. It feels like walking through the gates of hell. Nowadays, there are not many strong people who can bring such a sense of danger to the Changsheng Emperor. Even as strong as Jinyu and Daxian, Ji Changsheng would fight him without fear. But Zhuanti is still Zhuanti after all. The deterrent power can at least rank 7th. Taiyan Star. As soon as the fairy Changyi served the fairy wine, she found that Ji Changsheng was a little abnormal. Changsheng Emperor, are you okay? Ji Changsheng remained calm. No. Where is my senior sister? It seems that she has made a breakthrough and went to retreat. Fairy Changyi said, before I performed Yabwang Luohuan in Wuzhuang Temple, and the cooperation of the Saint Jian seemed to have brought great inspiration to the Star King. The Star King said that after this retreat, he should be able to start to break through the Daluo. Ji Changsheng was impressed by Li Changxi's talent and the powerful inheritance of Taiyan Star Lord. Mainly the latter. Is there something the Emperor wants to see the Star Lord? Originally, I do. But since senior sister has some insights into the Tao, of course, the main thing is to break through. Seeing Zhuanti's feelings for Madame Whitebone, Ji Changsheng wanted to satisfy Zhuanti's request based on the idea of better to offend a gentleman than to offend Zhuanti. So he planned to ask Li Changxi to arrange the illusion. Now Li Changxi must be too busy to do it, and Ji Changsheng can only do it himself. Fortunately, Madame Whitebone is really a little demon. With the current strength of the great sage of balance accounts, it is easy to deal with Madame Whitebone. By the way, I have something to tell the fairy. Tianpeng should not be able to come back. Ji Changsheng informed Changyi of the good news. Sure enough, Fairy Changyi's eyes lit up. Emperor, didn't you say that you would have other arrangements for Tianpeng later? The great Emperor Ziwei knelt too quickly. And Tianpeng is no longer valuable. He has offended the fairy again. So let him die quietly. That's good. Fairy Changyi breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of Marshal Tianpeng, but she knew that she was not as strong as Tianpeng. Although she had the protection of Master Xuandu, Xuandu would not be by her side at all times. If Tianpeng was really given the opportunity to make a comeback, he would probably not let go of Changyi, who had set up a trap to frame him. It would certainly be a good thing for Fairy Changyi to be able to beat Tianpeng to death with one stick. So Fairy Changyi removed the immortal wine that she had just served to Ji Changsheng. Emperor, wait a minute. I'll make you a cup of new tea. No, I'm not that picky. Emperor Changsheng came from the people and went to the people, always maintaining a hard-working and simple style of struggle. Fairy Changyi blushed slightly and explained in a low voice, this cup of immortal wine was brewed by Jade Rabbit using my bath water. I didn't know it before. And Jade Rabbit just sent me a message. Jade Rabbit is Fairy Changyi's pet, and sometimes used as a mount when traveling. Although riding a rabbit doesn't sound cool, having a mount is a symbol of status. Let's not talk about other worlds for now. In the prehistoric fairyland, having a mount means being a god among gods. Ordinary gods are not qualified to drive a supercar. But the bath water is still too much. Ji Changsheng glanced at Changyi, and there was some danger in the depths of his eyes. Have I offended the fairy? No. It was the Jade Rabbit who acted on her own. Have I offended the Jade Rabbit? The voice of the fairy Chang'e became lower and lower. It's not the Emperor. It's the Star Lord. The Jade Rabbit regards Tyene Star as her own home, and doesn't welcome Tyene Star Lord. Then, she was suppressed by Tyene Star Lord once. So she has some resentment in her heart. She didn't dare to attack Tyene Star Lord. So she came up with this way to vent her anger on the Emperor. I hope the Emperor will spare it this time for my sake. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. What face do you have? Ji Lao Imo has killed many beautiful women. Those who survived either had feelings for her or were useful. He had no feelings for Chang'e. But thinking that Chang'e got along well with Li Changshi and had feelings for Master Xuandu, she was still useful. So Chang'e could be ignored. But the Jade Rabbit Fairy. I'm afraid it's the Domu Demon. Thinking this in his heart, Ji Changsheng smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Since it's the fairy's pet, I naturally won't care about it. Just learn from the teacher and put the Jade Rabbit Fairy on the blacklist. Find an opportunity when Chang'e is not around to taste the braised rabbit head with Li Changshi. Chang'e was not Ji Changsheng's worm. Nor did she know Ji Changsheng. When she heard Ji Changsheng say this, she believed it instantly and smiled. The Emperor is really generous. I will make you some new tea right away. Back in the room, Chang'e made tea while saying to the Jade Rabbit Fairy, Jade Rabbit, don't worry. The Changsheng Emperor is very generous and won't care about your rashness. The Jade Rabbit Fairy was a little nervous. Master, what did he say? Chang'e repeated Ji Changsheng's words. The Changsheng Emperor said that since you are my pet, he will naturally not care about you. Don't worry. The Emperor is a man of his word and has a broad mind. He won't care about such trivial matters. The Jade Rabbit Fairy's heart sank. It's over. It's over. The Changsheng Emperor is famous for his revenge. And he has the same temperament as his teacher Xuanti. No. Master. I have to run away. Fairy Chang'e? Before she could react, the Jade Rabbit Fairy instantly opened the passage to the lower world. Tyene Star is different from other places in the Heavenly Palace. Tyene moonlight shines on all the heavens and worlds. So it is also equivalent to a transportation hub. You don't need to go through the heavenly gate to go down to the mortal world. The Jade Rabbit Fairy moved so fast that Chang'e didn't react. When she came to her senses, the Jade Rabbit Fairy had disappeared without a trace. Why did the Jade Rabbit Fairy distrust the character of the Changsheng Emperor so much? Chang'e couldn't figure out this question. So when Chang'e served Ji Changsheng new tea, her expression was still a little dazed. This naturally didn't escape Ji Changsheng's eyes. And Ji Changsheng took the initiative to ask, Fairy, what happened? Chang'e hesitated for a moment, sensing that the Jade Rabbit Fairy was getting farther and farther away from herself, and decided to ask the Changsheng Emperor for help. The Jade Rabbit ran away. Run away? It was indeed the Domu evil demon. It fled for fear of crime. Chang'e was also very surprised. I told it that the Emperor would not care at all. But it still ran away, saying that the Emperor. What did it say about me? Ji Changsheng asked calmly. Chang'e wanted to swallow her words back. But at this time, Ji Changsheng quietly activated the Demon Desire Sutra. So Chang'e told the truth. Jade Rabbit said that the Changsheng Emperor is famous for his revenge. And he has the same temperament as his teacher Xuanti. After reacting, Chang'e quickly made up, Emperor. Jade Rabbit is just an insignificant rabbit demon. You should not be so petty with such a little demon. Ji Changsheng's smile was very sunny. What are you talking about? Fairy? For the sake of the fairy, I will not care about these unintentional words of Jade Rabbit. By the way, does the Jade Rabbit have any opinion on my teacher Xuanti Saint? Chang'e nodded. Jade Rabbit has complained many times that Xuanti Saint bullies the weak and fears the strong. When the demon clan was strong in ancient times, Xuanti Saint never dared to speak loudly to the demon clan. And later, he fought hard to retaliate against the demon clan. It can be seen that he was bullied by the 4 emperors back then. Ji Changsheng laughed again. This time it was a smile from the heart, because he realized that this Domu evil demon might be on Xuanti's blacklist. So he shouldn't have to take action. However, he was still a little surprised by the audacity of Jade Rabbit. How dare Jade Rabbit criticize the saint? Where does she get such courage? Chang'e revealed a secret. Although Jade Rabbit looks cute, she actually also got the Tao in ancient times. And she once heard the teachings of Master Tontian. But later, because I like rabbits, Uncle Xuandu subdued her and gave her to me as a pet. According to Jade Rabbit, She has some blood relationship with the original long-eared Dingwang immortal of Jeju. Related to long-eared Dingwang immortal? Then it's normal for her to be prejudiced against me. Ji Chansheng said, Dingwang Happy Buddha died in my hands. When Fairy Changyi was reminded by Ji Chansheng, her face changed. No way. Does the Jade Rabbit want to avenge Dingwang Happy Buddha? But she doesn't have that ability. Ji Changsheng's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. After Dingwang Happy Buddha joined the Western religion, he perfected the way of collecting and replenishing. Maybe the Jade Rabbit has also studied this. She wants to collect and replenish the Emperor? Changyi blurted out. Is she crazy? Emperor. You don't like her either. Of course I don't like her. But the Saint Junti has now reincarnated and become immortal. Changyi was stunned. She shouldn't have such a big appetite. Right? Ji Chansheng smiled. Everyone is amazing if they have dreams. I didn't expect Junti to be so popular. It's hard for Master Sanzang to be lonely along the way. Let's talk about it separately. Master Sanzang finally came to the White Tiger Ridge that he had been thinking about. When they set foot on the territory of Baihu Mountain, the current lord of Baihu Mountain, Mrs. Baigu, also felt it instantly. Soon, she recognized the group of people and was overjoyed. Good fortune. Good fortune. It is said that there is a monk in the Tang dynasty who is the reincarnation of the Saint Junti, and he is going to Lingshan to seek the true scriptures. Eating a piece of the saint's meat and being promoted to Dalyu is not a delusion. But I didn't expect to run into it today. Mrs. Baigu didn't know that when she was overjoyed and staring at the team was also looking at her. The killer monk didn't understand. Why is this little demon so ordinary, but so confident? He is the weakest in the team, but he is sure to kill Mrs. Baigu in 3 moves. Ji Chansheng complained. The teacher unplugged the network cable of Baihu Mountain. It's like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. It's hard to comment on Ji Chansheng and Jiao Moang. The same goes for Sha Seng. But Sha Seng doesn't have the confidence of Ji Chansheng and Jiao Moang. So he quickly made a comment. The saint is meticulous, quick, and thorough. He is worthy of being the winner of the conferred God Tribulation and the teacher of Chansheng Emperor. Jiao Moang. Ji Chansheng. Oh no! A flatterer has come. The 3 Burials Master was not very happy either. He waved his hand and corrected. Don't call him the saint. Call him the master. Sha Sung understood immediately. Calling him the saint would make it difficult to bully the weak. Calling him the master would not have this problem. Disciple. I'm hungry. Go and get some alms for me. The 3 Burials Master thoughtfully helped Mrs. Baigu send away the most powerful great Saint Pingzhang. What could Ji Chansheng say? He disappeared with a somersault cloud. Mrs. Baigu became more and more excited. The one who looks the most powerful has gone. And now let's see how I tease the saint. The good goblin stopped the wind. And in the valley, she transformed into a daughter of the moonlight beauty. With beautiful eyebrows and eyes, white teeth and red lips. She was holding a green sand pot in her left hand, and a green porcelain bottle in her right hand. She ran from west to east, straight to the 3 Burial Master. The saint monk rested his horse on the rock, and suddenly saw a skirt and hairpin girl approaching. Her icy skin hid her jade bones, and her shirt collar revealed her breasts. Her willow eyebrows were covered with green eyebrows, and her almond eyes flashed silver stars. She looked like the moon, and her natural character was clear. Mrs. Baigu was slightly proud in her heart. What if she was a saint? Wouldn't she still be immersed in her appearance when she was alive? Just when she had this idea, Mrs. Baigu saw a fist as big as a sandbag. Bang! Mrs. Baigu turned into a pool of mud. She only had a breath left. The Dragon Demon King and the Killer Monk looked at each other, and at the same time lowered their heads without commenting. Ji Chansheng saw this scene in midair, and it was really hard to comment. Disciple, take out a drop of Guanin's tears. The 3 Burials Master waved to Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng. Teacher, Guanin Bodhisattva is now in the Daluo realm. The Guanin's tears she produced are effective for the injuries of Daluo's strongmen. It is a waste to use them to revive Mrs. Baigu. The Junti Saint said calmly. It doesn't matter. Give it to her. The master is not satisfied yet. Ji Chansheng. Teacher, don't you have no cultivation? The 3 Burials Master explained. The master can become stronger by breathing. What can Ji Chansheng say? He could only drop a drop of Guanin's tears for Mrs. Baigu. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Baigu did not pass away peacefully. She collapsed. Bald donkey. I tolerated you killing me once. Why did you kill me 3 times to humiliate me? The Buddha's light was shrouded behind the three burials master, Amitabha. Monks are compassionate, and will not kill easily. Madam Whitebone. Half a minute later. The three burials master looked at Ji Changsheng in confusion. Disciple. Why is she dead? The master is controlling the strength. Ji Changsheng said faintly. She died of anger. Juinti sighed in disappointment. Let's go. Next one. Go to the west to seek revenge. A revenge is tens of thousands of miles away. Chapter 42281 Idiots block the road. Teacher. Tell the public that I was the one who killed Mrs. Whitebone. After Ji Changsheng said this, he also gave Mrs. Whitebone another blow and faked the crime scene. The three burials master didn't understand. And the dragon demon king was also confused. Only the honest student Sha Sung reacted instantly. And then slapped his thigh, feeling the gap between himself and the great sage of peace account. However, the great sage of peace account dared to make trouble even in the heavenly palace. And his strength was much stronger than him. So Sha Sung didn't mean to compete with the great sage of peace account for favor. He chose to be the supporting actor. The great sage's filial piety to the master is really touching. The Whitebone spirit is just a little demon that is not worth mentioning. It is really unworthy of the master's identity to argue with such a little demon. And in fact, it is also unworthy of the great sage's identity. The great sage is sacrificing himself to preserve the master's reputation. On the art of language. When giving favors, you have to give them in place. At this moment, Sha Sung found his position in the pilgrimage team, because he felt the approval of the great sage Pingzhang. The three burials master and Jiao Demon King also understood. The three burials master nodded with satisfaction. Disciple, you are a good person. But Sha Sung is right. A small demon, like corpse demon, is not suitable for your status. Let's say that Sha Sung killed it. Sha Sung immediately said, no problem. I have killed Jin Chanzi for 9 generations, including mortals who were reincarnated from Jin Chanzi. My reputation is like a floating cloud. Sha Wujing. The status of the master and the great sage is precious. Let me do the work of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Jiao Demon King studied hard. He is the illegitimate son of the dragon clan, a wild man raised in the vast oceans. He has always been rebellious in his bones. He even feels humiliated to be a mount for the saint. This rebelliousness is an important reason why he can reach the Daoyuo gate. And it is also the biggest danger when he faces the saint. The Jiao Demon King wanted to keep his inner arrogance, but learned to obey superficially. In his opinion, Sha Sung was a good learning object. Although Sha Sung was weak, the weak ones were also worth learning. The role Sha Sung played in the team, and the skills of this language were what he needed to learn. The Sanzang master was also very satisfied with Sha Sung's statement. Cannon fodder should have this awareness. But Ji Changsheng refused. Teacher, I have another consideration. The names on your blacklist are not all little demons, like Mrs. Baigu, who have been unplugged. Right? The Sanzang master nodded subconsciously. I remember the grudges regardless of strength. Anyway, none of them are as strong as me. Ji Changsheng thought to himself. Just brag. I don't believe you don't remember the grudge of Dao Zhu. But I don't believe that Dao Zhu's name is on the blacklist. If there is, Ji Changsheng is willing to worship Juinti as a true man of iron and blood. But Ji Changsheng only dared to complain in his heart. Juinti's blacklist really made him feel in awe. What 3 books of heaven, earth and man are not worth mentioning to Ji Changsheng now. Haodian, who controls the heavenly book of the conferred gods, may turn cuckold at any time. Zenyuanzi, who controls the earthly book, is now helping me raise my children. And Ho Tu Nyang, who controls the human book of life and death. Even Ho Tu can't recognize the life and death book after I changed it. But only the blacklist of Juinti Saint. Ji Changsheng can't control it. The lethality is much greater than the 3 books of heaven, earth and man. Teacher, this is the problem. The other strong men on your blacklist know the reputation of the great saint of Pingzhang. And many of them should also know the relationship between the great saint of Pingzhang and the great emperor of Changsheng. If I am always here, they dare not attack you. If they don't attack you, you can't take the initiative to bully them. Master Sanzang was silent for a moment, then hesitated and said, it is not okay to bully them. But we can defend ourselves. As for what is legitimate defense, we have the final say? The Jiao Demon King and the Killing Monk wiped the cold sweat from their heads together. The saint is worthy of being a saint. He can really say it. Ji Changsheng patiently persuaded, Teacher, this is the prehistoric fairyland. There are gods above your head. You don't want all the gods and Buddhas to see you take the initiative to touch them. Right? Master Sanzang was convinced. There are indeed many powerful people watching their team. Although they also have means to cover it up. They can't cover it up all the time. There is no reason to be a thief for 1,000 days. So, it is still necessary to occupy the legitimacy and morality. My disciple, do you mean to use the small matter of killing the corpse demon to create the illusion that you and I are not in harmony? And confuse those potential opponents? Yes, teacher. You will understand it at once. The Three Burials Master frowned and said, it's a good idea. But those opponents are not fools. Will they believe it? You and I work together as a master and disciple. And suddenly turn against each other. It seems too fake to them. Right? Ji Changsheng smiled. Teacher, have you forgotten that I was also on your blacklist before? The Three Burials Master. Teacher, the grudge between you and the Changsheng Emperor has never been a secret. If you and the Changsheng Emperor turned against each other, it is actually normal in the eyes of the outside world. If you don't believe it, ask Brother Jiao and the Killing Monk. The Three Burials Master looked at the black Jiao horse and the Killing Monk. The horse and the monk nodded together. The Jiao Demon King thought that in the matter of the White Bone Lady, the person that Junti Saint should take revenge on the most is the Xuandu Master, followed by Ji Changsheng. And the third is the Tathagata Buddha. What is Lady White Bone? How could she be in the position? It would be much more reasonable for Junti to take revenge on Ji Changsheng. If he had to vent his anger on Lady White Bone, the Jiao Demon King could only say in his heart that Saint Junti was bullying the weak Demon King. But the Jiao Demon King only dared to say it in his heart. The Killing Monk considered it for a while, and then spoke carefully. In addition to the grudge between the Changsheng Emperor and the Saint, there is actually another explanation that can be trusted by the outside world. Has the Changsheng Emperor not yet been promoted to Daluo? The Three Burials Master suddenly felt a chill on his back, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Just like Ji Changsheng was afraid of his blacklist, the reputation of the Changsheng Emperor was also feared by the Saint now. Especially Junti's current reincarnation is not in the peak state. If Ji Changsheng really wanted to attack him, he could not stop it at all. Ji Changsheng was also stunned. And then he looked at the killer monk's eyes, and began to flash with murderous intent. This hurts the heart. Eating a piece of saint meat. It is really possible to be promoted to Daluo on the spot. If one wants to eat the flesh of a saint, Changsheng Emperor is the one who has the best conditions to succeed. The one who is close to the water tower gets the saint first. As soon as the Killing Monk said this, the Three Burial Master might really be on guard against the balancing account saint. The Killing Monk felt that the atmosphere in the field was not right, and his heart sank. He realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly made amends. Although we all know that Changsheng Emperor will definitely not do this, the outside world does not know. If the Master and the Saint have a rift, I guess the outside world will definitely speculate in this direction. The Three Burial Master calmed down, then nodded and said, this makes sense. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Teacher, you know my Daluo promotion plan. The method is very clear, and the possibility of success is as high as more than 80%. So I won't do that kind of stupid thing. Master Sanzang continued to point out the topic. Master understands. I was subconsciously suspicious just now. It was Master's fault. Chasheng, you will not have such greed. Whether Ji Changsheng will have such greed or not, he will say no. And Junti is not a fool. He judges that Ji Changsheng will not take this risk, because it is not necessary. As Ji Changsheng said, Ji Changsheng's plan to ascend to Daluo has always been very clear. Helping the two saints in the west to pay off the debt to the heaven is enough to help him ascend to Daluo. This matter is very profitable. He can make friends with the two saints in the west. There is also an alliance with Sanqing behind him. Ji Changsheng has no reason to suddenly turn against Daluo. The peak strongman of the true Lord Realm, who can't see hope, will be desperate, and regard the flesh of the saint as the only hope. Ji Changsheng's future is very bright, so he doesn't need to take this risk. Of course, Ji Changsheng's original sin now is that he has the strength to take this risk. So Master Sanzang did add 10% of caution in his heart. But it's only 10%. No more. Because he respected Ji Changsheng's intelligence. Ji Changsheng now had the same amount of information as him. And he knew very well that he had not completely reincarnated. So he really couldn't find a reason for Ji Changsheng to go to death and offend him. Sha-sung, be careful in your words and deeds in the future. And don't use such words to alienate the relationship between me and my disciple. Master Sanzang said in a deep voice. Sha Xing immediately obeyed the order. I was reckless. Ji Changsheng realized that Juanti would not completely alienate himself because of this. So he helped Sha Xing out. Sha Xing's words also make sense. The outside world lacks information. If we turn against each other, they will only believe the conclusions they have deduced. In this way, it will also be convenient for us to act. It's just that this is too unfair to my disciple. Master Sanzang was a little embarrassed. If it gets out that the corpse demon died in your hands, it will not be good for your reputation. It doesn't matter. I also want to go fishing. Teacher, Luoho and Tathagata have cultivated a replica of me. Master Sanzang was slightly stunned. Ji Changsheng informed Master Sanzang about the six-eared macaque. And Master Sanzang began to exude murderous aura. Luoho. He is courting his own destruction. The Jiao Demon King, who is also ranked among the 9-star lords like Luoho, was a little scared, brother. Luoho has fallen to this point now. And he still has such means? A rotten boat still has 3 nails. Luoho's ancestors are too glorious. The speaker was not Ji Changsheng, but Master Sanzang. It's not surprising that Luoho knows my methods. But he can even copy your fiery eyes. Master Sanzang said in a deep voice. He is more troublesome than I thought. Ji Changsheng heard that Juanti thought he was far inferior to the Saint Tai Ching. This is not surprising. But Juanti did not have such respect for his third uncle. A second of silence for the third uncle. My fire eyes and golden pupils were not made by the Saint Tai Ching himself, but by the Lord Taishang. That should be the reason. No. To refine the fire eyes and golden pupils, not only strength is needed, but also forging artifacts and divine fire, such as the Lord Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace and the 5 true fires. Where can Luoho get such artifacts and divine fire? Ji Changsheng and Master Sanzang looked at each other, and a name popped out at the same time. Tushita Palace. Master Sanzang narrowed his eyes. Luoho may have infiltrated Tushita Palace. Disciple, you better go to Tushita Palace to take a look. As far as I know, Tai Ching has been letting it go. And the boy mounts in Tushita Palace are not strong-willed. They may have been tricked without knowing it. Ji Changsheng remained calm. After all, Tushita Palace was his uncle's territory. No matter how superb Luoho's methods were, he could only infiltrate secretly at most. Teacher, are those boy mounts in Tushita Palace on your list? Ji Changsheng asked. Master Sanzang was silent. Then Ji Changsheng understood. The teacher's friends are really all over the world. If that's the case, I won't remind Lao Jun. Ji Changsheng made a decision. Teacher, I will catch the 6-eared macaque, and you will catch those in Tushita Palace. This time we have a conflict because of Madame Baigu, and we can use the methods that Tathagata prepared for the great sage of Pingyang. Master Sanzang now knows about the 3 hoops. So he nodded and said, okay. Just follow what the disciple said. Anyway, the 3 hoops were made by the Jade Emperor himself. And Master Sanzang was not afraid that Ji Changsheng would think too much if he put them on the head of the great sage of Pingyang. But he still didn't guess Ji Changsheng's true thoughts. Ji Changsheng certainly wasn't afraid of having the hoop on his head. He was thinking about how to put the hoop on Lure Macaque's head. So, he had to create opportunities for Lure Macaque. Xiao Liuzi, I've been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. So, I was paying attention to the great powers of the pilgrims, and suddenly found that the 3 burials master and the great sage of peace had a quarrel. Monkey, you only walked for half a day, but you killed 3 people. Teacher, she is a demon whose corpse became a spirit. When I killed her, she showed her true form. There is a line of words on her spine, called White Bone Lady. Nonsense. Monks do good, like grass in a spring garden, which grows day by day without being seen. People who do evil are like a whetstone, which loses day by day without being seen. You killed 3 people in a row in this wilderness, but no one reported it. And you have no enemies. If you go to the city, where there are many people, you take the morning stick, don't know what is good for you, and beat people randomly, and cause a big disaster. How can I get away? Go back. Bald donkey. I was ordered by the great Emperor of Longevity to protect you on your quest for scriptures. But you don't know what's good for you. Do you think this great sage wants to protect you? If I wasn't afraid of the Emperor's blame, who would care about your life or death? The 3 burials master became more and more angry. He took out a pen and paper, fetched water from the stream, ground ink on a stone, wrote a letter of demotion, handed it to the Monkey King and said, Monkey. Take this as a sign. I don't want you to be my disciple anymore. If I see you again, I will fall into the Avicii hell. The great sage of balance accounts was overjoyed. He took the letter of demotion and disappeared with a somersault cloud. However, the flower and fruit mountain that the great sage of balance accounts returned to was indeed the flower and fruit mountain that had been bloodbath by Yang Jian. For a while, the great sage of balance accounts was sad from the bottom of his heart. Let's not talk about the internal strife of the quest team and the loss of the great sage of balance accounts. Tushita Palace. The Jade Emperor came to visit in person. Yu Linglong welcomed the Jade Emperor into the Tushita Palace. Wife, where are the others in Tushita Palace? You may not believe it, but they seem to be planning to eat Junti. They dare to think and act, which is amazing. Yu Linglong admired him very much. Ji Changsheng said, they may have been influenced by Lu Ho, and their inner demons have been magnified. But they are really amazing. Send them to the lower world. Junti can't wait any longer. Black Dragon Horse. Hoof facing west. 81 fools blocking the road. 72 transformations, crossed out. Master Sanzang defeated the enemy personally. Chapter 423 Elite of the Holy Religion. The Legacy of Wei Wu. Rahu influenced them? Yu Linglong was shocked. Rahu can invade the Tushita Palace under the eyes of the Patriarch? Then I am in danger? You are fine. Ji Chengxing's calmness infected Yu Linglong. But Ji Chengxing's next sentence scared Yu Linglong again. I suspect that the fire eyes of the six-eared macaque were also made in the Tushita Palace. Yu Linglong. Don't joke. The Tushita Palace is the territory of the Patriarch. Didn't I come in too? Ji Changsheng pointed at himself. His tone very calm. As long as there is an insider leading the way, it is easy to sneak into even the most powerful Taoist temple. I have experience in this regard. The current Tushita Palace, the previous Wuzhuang Temple, the Imperial Horse Administration, and the Peach Garden are nothing more than this. Yu Linglong still couldn't believe it, but this is the ancestor's territory. Uncle is good at everything, but he practices the way of inaction. As long as he doesn't disturb his practice. Even if Luoho appears in front of him in Tushita Palace, Uncle won't take it seriously. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding of the Great Purity Saint, the details of the guys in Tushita Palace and Luoho's tricks. The Great Purity Saint may not be unaware of it, but in his opinion, the guys in Tushita Palace may be more useful than the pure Yang Taoist, because these guys didn't disturb his practice. The pure Yang Taoist actually took the initiative to ask for help from him. Yu Linglong tasted it, and had to admit that the ancestor seemed to be of this kind of character. The Great Purity Saint is also the one with the lowest presence among the 6 saints. Even though he is basically recognized as the strongest. You rarely hear that the Great Purity Saint takes the initiative to do something weird. Cha Sheng. Are you sure I'm okay? Yu Linglong began to lose confidence. If Luoho can invade the Tushita Palace, I will definitely not be able to stop him. He dare not attack you. As long as he doesn't kill those guys in the Tushita Palace. My uncle won't take it seriously. But if he attacks you, Luoho will really not want to live. If you die in the hands of a Jinjuan realm expert, my uncle may not care. If you are bullied by a Dalua expert, TSK. The good thing about the Tai Ching lineage is that there are few people. Wife, you are a big treasure now. Chunyang Taoist died on Tian Star, and there was no movement in the Tai Ching lineage. A large part of the reason is that Li Chongxi is still a Jinjuan realm expert until now. Chunyang Taoist was suppressed gorgeously like this, and he had no power to fight back throughout the whole process. Tai Ching Saint felt ashamed. And to put it bluntly, Chunyang Taoist was originally a relative. Yu Linglong is different. This is the real third-generation successor of the human religion. Saints are always protective of their shortcomings. But some saints have a sense of shame, while others do not. If Yu Linglong was also beaten to death by Li Chongxi, Ji Changsheng judged that the saint of Tai Ching might not care about it, and would only let the great master Xuandu take another brilliant disciple when the opportunity arose. But if Luoho dared to attack Yu Linglong, the nature of the situation would change instantly. A big reason for the civil war among the 3 pure ones and the conferred gods' tribulation was that the big bullied the small too many times, which led to a serious change in the nature of the situation. And the situation was finally out of control. With a previous experience in mind, Junti had to reincarnate before he dared to bully the small. Luoho was not a fool, and he did not dare to take this risk. Yu Linglong sorted out this logic and breathed a sigh of relief. Cha Sheng, your analysis makes sense. Teacher has told me before that disciples of the same realm are not allowed to seek backers. After being bullied by the strong, teacher will definitely stand up for me. Ji Changsheng nodded. The Taoism with pursuits should be like this. This is not surprising. It just so happens that my uncle handed over the Tishatop Palace to you. Since these guys want to attack Xuanti, you should turn a blind eye. Okay. But there are many treasures in the Tishatop Palace. If they steal a few treasures of the ancestors and go to the lower world, it will be difficult for non-Daluo's strongmen to do anything to them. Yu Linglong pondered. Should I stop them? No. It depends on what my uncle means. If my uncle stops it, then you don't have to care. If my uncle doesn't stop it, you don't have to care. That makes sense. By the way, Chasheng, my junior brother has gone to the lower world. Ji Changsheng looked a little puzzled. Yu Linglong's tone was also a little subtle. You know Jiangxi has also ascended. Right? I know. Yang Jian admires the righteousness and is ready to train the disciples of Danqing Pavilion as the reserve force of the Judicial Heavenly God Palace. So Danqing Pavilion has become the targeted talent supply base of the Judicial Heavenly God Palace. When I was in the lower world, Pavilion Master Jiang had repeatedly expressed his appreciation for me. And I also admired Pavilion Master Jiang. So since there is a chance to help Danqing Pavilion, of course I will not refuse. The Heavenly Court is already rotten, although it has not been too long. The speed of deterioration and decay is far beyond the imagination of the outside world. At this time, the old demon Ji was too lazy to be polite, and promoted the virtuous without avoiding relatives. And it should be said that compared with the Mixed Ji Group Unlimited Liability Company, the moral integrity of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion is obviously much higher. Letting the disciples of Danqing Pavilion replace this group of corrupted gods is definitely not a worse choice. Yu Linglong didn't care about this. Her tone became more subtle after Jiangxi ascended. Junior brother felt a sense of crisis. It just so happened that you said in the group that whoever kills Tianpeng will have the hope of becoming the last member of the team to obtain the scriptures. So junior brother also joined. Ji Changsheng blinked. Junior brother is so hardworking, but his strength is not good enough. Right? I positioned him as the general manager of Shishao Yiqing Mansion, responsible for internal affairs. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes at Ji Changsheng. You also called me junior brother. I call you the same. Yu Linglong ignored Ji Changsheng's words and continued. He continued, junior brother is anxious, but he probably still can't get this quota. Tianpeng seems to have noticed it, and has begun to flee to other worlds. Chasheng, you don't do it yourself. Tianpeng's strength should not be underestimated. Ji Changsheng said fairly, there is nothing to be underestimated. My wife. You took it directly. Tianpeng has not been reincarnated for too long. Even if he has figured out the mystery of the womb, his strength is just SOSO. It's still our junior brother who is too weak. Not only that, Tianpeng still has some hidden networks of relationships. Yu Linglong said. Ji Changsheng nodded. This is a bit troublesome. The foundation of Ji's party is still too shallow, and some old-fashioned gods are deeply rooted, and their networks are tangled. You have me and I have you. It is definitely not easy to uproot them. Zhuanlian was able to kill Jin Chanzi for 9 generations. Compared with strength, Zhuanlian's connections and intelligence are stronger, and Tianpeng's circle of friends is theoretically more valuable than Zhuanlian. But Tianpeng's friends are all from the Duma faction. This faction has been almost completely dealt with by the Changsheng Emperor. So the pig fell into the plain and was bullied by Mu Xian. But it's not a big problem. This is a test for the people below. If you can't even kill a mere Tianpeng, you are not qualified to participate in the great action of the journey to the west. Fortune is always sought in danger. Ji Changsheng said calmly, if anyone can get the overwhelming wealth, it will be worthless. That's the truth. I just feel a little sorry for my junior brother. Yu Linglong hesitated for a while, but still told the truth. I originally wanted to help my junior brother secretly, or use your back door. But you don't seem to have this intention. She saw that Ji Changsheng really gave the people below a fair chance to compete this time. Ji Changsheng nodded. Wife, please don't interfere. I still feel that our junior brother's talent lies in internal affairs, and fighting and killing are more suitable for you. I am too lazy to serve Xuanti. Yu Linglong refused immediately. I am a disciple of the human sect, and I will definitely not be a slave to 3 surnames. That's right. Then let the people below rely on their own abilities. If everyone relies on their own abilities, I'm afraid the heavenly demon sect will win. What do you mean? Yu Linglong sighed. Xuandu Temple is strong because I and Xian Wang Linglong Tower are strong. The Heavenly Demon Sect is strong. And the whole is really strong. What's more, before you ascended, you were mainly transforming the Heavenly Demon Sect. Today's Heavenly Demon Sect has changed a lot. The lower world. Fuling Mountain. Yunjian Cave. This was originally the cave after Tianping's reincarnation. But it will be renamed soon. The elite elders of the Tiansheng sect have completely occupied Yunjian Cave. Tianping had just been beaten away by the elites of the demonic cult and fled to a small demon world. Yu Bihai, the former leader of Tiansheng sect, personally led the pursuit and killed the enemy. The Tiansheng sect's great elders Wenren Liehua and Saiku Xiaohong stayed in Yunjian Cave and presided over the meeting. Before the meeting began, the elites of Tiansheng sect first saluted the statue of Noah respectfully. Then, they saluted the statue of Changsheng Emperor respectfully. After completing these two tasks, everyone sat down. The whole process was meticulous and extremely pious. Wenren Liehua said, "Everyone, since our Tiansheng sect, under the leadership of Changsheng Emperor, has clearly defined Nua's idea of repairing the sky as the core. It has developed rapidly." Everyone nodded. Still extremely pious. Everyone really agreed with Wenren Liehua's words from the bottom of their hearts. Under the leadership of Master Yu, Tiansheng sect was only the second in the world and the first in the magic way. But since following Changsheng Emperor, it has directly upgraded its guns and cannons. And its status has instantly become that of the saintly way. With the name of Noah, they themselves feel that it is a loss of face to kill and burn people as before. However, this does not mean that Tiansheng sect has given up the business of killing and burning people. It just changed the way in the name of justice. Thanks to the guidance of Noah. Thanks to the promotion of Changsheng Emperor. We, who are of average talent, have the opportunity to ascend. And now we have the opportunity to go further and participate in the game of saints and the battle of destiny of the great sections. When Wenren Liehua said this, the atmosphere in Yunjian Cave began to be noisy. For the specific things, everyone should have seen the instructions of Changsheng Emperor. So I will not repeat them here. I just want to say one thing. Anyone who can participate in the journey to the west must be extremely rich. Changsheng Emperor asked us to fight for it with our own abilities. So we should not give up. Although the competition is fierce, our holy sect is not lacking in competitiveness. Saiku Xiaohong nodded. Elder Wenren is still modest. It should be said that our holy church is the most competitive among the old friends of the Changsheng Emperor. Fairy Linglong is in a different position now, and will not participate in this competition. Xuandu Temple can suppress us in the lower world because of Fairy Linglong. Now that Fairy Linglong is not participating, Mu Xian is not a concern. Everyone nodded. Elder Saiku is right. Mu Xian is not a concern. Tianping's cave was also discovered by our holy church first. We have to thank Sui Zhenchuan for this. He is worthy of being the person in charge of the industrialized cultivation of the holy church appointed by the Changsheng Emperor. He killed countless pig monsters in the lower world. And this time, he was the first to discover Tianpeng. So he should be the first credit. Sui Tinghuai immediately said modestly, "I am also lucky." Tinghuai, there is no need to be too modest. Luck is also a part of strength. The speaker is Yu Jidao, Yu Bihai's younger brother, former deputy leader of Tiansheng Church. If Tinghuai hadn't been in charge of the situation this time, it would have been difficult to find Tianpeng. Tinghuai, tell me what you know now. Sui Tinghuai was once appointed by Ji Changsheng to be in charge of industrial magic cultivation in Qi State. Today, he has become a giant in Tiansheng sect. However, in such a high-level meeting, Sui Tinghuai still behaved very humbly. But when it was time to behave and do things, he did not hide his shortcomings. Our Xingjiaosu Tian slaughterhouse business has always cooperated with successive emperors. And now it has expanded to more than 100 worlds. According to my investigation, Tianpeng was reincarnated as a pig fetus. After solving the mystery in the fetus, he has recovered part of Tianpeng's heritage, and now has transformed 8 worlds into a paradise for pig demons. His hiding place should be in these 8 pig worlds. At this point, Sui Tinghuai's eyes flashed with blood. If the 8 realms are destroyed, Tianpeng will naturally have no place to hide. Destroying the 8 realms seems to be against the harmony of heaven. Massacre of innocent people is definitely not okay. But killing pigs does not conflict with the idea of repairing the sky. Elder, this makes sense. Destroying the 8 realms is nothing. I am only worried about one thing. Do we really want to nominate Master Yu to compete for the quota of the pilgrimage team? Don't forget that the lady and Master Yu had a deep hatred before. Is the Changsheng Emperor willing to accept Master Yu to take the position? There was a moment of silence. The voice of Warandashi sounded in Yunjian Cave. Don't worry, everyone. The Changsheng Emperor doesn't care about such trivial matters. This is not Master Yu's weakness, but a plus point for Master Yu. Everyone looked at Warandashi, who was said to have changed his name for the Changsheng Emperor. Warandashi is no longer the same as before. She calmly explained to the high-level leaders of Tian Xingjiu. First, Master Yu is the strongest person in our Xingjia now. No one else. So our Xingjia's first choice must be Master Yu. Second, if the Changsheng Emperor wanted to kill Master Yu would have died long ago. We don't have to mind things that the Changsheng Emperor doesn't mind. Third, the Changsheng Emperor's preferences are different from those of ordinary people. Li Changshi was married. Yu Linglong was married. And the wife of the young palace master and Master Yu were also in a marriage of convenience. Even I once had a fiancé. Warandashi said her own inference without blushing or beating her heart. The Changsheng Emperor likes this. And Master Yu's life may be the greatest competitiveness of the wife of the young palace master. Therefore, Master Yu is the most suitable candidate for our Xingjiu. The high-level leaders of the Xingjiu were quickly persuaded by Warandashi, and soon reached a consensus. Fully support Master Yu to take the throne. The elites of the Xingjiu began to emerge in the prehistoric fairy world. Chapter 424, Killing the Eight Realms. The end of my youth. After the meeting, Waran Liehua left Warandashi, his eyes full of relief. Xiu, you have really grown up. The Waran family has a successor. Warandashi frowned and said, Ancestor, call me Dashi. Since I want to change my name, I have to change it from the heart. Otherwise, the young master will think that my intention is not pious. Waran Liehua is more and more relieved. From Warandashi, he saw the hope that the Waran family will surpass the master. However, Waran Liehua still whispered, Sure. Although you performed very well today, the suggestions you put forward are even of strategic significance to the development of the Holy Church. However, these words should not be said today. There are too many people attending the meeting today. After a pause, Waran Liehua reminded, the people in the Holy Church are all the people of the Changsheng Emperor. Your evaluation of the Changsheng Emperor will definitely be heard by the Changsheng Emperor. Once the Changsheng Emperor gets angry, what will you do? Waran Deshur explained, Grandfather, you don't know the young master as well as I do. The young master never takes revenge on personal grudges. And Grandfather, have you heard a piece of news? What news? The young master pushed down the ginseng fruit tree of Zhenyu and Daxian. And it is said that it was pushed down for the Queen Mother. Waran Deshur said here, his expression solemn, the Queen Mother also has a husband. The young master's taste has become heavier. And the women he likes are getting stronger. Waran Liehua has really heard of this. Gossip always spreads the fastest. The young master is walking too fast now. We can't catch up at all. If I don't let the young master hear my name again, he will really forget me. Warandashi's tone became more and more solemn. No matter what, I want to make myself appear in the young master's sight again, even if it will temporarily cause the young master's dissatisfaction. Anyway, I didn't slander the young master. The young master has always been pragmatic and has enough heart to accommodate these. Waran Liehua then realized that his great-granddaughter was not considering the problem incompletely, but too comprehensively. Deshur, don't worry. The Waran family will fully support you. Waran Deshur shook his head and said, Grandfather, the Waran family only needs to work well for the Holy Church. And don't support me. The women that the young master likes are too strong. Even if the Waran family is involved, they will be cannon fodder. Take it slow. There is a long way to go, at least compared with Rensuqiong and others. I have an advantage that they can never match. I had a fiancé, and he was killed by the young master himself. The young master must like this. Bang! Ji Chansheng slammed the table and stood up. Slander. This is slander. The content of the high-level meeting of the Holy Church was indeed put on the desks of Li Huanyan and Ji Chansheng as soon as possible. So Ji Chansheng was furious. This one Renjiayu is too much. Who gave her the courage to slander my reputation? Li Huanyan knocked on the table and said calmly, Bow. Don't be angry. Let's talk about it. It seems that what Waran Deshur said is also true. Ji Chansheng felt that he was more wrong than Do Yi. I just met you when you just happened to have a husband, or your husband died. What does it have to do with me? The time of meeting is not something I can control. Logic Master Li Huanyan made a false accusation. It's hard to say. Maybe you will deliberately adjust the time sequence after you become Daluo in the future. Nguyen Yang commented fairly. Daluo can indeed adjust the time sequence of appearance. The possibility of Chongqing's promotion to Daluo is as high as 80%. So the idea proposed by Huanyan can be implemented. Ji Chongsheng. Mom, you are also watching me. Nguyen Yang sighed. No wonder Xiao Chongsheng never dared to have evil thoughts about me. It turns out it's because I've never been married. Ji Chongsheng covered his face. Li Huanyan and Nguyen Yang clapped their hands happily. It can be seen that the wife of the young palace master of the Huahuang Palace has coaxed the palace master to be closer. Ji Chongsheng quickly changed the subject. Mom, what is the current situation of Xuanti's reincarnation? The three burial master said that he could become stronger with just a breath. And Ji Chongsheng believed it. But Ji Chongsheng couldn't control the extent of the increase. Nguyen Yang thought about it and guessed. Xuanti's reincarnation will probably increase its strength a little higher than by Gu Jing with just one breath. Ji Chongsheng. Xiaobai. You really deserve to die. It's just too humiliating. But now if there is a Daluo level fighter, Xuanti can't hold on with just his reincarnation. Nua said, his current strength is still full of temptation for many strong men. It is indeed very tempting. Several people in Tishita Palace are ready to go. Nua became interested. They definitely can't rely on their own strength. But if they had Lao Jun's magic weapon, they will have the strength to fight. Lao Jun is the first weapon refining master in the heavens and the worlds. The magic weapon in his hand is the most likely to fight across levels. Even across the borders to fight Daluo. The value of the uncle is still increasing. Ji Chongsheng is not surprised at this. In addition to being the first weapon refining master in the heavens and the worlds, the uncle is also the first alchemy master in the heavens and the worlds. A true full professional player. There are almost no shortcomings. The treasures that the uncle doesn't use are all treasures that are fought over in the outside world. The Tusita Palace is a place where elixirs and magic tools are wholesaled. From this point of view, the journey to the west planned by you, Chasheng, is really suspenseful. Nguyen Yang said, rescue takes time. If the time can be right, Xuanti may capsize in the gutter. Ji Chongsheng nodded and said, this is the effect I want. If the outside world does not see a little hope, they will not come to fight desperately. Li Huanyan complained, you used Xuanti's life as bait. And the effect is too good. This is also what Xuanti himself is happy about. Gambling is like this. You have to let the other party see that there is a chance to win. Otherwise the other party will not play with you. I have seen a casino called Big A before, which does not give others a chance to win at all. It is strange that it can be good. Nguyen Yang ignored the quarrel between Ji Chongsheng and Li Huanyan. After pondering for a moment, she made a decision. Let the fairies in the Hua Palace try their luck. Ji Chongsheng and Li Huanyan were both shocked. Li Huanyan quickly reminded Mom. It's very dangerous. Ji Chongsheng said more bluntly, Mom, all the demons on the journey to obtain the scriptures must be taken to pay off debts. Once they are released, they may not come back. Although Nguyen Yang had asked Ji Chongsheng to arrange for the demons of the Hua Palace to go to the lower world before, it would be a different matter if they went directly to rob Xuanti's meat. Going to the lower world can be said to be a training and gilding. Going to rob the flesh of the saint. If Xuanti really gets angry, Nguyen Yang may not give him face. Not to mention that Nguyen Yang is not in the right. Nguyen Yang said calmly, I will explain the danger to them. Just like Chongsheng explained the danger to those people of Tianxing sect. Fortune is sought in danger. If they still want to fight for this overwhelming fortune, give them this opportunity. Forcing them to stay will make them lose their demon hearts. As long as they are prepared to die for this, I will not stop them. Ji Chongsheng sensed the subtext of Nguyen Yang. Mom, you don't really think Xuanti will capsize in the gutter, do you? There is a 10% chance. Nguyen Yang did not deny, if Xuanti had gone through this journey with the strength of Daluo, it would definitely be safe. Now, it is not necessarily. Just like what you said, Chasheng. The other side has a chance to win. Ji Chongsheng was in awe. Nguyen Yang said this, which means that the strong man who coveted the flesh of the saint on the journey to the scriptures has the combat power of Daluo level. Of course, this is expected. But from what Nguyen Yang said, there is a kind of Daluo that can threaten the saint. Nua hesitated for a moment, and simply said it more bluntly, were those guys in Tishita Palace really invaded by Luoho? Ji Changsheng was shocked again. Mom, do you mean that my uncle also wants to kill Junti? No. Taiching doesn't want to. But he doesn't stop him. Ji Changsheng understood. Whoever can kill Junti means that his potential is stronger than Junti. And the saints don't mind letting their confidants do it. They don't take the initiative. Take responsibility. Or refuse. That's about it. Nua's laughter was a little ambiguous. Changsheng. The interests of all parties may not be the same. Even if they are allies you think they are. Are you sure that the human race doesn't want Junti to die? Ji Changsheng was slightly stunned. When he planned a journey to the west, he really didn't take the attitude of the human race into consideration. After eating Junti, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can also improve. Even if we leave aside the human race, doesn't Mithriya want Junti to die? Li Huanyan was shocked this time. Mom, Mithriya shouldn't want it. If Junti dies, what can Mithriya use to fight Tathagata? He is no match for Tathagata at all. Nua chuckled and said, the current Mithriya is certainly no match for Tathagata. But the Mithriya who killed Junti may not be no match for Tathagata. Li Huanyan felt cold all over. She thought of something. Chasheng. I seem to have found out through the demon summoning banner that Mithriya secretly built a small Lane temple. The place where Tathagata is now sitting is called Lingshan Great Lane Temple. But if Mithriya becomes the orthodox, the small word of the small Lane Temple can also be removed. Is Mithriya really not having any ulterior motives? Before Ji Changsheng could speak, Nuan Yangyang revealed another explosive news. The remnant soul of Zulong did not die in the Battle of Heaven, but escaped, and is now also eyeing Junti. Ji Changsheng. I really don't know about this. It's normal. There is no strong person who can know everything. Not even a saint. Nuan Yangyang said calmly, if it weren't for the Battle of Heaven, I would have paid attention to it, and I wouldn't have noticed that the remnant soul of Zulong would escape. Chasheng. You set up a game, but you may not be able to grasp how this game will turn out in the end. Junti gave the strong people below the saints a chance to smell his weakness. And in the end, the heroes chased the saint, and the other 5 saints, except Jiayin, should all watch from the sidelines, and even won't interfere with the small actions of the saints' Taoism. Ji Changsheng felt some pressure, felt for his dear teacher. He had no pressure. If he couldn't beat him, he would run away. Anyway, Pingong Dasheng was just his monkey in his heart. Mom, I just have one question. Say, if the goblins in the Wat Palace covet the flesh of the saint and confront me, and I accidentally kill them, do you have any problem with that? No problem. You should kill any other saints who stand against you. Nua or the saint was unexpectedly generous in this regard. When they make a choice, they have to bear the price. Before the saints took action, they already realized that they were going to be your enemy. If they still took action, they can't blame you for dying. Besides, you are you, not others. If someone else killed the saint's disciples, there might be trouble. It's different for Emperor Xiaotian. From the saint's point of view, it's not certain who is closer. After Nua said this, Ji Changsheng felt relieved. Then there's no problem. The team I found for the pilgrimage team won't encounter any danger below the Daluo level. Above the Daluo level, everyone depends on their own ability. I'm just worried that if all the fairies in the Wat Palace go to die, the Wat Palace will not even have a helper in the future. It's okay. The Tiansheng sect is a good group of people. Nuan Yangyang praised them by name. They did better than I thought. If I need people in the future, I will directly give them orders. As Nuan Yangyang's voice fell, the projection of the 8 realms appeared in the Wat Palace. 8 worlds belonging to pig demons appeared in front of Ji Changsheng. On the contrary, Tiangang, who was kept in the pig pen, became a human. To be precise, this should be called a human pen. Li Huanyan frowned and said, Tianping raises people in the way that humans raise pigs. Well, from his perspective, there is nothing wrong. But by doing this, he has narrowed the road too much. The human race is now the trend. If the specific situation of these 8 realms were discovered by the bad people, the intelligence organization of the Tang dynasty, it would only take a moment for the iron hooves to trample through these 8 realms. But now there is no need for the Tang dynasty's iron army that can fight against the heavenly soldiers. The current Tiansheng sect is enough to destroy the 8 worlds. After Ji Changsheng adjusted the speed of time, nearly 500 years have passed in the lower world. The Tiansheng sect, which has been cultivated by the Changsheng Emperor, can now be said to be full of talents, and is no longer the same as before. although it is definitely not enough to compete with those big forces in the prehistoric fairy world. But for these small worlds raised by Tianpeng, the strength of the Tianxing sect is enough. The first person to appear in the projection was Ji Chongqing's old acquaintance Ren Suqiang. There were also 7 Tianxing sect elites, who Ji Chongqing was only familiar with, but could not remember their names. Behind all 8 people were a group of people, holding the special pig-killing knife of the Shutian slaughterhouse under the supervision of Sui Tinghui. Save people first. While saving people, 8 replicas of the magic mirror were hung high in the sky. Whenever they encountered a pig demon disguised as a human, the disciples of the holy sect would kill him without mercy. After rescuing people, the disciples of the Holy Church began to set up a blood sacrifice formation. Yu Bihai held the magic sword and accurately locked Tianping's position. He did not dodge or evade, but went straight to meet him. In a head-on confrontation between the two sides, Yu Bihai actually gained the upper hand. After seeing this scene, Li Huanyan sighed from the bottom of her heart. Old Yu's talent is indeed better than mine. He has much less luck than me. Now he has reached the realm of the true lord, and he can still suppress Tianpeng. Although Tianpeng is a reincarnation, old Yu is still too strong. Ji Chongqing nodded. After all, he is the second in the world after his wife. Xiao Yu's gold content is still there. Even if Brother Heng compares with Xiao Yu, he may not necessarily win. Nuwa said, Chongqing, if this person is well trained, his future is limitless. Huanyan is wrong. His chance is no worse than Huanyan's. He has inherited Xingtian's legacy and uses the skills of the sticks. As long as he can integrate the advantages of the Wu clan and the Blood Sea, he may even have a chance to touch the threshold of Daluo. Xing Tian died at the hands of Hao Tian. Mingyi died at the hands of Nuwa. This does not mean that they are not strong. Yu Lao Mo's talent is not bad, and he has such good fortune. Although he is still young, it is enough to suppress Tianpeng. What really makes Nu and Yang value is the fighting will and talent shown by Yu Lao Mo. Cha Sheng. He is more suitable for Yuan Two Sword than you. Nu and Yang added. Ji Chongqing nodded. Indeed, I can fight for my future, but rarely for fighting. It seems that Xiao Yu must be the one who killed Tianpeng, which is not bad. With Xiao Yu, the team can let him go first when charging head-on. Ji Chongqing is not worried that Xiao Yu will lose control. Yu Linglong's strength is still above Yu Lao Mo, so Yu Lao Mo still thinks Ji Chongqing is his son. He just doesn't dare to mention it, for fear that Nu and Yang will be angry. Speaking of it, Yu Lao Mo is really miserable. He got a lot of good fortune, and his own talent and will are top-notch. But he met Yu Linglong at the same time. Xing Tian and Ming He are certainly very strong, but Yu Linglong's teacher is the great master Xuandu. Her ancestor is the sage Tai Ching, and she also got some inheritance from Luo. They suppressed Xiao Yu so much that Xiao Yu had no chance from beginning to end. Fortunately, Xiao Yu finally came to his senses and stopped competing with Yu Linglong. When Xiao Yu's world was without Yu Linglong, the sky was high and the sea was wide. Even in the prehistoric continent where strong people gathered, Xiao Yu would have grown up in 500 years. There is still more room for improvement in the future. Soon, the Holy Church sacrificed blood in the 8 realms and killed all the pig monsters. Sui Tinghui led the professionals of the slaughterhouse of the heavens to enter and sorted the bodies of the pig monsters. The disciples of Tiansheng who practiced the Blood Sea technique used local materials and began to practice seriously. And the Tiansheng medical disciples, led by Luo Qiling, also began to rescue the human race raised by Tianpeng. In midair, Yu Lao Mo pierced Tianpeng's chest with a sword, and his body hung high in the sky. Below, the disciples of Tiansheng were well organized and began to receive Tianpeng's legacy. The whole process was smooth. Even Ji Lao Mo, who knew that Tiansheng was full of talents, was surprised. Not to mention Nu and Yang, who had always been an eyesore to the goblins of the Hua Palace. Nu and Yang praised more and more. Cha Sheng, the Taoist tradition you cultivated is really good. With such a leader and these talents, why was Tiansheng suppressed by Xuandu Temple in the lower world before? Nu and Yang was a little curious, especially after Yu Lao Mo killed Tianpeng. The former master of Xuandu Temple, Mu Xian, came late, just caught up with the hot Tianpeng. Nuwa was even more curious. They are both former leaders. Why is Xuandu Temple stronger than Tiansheng sect? Ji Cha Sheng. Because Xuandu Temple also has a former leader named Yu Linglong. To see a person's level, you have to look at his opponent. In this way, The value of my wife is really getting higher and higher. And the value of Brother Hin, who did not die under my wife's hands, is also becoming more and more solid. Jian Gongyu. Next time you want to humiliate me, just come directly. Don't use this boomerang. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Brother Hin actually didn't say I hate him anymore. My youth is over. At the same time, in the lower world, Shipan Mountain, Yingqijian, the remnant soul of Zulong was also considering a question. Should I eat them or join them? The footsteps of the pilgrim team are getting closer and closer to Yingqijian. Chapter 425. Zulong is resurrected. Didi is playing for him. Zuni is about to meet Zulong. Nua suddenly became excited and began to share gossip with Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan. Zulong fought Jundi 3 times before, and this time is the most evenly matched one. Ji Changsheng. Why was Jundi beaten all the time? Is he petty because he was beaten? Nua explained, there is nothing we can do about it. Zulong is the first generation of prehistoric overlord after the creation of the world. In his invincible era, I was not Zulong's opponent, let alone Jundi. Back then, dragons, phoenixes and unicorns were the strongest, and Han Jun was not good at that time. Why? Li Huanyan asked curiously. Zulong's performance was quite poor before. Li Huanyan was talking about the Qin Emperor of Xian Qin. In fact, the Qin Emperor of Xian Qin did not perform poorly, and took away 2 emperors, Ziwei Emperor and Go Chen Emperor. This record is much better than King Zhou, who made a name for himself in the conferred god tribulation. But the Qin Emperor was unlucky. He received too much investment, and the investors required too many rules and regulations. Then he encountered a monster like Ji Lao Mo, and the contrast was a bit strong. The most important thing is that the Qin Emperor's era was too short. Long life is important. You can only have the right to explain if you survive. If you die early, your strength and power will be explained by future generations. It is unrealistic to expect future generations to be objective. The Qin Emperor has been dead for more than 500 years. And now the lower world has begun to say that the Qin Emperor is a tyrant. The gods in the heavens have also forgotten the oppression that the immortal Qin brought to them. As I said, living a long life is also a skill. Nuan Yang Yang corrected, Zulong is Zulong. Qin Huang is Qin Huang. Don't confuse them. Li Huanyan was a little confused. Didn't the remnant soul of Zulong reincarnate as Qin Huang? Could it be that the remnant soul of Zulong can be reincarnated infinitely? Why not? Nua was also very curious. Huanyan, you are inflated now. Is it strange that the strongest overlord of the first generation of the prehistoric fairyland has some life-saving methods? Li Huanyan. Okay. Not strange. Qin Huang dragged Ziwei and Go Chen to death. And Zulong certainly didn't want to be buried with them. You can think of Qin Huang as a multiple personality. Zulong is his previous life personality, and Qin Huang is his current personality. Most of the time, these two personalities do not conflict. Only when faced with a life and death crisis, Zulong's personality will appear. Qin Huang's current personality has the bearing of a human emperor and is determined to die. But Zulong's personality does not. Once the two conflict, Zulong's remnant soul will choose to run away, and Qin Huang will really die. Ji Changsheng understood. He can only be glad that he is not the reincarnation of Daluo. Otherwise, it would be a bit disgusting to have a hidden personality that can be awakened at any time. Qin Huang has too many buffs. Things that come too easily often come at a heavy price. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Qin Huang is more unlucky than me. These things were not even what he asked for. They were decided before he was born. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Ji Lao Mo's opportunities were all snatched by him with his own ability. So all the opportunities were what he wanted. And no one forced him. Qin Huang is different. Before he was born, Ho Tu had arranged a script for him. Zhu Long was ready to reincarnate, and Renji reached a cooperation with Ho Tu. Of course, from another perspective, Qin Huang was also very lucky because he was born in Rome. Compared to most creatures, Emperor Qin has no right to cry out for injustice. But fortune and misfortune are interdependent. What you didn't win with your own hands is not yours after all. Li Huanyan was still a little curious. Mom, since Zulong was so strong, why did he die? Nua corrected again. Zulong was strong, but not that strong. It was because we were injured that we gave the opportunity for the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn to dominate. Injured? Nua nodded. Before Panga created the world, there were 3,000 gods and demons in the chaos. The 3,000 gods and demons started a war. And finally Pangu split the chaos and died of exhaustion. The gods and demons who survived were all seriously injured and gradually recovered over a long period of time. Hanjun and I were in this situation at that time. So the first generation of overlords in the prehistoric fairyland fell to the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn. But after Hanjun and Luoho recovered, the era of dragons, phoenixes and unicorns is over. And what about Luoho? Of course, Luoho provoked a war between the dragon and phoenix clans, and the three pure ones destroyed the unicorn clan. I thought the next era would be a battle between Taoism and demons, and it would be the home court of Hanjun and Luoho. But the witches and liches rose, and the descendants of Pangu began to dominate. Speaking of this, Nua shook her head. Hanjun didn't think of this back then. But I did think of it, and even joined the demon clan heaven. But it was useless. Zulong is not that strong in my eyes. But Tai and Dijuan are really strong. The overlords of the times have been making progress. And what remains unchanged is that these two generations of overlords have beaten Juanti. Puff. Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan couldn't hold back. Is Juanti so miserable? Nua showed her high emotional intelligence. From another perspective, Juanti is very inspiring. That's right. Ji Chansheng nodded. He could outlast two generations of overlords who had beaten him, and then start his own era. Although Juanti was not the strongest in his own era, he was also one of the strongest. Isn't this better than Bo Ran? Zunti is very petty. If he knew that the remnant soul of Zulong was still there, he would definitely take revenge. Nua Nyang ignited her interest in watching the show. Zulong didn't understand Juanti back then, and he may not understand it very well now. But he must be afraid. After all, he must remember that he beat Juanti. Now he wants to restore his strength back then. And eating Juanti's reincarnation is a good choice. After being said by Nua Nyang, Ji Chansheng also realized that there was a good show to watch. Nua continued, when Zulong was the hegemon, Juanti was no match for Zulong. Later, Juanti was promoted to a saint, and Zulong was no match for Juanti. Now Juanti is reincarnated, Zulong's remnant soul, and the chickens are fighting each other, evenly matched. I am looking forward to this battle. Cha Sheng, don't intervene first. I want to watch the show. Got it. Listen to my mother. Ji Chansheng followed her advice, and even gave instructions to Jiamong to keep his troops in place. Jiamong said that you are worrying too much. Brother, I am just an ordinary horse, and I am not able to participate in the war. Zulong's remnant soul finally made a decision. Eat them. The reason is also very simple. Zunti is too narrow-minded. Even if I want to join them, this guy may not accept it. Kong Xian was castrated after eating him only once. But I beat him 3 times. What kind of trouble will he make me suffer? Zulong didn't even dare to think about it. If Juanti was Haotian, Zulong would definitely choose to join. Unfortunately, Juanti's narrow-mindedness is as deep-rooted as Haotian's tolerance. Zulong didn't dare to gamble. But Zulong is no longer the Zulong of the past. He is now just a remnant soul. Therefore, he is not absolutely sure that he can eat Juanti. Even if Juanti has been reincarnated, Zulong's remnant soul escaped from the battle in the heaven not long ago, and it has not recovered to its peak. In the words of the goddess Nua, this is a chicken fight between equals. The result is full of unknowns. Zulong is not sure that he can win. If he died in Juanti's hands, it would be fine, and it would be over. But if he didn't fight and was captured, with Juanti's means and narrow-mindedness, Zulong's remnant soul shuddered. Then he set his sights on the landlord of Yingqijian in Shipan Mountain, the third son of Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, the third prince of Yulong. He is also his descendant for many generations. Are you the third son of the Dragon King of the West Sea? The remnant soul of Zulong did not show up, but the voice exploded in the ears of the third prince of Yulong, almost scaring him to death. Who is this monster? Your ancestor. How dare you? My ancestor is Zulong, who has died in battle. You dare to insult Zulong. You deserve to die. The third prince of Yulong showed respect for him, which made the remnant soul of Zulong very satisfied. After escaping from the heavenly palace, he did not go to the Four Seas Dragon Palace, because he already knew that the current Four Seas Dragon Palace was not important. It could not protect him. Even those unfilial descendants might devour and refine his remnant soul. For 500 years, the remnant soul of Zulong has been recovering from his injuries. Then he thought, thinking about how to recover to the peak. It was not the first day that he met the third prince of Jade Dragon. In fact, he came to Yingqijian first. The third prince of Jade Dragon came later. It was just the first day that the third prince of Jade Dragon knew that there was a hidden great power in Yingqijian. I am the ancestral dragon. The remnant soul of the ancestral dragon chose to show up, because this third prince of Jade Dragon was no threat to him. Although it was just a remnant soul, he was also afraid of Junti, not some cat or dog. The pressure from the blood of the ancestral dragon and the ancestors made the third prince of Jade Dragon kneel on the ground at the first time, and then burst into tears. Meet the ancestor. The blood of the third prince of Jade Dragon was boiling, and his knees unconsciously expressed his submission. The resonance from the blood could not be faked. Ancestor, you are not dead. This is really great. I will contact my father now. Wait. The remnant soul of the ancestral dragon stopped the third prince of Jade Dragon. I have been observing you for a long time. What is going on between you and your father? The remnant soul of Zulong was very confused. He could no longer understand the younger generation now. The reason you were demoted to Yingqijian was that you set fire to the pearl in the palace. Then your father Ao Run reported to the heaven to accuse you of rebellion and asked the Jade Emperor to sentence you to death. Zulong couldn't figure it out. You are the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea. You burned a pearl. And your father wants to kill you? Does the Dragon Clan have so little affection now? Or is that pearl actually a demon? And it has an affair with your father in private? This is the most likely guess that Zulong thinks. Then the third prince of Yulong smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry to disappoint the old ancestor. The pearl is just an ordinary pearl. Zulong's residual soul. You are not your father's child. Yes. Then your father has gone mad? The third prince of Yulong continued to smile bitterly. Grandfather, this is a long story. Then tell me slowly. Although the pilgrim team is about to arrive, Zulong will keep track of the time. So the third prince of Yulong told Zulong a story that shocked his dragon life. This story starts with Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea. After the great sage of balance came out of nowhere, he went to the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea and robbed countless treasures of the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, and became famous since then. The Zulong's residual soul heard about this. This is also the reason why he was too lazy to go to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. The current Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is so useless that it can't even stop a demon king. Then the third prince of Jade Dragon told him, actually, it's all fake. Fake? Yes, it's all fake. I found out the truth. It wasn't the great sage of balance accounts who robbed the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. It was the great sage of balance accounts and Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, who were dividing up the assets of our dragon clan. Speaking of this, the third prince of Jade Dragon's dragon body was trembling, and his anger broke through the Eagle Sorrow Gorge and rushed straight into the sky. The great sage of balance accounts didn't fire a single shot, and Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, personally led the way. They joined forces to make our dragon clan a joke and gave a reasonable explanation for the deficit of the dragon clan. Then, they put the wealth of the dragon clan into their own pockets. I always thought that there were doubts about this matter. So I bribed Ao Guang's confidants and found out the truth that the dragon was afraid of hearing. But when I found out the truth, Ao Guang also found me. I thought my father would do justice for me. The third prince of Jade Dragon's dragon body trembled more and more. I didn't expect that after learning the truth, my father would take the initiative to report me to the heavenly court and force me to die. Ancestor, the dragon race has been abolished, and they dare not offend even a mere great sage Ping Zhang. They confuse right and wrong, cover up the truth, and can't solve any problems of the dragon race, but can only solve the dragons who raise problems. I am not willing to accept this, so I am preparing for revenge in Yingqijian. The reincarnation of the Saint Junti was protected by the great sage Ping Zhang throughout the journey. If this quest for scriptures is destroyed, the great sage Ping Zhang will also be held accountable by the great Emperor Chang Sheng. I can't change the dragon race, but I am willing to sacrifice everything to stop the great sage Ping Zhang. I want to let the great sage Ping Zhang know that the dragon race is not only corrupt and incompetent, but also has dragons like me who dare to resist. I am willing to use my blood to awaken the Nun Dragon Palace. The remnant soul of the ancestor dragon was silent for a minute. This inside story shocked an old dragon like him. Then, the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon sighed faintly. Are you willing to sacrifice everything? Yes, I am willing. Okay, I will help you to get revenge. But I need you to offer your dragon body. I am only a remnant soul now. And I need a new body to exert greater power. The third prince of Yulong did not hesitate. It is my honor to fight side by side with the ancestor. Please possess me. So, the ancestor dragon of Yingqijian was resurrected. A savage white dragon blocked the way of the pilgrim team. And the interested people among the gods and Buddhas began to pay attention to Yingqijian. And got a lot of inspiration. Wu Huang Palace. Ji Chansheng looked at Nua in confusion. Mom, this seems to be the third son of Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea. He discovered my cooperation with Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, and was reported by Ao Run. Is he the ancestor dragon? His soul is. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. DD proxy? There is such a thing? Baiying Palace? Master Xuandu opened his eyes. Daluo proxy? Ling Shan. Methreya Buddha looked at the yellow-browed boy in front of him. A word also emerged in his mind. Proxy? Zulong didn't know that his DD proxy gave many Daluo fatal inspiration. Chapter 426, when the Daluo opened small accounts. The whole world knows Junti's pettiness. The more powerful people know about it, the less they want to do it themselves. But the effect of Junti's flesh and blood is also known to the whole world. The more powerful people know about it, the more they can't resist this temptation. In addition to the saints, everyone actually wants to have a taste, including the Xuandu master, who is selfless in the eyes of outsiders, including Methreya Buddha, the direct disciple of Junti saint, including other Daluo. They don't actually want to kill Junti. They just think, it's just a bite. Junti won't die. They can still make progress. Why not? Of course, Junti will definitely not do it. The six saints will not do such a thing. Although this seems to be a trivial matter for the six saints, it is not negotiable. A billionaire can change the fate of a family by giving an ordinary person 1 million. Will they give it? So, opportunities still have to be fought for by yourself. Before Zulong Didi played for them, many Daluo were hesitant. But after Zulong Didi played for him, the Daluo strongman opened up a new world. It's actually possible to play like this, although doing so is just a cover-up. But can you, Junti, take the blame for something without evidence? You are not the immortal emperor. Besides, hiding traces is not that difficult. For example, swapping for a substitute. Methreya Buddha looked at the yellow-browed boy in front of him and thought that the boy from Tushita Palace seemed to have gone to the world. If he asked the yellow-browed boy to play for him, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Junti's eyes. But what if he hides and uses the boy from Tushita Palace to play for him? As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Never underestimate the creativity of the Daluo strong. Therefore, Methreya Buddha tried to prepare to send a message to Master Xuandu. But before he prepared, Master Xuandu's message arrived first. Buddha from the East, second uncle will give a lecture on Hunyuan Avenue again soon. Will Buddha from the East come in person? Methreya Buddha smiled and said, of course I will go. Everything is self-evident. There are many such tacit cooperation. Zulong and Ji Chansheng have not yet realized that the difficulty of the journey to the west has increased by several levels in an instant. Now Zulong has just blocked Junti's way. And now Ji Chansheng is preparing to watch the show in the Wahuang Palace. It is said that at this time, Yingqijian in the lower world is the cold day of the 12th month. The north wind is biting, and the ice is cold to the bone. Master Sanzang rides the black dragon horse, and walks on some cliffs and rugged roads. And the mountains are steep and steep. Master Sanzang was riding on a black dragon horse. Just as he walked to a short distance in front of Ingcho's stream, he saw a dragon coming out of the stream, pushing the waves, rushing out of the cliff, and heading straight for Master Sanzang. The Dragon King's legs softened, and he threw Master Sanzang off his horse. This reaction was half acting and half real. Master, this dragon is not right. The Dragon King was afraid that Junti would put him on the blacklist out of narrow-mindedness. So he quickly defended himself. When I faced this dragon, I subconsciously wanted to surrender. As everyone knows, the Dragon King almost overturned the Four Seas Dragon Palace. The Four Seas, where the Dragon Clan ruled, were all defeated by a dragon. This was a shame for the entire Dragon Clan. So when the Dragon King said that he felt like surrendering when facing a white dragon, it sounded very fake. But this time, the Jiao Demon King was not trying to clear his name. He did feel the pressure from his soul and blood, which directly destroyed half of his combat power. Of course, with half of his combat power destroyed, he would definitely be much stronger than his current performance. The Jiao Demon King essentially wanted to slack off. Let the desperate matter be left to the Three Burials Mage. The Three Burials Mage did not bother with the Jiao Demon King, and punched the threatening white dragon. Bang! The water in the Eagle Sorrow stream was surging, and the huge air wave made the killing monk retreat several meters away. Even the Three Burials Mage retreated 3 steps. The white dragon in the air did not react, but took advantage of the situation to chase and kill, and opened a bloody mouth, trying to swallow the Three Burials Mage in one gulp. How dare you! The evil beast! The Three Burials Mage did not retreat but advanced, and directly drilled into the stomach of the white dragon. Seeing this, Ji Chansheng looked at the goddess Nua speechlessly. Mom, are all monsters sick? Why do they like to eat Juanti so much? He doesn't understand. Can you digest it? Can Juanti be eaten casually? Kong Xian failed twice. Why didn't Zulong learn any lesson? Nua. Maybe Zulong thinks it's Kong Xian who is not good enough. After all, Zulong competed with Kong Xian's mother in the past. Kong Xian can't digest Juanti. Doesn't it mean that I, Zulong, can't digest Juanti's reincarnation? Facts have proved that I can't digest it. Bang! A golden light emerged from the white dragon's belly and rushed straight into the sky. The next moment, blood rained all over the sky. The Three Burials Master opened the white dragon's belly with a punch and regained his freedom. The white dragon instantly lost 30% of its combat power. Ji Chansheng was more and more speechless. The most important thing for the demon race to evolve is definitely the brain and digestive system. No! Nua suddenly spoke. At the same time, the seriously injured white dragon suddenly recovered to its peak state, and a dragon roar, precisely condensed into a point, exploded in the ears of the Three Burial Master. Instantly, the Three Burial Master's 7 orifices bled. Then the white dragon opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed the Three Burial Master in one gulp. This also means that the white dragon swallowed the blood that flowed from the Three Burial Master. Nua's eyes flashed with divine light. Guanin's tears. Ji Chansheng blinked. Guanin's tears? Mom, are you sure it's Guanin's tears? Yes. Zulong deliberately exposed a flaw just now to lure Juanti to seriously injure him. Then, when Juanti was slightly relaxed, he used Guanin's tears to restore his prime state and swallowed Juanti again, catching Juanti off guard. At this point, Nua applauded. Zulong is still Zulong. Even if he is a remnant soul, his fighting wisdom did not disappoint me. Of course, the most surprising thing is Guanin Bodhisattva. Nua glanced at the shocked Ji Chansheng and chuckled. Chansheng, am I right? You human race strongmen are also very envious of the saints, who are covered with treasures. Ji Chansheng couldn't refute. Do you know when Guanin Bodhisattva connected with Zulong? Ji Chansheng shook his head. He really didn't know how Guanin Bodhisattva was connected with Zulong's remnant soul. However, Ji Chansheng was aware of the connection between Guanin Bodhisattva and the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea. After the third prince of Yulong found out about the collusion between the Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Guang and the Great Sage of Peace account, he told the truth to his father, the Dragon King of the West Sea Ao Run. Then Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, decisively sold his son. Ao Run meant to kill the third prince of Jade Dragon directly to show his sincerity in surrendering. However, it is well known that the Great Sage of Balance Accounts is the confidant of the Great Emperor of Longevity. And the Jade Emperor and the Great Emperor of Longevity do not get along. So under the instruction of the Jade Emperor, Guanin Bodhisattva, who happened to be a guest in the Heavenly Palace, rescued the third prince of Jade Dragon, and placed him in Yingqijian. If you look at the whole thing together, Guanin Bodhisattva probably knew that the remnant soul of Zulong was also in Yingqijian. It was definitely not a coincidence that he came to the Heavenly Palace that day. These were all planned long ago. After realizing this, Ji Chansheng sighed. No wonder these ancestors can live to this day. They are all old silver coins. Only he is simple and kind. Isn't Guanin afraid of completely offending Juanti? Li Huanyan asked curiously. Nua smiled. What is Guanin afraid of? Guanin's tears are not a rare thing. They are available in the market. How can Juanti prove that the Guanin's tears in Zulong's hand were given to him by Guanin himself? Li Huanyan. Juanti doesn't need proof. Right? Saints need evidence to investigate cases? Eternal life doesn't need evidence to investigate cases. Nua speculated. Saints certainly don't need evidence to investigate cases. Unless they meet another saint. Guanin dares to do this. which means that the relationship with Yuanshi Tianwang may have eased. Once an ordinary disciple betrays his master, Yuanshi Tianwang has no reason to choose to forgive. But if this disciple becomes a Daoyu outside and wants to return home in glory, and his most respected son is willing to be a middleman and lobbyist, Yuanshi Tianwang seems to have no reason to refuse. Li Huanyan naturally understood it immediately, and he drew inferences from one example. Guanin's grabbing of the saint's flesh and blood may not be for herself, but for Yuqing Zhenwang. Ji Changsheng nodded silently. So Junti is going to capsize this time? Li Huanyan looked at Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, the journey to the west has just begun. It can't end like this. Right? It really can't end like this. Ji Changsheng thought that the three burials master and the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon would be a chicken fight of equal strength. Unexpectedly, Guanin Bodhisattva intervened. After all, the three burials master has just started to become stronger. Facing the small account of the Daoyuo, or the two Daoyuos secretly joined forces, the three burials master fell. The teacher can really give the quasi-saint confidence. Ji Changsheng complained in his heart and prepared to take action. But the Jiao Demon King got there first. Like Ji Changsheng, he was ready to fish. The premise is that the three burials master can pass the level by himself. I didn't expect him to kneel so quickly. At this point, Jiao Demon King didn't dare to watch the show anymore. He hadn't reached Daoyu yet, so he had to take the scripture. Boom! The black Jiao horse shook and revealed its true form. Then it resolutely rushed towards the white dragon. Although Jiao Demon King was suppressed by the remnant soul of Zulong in terms of both soul and blood, the arrogance in Jiao Demon King's bones had never faded. And even if Jiao Demon King's strength was sealed by half, it was still enough to change the current situation. Master, cooperate inside and outside. At the moment of fierce fighting, Jiao Demon King did not forget that he had told Sanzang Mage before that his strength was suppressed. So he didn't dare to overturn Bailong by himself, and had to join forces with Sanzang Mage. In just 1 minute, the Jiao Demon King's judgment of the battle situation, his grasp of the Holy Heart, and his decisiveness in the timing of his attack clearly showed why he was the most outstanding new generation Demon King. There is no false reputation under a great reputation. Such a Jiao Demon King would certainly kneel down in seconds when he met Zulong. But when he met Zulong's residual soul, the white dragon horse, which was far less powerful than him, and the undigested three burials master as a helper, the battle situation was self-evident. When the three burials master cut open the white dragon's abdomen again, the outer security team arranged by the Changsheng Emperor also began to take action. 6 dings and 6 jias, 5 directions Jia for valued Gong Chaos, and 18 guardians of the religion. Following closely, the Changsheng Emperor came late. He came riding a blue phoenix. He took control of the situation as soon as he arrived. After looking around, Ji Changsheng said to Master Sanzang, Teacher, I asked the great sage Pingzhan to stay by your side to protect you. Why did you drive him away? If the great sage was here, you wouldn't be in danger today. Master Sanzang was humiliated and didn't refute. He didn't look good to Ji Changsheng either. This was naturally a show. But Master Sanzang was in a bad mood. He also noticed the traces of Guanin's tears. If it was just a remnant soul of Zulong, he thought he could handle it. As a result, Guanin Bodhisattva, who was thought to be an ally, turned against him and caught him off guard. Ji Changsheng continued, Teacher, let the great sage continue to stay by your side to protect you. Without him, I really don't worry about your safety. Master Sanzang nodded reluctantly. This was a big loss of face. But it was already lost, so he could only admit it. After dealing with Master Sanzang, Ji Changsheng's eyes fell on Bailong's head and said in a deep voice, Zulong, you are so brave. The remnant soul of Zulong sneered. He had already got the flesh and blood of the saint, and he had no intention of dealing with Ji Changsheng. It didn't matter if he couldn't kill Junti, as long as he could recover to his peak. He believed that Junti couldn't kill him, so Zulong just glanced at Ji Changsheng, and then prepared to retreat. What a pity. Zulong hadn't escaped halfway when he encountered another person blocking his way. Guanin Bodhisattva. Moreover, after Guanin Bodhisattva arrived at the scene, she acted decisively without saying a word, and suppressed Bailong in a second, without giving Zulong the slightest chance to speak. Then Guanin Bodhisattva greeted Changsheng Emperor and Sanzang Master one by one. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Bodhisattva wants to kill Long to silence him. Emperor, please be careful. I just had a connection with the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea. I didn't expect that it would be involved in the quest for scriptures. I apologize to the master here. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded again, and then said, but it is also a blessing in disguise. After all, Jiao Mo Wang is one of the 9 stars of heaven. It is not right for him to go to Lingshan to obtain scriptures. Master, if you need a mount, how about Zulong? Master Sanzang looked puzzled. Guanyin Bodhisattva continued, since Zulong is a residual soul, he should be reincarnated completely. Staying in the human world and disturbing the reincarnation is against the way of heaven and should be severely punished. Jiao Mo Wang is only half a step away from being promoted to Daluo. If he integrates some of Zulong's insights, it must be enough to open the door to Daluo without going to Lingshan. Jiao Mo Wang's eyes lit up. He didn't want to be a mount, even for a saint. And if he can devour some of the ancestral dragon soul, he can indeed complete his own transformation. The ancestral dragon used to be arrogant and conceited, and his crimes were grave. Today, he ambushed the master, which was an even greater crime. Transform this white dragon that is merged with the ancestral dragon's residual soul into a mount and ride it all the way. With the master's Buddhist practice, I believe he will surely be able to make this evil dragon turn back. The 3 burials master's heart was pounding. Compared to killing the enemy, humiliating the enemy is indeed more in line with Zhuanti's petty mind. Finally, Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at Changsheng Emperor. The remnant soul of the ancestral dragon was reincarnated as the Emperor Qin, but chose to escape before the Emperor Qin died, enjoying the luck of the human race, but not sacrificing for the human race. This trend must not be allowed to continue. I want to divide the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon into 3 parts. 1 for the mount of the 3 burials master, 1 for the Jiao Demon King, and 1 for the luck of the future Emperor of humanity. What do you think? Changsheng Emperor? What can Ji Changsheng say? He could only nod slowly. It's very good for the Bodhisattva to arrange it this way. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows and showed mercy to the 6 paths. Yingqijian returned to peace, and the Hongwang immortal realm, and even the heavens, and all realms began to surge undercurrents. Zunti's reincarnation is very weak. It can't even deal with a mere remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. If it weren't for the Jiao Demon King's action, Zhuanti's reincarnation would have been defeated this time. A normal Daluo is much stronger than the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. You just need to make a cover. You will really have a chance to completely defeat the reincarnation of the saint. The Daluo masters began to create small accounts. Chapter 427 Greatness. No need to play. It's bad. I'm afraid I can't beat the monsters behind. Ji Changsheng's reaction was certainly not too slow. He quickly realized one thing. The Monkey King can't beat those Daluo's trumpets. When he made trouble in the heavenly palace, the majesty of the great sage of balance accounts was still vivid in his mind. Everyone was a trumpet, and the great sage of balance accounts was the glory of the trumpet 500 years ago. And at that time, there were no strong people who followed to learn to open a trumpet. But this time is different. Zulong's DD proxy is close to success. The profit of Daluo's trumpet is really too great. As for the consequences of failure, it's ridiculous that when the opportunity to gamble is in front of them, as long as the gamblers at the gambling table think they will win. In the casinos, like Da, that obviously don't give you the chance to win. The leaks are rushing to give their heads. What's more, here in Zhuanti, there is a real chance to win. Moreover, among the Daluo, as long as they are in good condition, they are indeed much stronger than the residual soul of Zulong. Even if they meet Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Daluo's strongmen will not be afraid. Guanyin Bodhisattva is just a newly promoted Daluo. She is not ranked high among the quasi-saints. She suppressed the residual soul of Zulong easily because Zulong is just a residual soul. If Zulong is in full condition, it must be Guanyin Bodhisattva who kneels. Guanyin Bodhisattva opened a magic box of desire. At this time, the Yingqijian has completely returned to peace. The Jiao Demon King has left with 1/3 of the residual soul of Zulong. And the killer monk is looking at the white dragon horse that has just been put under the forbidden hoop curse. Ji Changsheng and the 3 buried master walked aside and began to exchange their views on the rest of the journey to obtain scriptures. Ji Changsheng said bluntly, "Teacher, I'm afraid that there will be many Daluo masters who will change their appearance and covet your blood and flesh essence." The 3 burials master thought of what happened just now and realized this. His mood was a little subtle. 5 points of killing intent. 5 points of surprise. This trend is undoubtedly conducive to helping them pay off their debt to the heavenly Tao. But this also shows that the reincarnation of Xuanti has a deterrent power close to zero for the Daluo masters. This time, I fell too quickly. The Three Burials master realized the problem. Ji Chansheng nodded. Teacher, you are really good at giving confidence to the quasi-saint. The Three Burials master blushed, but did not refute. Under normal circumstances, the quasi-saints are still afraid of you. But you have broken their fear of you time and time again, bringing them unparalleled confidence. Especially this time. Zulong is just a remnant soul. But he almost succeeded, which is really a great encouragement to them. Capitalists will take risks with 50% profit, trample on all laws of the world with 100% profit, and risk being hanged with 300% profit. Daluo is not a capitalist. They are 10,000 times bolder than capitalists, and their profits are not comparable to capital. At this point, Ji Chansheng couldn't think of any reason for other Daluo to hold back. Teacher, we must be more careful on the road ahead, and be ready to call for help at any time. The Three Burials master didn't say anything tough. This time he also sensed the danger. They came here to fish. And if they were eaten by the fish, they would really laugh their teeth off. Teacher, is this what you expected? Ji Chansheng suddenly asked. Are you playing along and cooperating with the play to achieve better fishing results? The old face of the Three Burials master turned red. Ji Chansheng sighed to the sky. Yes. Everything is self-evident. The Three Burials master tried to save his dignity. Chansheng, don't worry. The master can become stronger by breathing. The next time the master attacks, it will be much stronger than this time. Ji Chansheng reminded, the next time the Daluo attacks, it will definitely not be just a remnant soul, compared with the Three Burials master who can become stronger by breathing. Ji Chansheng still feels that the Daluo strongman is more deterrent. Fortunately, they also have a lot of cards. It seems that I have to strengthen the connection with all parties to ensure that when the hard monkey asks for help, all parties can give the green light in time. You do the work. I am at ease. Teacher, you should be careful too. Now it seems that Guanyin is not trustworthy. You still have to rely on yourself. Guanyin, I'll remember her. Ji Chansheng found that the Three Burials master did not add the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva to the blacklist, so he understood immediately. It seems that Guanyin Bodhisattva has been on the Three Burials master's blacklist for a long time. TSK. Guanyin Bodhisattva is taking the initiative. However, Xuanti's blacklist is much more powerful than the three books of heaven, earth and man. Guanyin is really bold. Ji Chansheng did not realize at this time that Guanyin Bodhisattva was even more courageous than he thought. In front of Yingqijian, on the only way for the pilgrims to Lingshan, there is a temple. But see that. Layers of palaces and pavilions. Stacked corridors. Outside the Sanshan gate, towering clouds cover. In front of the Wufu Hall, thousands of bright red mists surround. 2 roads of pine and bamboo. No years and no rules. Quiet and quiet. A forest of cypress, with color and beauty and proud beauty. I also saw the high bell and drum tower and the steep pagoda. The Zen monks are calm and determined. And the birds are singing in the trees. Loneliness without dust is really loneliness. And the pure and empty has the Tao, and the fruit is pure and empty. Even ordinary people without any Taoist experience would know that this temple is definitely not an ordinary place when they see the appearance of this temple. If you see the 4 big characters written on the main hall, everything will feel natural. Guanyin Temple. The incense inheritance of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the world. After Guanyin Bodhisattva was promoted to Daluo, more and more Taoist traditions related to Guanyin began to appear in the famous mountains and rivers of the prehistoric fairyland. At this time, Guanyin Bodhisattva was in this Guanyin Temple. Accompanying Guanyin Bodhisattva was an ordinary pilgrim. If the monks of Guanyin Temple saw this scene, they would definitely be very surprised, because this pilgrim stood side by side with Guanyin Bodhisattva, and there was no respect in their words. Instead, they were worried. Your hand is too big this time. Will there be any trouble? No. Even if this didn't happen, Xuanti wouldn't really believe me. And in this way, I will be more trustworthy to Tathagata. That's right. Once this happens, Tathagata will never doubt that you and Ji Chansheng are the same people. This time, the remnant soul of Zulong was resurrected. Ordinary strong men couldn't understand it. But the strong men of Daluo could judge that it was inseparable from Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even if there is no evidence to prove that the Guanyin tears on the remnant soul of Zulong did not come directly from Guanyin Bodhisattva. The strong men of Daluo generally follow the example of Ji Shintan when investigating cases. If you say you are the murderer, you are the murderer. And you are not. Buddha Tathagata will be more firm in this view. Guanyin Bodhisattva has done this to this extent. If Buddha Tathagata still suspects that Guanyin Bodhisattva is an undercover, Tathagata himself can't convince himself. You handled the result very well this time. There is a kind of approval from the elders to the younger in the tone of the pilgrims. The remaining soul of the ancestral dragon was divided into 3 parts. One was given to the Jiao Demon King, which established a good relationship with the Jiao Demon King, who was about to be promoted. One was given to the White Dragon, which could allow Xuanti to get rid of his anger towards the ancestral dragon. One was also given to the human destiny, which was in line with your human origin. In this way, if Xuanti really makes trouble for you after resurrection, the human race strongmen will not stand idly by. Guanyin Bodhisattva chuckled and said, Zuni may not have a chance to revive. This time, the remaining soul of the ancestral dragon has set a precedent. I don't believe that those Daluo strongmen can resist such temptation. Indeed, I can't help it. But have you ever thought that if this happens, it will be troublesome for the great sage Pingzhang? The pilgrim reminded, as Ji Chongqing's heart monkey, it has not reached the Daluo realm after all. If it encounters Daluo's trumpet, it is definitely not an opponent. With Ji Chongqing's character, if it loses face, it will definitely not let you off easily. Xuanti is nothing. I asked my father to speak up. Xuanti can only endure it even if it is revived. But Ji Chongqing, this guy, may not listen to his father. The fame and personality of the great Emperor Chongsheng eventually spread among the circle of strong people. Although you have made friends with the Demon King Jiao and increased the luck of humanity, Ji Chongsheng may not care so much. If I were you, I would give him the part of the ancestor dragon's residual soul that I had hidden privately, and eliminate this cause and effect. Yes, Guanyin Bodhisattva said that the ancestor dragon's residual soul was divided into 3 parts. But in fact, it was divided into 4 parts. In this regard, Ji Chongsheng and the 3 burials master could actually guess. They really didn't see through how Guanyin Bodhisattva did it. After all, Ji Chongsheng had not yet been promoted to Daluo. The human world was not his home ground as Emperor Xiaotian, and Master Sanzang was still in the process of revival. But you don't need to see this. You can figure it out with a brain. Is Guanyin Bodhisattva here to work for free? She did this. It's impossible that she did this just to promote Jiamong. Let Sanzang Master change his car and increase the luck of the human world. Right? She also has to pay her own appearance fee. So according to the rules of the martial arts world, Guanyin Bodhisattva must keep at least 1 portion of the Zulong remnant soul, or even more. This is something that everyone knows, and smart people will not expose it. Guanyin Bodhisattva also knows that the pilgrim said the best solution. But she shook her head gently but firmly. Brother, I took the last portion of the remnant soul for you, not for him. The pilgrim. In fact, I can also restore the Daluo realm by myself. Too slow and too hard. Why rely on hard work when you can take shortcuts? Guanyin Bodhisattva's words left the pilgrim speechless. In fact, he didn't think it was slow or hard. For veteran strongmen like them, especially for the descendants of Pangu and the 2nd generation of saints, even if Halkian introduced a life tax, it would have no effect on them. Time is not a problem at all. It's a pity that he doesn't feel bitter. His fans feel that he suffers. Fans act. Idols pay the price. Zulong is the 1st generation overlord of the prehistoric fairyland. Devouring and refining his residual soul can make you recover as quickly as possible. After recovery, continue to seek Xuanti's flesh and blood essence to see if there is a chance to go further. The pilgrim, to be precise. Yuqing Zhenwang wiped the cold sweat from his head. Little brother, little sister, why are you so radical now? During the conferred god's tribulation, Sihong was quite normal. What a gentle and lovely little brother. Now he is a little weak even though he is aggressive and strong. Talking about saints is as easy as talking about ants on the roadside. Guanyin Bodhisattva gave a superficial reason. I betrayed my master before and hurt my teacher's heart. If I want to give my teachers forgiveness, I must pay more. Brother, you don't have to worry. Leave it to me. You don't need to go out in person. Yuqing Zhenwang sighed. I don't want you to go out either. Although I don't know much about the current situation. These few data have proved that the current situation is becoming more and more chaotic, and Daluo may fall at any time. The previous experience of Mingyi and Dumu is in front of us. And even Haotian has been reincarnated. Little sister, you don't have to go out either. Too arrogant. I know. Brother, don't worry. I am no longer the little brother who needs your protection. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. I have my own arrangements for the rest. Brother, you can take a rest first. You can go and observe the black bear spirit on the Black Wind Mountain not far away. I plan to take it as a mount for you. No need to be so troublesome. Yes, brother. Don't be polite to me. I will deal with some trivial matters in Guanyin Zen Temple first. Brother, you can go to Black Wind Mountain for a walk. After Guanyin Bodhisattva left, Yuqing Zhenwang sighed helplessly again. The little sister now speaks very gently. She acts very strongly. He feels like he has become a gigolo. It's completely the opposite of the past. But after all, the feelings in the past are there. And he can't refuse the kindness of the little sister to him. He can only contact his father silently. Yuanshi Tianwang saw Yuqing Zhenwang in the picture. And then saw the 4 big words Guanyin Zen Temple in the picture. And his eyes twitched. You went to see her again. As a father, his mood was very complicated. Yuqing Zhenwang also had a complicated mood. Father, little sister, Sihong really wants to return to the Chan sect to atone for his sins this time. Yuanshi Tianwang rarely swore. What does she want? Does she want to return to the Chan sect? Don't you know? Before you returned, she didn't want to return to the Chan sect. Yuqing Zhenwang. Father, pay attention to the image of a saint. Yuanshi Tianwang took a deep breath. In fact, his cultivation has improved a lot. Now even Tan Tian Jiaozhu can't make him angry. But the relationship between Yuqing Zhenwang and Sihong, it's really hard for a father to bear it. Yuanshi Tianwang, who is old-fashioned and serious by nature, is even less likely to be open-minded. So, Yuanshi Tianwang is a little bit confused now. Yuqing Zhenwang continued. Father, Sihong has made up his mind to participate deeply in the journey to the west to obtain scriptures. I am afraid that she will commit suicide. If she is really in danger, please save her life. Yuanshi Tianwang is very tired. If I had known, I would not have learned from Pangu. Why get married and have children? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. And I will enjoy the blessings without them. Looking at the other 5 saints, who were alone and helpless, Yuanshi Tianwang shed tears of envy in his heart. On the other side, Guanyin Bodhisattva came to the 2 acquaintances of Ji Changsheng. Sheng Jiayan, a disciple of the Guanyin Temple in the Changsheng realm? Sheng Jiayan saw her own ancestor, crossed out, her own ancestor's wife, and immediately knelt on the ground. Meet Guanyin Patriarch. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded and looked at another person, Ing Hongye, the confidant of the Changsheng Emperor in the lower world. Ing Hongye did not kneel down to salute, but just bowed. Meet Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled slightly. Do you want good fortune? Although Guanyin Bodhisattva was very strong in front of her brother, but she certainly knew more about the horror of the Changsheng Emperor than her own brother. The benefits of her brother must not be given up. But the Changsheng Emperor, if you can avoid offending him, you really can't offend him easily. So, Guanyin Bodhisattva has a backup plan. 1 minute on stage. 10 years of hard work off stage. Who said you can't have both fish and bear's paw? She wants both. Chapter 428. The Empress and the Female Bodhisattva. It is impossible to apologize. And it is even more impossible to admit defeat. Guanyin Bodhisattva also needs to save face, especially in front of her brother. And she must maintain this. But in private, where her brother cannot see, she still needs to make up for what needs to be done. Guanyin Bodhisattva is more familiar with Ji Changsheng's information than many strong men. After all, before Ji Changsheng ascended, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been to the Changsheng realm, and also protected Ji Changsheng, leaving Ji Changsheng a drop of Guanyin tears. From this perspective, Ji Changsheng and Guanyin Bodhisattva have a good relationship. But Ji Changsheng helped Guanyin Bodhisattva to be promoted to Daluo. At this point, it is not that Ji Changsheng owes Guanyin Bodhisattva for his support, but that Guanyin Bodhisattva owes Ji Changsheng for his enlightenment. The sage's finger. The opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. Ji Changsheng may not be unable to do it even if he replaces a true Lord Realm strongman as a dog. Of course, a true Lord Realm strongman, who can be a dog, generally has no chance to break through Daluo. Even with the sage's finger, there is a threshold for Daluo. You can insult the moral level of Daluo, but you cannot insult their strength and talent. So Ji Changsheng is cooperative with Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yang Jian Anjinwu. hoping to achieve a win-win situation. Guanyin Bodhisattva can also feel Ji Chengxing's kindness. However, her brother needs her help. Although her brother refused, it was useless. Her brother just needed her help. Therefore, she wanted her brother to get the biggest benefit. And she also wanted Changsheng Emperor not to deal with her because of it. If she really confronted Changsheng Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva was not afraid of problems herself. But she was afraid that her brother would be directly dealt with by Changsheng Emperor. Although she is in love and has a fan filter, Guanyin Bodhisattva is a powerful Daoyu after all. If the Changsheng Emperor and her brother were to fight, she knew who would die more miserably. Even if her brother was a second-generation saint. So, she set her sights on two women who she could help and who needed her help. Sheng Jiayan, her own disciples and grandchildren, could be regarded as her representative in Ji Group Unlimited Liability Company. Ying Hongye, a confidant who was closer to Ji Changsheng. But her presence was becoming increasingly weak. Guanyin Bodhisattva also wanted to go to Li Changxi, Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan to make good connections. She also knew that if she could make friends with those three women, the problem would be easier to solve. Unfortunately, it was not her turn. It is better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. Ying Hongye was her best choice if she wanted to make friends with the Changsheng Emperor. And Ying Hongye really needed her help. Hearing what Guanyin Bodhisattva said, Ying Hongye reacted in a second. Did the Bodhisattva offend Changsheng? Guanyin Bodhisattva. She sighed in her heart. Changsheng realm is really full of talents. For such a small world, the proportion of talents produced is a bit too high. If it's a life and death feud, forget it. Ying Hongye made her position very clear. Bodhisattva, I am Changsheng's person. No matter how many benefits you promise me, I can't resolve the life and death feud between you and Changsheng for my own selfish interests. She knows Ji Changsheng too well. Take this to test the relationship. It's just to make yourself uncomfortable. Guanyin Bodhisattva can only explain. It's just a little disagreement. Far from the point of life and death feud. Please tell me the truth. Bodhisattva. Ying Hongye did not relax her vigilance. It is a basic quality for the superior to speak as if he were farting. Whoever believes it is a fool. She was once a female emperor. It is normal to change her orders every day. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva did not hide it from her, and told her the truth about everything she did. Even if she did not say these things, Ying Hongye could find out by herself in the Ji party. After listening to the explanation of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Ying Hongye had only one sentence. If this is not love, Bodhisattva, I am moved. Sheng Jiayan's eyes were red, and she could not help herself. On the acting skills of the actress, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva quickly skipped this topic. Ms. Hongye, you need my help. Otherwise, you will face the risk of being eliminated among the old people of the Changsheng Emperor. Ying Hongye nodded. That's right. My talent is still a little too poor. In fact, it is not that bad. But the people she compared with are too evil. Can the Bodhisattva help me improve my strength as soon as possible? Guanyin Bodhisattva began to smile. Not only strength. If Miss Hongye wants, I can even help you become the empress in the prehistoric fairyland. Ying Hongye subconsciously said, Are you bragging? The situation in the prehistoric fairyland cannot be decided by ordinary Daoyuo. Even saints cannot completely decide. Are you talking about the empress of an ordinary small country? No. The empress of the Tang dynasty. Ying Hongye. Although she still felt that Guanyin Bodhisattva was bragging, her breathing suddenly became a little faster. I added part of the residual soul of the ancestor dragon to the destiny of humanity. And I also kept some small tricks. Guanyin Bodhisattva said calmly, Miss Hongye was an empress in the lower world. If you want to merge this part of the residual soul of the ancestor dragon, you have the first-hand advantage. If you get my help, the possibility of success is more than half. What about the other half? Miss Hongye, are you willing to get close to Buddhism? Asked Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ying Hongye didn't follow Guanyin Bodhisattva's train of thought this time. What does Bodhisattva mean? If Master Sanzang can successfully obtain the true scriptures from Lei Shan, there will definitely be a rise of Buddhist forces within the Tang dynasty. As long as Miss Hongye is willing to get close to Buddhism, I can guarantee that this force will be used by Miss Hongye and support Miss Hongye to take the throne. But my surname is Ying. How can I be the empress of the Tang dynasty? Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled slightly. Miss Hongye, the trumpet era has been opened by me. You need to keep up with the times. Greatness does not need to play. Ying Hongye still has a half understanding. The trumpet era that is about to open is the battlefield of Daoyuo. Of course, Ing Hongya doesn't know how to play it yet. But it doesn't matter, because Ing Hongya feels the sincerity and seriousness of Guanyin Bodhisattva. If it is assumed that Guanyin Bodhisattva is not a fool and does not want to offend the Changsheng Emperor, then this matter is definitely possible to land. Ing Hongya took a deep breath. Bodhisattva, I need to discuss this with Changsheng first. Bodhisattva Guanyin nodded, of course. If Changsheng Emperor agrees, I will discuss the details with Miss Hongya. In short, I will never let Miss Hongya suffer any loss. Let alone Changsheng Emperor. Even if it is just in reputation. Ji Laoimo is a vindictive guy. And Bodhisattva Guanyin knows that she had better be comprehensive. Otherwise God knows if Ji Laoimo has any strange taboos. Bodhisattva Guanyin said that you can be the empress in the prehistoric fairyland? Ji Changsheng's questioning tone made Ing Hongya very unhappy. Do you look down on me? Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, that's not the case. You are more than qualified to be an empress in a small world. Can't I do that in the prehistoric fairy world? Ji Changsheng told the truth. It's no problem for an ordinary small country in the human world. The prehistoric fairy world is very large. There are thousands of countries. The Tang dynasty only unified the human race in Nanshan Buzhu, and did not include the entire prehistoric fairy world. With Ji Changsheng's support behind him, it would not be a big problem for Ing Hongya to establish his own country in the prehistoric fairy world. But it was just a small country. Ing Hongya understood what Ji Changsheng meant, and became more and more unconvinced. Why? I can't compare to that Li Erfeng? Ji Changsheng asked back. What do you think? Ing Hongya said it bluntly. I can find a heavenly emperor as a male concubine. Can he? Ji Changsheng. He gave Ing Hongya a thumbs up. Hongya, you have improved too. At least in terms of face. Ing Hongya said proudly. What era is it now? To get by, you have to rely on connections, not skills. Ji Changsheng corrected. To reach the middle level, you have to rely on connections. To reach the top level, you have to rely on skills plus connections. The level of the emperor of the Tang dynasty is equivalent to the lord of a continent, and his status is not much different from that of the four emperors. Relying on connections alone is not enough, and you must have enough skills. Hongya, don't go too far. There are 4 continents in the prehistoric fairyland. There are 4 emperors in the heaven now. The lord of a continent, who can unify a continent, is indeed comparable to the 4 emperors. Among the 4 continents now, the head of the Nanzhan continent is actually the emperor of the Tang dynasty. And the head of the Xinyo-Huzhou continent is actually Tathagata. Lingshan is the boss of Xinyo-Huzhou. Speaking of Datong, no one has any feelings. But in terms of status and power, the current Datong is actually compared with Lingshan. And such a master of Datong is certainly not enough to rely on relationships alone. Daluo cannot be inherited. And neither can the continent master. Hongya, you have to lower your expectations. Guanyin does not have the ability to help you reach the level of Li Erfeng. Ji Changsheng said, don't say she doesn't have that ability. Even saints may not have it. You can't suppress the people below. And you can only inherit the name of Datong. Other mountains in Nanzhan Buzhu will not obey you. Ing Hongya was told by Ji Changsheng that she had just thought too beautifully. A little disappointed, but not too surprised. Daluo cannot be inherited. She has known this for a long time. And the status of the human emperors of all generations is the same as Daluo. Then I rejected her? No need. Although Guanyin doesn't have the ability to help you reach the level of Li Erfeng. She is a little worse than Li Erfeng, but much better than you are now. It doesn't matter if you can't become the governor of Nanzhanbu continent. Even half of Nanzhanbu continent is enough for you to become a first-class figure in the prehistoric fairy world. Since there is a ready-made advantage, it would be a waste not to take it. Ji Changsheng suggested, open a small account. Or you can simply accept an apprentice. And be more ruthless. You can refine a puppet. Go to Guanyin to control. I can brush up my emperor's luck in the small world below. And then wait for Li Erfeng to die. Maybe I will really have a chance to show my skills. Ing Hongya blinked. Will Li Erfeng die? Yes. This guy charged into battle too much when he was young. And it is outrageous that he can be the first military god in the southern continent when he is an emperor. Senior sister went to see Li Erfeng and confirmed that his foundation was damaged. He led the charge all day long. And his body accumulated a lot of hidden injuries. He is not the reincarnation of a great man. And his lifespan will not be long. You can use medicine to prolong your life. Well, he is the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Ing Hongya shook his head when he said this. There is an unspoken rule among all parties. Don't extend the life of the unified emperor. If you can bear it yourself. If you can't bear it, go to reincarnation. The human race itself has never protested about this. The gods used to be immortal. But the heavens have fallen to the point that even Halcyon is heartbroken. The lifespan of the human race has always been short. But there are always people who have survived to deter at the top level. And the lower world has been flowing and updating to ensure the vitality and iteration of the human race, so that it will not become a stagnant pool and the class will be solidified. So if Comrade Li Erfeng died of illness, no one would save him. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Changsheng didn't want to compete for the emperor. Inheriting the luck of humanity can indeed quickly enhance in a short period of time. But there are too many causes and consequences and constraints to bear. Anyway, Ji Changsheng can also quickly enhance his strength by himself. The position of the emperor is too difficult to be. So it is better to leave it to those ambitious heroes. Ying Hongya then thought of herself, Changsheng. If that's the case, will my lifespan be shortened if I become the empress? Just abdicate in time. Ji Changsheng said, and as long as you don't reach the level of Erfeng, you can still operate behind the scenes. Don't you still have me? Under normal circumstances, it can't be operated. It's a pity that Ji Laomo didn't intend to abide by this rule. If he had to abide by the law after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, what was he doing as the Emperor of Heaven? Ji Laomo doesn't hate privileges now. He is the privilege itself. Ying Hongya is very satisfied, Changsheng. I find that you are too wise to compete for the Emperor of Humanity, but to become the Emperor of Heaven. If you were the Emperor of Humanity, you would definitely be bound by the rules and regulations of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now that you are the Emperor of Heaven, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can't control you. Within the framework of the human race, Ji Changsheng absolutely cannot be so free. And Ji Party cannot be so free either. In the general direction of the human race, they have always been very disciplined. Unfortunately, Ji Laomo opened another track. He went to the track of the gods and Buddhas. He did not go into the internal competition with the human race at all. Therefore, Ji Laomo only needs to be friendly with the great human beings. Whether to abide by their rules depends on Ji Laomo's own needs. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Hongya, negotiate with Guanyin. Now she should not be worried about herself, but Yu Qingzhen. So it is easy to be forced to lower the price. Ying Hongya did not understand. What does Yu Qingzhen need her to worry about? Yu Qingzhen is the son of Yuanshi Tianwang. He needs the blood of a saint. Isn't it okay to find Yuanshi Tianwang? Ji Changsheng's tone is very subtle. Yu Qingzhen should not need the blood of a saint. Before he became the Emperor of Heaven, he had already been promoted to Daluo by himself. This level of talent and qualifications does not need to rely on external forces at all. Get promoted, and you can restore the Daluo realm by working longer. Ying Hongya was more and more puzzled. What is Guanyin Bodhisattva planning? Why is she spending so much time and energy for this? Ji Changsheng shrugged. You don't understand. Even if she has to be an enemy of the saint, she will definitely stand firmly on the side of Yu Qingzhen. Ying Hongya's brain began to crash. But why does Yu Qingzhen want to be an enemy of the saint? Ji Changsheng smiled. Because she will help Yu Qingzhen to be an enemy of the saint. This is called love. Ying Hongya. She really doesn't understand. In short, Guanyin should be able to give everything for Yu Qingzhen now. So don't be polite. The more you exploit her, the more she will be moved by you. Ying Hongya, then I really won't be polite. Don't be polite. Black Wind Mountain. Yu Qingzhen was scared to death when he saw the mount that my sister had reserved for him. May I ask which Daluo it is? Chapter 429. What bad intentions can my sister have? After Zulong endorsed Daluo proxy, Yu Qingzhen knew that Daluo proxy would definitely become a trend. But he didn't expect that he would be the first to touch the trend. Shouldn't the victim be Xuanti? The black bear spirit, whose brother's mount was reserved by Guanyin Bodhisattva, looked at Yu Qingzhen and fell into deep thought. Who are you? He was waiting for the pilgrimage team. Why did a guy come here out of nowhere? Both sides looked at each other. Yu Qingzhen said seriously, if I say this is a misunderstanding, will you believe it? The black bear spirit blinked. If I say that you can stay in Black Wind Mountain temporarily, will you think I have bad intentions? Yu Qingzhen. Both sides continued to look at each other. Yu Qingzhen felt the breath of Daluo from the black bear spirit opposite. The black bear spirit did not dare to act rashly, because Yu Qingzhen had just refined Zulong's residual soul when he separated from Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva forcefully infused him with the essence. Guanyin Bodhisattva is now a serious Daluo strongman. The current Yuqing True King is still recovering in strength. He was killed by Haotian in the previous head-on PK. No. To be more precise, he was killed by Haotian's men. He died without any regrets. And it can be said that even if defeated, it is still glorious. But he still lost. Fortunately, he lost to Haotian, which did not have a big impact on Yuqing True King's Taoism, and basically did not affect his return to the peak. If he lost to Mu Xian, Yuqing True King might be useless. Despite this, he failed to win the head-on PK with Haotian, which made Yuqing True King's road to returning to Daluo a long way to go. And he died once before. The current Jade Pure True King has already reincarnated for the third time. It is really a bit miserable. But as long as he is not dead, the reincarnation of Daluo is still the reincarnation of Daluo. The Black Bear spirit also felt the threat from the Jade Pure True King. One Daluo played for him, and the other Daluo was reincarnated. It was another chicken fight between two evenly matched people. No one dared to start first. After looking at each other affectionately for 3 minutes, the Black Bear spirit still couldn't help but speak first. The prehistoric fairyland is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A strong man close to Daluo can easily pop out. Who are you? Do you dare to tell me your name? The Jade Pure True King's heart moved. The other party didn't recognize his breath. He also said that the prehistoric fairyland was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Are you from the prehistoric fairyland? Jade Pure True King asked. The Black Bear spirit also realized that he seemed to have revealed the truth. But he didn't take it seriously. What if it is? What if it isn't? The Jade Pure True King looked at the Black Bear spirit meaningfully. If he is not from the prehistoric fairyland, but still has the breath of Daluo, and is from the demon clan, then it is very likely that he is the remnant of the demon clan. Yuqing Zhenwang is the second generation of the saint. Since he has already contacted Yuanshi Tianwang, Yuanshi Tianwang will certainly not hide the matter of the remnant of the demon clan from him. Is this the hidden background of the demon clan? What good luck. Changsheng Emperor went to heaven and earth, but couldn't find the remnant of the demon clan. He came to Black Wind Mountain to climb a mountain and encountered it. How can this be justified? Your Excellency is from the same place as the great saint of chaos, Peng Demon King and others of the 7 great saints? Yuqing Zhenwang said it more bluntly. The tone of the Black Bear spirit changed a little. You even know Peng Demon King and others? As expected, Yuqing Zhenwang thought about it and decided to take a step back. Ji Changsheng was in charge of the remnants of the demon clan, and it had nothing to do with him. Juenti needed to repay the debt to the heaven, and he also needed high-quality assets like the Black Bear spirit. If he killed the Black Bear spirit in advance, it would be neither beneficial nor cost-effective. What's more, he might not be able to kill the Black Bear spirit. If he asked his younger sister for help or shouted "My father is Yuanshi" at that time, it would be really embarrassing. I have no intention of being an enemy of the demon clan. I came from the Guanyin Zen temple not far away. The compassionate and merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, who saves the suffering and the distress from Putualuijia Mountain in the South China Sea, is in the Guanyin Zen temple at this time. When Yuqing Zhenwang said this, the Black Bear spirit's face began to change. Is Guanyin Bodhisattva nearby? Even if he was out of touch with the news, he must have known the news that Guanyin Bodhisattva was promoted to Daluo. In fact, the strong men who coveted the essence of the saint's flesh and blood appeared on the journey to obtain the scriptures because they saw the user feedback of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yang Jian, Zhenwu and Tathagata. Are you Guanyin's man? Yuqing Zhenwang nodded shamelessly. Anyway, this Black Bear didn't know his identity. It didn't affect anything. Yuqing Zhenwang didn't expect that the goblins now also started to play cards out of the routine. Since you are Guanyin's man, it's easy to talk. The Black Bear demon suddenly laughed. Please introduce me to the Bodhisattva. I have a huge fortune and want to cooperate with Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Jade Pure True King naturally guessed what the Black Bear demon wanted to cooperate with, and shook his head and said, if you covet the saint, you can do it yourself. The Bodhisattva will not get involved. The Black Bear demon shook his head and said, brother, you are bullying us demons for not being well informed. The matter of Yinshijian spread in the shortest time. Who doesn't know that Guanyin Bodhisattva also wants the essence of the saint's flesh and blood? Cooperate with me. I eat meat, and the Bodhisattva drinks soup. How about it? Yuqing Zhenwang. Father is right. Most of the demons are really furry and horned, born from eggs. and their IQs need to be recharged urgently. Yuanshi Tianwang has strong racial discrimination. But what is good for the human race is that Yuanshi Tianwang discriminates against the demons. Compared with Yuanshi Tianwang's strong and undisguised racial discrimination, Yuqingzhen Wang is much better. At least, he will not show it on the surface. However, after all, he has lived in the environment of Changju since he was a child, and has been taught by Yuanshi Tianwang. It is impossible for Yuqingzhen Wang's racial tendency not to be influenced by Yuanshi Tianwang's ideas. This behavior of the black bear spirit has aggravated Yuqingzhen Wang's prejudice against the demons. But he endured it, because the black bear spirit is really powerful. And the next sentence of the black bear spirit proves that he can be more powerful. Brother, I dare to talk to you like this, which means that I have a stronger Daluo behind me than Guanyin. Cooperating with me, Guanyin will not suffer. Yuqingzhen Wang looked at the Guanyin Zen temple not far away. Then he returned to Black Wind Mountain. His eyes were slightly solemn. It seems that you have planned to choose this place for your cave. My little sister has been set up. Then I can't stand by and watch. Although the other party is suspected to be Daluo, Yuqingzhen Wang just doesn't want to take action. But for my little sister, it is most important to eliminate the danger in the bud. Earlier, inside Guanyin Zen Temple, Ing Hongya has left. Guanyin Bodhisattva is talking to her granddaughter Sheng Jiayan. She promised Sheng Jiayan a bright future. I can't help you with the Daluo realm, but it is not difficult for me to train a disciple in the Xinjuan realm. And it is not difficult for all Daluo masters. This is true. It's just that ordinary Xinjuan realm experts are useless to Daluo experts, unless they can cultivate the peak Xinjuan realm experts, who have the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. But such experts cannot be cultivated simply by cultivation. Fortunately, Sheng Jiayan's requirements are not that high. Her status and presence in the G party are not strong. And being able to become a Xinjuan realm expert is already a step to heaven. Hearing the clear instructions of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Sheng Jiayan bowed her head again without saying a word. If the ancestor has any instructions, Jiayan will die without hesitation. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded slightly. What is your relationship with the Changsheng Emperor? Sheng Jiayan told the truth. Very good. The Changsheng Emperor killed my father. Guanyin Bodhisattva. She was once again shocked by the talent-output ratio of the Changsheng realm. Sheng Jiayan continued to say seriously, Grandmaster, I will try my best to let the Changsheng Emperor make up for my father's role. If I have your support, my hope of success will be greater. In fact, she and Ji Changsheng have almost lost contact. But it doesn't matter. Opportunities are not unlimited. So when the opportunity comes, you must seize it. Sheng Jiayan wants to improve too much. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva is also very satisfied with her disciple's strong desire to improve. Yes, no wonder the Guanyin Hall in the Changsheng realm has developed so well in your hands. Sheng Jiayan said modestly, it is mainly because of your protection, ancestor, and the appointment of the Changsheng Emperor that I can have these insignificant achievements. It is not accidental that Sheng Jiayan appears here. Before, Ji Changsheng slaughtered the Guanyin Hall in the lower world, and then supported Sheng Jiayan to become a puppet hall master. Although she is a puppet, she is Ji Changsheng's puppet. She has done a really good job over the years. So Ji's Group Unlimited Liability Company rewarded her according to her merits. And Sheng Jiayan also got a place in the peaches. And when Guanyin Bodhisattva looks for helpers, of course, she prefers to find them from her own faction. Ing Hongya is to be won over. Sheng Jiayan is to be cultivated. In addition, she also hopes that Sheng Jiayan can help her friend. I have a friend who has encountered some problems recently. As soon as Guanyin Bodhisattva opened her mouth, Sheng Jiayan started to think. Guanyin Bodhisattva encountered a problem. And it's a problem that I can help with. That must have nothing to do with strength. Feelings? It seems that only emotional issues are the areas where she can express her opinions. Yuqingzhen Wang? It should be. Sheng Jiayan was born in Guanyin Temple. So among all the powerful people in the prehistoric fairy world, she has collected the most intelligence on Guanyin Bodhisattva. The gossip about Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqingzhen Wang has never been a secret in the prehistoric fairy world, including within the G party. Guanyin Bodhisattva continued, she wants to do something. But there is a lot of resistance. She wants to help someone, but that person may not need her help. In this case, what suggestions do you have? After a pause, Guanyin Bodhisattva added, one person's plan is short. Two people's plan is long. There are not many disciples in Putualuijia Mountain in the South China Sea now. If you can still maintain your previous mental means in the prehistoric fairy world, you may be my military advisor. Guanyin Bodhisattva is actually not afraid that Sheng Jiayan will guess the true identity of her friend. Sheng Jiayan is different from Ying Hongya. Ying Hongya does not want to cooperate with her, and she dare not touch Ying Hongya's hair. If Sheng Jiayan dared to reveal her secret, she would make Sheng Jiayan have no hair. Sheng Jiayan was of course aware of this, so she seriously wanted to be Guanyin Bodhisattva's military advisor. And she also understood Guanyin Bodhisattva's subtext. After her brain was working frantically, Sheng Jiayan gritted her teeth and decisively put forward her own suggestion. Ancestor, it doesn't matter whether that person needs your friend's help or not, but it is important that your friend provides him with help. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded again, looking at Sheng Jiayan with some satisfaction. Go on. Sheng Jiayan, resistance may be a catalyst for success. Master, let me give you an example. Speak. If your friend wants to help the Jade Pure King, first of all, you must create a space for the Jade Pure King to be helped. Secondly, let the Jade Pure King know that even if the whole world looks down on him, your friend will definitely help him. How do you let him know? Sheng Jiayan corrected. Let him be the enemy of the whole world. He won't? Then create conditions to help him be the enemy of the whole world. As long as he is surrounded by only your friends. Master, they will finally work together to overcome difficulties. Avalokitesvara digested silently for half a minute. Then he took out a pill. The best pill from Tushita Palace. Eat it. You can almost be promoted to a spiritual immortal after eating it. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Sheng Jiayan controlled her excitement, but still quickly took the pill handed over by Guanyin Bodhisattva. You seem to be talking so well. Why didn't you catch up with the Changsheng Emperor? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked. Sheng Jiayan smiled bitterly. People are different. Guanyin Bodhisattva pursues Yuqingzhen Wang, and there is no competitor. Yuqingzhen Wang himself is not difficult to deal with. Changsheng Dadi is too difficult to deal with. Guanyin Bodhisattva, in the spirit of mutual help, reminded her disciple, maybe it's because you have never been married and have never had a fiancé. Ah? You digest the power of the golden elixir first. I will go to see the abbot of the Zen temple. Farewell, Master. Guanyin Bodhisattva left the room, and a water mirror projection appeared in her hand instantly. Then she looked in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Brother, if one day you find out that I plotted against you, I hope you can understand that all this was instigated by Sheng Jiayan, the witch, and I am innocent. I just want to find you a mount. What bad intentions can my sister have? How can I know that any black bear spirit is a hidden remnant of the demon race? But don't worry, brother. With me here, your safety will not be a problem. Guanyin asked you to stay and be her emotional consultant. Ji Changsheng also received the report from Huan Nu at this time. Sheng Jiayan, yes. Master, I think the Patriarch and Yuqingzhen Wang are indeed in true love. Then Yuanshe Tian Wang will probably be mad to death. Ji Changsheng sympathized with Yuqingzhen Wang for a second, and then said, it's none of my business anyway. You do your best. Okay, Master. I will always be yours, and I will notify you in time if there is anything. Not bad. Perform well, and you can get another share of Guanyin's reward from me in the future. Let the horse run, and let the horse eat grass. The employee benefits of the G Party have always been far ahead. Thank you, Master. Disciple, there is a demon ahead. As the object of protection, the Three Burials Master was the first to find something wrong. Ji Changsheng's eyes glowed with golden light. And then he said, not only is there a demon, but there are also people beheading demons. It should have nothing to do with us. Black Wind Mountain. The black bear looked at the fleeing Jade Pure True King angrily, and then opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Then another mouthful. Fuck. Is this guy sick? He attacked for no reason. It's bad. I won't be defeated by that monkey now. Right? Chapter 430 Black Bear Demon's Intelligent Groin. Guanyin's Medical Miracle. The Black Bear Demon didn't recognize the Jade Pure True King's identity in the end. But it doesn't matter. Guanyin Bodhisattva quickly arrived and apologized to him on behalf of the Jade Pure True King. Please stay, my brother. The Jade Pure True King. I hope you don't mind. Guanyin Bodhisattva introduced the Jade Pure True King's family name, which scared the Black Bear Demon, the second generation of the saint. Even if Yuanshe Tian Wang is left out, the Jade Pure True King himself is also a big enough figure. Before he ascended the throne of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor, he was already a Daluo's strongman. Although now, because he has disappeared for too long, his reputation has become a little weaker. But Daluo is Daluo. The Black Bear Demon began to be afraid. But he did not admit defeat. Is he sick? Why did he suddenly attack me? Avalokitesvara continued to apologize to the Black Bear Demon on behalf of Yuqingzhen. Your Majesty, my brother is the eldest son of the Heavenly King after all. You know the Heavenly King's attitude towards the demons. And he must have been affected. The Black Bear Demon's face fell instantly. Yuanshi Tianwang is the saint most hated by the demons. No one else. Of course, the 6 saints cannot be fair and just. But Yuanshi Tianwang is the most open. And he always talks about racial discrimination against the demons. Those who are covered with hair and horns. Those who are born from eggs in the wet. This famous saying was popularized by Yuanshi Tianwang. It once broke the defense of countless demon disciples of Jeju. The tragic ending of the conferred God War had a lot to do with Yuanshi Tianwang's racial discrimination. Of course, Ji Changsheng fully supports this, and hopes that Yuanshi Tianwang will continue to discriminate against the demons. As for the demon clan, Daluo really wanted to kill Yuanshi Tianwang. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. Guanyin Bodhisattva brought up Yuanshi Tianwang, and the Black Bear Demon was instantly convinced. Just like whether Zhuinti was there or not. Nuwa was weak. Yuanshi Tianwang's racial discrimination was known to all the heavens and the worlds. And there was no need for evidence. Yuanshi Tianwang. Hey. The Black Bear Demon sneered coldly. And the murderous aura flashed on his body, which made Guanyin Bodhisattva feel awe-inspiring. Although the demon clan's brains were not good. If the judgment of these demon clans was correct, could the hidden strength of the demon clan really deal with Yuanshi Tianwang? That was definitely the murderous aura directed at Yuanshi Tianwang. The remnants of the demon clan actually had such strength? Or did they not know the power of the saints at all? Were they misled by Zhuinti? Guanyin Bodhisattva thought of the last possibility and calmed down again. Because of her understanding of the demon clan, it was very likely that she was misled by Zhuinti. And Zhuinti's record was really too confusing. Dong Yuanjun is such a demon. But he was also misled by the wrong information and was in ecstasy. The remnants of the demon clan now proved that there must be a Daluo. But the difference in strength between the quasi-sage and the saint is known by the saint. But the quasi-sage really doesn't know. Are you waiting for the 3 burial master here? Of course. But I still have a debt to settle with the great sage. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at the Black Bear Demon with admiration. Although you are a small Daluo, you are really too arrogant. I have no intention of being an enemy of the Bodhisattva. Although the Black Bear Demon is crazy, he is not too stupid. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded. I don't want to be an enemy of the king either. I just come to apologize for my brother. If the king wants to retaliate against my brother, I will take it all for my brother. The Black Bear Demon lowered his head and looked at his injuries. He said angrily, Guanyin, you may not be able to accept this cause and effect. Yuqingzhen is not a human son. He injured my groin. This revenge must be avenged. The groin is an important part connecting the abdomen and thigh, because it is very close to the external genitalia. It is often regarded as a private part. If it was injured elsewhere, the Black Bear Demon would have tolerated it. The face of the second generation of Saint Daluo plus Guanyin Bodhisattva can still swallow this bad breath. But the injury is to the groin, which is intolerable. After all, this may be related to whether he can still appear in the journey to the West Crew. And it may also affect the subsequent overall plan of the demon clan. Guanyin Bodhisattva gave Yuqingzhen a thumbs up in his heart. My brother is really powerful. He has not yet recovered the Daluo realm. But he has injured a Daluo substitute. Then, she took out her apology gift for Yuqingzhen. Don't worry, my king. I am very good at treating injuries. Avalokitesvara poured a drop of Avalokitesvara's tears from her own sheepfat jade bottle. And then said, this is Avalokitesvara's tears that have been fused with some of the saint's blood essence. It can cure all diseases and cure them immediately. The Black Bear Demon was moved. Is it Subhudi's blood essence? The fact that Avalokitesvara got a drop of Subhudi's blood essence has spread. But the fact that Avalokitesvara didn't save the ginseng fruit tree with this drop of Subhudi's blood essence has not spread. The reason is also very simple. Zudi or not, he is too embarrassed. Of course, Zenyuanzi and Queen Mother didn't want to mention it. Zenyuanzi certainly didn't want outsiders to know about the second tree. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Hui Mother didn't want people to know that the peach tree had taken over the ginseng fruit tree. She didn't want outsiders to know that the Changsheng Emperor's overthrow of the ginseng fruit tree had something to do with her. In fact, the matter couldn't be hidden. But with several daluo, especially Junti, the Black Bear spirit, and the remnants of the demon clan hadn't received accurate information in a short period of time. So when the diluted blood of the saint appeared, the Black Bear spirit was excited. Guanyin, I'll make you my friend. Guanyin Bodhisattva felt the same speechless feeling as Yuqing Wang. It seems that this guy has a high status in the remnants of the demon clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed this habit of speaking. Guanyin Bodhisattva complained in her heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. As long as the king does not pursue my brother's fault, I will be satisfied. Guanyin Temple will also cooperate with the king to take action against the pilgrim team. Plus this drop of Guanyin's tears, in exchange for the king and my brother to make peace. How about it? The Black Bear demon laughed and said, of course. I can feel the sincerity of the Bodhisattva. Please rest assured, Bodhisattva. I will say a few more good words for the Bodhisattva on the side of Tathagata. Guanyin Bodhisattva was surprised again. Tathagata really has a connection with the remnants of the demon clan? The Black Bear demon did not answer Guanyin's question, but just smiled mysteriously, and then rolled up a gust of black wind and disappeared. A moment later, Guanyin Temple. Guanyin Bodhisattva told Sheng Jiayan about the private transaction between herself and the Black Bear demon. Then he ordered, tell this matter to the Changsheng Emperor, and say that it is a gift from me to him. Gift? Sheng Jiayan didn't understand. Guanyin Bodhisattva explained, the Black Bear demon is a small version of Daluo. Under normal circumstances, the great Emperor Changsheng would definitely not be its opponent. But now it is different, because it has my Guanyin tears in its body. Sheng Jiayan understood a little. Master, did you make a backup plan in Guanyin's tears? Of course. What's the effect? His groin will become very intelligent. It will be safe when nothing happens, and it will be unbearable when something happens. As for when it happens, and when it doesn't, it depends on my intention. Sheng Jiayan carefully expressed her doubts. Master, didn't you say that the other party is also a small account of Daluo? Can't he see it? Guanyin Bodhisattva chuckled and said, based on my judgment of his IQ, he can't see it. And after all, it is a small account of Daluo, not the real body of Daluo. The most important thing is that this drop of Guanyin's tears incorporates the 3 mantras of the Golden Forbidden of Junti Saint, which is the saint's method. Guanyin's tears are my unique secret medicine. With the saint's mantra, if it can't fool a small account of Daluo. At this point, Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head and said, then Junti Saint deserves to die. She maintained her faith in Junti Saint. On the other side, the Black Bear demon lived up to expectations. His desire for delicious food made him swallow the Guanyin tears carefully prepared by Guanyin Bodhisattva in one gulp. Then he felt the effect immediately. It is indeed the blood of a saint. The pain in my groin is gone immediately. But I still need to confirm it. The Black Bear demon was not stupid. Although he ate the Guanyin tears first, he was mainly afraid that if he didn't eat it now, it would be snatched away by other demons. What he ate was his own. Others laughed at him for being too reckless, and he laughed at others for not seeing through him. Now that he had eaten it and refined it, the Black Bear demon also remembered to do a quality inspection. He reported the matter. As expected, the other demon saints were very angry. But in the end, they still cooperated with the Black Bear. Hey Sean, this is just one time, and it won't happen again. Of course, I was unlucky this time. I met Yuqing Wang, and was really injured. Otherwise, I would never refine the Guanyin tears that merged with the blood of the saint. It's better to be like this. Are you worried that Guanyin has a backup plan? Yes. Then why do you dare to refine it so quickly? I'm stupid and too reckless. Unlike you, you are quick-witted and act after careful planning. All the movements of Guanyin are under your control. If Guanyin Bodhisattva could see the person who was talking to the Black Bear demon at this time, she would be shocked. Because the Black Bear demon was contacting a goldfish she raised in the lotus pond. It floated up every day to listen to the scriptures and cultivated its skills. In her eyes, it was a pet she personally enlightened. Inspiration. Come and fight me with your goldfish trumpet to see if my injury has healed. Inspiration was silent for a moment, but still agreed, well, since Junti's reincarnation is on the road, it's time for me to leave. Guanyin is not a fool. She should be able to quickly realize that I was the one who tipped you off. So you could station Black Wind Mountain next to Guanyin Zen Temple. Are you in Black Wind Mountain now? Yes. I'll be there soon. If Guanyin Bodhisattva heard this conversation with the ancestor, she would probably be scared out of her wits. The IQ of the demon clan may not be good, but the hidden means of this group of demon clan remnants, at least for now, the open Dalua strongmen have not cracked it. Therefore, the goldfish spirit is making trouble outside. And this black pot will definitely be put on Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva still knows nothing about this. But she is not at a disadvantage. Because when the goldfish spirit stabbed her in the back, the pit she dug for the black bear spirit was also stepped on by the goldfish spirit. Everything in the world is so wonderful. Soon, a goldfish was welcomed on the Black Wind Mountain. Black Mountain. I'm here. The black bear spirit came out in person. His eyes were full of caution. He looked carefully at the trumpet incarnation of inspiration in front of him, wearing a shining golden helmet, wearing a golden armor with rainbows, waistband with pearls and jade, feet wearing smoke yellow boots. The nose is high and steep like a cliff, and the forehead is broad like a dragon. The eyes are bright and round, and the teeth are sharp and even. The short hair is fluffy and flaming, and the long beard is elegant and golden, biting a branch of green algae, holding a 9-petal red copper hammer. A sound of creaking and opening the door. The sound is like the thunder of the spring waking. In short, ugly mermaid. It is completely different from the rumored inspirational demon saint. When the black bear demon stared at the goldfish demon's body, the goldfish demon was not looking at the black bear demon, but at the entire Black Wind Mountain. After a moment, the goldfish demon retracted his gaze and nodded in approval. Hey Sean, you are willing to move a little of your body here. The investment is not small. The black bear demon, whose secret was seen through, or more accurately, the Black Mountain old demon, was shocked. The other party saw through his secret, but he did not see through the goldfish demon's secret at all. He could only tentatively say, as expected of the White Zay demon saint, you saw through my secret at a glance. With the White Zay demon saint personally presiding, our demon clan will definitely win this time. The Black Mountain old demon is gambling. Inspirational Demon Saint is the think tank of the remnants of the demon clan, and it is said that it evolved from the wisdom of all the demon saints of the former demon clan. But there is a rumor that the real identity of Inspiration Demon Saint is by Zay Demon Saint, the military strategist of the former demon clan Heaven. The remnants of the demon clan are very mysterious, and Inspiration Demon Saint is the most mysterious among the remnants of the demon clan. It was the suggestion of Inspiration Demon Saint to let the remnants of the demon clan hide. All the plans of the demon clan on this journey to obtain scriptures were also personally presided over by Inspiration Demon Saint, including arranging the goldfish spirit to go undercover at Guanyin Bodhisattva and arranging the black bear spirit next to Guanyin Zen Temple. The Black Mountain old demon believes that Inspiration Demon Saint is by Zay Demon Saint. For the temptation of the Black Mountain old demon, Inspiration Demon Saint just laughed, did not explain, and directly said, do it. Let me see your current strength. Please show mercy, Senior. The black bear spirit did not hesitate. The black tassel spear in his hand emerged, and stabbed the goldfish spirit with one shot. The 9-petal red copper hammer of the goldfish spirit went straight up. On the Black Wind Mountain, the Dalua fought. But this time the aura was not leaked. Both sides deliberately held back, and did not fight to the death. A quarter of an hour later, the black bear spirit and the goldfish spirit both stopped. The Inspirational Demon Saint said to the Black Mountain old demon and the headquarters of the remnants of the demon clan, originally, I thought that Black Mountain must have been calculated by Guanyin, and that drop of Guanyin's tear must have been manipulated by Guanyin. What about now? A medical miracle was born, and Black Mountain's injuries were completely healed. The effect of the saint's blood essence is better than we expected. The current black bear spirit can beat the monkey who was flattened. Headquarters? Since Lingon said so, there is no problem. Heishan must be severely punished for embezzling the blood of the saint. Now is a special period. It is the time to use monsters. Let Heishan take the lead first. Heishan is always sneaky and cunning. It doesn't matter, since Lingon said that Heishan's injuries have healed. If Heishan holds back again, he will never be polite to him. The pilgrim team is late. Chapter 431 Black Bear Demon. I didn't let him go. I really can't beat him. Disciple. The place ahead seems to be the place where the demon spirit appeared before. Yes, there is also a temple. Wow, it looks so good. After seeing the grand scene ahead, Ji Chansheng composed a poem on the spot. The upper temple is hidden in the green nest of the Jetavana, and the scenery of the temple is as good as the Sasra. As expected, there are few pure lands in the world, and most of the famous mountains in the world are occupied by monks. After hearing Ji Changsheng's poem, the legs of Master Sanzang sitting on the white dragon horse suddenly became weak. Disciple, don't talk nonsense. This poem seems to be praising, but in fact it is absolutely flattering. As expected, there are few pure lands in the world, and most of the famous mountains in the world are occupied by monks. Just this sentence is a capital crime for the emperors and the powerful people in the world. Master Sanzang now regards Buddhism as his own territory, and he certainly does not want Buddhism to die of arrogance. It's not that serious. We have traveled through so many famous mountains and rivers along the way, and there is only one here. Alas, Guanyin Temple? Master Sanzang found something wrong. Is Guanyin inflated? She has just been promoted to Daoyuan not long ago. Why does it feel that her presence is close to Tathagata? After the fall of the Saint Junti and the Saint Jane's retreat, Tathagata is now the leader of Shinilhujo and the most shining business card of Buddhism. But the second business card should have been Maitreya Buddha. But this is not the case. According to what Master Sanzang and Ji Chansheng saw and heard, Guanyin Bodhisattva replaced the position of Maitreya Buddha and the position of the demon Buddhas of Jijiao, becoming the second business card of Buddhism. This is a bit wrong. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. It seems that Guanyin has gained the absolute trust of Tathagata. This is also a kind of skill. It is clear that Guanyin Bodhisattva was born in the human race, and she fought against all the disciples of Jijiao during the conferred God's tribulation. But now she can be close to Tathagata. Master Sanzang wondered, Guanyin doesn't have this foundation to sit firmly in the second place in Buddhism? Where do you put Randang and Maitreya? Does she have so many talents under her command? Or is it that the human race silently supports Guanyin behind the scenes? Ji Chansheng said firmly, as far as I know. No. Then Guanyin's steps are too big. Let's go. Disciple. Let's go to investigate this Guanyin Zen temple. Master Sanzang put himself in the identity of the leader of Buddhism and began to visit incognito. Then he quickly came to the conclusion of the investigation. Guanyin's people are really not good. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. Xiaoyu said directly, Master, I think this old master has fallen into the devil's way. It is worth mentioning that after Xiaoyu killed the pig demon of the 8 realms, he has officially returned to the team. The journey to the west team is full. The great saint of account balance has also been wearing a tied hoop on his head. This is seen by the outside world as a secret battle between the Saint Junti and the great Emperor Changsheng. As for Ji Changsheng's plan to put the tied hoop on the head of the six-eared macaque, Ji Changsheng has not given up the plan until now. However, Tathagata and Luoho are both patient enough and have not released the six-eared macaque until now. Ji Changsheng has no chance to design the six-eared macaque and can only hold back for a while. As the former leader of the heavenly demon cult, after years of hard work, Yu Lao Mo's dirty talk is now a set of sets, under the name of the old abbot of Guanyin Zen Temple. His eyes are all looking at your cassock and Zen stick, and his eyeballs are about to fall out. It can be seen that the demon has entered his body. Master, his Buddhist practice is not good. So why don't I send him to the sea of purification to atone for his sins? Xuandu Temple cultivates the spirit of merit. Danqing Pavilion cultivates the spirit of righteousness. Later, the Tianqing sect unanimously decided to cultivate a passion for blood, also known as the spirit of passion for blood. Red. The technique changed a few punctuation marks, but the guiding ideology became the idea of Noah to mend the sky. Therefore, passion for blood became the righteous technique. The blood sea phenomenon has also disappeared. The current technique phenomenon of Yu Lao Mo is called purifying the sea of sins, which is specifically for cleansing those sinful souls. For Xiaoyu's request, Master Sanzang thought about it seriously. Xiaoyu did not lie to him. Just now, the old abbot of Guanyin Zen Temple looked at his cassock with his eyes almost popping out, and the greed in his eyes could not be concealed at all. It's just that Master Sanzang was a little surprised. Why is this guy so weak? Guanyin doesn't seem to have any special training. Ji Chansheng said, it should be intentional, to warn us and clean up the forces under his command. Just like you said, Guanyin's foundation is insufficient. And now there are too many crooked melons and jujubes under her. With our help to complete the blood exchange, Guanyin will not suffer any loss. and she can continue to improve her impression points with Tathagata. Then help her. Master Sanzang didn't care. Shall you kill him? After killing him, burn down this Guanyin Zen temple. Such a famous mountain and river is occupied by these guys, who have fallen into the devil's way. It's a waste. The poem written by Ji Changsheng before made Master Sanzang a little alert. Although he didn't have much contact with the Tang Emperor Li Erfeng, and didn't know him well, he knew that any emperor who had completed the Great Unification would never want theocracy to override the imperial power. Therefore, if Buddhism still wants to expand its faith to the Tang dynasty, it must avoid the situation where most of the famous mountains in the world are occupied by monks. At least before the Tang dynasty has established a firm foundation. This impression cannot be left on the Tang dynasty. Xiao Yu nodded, picked up his old business, and prepared to kill and set fire. Ji Changsheng reminded, wait for them to start first, and then defend ourselves. We are upright people, and cannot give others a handle. Don't worry, great sage. I know what to do. If the disciples of the Tiansheng sect today can't even do legitimate defense, they are not worthy of being in the righteous way. Xiao Yu is also awakened, and has long decided to formally draw a line with Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo has no development. Xiao Yu is the future. After Xiao Yu left, Ji Changsheng and the Three Burials Master looked at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance. The Three Burials Master's eyes were a little solemn. Changsheng, this mountain is very evil. Indeed. And this mountain seems to be a little wrong. After Taishan Laojun helped Ji Changsheng create the fire eyes and golden pupils, Ji Changsheng's eyesight has reached the Daliao level. It was hard for him to spot it from a distance. But when he was close, Ji Changsheng soon realized that something was wrong with the Black Wind Mountain itself. Then he realized something. Could it be that the body of this demon is this mountain? There are not many demons that can be transformed from mountains and waters. But every one that appears is a big demon. And since they awaken, they all have their own characteristics and are difficult to deal with. In fact, Master Sanzang has never seen many mountains that can become demons. So he is also very curious. If the Black Mountain really becomes a demon, his defense must be the best in the prehistoric world. Disciple, let me try it out first. Let me do it. According to what I have found, the Black Bear Demon on the Black Wind Mountain seems to know those stupid birds of the Pung Demon King. And this time, he is here to avenge them. The good brothers of the great sage Pingzhong. Those who died have already been shattered. And those who are still alive are sparring with Yulinglong. It must be difficult to regain freedom. Ji Changsheng wanted to see if there was a chance to send the Black Bear Demon to meet them. He was so willing to help the bear. The killing monk asked weakly, Master, great sage, this demon doesn't seem to have started to provoke us. Ji Changsheng, the Three Burials Master. After a while, the Three Burials Master handed Ji Changsheng the Jinlan cassock given to him by Tathagata. Ji Changsheng said angrily, that demon dared to steal the treasure given by Tathagata Buddha. It is simply a crime of death. Teacher, please wait here for a while. I will go to catch this demon and take back the cassock. The Three Burials Master nodded slowly. Thank you, disciple. The killing monk wiped the cold sweat from his head. He had a hunch. The demons along the way will probably have to take the blame. Black Wind Mountain. At this time, the Black Bear Demon was still bargaining with the headquarters. The one who has a grudge against the guy who wants to settle the account is the Pung Demon King and the Python King. Not me. I have to get some benefits for standing up for their clans. What's wrong with the trumpet? The trumpet also has demon power. I brought part of my main body this time. If it is slightly damaged, the impact will be irreversible. I got the Guanyin tears by my own ability. In short, I came here for the saint's flesh. Let me settle the account. But you can pay more. Before the Black Bear Demon got a satisfactory price, the little demons below had already rolled in. My king. It's bad. A monkey outside is coming to ask for the cassock. Black Bear Demon? Cassock? What cassock? Before he could react, he heard the great sage Pinghong shouting outside, what a monster! You stole the Buddha's cassock and burned Guanyin's temple. You are so brave. The Black Bear Demon's brain buzzed. He lost the ability to think. Steal the Buddha's cassock? Burn Guanyin's temple? The old abbot of Guanyin Temple is in the same boat with him. Why did he burn Guanyin Temple? Why did this monkey outside just say that? Wait. Why is Guanyin Temple really on fire? 3 minutes later, outside the Black Wind Cave, the Black Bear Demon, who was laughing in anger, pointed at the great Saint Ping Ong who was holding the cassock and said, "Baimoen, you are simply crying thief. You deserve to die." Ji Chansheng was even more furious. "You thief! You stole the cassock and didn't return it. You burned the Zen temple and refused to admit it. And you even blamed others. Don't leave. Watch out for the stick." The black bear demon took out his spear and rushed to meet him. Even if the headquarters didn't pay more money, he would definitely make Ji Chansheng look bad. When they started to fight, the demon saints of the headquarters of the remnants of the demon clan in the rear were immediately determined. Fortunately, Heishan still took the overall situation into consideration. Although most of the main bodies are in seclusion, only one small account is left outside, which can be regarded as not destroying our plan of revival. What's going on? Why did he fight the guy Pingzhong evenly? 5 minutes later, the headquarters of the remnants of the demon clan. A demon saint was furious. Heishan is courting death. He dares to work without putting in effort. He wants to settle the accounts to order the headquarters? It's ridiculous. Does he really think his body's defense is invincible? He doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. This is the first canon on our journey to obtain the scriptures. And we can't make any mistakes. Go teach Heishan's body a lesson. On the Black Wind Mountain, the black bear spirit felt the dull pain in his groin, and tried to communicate with the headquarters behind. There is something wrong with Guanyin. I didn't let him go. But I really can't beat him. The inspiration demon saint sneered, at this point. It's still nonsense. Go ahead, and kill the mountain to scare the monkeys. His judgment can't be wrong. The only one who is wrong is Heishan. There is no if. Chapter 432, We all have a bright future. It is difficult to get a person to admit his mistakes. Especially the bigger the person. The same is true for the big demons. The inspiration demon saint had already told the headquarters that the Black Mountain demon's body had recovered. A word of spit is a nail. As the think tank of the demon clan, the judgment of the inspiration demon saint is unquestionable. Even if the Black Mountain demon died unjustly, it is unquestionable. Many times, many things, in the eyes of many people, the big boss only needs to admit his mistakes to reduce a lot of losses. But the big boss just doesn't admit his mistakes. Many people express their incomprehension. But this is the norm in the world. In the minds of the big bosses, their face is much more important than the loss of cattle and horses. The emperor's heart is filled with the 9 provinces and 10,000 places. The inspiration demon saint's heart is filled with the future of the demon clan. As for the Black Mountain demon, who knows if he has any physical problems? This is not important. What is important is that for the future of the demon clan, for the face of the inspiration demon saint, and to make the demon clan united, it is worth paying a small price. As for what these small costs are, the inspiration demon saint and other demon saints who make decisions at the headquarters don't care. We have been patient until now, and many demons below have lost their spirit. We need blood to awaken their courage. Some quasi-saints like Heishan are self-reliant and put their individual interests above the overall interests of the demon race. This trend should not be allowed to continue. Many demon descendants below are watching how we deal with Heishan. If we fail to kill one to warn the rest, and we are partial to Heishan and bend the law, the demons below will inevitably lose their morale. The original Black Mountain is now in seclusion, and has no sense of the outside world. He relies on his invincible defense, and has never worried about his own safety. Let him know the price of lip service. Agree. Kill one to warn the 100. Kill the mountain to warn the monkeys. The remnants of the demon clan successfully reached an agreement. On Black Wind Mountain, the Black Bear demon also sensed the fatal crisis. His status among the remnants of the demon clan is certainly not as good as the inspiration demon saint positioned by the think tank. But as a powerful Daluo, he is not completely without foundation. It's just that the original Black Mountain demon is indeed in seclusion, and he really thinks that his defense is invincible. So the period of seclusion is very long. Forced resurrection will cause great losses. But now, the Black Bear demon can't care so much. After fighting with the great sage Pingzhong for hundreds of rounds, the Black Bear demon judged that he could not defeat the great sage Pingzhong in a short time. So he directly raised his gun to hold the Rui Jinggu Bang of the great sage Pingzhong, and took a step back. Pingzhong, you and I will withdraw our troops. I will fight with you again after I have dinner. Although Ji Chansheng did not know that the Black Bear demon's backyard was on fire, he naturally noticed the Black Bear demon's intention to retreat. Moreover, he had confirmed that Guanyin Bodhisattva did not lie to him. The black bear demon's groin was indeed problematic, which directly affected his combat strength. It seems that the black bear demon is still not as good as Messi. He can't even solve this small problem of the groin. In this case, the threat of the black bear demon is much smaller. The most important thing is that this place is not far from the Guanyin Zen temple. Guanyin Bodhisattva is probably lurking in the dark, ready to support at any time. Guanyin dare not let the great sage Pingzhong have any problems. Therefore, the advantage is completely mine. Ji Changsheng naturally had no reason to let go. It was better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage than to seek fame and imitate the true king. Ji Changsheng directly said, "You evil beast. You want to eat in half a day? I see that you know you can't beat this great sage. And you are shrinking away from the battle. Don't make excuses. Don't run. Give me back my cassock. And then you can eat." The black bear demon was so angry. The brocade cassock was in Ji Changsheng's hand. He didn't even touch the cassock skin. But the black bear demon was too lazy to argue with Ji Changsheng. He knew that his face was not as thick as this monkey, and his eloquence was not as good as this monkey. So he just made a feint and prepared to retreat into the cave. Black Wind Mountain is a part of his body. As long as he enters the cave and opens the ban, he is sure that the great sage Ping'an can't get in at all. What a pity. He can deal with Ji Changsheng, but not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Just after he had just faked a shot, his whole body suddenly stagnated, and severe pain spread all over his body. At the same time, the Buddha's light enveloped the Black Wind Mountain. Under the endless Buddha's light, the monsters on the Black Wind Mountain were instantly reduced to dust. The compassionate and merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva of Putualuijia Mountain in the South China Sea came in person to kill all the monsters who might have seen her and Black Bear's conspiracy that day. Almost at the same time, the remnant of the monster clan headquarters. There was a thunderous roar from the Black Mountain Old Monster's body. The Black Mountain Old Monster, who was known for his invincible defense and immovable like a mountain, had just completely recovered from his seclusion and was met with a catastrophe. On the Black Wind Mountain, the black bear monster looked up to the sky and roared, "Guanyin! You!" Bang! A beautiful and weak punch from Guanyin Bodhisattva directly knocked all the anger of the black bear monster back into his stomach. Then a hoop fell from the sky and landed on the head of the black bear demon. The whole process was smooth and seemed to have been rehearsed many times in advance. There was no time for outsiders to intervene. Even with Ji Changsheng's eyesight, he was dazzled. When Ji Changsheng completely reacted, the black bear demon had really turned into a bear. It kept rolling on the ground and even vomited blood. And the Black Wind Mountain was also roaring. The mountain was breaking, and it seemed to be experiencing a small earthquake. Ji Changsheng didn't quite understand. Guanyin Bodhisattva was able to see the big picture from the small details, and had already controlled the black bear demon. So he learned the truth. The powerful Daluo behind the Black Bear Demon is called Black Mountain Old Demon, who is indeed Black Mountain Enlightenment. His real body is being besieged by a group of demon saints of the demon clan at this time, and he was killed as a warning to the rest. So the small account of the Black Bear Demon was also severely damaged. Black Mountain Old Demon? Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Is the Black Mountain Old Demon dead? Even if he is not dead, he will lose a layer of skin, and his future is destined to linger on. Guanyin Bodhisattva folded his hands and said to Ji Changsheng, "Congratulations, great sage. You can fight against the Daluo substitute with your true body and not lose the upper hand. And you will surely be awesome again in the prehistoric world." Ji Changsheng complained, "I have to thank you for your help, Bodhisattva. Otherwise, I would not be its opponent. As long as the great sage is satisfied." Avalokitesvara ignored Ji Changsheng's sarcasm and said, "I promised my brother that I would give this bear to him as a mount, and I hope the great sage can spare its life." "Bodhisattva, your calculations are getting louder and louder," Ji Changsheng said. "Now even the remnants of the demon clan dare to plot." Avalokitesvara smiled slightly. "The great sage has gained the prestige to compete with the powerful Daluo. I got my brother's mount, and the remnants of the demon clan have eliminated the internal instability factors, making the whole more united. We all have a bright future." Ji Changsheng gave Avalokitesvara a thumbs up. This woman is 80% as shameless as him. Chapter 433 Lao Ding. Explode some gold coins. All parties are winning. So who loses? Ji Changsheng looked at the black bear's spirit in pain, and said with some regret, "If you use its body to refine a treasure, Can it be comparable to Fantion Yin? There are not many magic weapons in this world that can allow a Jinjuan realm strongman to cross the border to fight Daluo. Fantion Yin is one of them. At present, Fantion Yin belongs to Guangchengzi, the gatekeeper of Daluo, the leader of the 12 immortals of Yushu, the most beloved disciple of Yuanshi Tianwang, one of the biggest fuses of the conferred god Tribulation, the legendary Holy Mother Killer, and the Enlightenment Mentor of Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi. But don't look at Guangchengzi's many names. But in the end, he is just a peak Jinjuan realm strongman. He has not broken through Daluo yet. That's why he is known as the Daluo gatekeeper. And Guangchengzi has basically been recognized by all parties that there is no hope of breaking through Daluo. Because as long as there is a way that can be thought of, Yuanshi Tianwang has thought of it for him. If it still doesn't work now, then it really doesn't work. After eating Zhuanti's flesh and blood, it is estimated that it still won't work. But this does not affect the power of Fantion Seal. It can even be said that it is precisely because Guangchengzi is a little bit weak that Fantion Seal looks more powerful. Guangchengzi used Fantion Seal to defeat Duobao at that time and to Thagata now in the conferred god Tribulation. Jiuzhou has 5 great saints, apart from Dou Mu Yuanjuan's best Jinling saint. The other 4 saints were killed by Guangchengzi with Fantion Seal, and one was beaten back to his original form. His record is outstanding. So he is known as the Saint Killer. Of course, Guangchengzi was too arrogant. Jiuzhou did not allow such a powerful person to exist. And then Yun Shao took action. And then nothing happened. Yu Shao Fairy may not be very smart. But Guangchengzi is definitely not someone who dares to challenge the Saint Tai Ching and Yuanshi Tianwang. After the conferred god's tribulation, the world reviewed the battle records of the major powers. And Guangchengzi himself did not cause much shock to the world. However, the Fantion Seal in Guangchengzi's hand was once praised as the first acquired attack treasure. Corresponding to it is the Heaven and Xian Wangling Long Pagoda in the hands of the Saint Tai Ching, which is praised as the first acquired defense treasure, invulnerable to all methods. Xuandu Temple sits firmly in the first place in the longevity realm, just relying on the projection of the Xian Wang Merit Pagoda of the Heaven and Xian Wangling Long Pagoda. The Fantion Seal can be as famous as the Heaven and Xian Wangling Long Pagoda, even if it is just as famous as South Murong and North Xiaofeng, which shows the status of the Fantion Seal among magic weapons. If Guangchengzi was not backed by Yuanshi Tianwang, he would definitely not be able to keep a magic weapon of the level of the Fantion Seal. Even a quasi-saint would envy the attack power of Fantion Seal. And how strong would the defense of the demon quasi-saint who achieved enlightenment with Black Mountain be? Ji Chansheng couldn't be sure, but he could imagine. Little Blackie, don't look at me. You really think that I have a lot to do with your ending? Ji Chansheng kindly reminded the Black Bear spirit. You don't even have to resent Guanyin. This woman just handed you a knife at most. What really killed you was that you were too valuable. Mountains and rivers become demons. How dare you become demons? Isn't this a natural treasure? Use this to test compatriots. And compatriots can't stand such a test. Be honest and tell us all the information about the remnants of the demon clan. They all stabbed you in the back. Are you still loyal to them? Ji Chansheng began to instigate rebellion. He still had the demon-slaying target given to him by Hong Jun on his back. If the Black Bear demon could make a breakthrough, it would be of great help to Ji Chansheng. Unfortunately, the Black Bear demon disappointed him. Or, the means of the demon clan were still beyond Ji Changsheng's current estimation. As Ji Chansheng finished speaking, the Black Bear demon suddenly fainted. Ji Chansheng and Guanyin Bodhisattva frowned at the same time. Guanyin Bodhisattva said in a deep voice, the Daluo aura on its body disappeared. The Black Bear demon without the Daluo aura is a demon king similar to the 7 great saints. Even a little bit worse. No, not even. Just a little bit worse. Because the demon kings of the level of the 7 great saints are not willing to be discarded as small trumpets by the remnants of the demon clan. The strength of the Black Bear demon is not much different from this level. But even that little bit may be a natural gap that can never be made up. Ji Chansheng guessed. Have these demon remnants been implanted with self-destruction programs in their brains? It should have nothing to do with the Black Bear demon. It is a method of the demon clan's Daluo. The Black Bear demon himself does not know too much. And the demon remnants are not afraid of leaking any secrets. The same is true for Peng Demon King. The Taishan Lao Jun did not get anything out of his questions. The status of the Black Bear demon among the demon remnants is not higher than that of Peng Demon King. It seems that the demon remnants have really become powerful. And Changsheng Emperor should be careful. Guanyin Bodhisattva kindly reminded, from the fact that they dared to attack the original body of the Black Mountain Old Demon. There must be more than 1 or 2 Daluo masters hidden among the demon remnants. The reason is very simple. If there are only 1 or 2 hidden Daluo among the demon remnants, how can they be willing to sacrifice a Daluo like the Black Mountain Old Demon? Even if it is to refine a treasure that can enhance the attack power of the quasi-saint. The price is too high. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. After all, the demon clan is the overlord of the ancient times, with a deep foundation. It is not surprising that a few Daluo demons have emerged. But they are definitely not able to turn the world upside down. Otherwise they would have jumped out to change the world long ago. It is certain that they can't turn the world upside down. But they should still be vigilant below the saints. They may only be afraid of saints. Guanyin Bodhisattva said. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Then you dare to jump so happily? Aren't you afraid that you will really implicate Yuqing Wang to death? Judging from the experience of the Black Mountain Old Demon, if Yuqing Wang really encounters the main force of the remnants of the demon clan, he may not be able to get any benefits. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled and said, they dare not hunt my brother with all their strength. Not to mention that I am here to protect him. With me, my brother will not be in trouble. Ji Changsheng, do you want to do 1 or more beautiful rescues? Guanyin Bodhisattva continued to smile. Ji Changsheng, I'm so lucky to be liked by you. Yuqing Wang is simply blessed by his 18 generations of ancestors. Of course, Yuqing Wang's ancestors don't have 18 generations. It can only be said that Yuanshi Tian Wang has accumulated blessings for Yuqing Wang. Guanyin Bodhisattva ignored Ji Changsheng's complaints and continued to remind him friendly. The goldfish spirit raised in the lotus pond of this poor monk suddenly disappeared. And it should also be planning the flesh and blood of the saint's reincarnation. According to my review and investigation, the black bear spirit set up his cave not far from Guanyin Zen Temple. Perhaps the goldfish spirit was tipping him off. If the great sage sees the goldfish in the back, he must be careful. It may also be a small Daluo. And it is very secretive. And this poor monk has never discovered it before. Ji Changsheng didn't know whether Guanyin Bodhisattva really didn't find out or not. None of this is important. What's important is that, according to the current situation, it should be no problem for dear teacher to repay the debt to heaven this time. A little earlier, Baiying Palace, Master Xuandu was rarely in a state of uncertainty. As the only direct disciple of the Saint Tai Ching and the best of the first generation of ancestors, Master Xuandu has always given people the impression of being immovable and unfathomable. Until now, no one can judge the true strength of Master Xuandu, let alone his thoughts. People only know that Master Xuandu learned from the Saint Tai Ching and ruled by inaction. Although he is very powerful, he will not easily take action unless necessary. And he will not even show up. And his presence is extremely low. Such a strong man, no matter how powerful he is actually difficult to attract the attention of the outside world. Master Xuandu himself also likes this kind of personality. Being born in the world can facilitate him to plan many things without having to bear too much responsibility. But now, he, who had always been able to sit still, was a little tempted to move. But he had not completely convinced himself. So before moving, he went to ask his teacher for advice. Teacher, my disciple's heart is in turmoil. The Tai Ching saint opened his eyes, glanced at his only disciple, and instantly knew what the Xuandu master was thinking. You can't resist the temptation of the saint's flesh and blood? The Xuandu master nodded. I am really ashamed. But Tathagata does seem to have become stronger. This is the most important point. He knew the inside story of the entire journey to the West Crew and had no intention of participating in it. But Tathagata has really become stronger. This ignited the flame in his heart. At their level, every bit of improvement is worth exploring and learning. Of course, there are strong people who lie down at the top. But there are more who dare not slack off. Tathagata Buddha and Xuandu Master are the kind who never dare to slack off. The pressure that Xuandu Master feels now is greater than that of Tathagata Buddha. Teacher, I may not be Tathagata's opponent now. I can't accept this. My state of mind can never be as perfect as yours. A smile appeared on the face of the Tai Ching saint. I am very pleased that you can admit this in front of me. He knew that this was not an easy thing. Your judgment is not wrong. After refining Xuanti's broken hand, Tathagata's strength has indeed increased. In addition, Buddhism is now in its heyday, and Tathagata's strength is also increasing day by day. At this stage, it is really hard to say who is stronger between you and him, Tai Ching Saint said. Xuandu Master's face became more solemn. He is the only disciple of the second generation of the human religion and the eldest brother of the three religions. He feels obliged to maintain his status, not only for himself, but also for the human religion and for the Saint Tai Ching. If he loses to Duobao, the former first disciple of the Jia religion, it will be a major blow to him. Can you really become stronger by refining the flesh and blood of a saint? Of course it is true. But those who can become stronger in this way can probably become stronger on their own. Tathagata's talent is unquestionable. Otherwise, I would not have sent him to the Western religion in the past, Saint Tai Ching said. Master Xuandu nodded. He knew that Saint Tai Ching had always had a high opinion of Duobao, and believed that Duobao had the appearance of a saint. Many disciples of Jiejiao dared to challenge the saint verbally. Duobao and Yun Xiao were the two who dared to attack the saint. And they were both stubborn and went straight to attack the Saint Tai Ching. The courage they had showed that they really thought they had a chance to defeat the Saint Tai Ching at that time. This was ignorance, but also extreme self-confidence, a partial manifestation of the posture of a saint. Of course, having the posture of a saint and having the strength of a saint are two different things. There are many people with potential. The ability is to realize the potential. The biggest effect of refining the flesh and blood of saints is that it can reduce the time of becoming stronger and have an immediate effect, Tai Ching Saint said, but there are also disadvantages. Once they taste the benefits of shortcuts, few strong people can control the temptation and choose to continue on the more difficult but correct path. Master Xuandu was silent for about a minute, and finally made a decision. Teacher, I still want to give it a try. Then give it a try. Sage Tai Ching smiled again, and did not show any unhappiness because Master Xuandu could not resist the temptation. But since you want to go down, you can't make a small fight. Sage Tai Ching smiled. His voice was gentle, but it had an unquestionable tone. My attitude towards Ji Chongqing's journey to the West plan is not to reach out. If you reach out, you must get enough benefits and then be respectfully invited back. Disciple understands and will never embarrass the teacher. There are too few disciples in the Tai Ching lineage, so Saint Tai Ching does not want to give the following a chance to make mistakes. If they are given unlimited opportunities to make mistakes, why would they receive the one-on-one elite training provided by Human Resources Education? I have been enduring Ji Chongsheng for a long time. Master Xuandu's emotions fluctuated strongly when he said this. If it weren't for Linglong's sake, I would have wanted to teach him a lesson a long time ago. Since I had the opportunity this time, I will definitely make him lose face. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law and became more and more satisfied. When a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, especially those impolite yellow-haired ones, his real thought is that he wants to beat him to death. Master Xuandu will not beat Ji Chongsheng to death, but he has long wanted to teach Ji Huangmao a lesson that he will never forget. Going to the West to obtain scriptures? I will make this kid have no way to go to heaven and no door to enter the earth. Let's see if he dares to call me Xiao Xuanzi again. Although he has made up his mind to teach Ji Huangmao a lesson. But Master Xuandu is not impulsive. He first gave Mithriya a favor. Buddha from the East, my master's mount and boy coveted the flesh and blood of the saint, stole my master's diamond bracelet and other magic weapons, and went to the lower world to become a demon. I have been looking for them everywhere, but I can't find them. If Buddha from the East sees my master's mount and boy, please inform me in time. Maitreya Buddha heard the music and understood the meaning, and also sighed, Master, don't worry. Now that the saint has reincarnated, all parties are coveting and making a mess. Not only is there a problem in Tushita Palace, but my yellow-browed boy also stole my human bag and went to the lower world to become a demon. Until now, I haven't found it. Please help me keep an eye out. Okay. After both sides felt each other's sincerity, they nodded to each other. I heard that Yuanshi Tianwang started preaching again. Indeed? Then, fellow Taoist, come with me to listen to the sermon first. It's okay to put aside the matter of the lower world for the time being. The Buddha from the East has a point. Cross-holdings and alibis have been prepared. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the saint to fall into the trap. Chapter 434 Great Prophet. Two-sided cleansing. Zudi is not a piece of cake, although many people look down on him now. But Ji Chongsheng, beside the three burial master, did clearly feel the speed at which the three burial master became stronger. It can only be described in two words. Outrageous. There is no bottleneck at all. Finally, Ji Changsheng was a little impatient. Teacher, please suppress yourself. The three burial master shook his head and said, Disciple, I have lost enough face. And I must not lose face again. Ji Changsheng patiently persuaded, if you suddenly become a great Luo, those demons and monsters will not dare to trouble you. The three burial master said firmly, it's hard to say. They dared to trouble me when I was a saint. They should have the courage to restore the strength of a quasi-saint. Without waiting for Ji Changsheng to refute, the three burial master suddenly looked up. There is a demonic aura ahead again. Ji Changsheng also sensed it. This is also the reason why Ji Changsheng persuaded the three burial master not to improve so quickly. It will scare the monsters away. For example, the one in front. Ji Changsheng felt like running away. Xiao Yu looked ahead, then looked back at Master Sanzang and Ji Changsheng. His eyes were very confused. Isn't that a Taoist monk in front? It looks like a Taoist monk. In front of the cypress tree, there is a grass nest. On the left, there are elks holding flowers. And on the right, there are mountain monkeys offering fruits. On the treetops, there are blue phoenixes singing, black cranes and golden pheasants gathering. A monk covered in Buddha's light, sitting in a grass nest, is a weird look. Ji Changsheng complained, Xiao Yu, have you ever seen a Taoist monk sitting in a grass nest? Xiao Yu, how can this monster perform a show without knowing how to do it in full? You have to ask him. Maybe it's because of arrogance. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Teacher, do you feel particularly hot? The three burials master nodded. Xiao Yu and the monk were both confused. They didn't feel anything. But they looked down at the white dragon horse, and found that the white dragon horse was already transforming into a blood horse. And there was blood under the horse's hooves. The two guys were finally shocked and realized that there might be a great monster in front of them. Sun True Fire? Ji Changsheng's tone was a little uncertain. The three burials master gave him a positive answer. It's still the Sun True Fire that has returned to its original state. Exactly the same as the Sun True Fire of the former Demon King. I was deeply impressed. Ji Changsheng did some reading comprehension. Zunti was burned by the Demon King's Sun True Fire. The burn was not light, so it was very impressive. This should be the truth. After all, in the era of the war between wizards and liches, saints really had no status in front of wizards and liches. And the two saints in the west had even less status. It is reasonable for Taiyin Xingjuan to eat, sleep, and fight Jian, and for the demons to bully Junti. Calculated in this way, Yuanshe Tianwang might have been burned by the Demon King with the Great Sun True Fire, or insulted by other demons. Otherwise, why would he discriminate against the demons so much later? The golden crow that ran away? The eyes of the three burials master lit up. The former demon emperor Dijuan had 10 sons, 9 of whom died, and only 1 ran away. The golden crow that ran away was of course the demon prince. He was also the enemy of the two saints in the west. I couldn't beat your father and your uncle back then. Can I still not beat you now? Disciple, I'll go kill him. Ji Changsheng grabbed the three burials master. Teacher, you probably can't kill him now. Master Sanzang weighed his own strength and the strength of the Sun True Fire in front of him, and admitted that what Ji Changsheng said made sense. It's okay. I'll let the real body come. If Master Sanzang can't kill him, Saint Junti will definitely kill him. Ji Changsheng grabbed Master Sanzang again. Teacher, a little impatience will ruin a big plan. A mere golden crow is not worth using your real body. Li Changxi has a cause and effect with the demon clan. Ji Changsheng doesn't want Li Changxi's character to go bankrupt. Although Li Changxi doesn't have much character. Let me do it. Ji Changsheng's initiative to volunteer surprised Master Sanzang. Disciple, the golden crow in front is already in the Daluo realm as expected. I know. But he is also scared now, and is ready to retreat. At first, the demonic energy he and Master Sanzang sensed was a monstrous murderous energy. With Master Sanzang getting stronger with every breath, they are getting closer and closer to the bird's nest in front. And the monstrous murderous weapon begins to transform into auspicious light. Just now, Xiao Yu asked why this guy didn't know how to play the whole set. Why he sat in the grass nest. Ji Changsheng guessed that it might be arrogance. But there is another possibility. This guy originally wanted to cause trouble, suddenly found that the three burial master was not right, and quickly changed his face. Halfway through the face change, he was discovered by Ji Changsheng and the three burial master. So he froze. So there was a strange scene of a Taoist monk sitting in a bird's nest. Obviously, The other party also felt that this was very embarrassing, so he prepared to retreat. However, since he was seen by Ji Changsheng and the 3 burial master, it was not so easy to retreat. The most important thing is that he ran away without saying a word, which was really embarrassing. It's easy to talk about the face problem, but how many great powers can really see through the face? Anyway, Ji Changsheng has only seen Haodian. It's hard for him to completely swallow his pride, so he understands the embarrassing situation of the guy in front. Let's talk. Mahavairakana. Ji Changsheng's words stunned everyone. Xiao Yu looked at the killing monk in confusion. Mahavairakana. The killing monk looked at the 3 buried monks in confusion. With a somewhat uncertain tone, Mahavairakana is said to be the Dharmakaya of Tathagata Buddha? Is this Mahavairakana? The corner of the 3 buried monks' eyes twitched. This is Mahavairakana Buddha who saw a ghost. It is obvious that Ji Changsheng is putting a hat on Tathagata Buddha. In this way, the demon in front will not be embarrassed. The only one who will be embarrassed is Mahavairakana Buddha. Seeing that this guy was still confused, Ji Changsheng felt that he was ignorant and could only continue to put the blame on him, Tathagata. Although you have covered it up well, your great son True Fire has exposed your identity. There is no need to hide anymore. Under the eyes of this great sage, all the demons and monsters are exposed. You are the great son Tathagata. Great son Tathagata finally came to his senses. Looking at Ji Changsheng, he suddenly laughed. Great sage is indeed a wise man. It paved a good way for him. In this case, he naturally had to take advantage of the situation. Tathagata, what do you want to do by blocking the way here? Ji Changsheng scolded. Why are you blocking my master's way? Great son Tathagata glanced at the 3 burial master behind him, pondered for a moment, and simply told the real purpose of his visit. I heard that the great sage met a black bear spirit before. You came for the black bear demon? Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Dainichi Tathagata said in a deep voice, what is the relationship between the black bear demon and Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is there any collusion between the Bodhisattva and the demon clan? Ji Changsheng blinked. Is this to investigate whether the Black Mountain demon was wronged? There are demons who are seeking justice for Black Mountain? Ji Changsheng smiled. Tathagata, it's rare to be confused. Justice is already late, and it doesn't matter if you are absent. If you really find out the truth, maybe you will fall into the water and die next time. Why bother? Dainichi Tathagata looked a little ugly. There are many remnants of the demon clan, but there are not so many Daluo strongmen. The loss of anyone is not a trivial matter. He does not want this trend to spread. But what Ji Changsheng said certainly makes sense. In the eyes of Daluo strongmen, Black Mountain is a good training equipment. And so is Jinwu. How can the demon clan be orthodox? Whoever is strong is the demon king. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there are demons, it's not much better. The black bear demon has fallen into the hands of Guanyin. What's the point of finding out the truth? Just turn a blind eye and do nothing. Ji Changsheng pointed out. Can you still kill Ling On? Do you have the strength? Dainichi Tathagata and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. The voice began to be murderous. No proof. No proof. Maybe? This made Ji Changsheng sigh. As expected of Tathagata, confidence is overflowing. The points that should be pointed out have been pointed out. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with Dainichi Tathagata. After all, this person felt that he might have the strength to kill another demon saint. So he must have the power to protect himself. As long as he doesn't die, Li Chengxi won't be considered to have broken her promise to the demon race. So Ji Changsheng asked a question that he was very concerned about. Tathagata, do you know the situation of the remnants of the demon race? Dainichi Tathagata, I know a little bit. There is a question I haven't figured out. If Heishan is a Daluo who can die at will, then the number of Daluo among the remnants of the demon race should be more than 5. And it will only be more, not less. With such strength, why are you still hiding it? Dainichi Tathagata was silent for a moment, and asked back, it took 3 punches for Nuwa to kill Mingi. It also took 3 punches to kill Dumu. Fists. 5 or 6 Daluo, even if there are 10 Daluo. What can they do? It's just 30 punches from Nuwa. Ji Changsheng's tone was a little strange. Didn't you say that Nuwa was taking advantage of the situation? Dainichi Tathagata, there are indeed fools who believe in this statement. Especially after Junti's death. There are more fools who believe in this statement. So they can't hide it. Speaking of this, Dainichi Tathagata looked at the 3 burial masters behind him again. And there was also an unconcealable burning in his eyes. He didn't hide it either. The huge temptation is in front of him. And those who can withstand it are sure to get greater benefits, such as Ji Changsheng. Or those who look down on Junti's strength, such as the other 5 saints and Daozu Hongjun. The remnants of the demon race are not among them. Dainichi Tathagata laughed at himself. I almost became such a fool. If he really respected the strength of the saints, he shouldn't be here today. But what made him stronger than other quasi-saints was that, after seeing the speed of progress of the 3 burial master, he regained his awe. I see. Ji Changsheng nodded, and had some understanding of the situation of the remnants of the demon clan. The fishing plan was successful. These remnants have been hiding for so many years, and they can't help but jump out. He doesn't need to spend a lot of effort to find them. They will come to him on their own. Ji Changsheng will not be polite to the other remnants. Ji Changsheng decided to let this guy, who might be the Golden Crow Prince, go. Emperor Changsheng and Taiyin Star Lord are a family. Taiyin Star Lord used to be good friends with the 2 demon kings. For Taiyin Star Lord's face, I will give you a chance. But this mountain is opened by me, and this tree is planted by me. Tathagata, leave some money for the way, and you can get out. Ji Changsheng's condescending elder attitude made Dainichi Tathagata somewhat angry. Great sage, don't make a mistake. Ji Changsheng smiled. I heard that during the conferred god's tribulation, a Taoist named Luya, who claimed to be a casual cultivator from Kunlun, suddenly appeared. He had great military exploits and was very arrogant. And he had a lot of karma. Malavirakana's face changed slightly. The Taoist Luya mentioned by Ji Changsheng was indeed a mysterious figure who suddenly appeared during the conferred god's tribulation. He claimed to be a guest from Kunlun and had an old house on the south side of the stone bridge. He practiced and attained the Tao at the beginning of the Hunyuan period. And then he realized longevity and knew the ups and downs. Don't boast about the purple gold pill in the furnace. You must know that the jade liquid is burning in the fire. Riding on the blue phoenix and the white crane. I don't go to the Pan-Ao festival to enjoy the longevity. I don't go to Xuandu to worship Lao Jun. And I don't go to Yushu Gate to make a promise. I can travel freely in the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and enjoy the islands and Punlai at will. Riding on the blue phoenix and the white crane. I don't go to the Peach Festival to enjoy the longevity. I don't go to Xuandu to pay respect to Lao Jun. And I don't go to Yushu Gate to make a promise. Ji Changsheng repeated the self-introduction of Luya Taoist, and his tone turned to mockery. The blue phoenix is the Mount of Noah. The white crane is the boy of Yuanshi Tianwang. The peaches are the specialty of the Queen Mother. And Xuandu is the territory of the Tai Ching Saint. During the conferred god's tribulation, Luya Taoist killed many Jieju disciples. It is said that Luya Taoist's origin is mysterious. But mysterious as hell. He is just short of having his origin written on his face. Malavirakana looked uglier and uglier. But Ji Changsheng didn't care. By the way, there seems to be a most awesome saying, Hongjun came first and then the sky. Luya Taoist was in front. So why don't you go to the sky? Throughout the ages, the only ones who have surpassed Hongjun are Pangu and the Demon King. But the Demon King is dead. Dead. Ji Changsheng's hand showed a cloud. Face the reality. Tathagata. Times have changed. And Yun Shao is coming soon. Luya Taoist killed Zhao Gongming, the sworn brother of Fairy Yishao, during the conferred god tribulation. Then, he was captured by Fairy Yun Shao with the Hunyuan golden bowl. Although he escaped later, his awesome origins were self-defeating. He boasted more than Hongjun. In the end, Yun Shao didn't beat him. And neither did Kong Xian. Ji Changsheng could only say that these Daoyuan masters were really boastful back then. And they really dared to brag about stepping on the saints and Hongjun. It is no wonder that so many powerful people dare to covet Junti's reincarnation this time. They are really confident. However, Luya was beaten twice by Yun Shao and Kong Xian during the conferred god tribulation. So he is no longer so confident. After hearing Ji Changsheng's words, especially after hearing Yun Shao is coming soon, Dori Tathagata quickly made a decision. Although the journey to Lingshan is long, we will eventually arrive. But the miasma is hard to eliminate. I have a volume of Duo Xin Jing, which is 54 sentences and a total of 270 words. If you encounter a miasma, just recite this sutra, and you will not be hurt. Ji Changsheng wrote down the content of Duo Xin Jing and then said, what else? Dori Tathagata could only speak again. Thousands of mountains and rivers are deep, and there are many miasma and demons. If you encounter the cliff that connects to the sky, Don't be afraid. Walk to Mora Rock and walk sideways. Be careful of the Black Pine Forest, where many demon foxes block the road. Elves are all over the city, and the demon lord lives in the mountains. Tigers sit in the piano hall, and gray wolves are the chief clerks. Lions and elephants are all kings, and tigers and leopards are all drivers. Without giving Ji Changsheng a chance to ask again, Mahavarakana turned into golden light and went away. 10,000 lotuses were born. An auspicious mist protected thousands of layers. When Ji Changsheng saw the lotus and auspicious mist, he looked at Master Sanzang again. Teacher, it doesn't seem to be an illusion? Master Sanzang nodded slowly, his tone a little deep. Only with the approval of the heavenly Tao can auspicious light be produced. Ordinary monsters can only emit black air and demonic energy. This monster is actually lurking in the system. Auspicious light is not common in the prehistoric fairy world, and it does not have combat effectiveness. But it is a manifestation of identity. Only when you get the heavenly Tao system, the external manifestation is auspicious light. For example, the demon king like Nilmong, who is only half a step away from Daluo, does not have auspicious light to protect his body when he goes out. Before, when Yang Jian was engaged in warlord separatism in Guangjiangku, only Yang Jian went out with auspicious light to protect his body. Because his several sworn brothers did not get the heavenly court system, they went out with miserable fog. When this Vairocana Tathagata left, thousands of lotuses bloomed and auspicious mists protected him, indicating that he was already in a high position in the system. This was something that neither Ji Changsheng nor the three burial master had expected. Ji Changsheng sighed. It seems that the enemy is in the first 3 rows. If things go wrong, he is really at the level of Vairocana Tathagata. Disciple, what did he tell you? He left a bribe and revealed some information about the goblins ahead. But it was useless. Ji Changsheng didn't take it too seriously. For the teacher, these are all debts. Yes, they are all debts. Don't worry about it. Disciple, you should check the origin of this goblin carefully. The remnants of the demon clan may really be lurking in the heaven or Lingshan, which is why we haven't discovered it for many years. Is it dark under the lamp? Ji Changsheng thought thoughtfully. Indeed, he should be lurking in the heaven. After all, more and more gods in the heaven jumped out to impeach Yang Chan. These gods are suspected of being the remnants of the demon clan. It's time for Yang Jian to investigate thoroughly. Fishing for one thing. Fighting on 2 fronts. The cleansing operation in the heavenly palace is still going on. Chapter 435 Substitute Literature. Stealing. A fake love brain. Even if it is the same gender, will try every means to pry the saint's son, and almost succeed, helping his sweetheart to be the enemy of the world, and even sacrificing his brother's future for this. A real love brain, for a virtual person, stands up alone to be the enemy of the world, and even sacrifices his brother's future for this. Ji Changsheng made this comparison, and it seemed that there was no difference. After all, they all sacrificed their brother's future. The difference is that after sacrificing her brother's future, Guanyin is still Guanyin, and she can really let her brother eat soft rice with her. But after Yang Chan sacrificed her brother's future, she was a dish that could be manipulated by anyone. If Yang Jian hadn't insisted on protecting Yang Chan, Ji Changsheng would have directly sacrificed Yang Chan to the heaven. The end of the world is coming. Kill the Holy Mother first. The war is imminent. And offering sacrifices to a fool is actually quite inspiring. Yang Jian is too indecisive, and his future is limited. Ji Changsheng felt very sorry for Yang Jian's choice. Li Changshi complained, Yang Jian has already reached the Daluo stage. What future do you expect from him? His biggest future is to get his sister. That's not necessarily true. Hao Tian may not want to be the Emperor of Heaven for life. If Hao Tian abdicates, it is impossible to pass the Emperor of Heaven to the 7th princess. I think Hao Tian intends to train Yang Jian as his successor. Compared to his 7 daughters, Hao Tian's training efforts for Yang Jian are obviously much greater. Of course, Yang Jian's talent are indeed worthy of Hao Tian's training. Unfortunately, Yang Jian is now doomed to be eliminated, because this guy is too obvious a burden, and he is too loyal and righteous. It's not that the Emperor of Heaven can't be loyal and righteous. The Emperor Changsheng also values love and righteousness, and has arranged his relatives and friends very well. But there is an essential difference between being good to one's own family and being willing to give up one's future to be good to one's own family. Speaking of love brain, Yang Jian is more love brain than Guanyin. Guanyin is willing to sacrifice her brother's future. Yang Jian really can't bear to give up Yang Chan's future. He even gave up his position as the god of justice, his reputation for impartial law enforcement, and the expectations of countless brothers below. Ji Chansheng continued to complain, Yang Jian hasn't made his sworn brothers regular yet. For Yang Chan, brothers are like grass. If I hadn't helped him, Yang Jian would have been a general in this game. He and his Guanjianka group would have been directly knocked down because of Yang Chan. Although Ji Chansheng treated his own woman better than his brothers, he never gave his brothers benefits overnight. You can treat them differently, but you can't really forget your brothers. When people follow you, there are certainly emotional factors, but you can't rely on emotions alone. Brothers also have to eat, and they also want to eat royal food. How can you forget your brothers when you see a woman? If Yang Jian was wise and brave before, when the gods in the heavenly court pointed their spears at Yang Chan, Yang Jian's weaknesses were clearly revealed. Yang Jian's strengths are long enough, and no one can deny his excellence. Yang Jian's weaknesses are also short enough. If you can control Yang Chan, this guy is no threat at all. With such a low bottom line, it is destined to be unable to go further. Let me give you a not-so-good example. When Haotian reincarnated Lu Ji, for the sake of the great cause of the world, he threw away his first wife and biological father, using your family to threaten me. Haotian laughed. If I can frown, I lose. So Haotian killed Yu Qingzhen Wang, and Yang Jian was almost killed. Yang Chan is still making trouble now. Let me go! I don't believe Lu Lang is fake. You must be lying to me. Second brother, you have changed. For the sake of power, you are no longer the same as before. I will go to Taiyin Xingjuan to ask clearly. Li Changqi's eyelids jumped. The next moment, she saw Yang Chan really rushed out, and said to Ji Chansheng speechlessly, Junior brother, you are really wise. The war is imminent, and offering Yang Chan to the sky can really boost morale. At least it can boost my morale. She was still in retreat. Yang Chan cried and called her out. After the love simulation game ended, Yang Chan couldn't accept the reality. She felt that everything in the simulation game was real, and her lover was really killed by Yang Jian. He also tried to brainwash her that Lu Lang didn't exist at all. Yang Jian couldn't explain it to her clearly, and he couldn't bear to do anything to Yang Chan. So he followed her to Taiyin Star. In other words, Li Changqi's foundation was indeed not enough to break through Daluo. If Li Changqi's retreat this time was related to the success or failure of her promotion to Daluo, Li Changqi would definitely not be so calm now. Taiyin Star Lord, what did you do to Lu Lang? Looking at Yang Chan holding the Balian lantern, Li Changqi didn't take it seriously, but just looked at Yang Jian, who put his hands together behind Yang Chan to beg for mercy. Then he looked up to the sky and sighed, Yang Jian, I just praised you with my junior brother. You really can't help but praise. Even with your sister's level, you can't handle her. You have to use your tricks. She didn't believe that Yang Jian had no means. In the conferred god tribulation, Yang Jian basically participated in the whole process and survived from beginning to end, which was by no means an easy task. But now Yang Jian looks like a dog. No. Remove the word like. He is just a dog. So Li Changqi was speechless. Learn from Guanyin. Yang Jian said helplessly, Xingjuan, you'd better explain it clearly to my little sister. Otherwise, she will keep pestering about this matter and affect our overall plan. Li Changqi was too lazy to explain. She just snapped her fingers. After a while, Yang Chan happily threw herself into Yang Jian's arms. Lu Lang, you are not dead. I know you will be fine. Yang Jian raised his hands high, looking confused, not knowing what happened. Li Changqi explained, now in Yang Chan's eyes, you are Lu Lang, the sweetheart she met in the dating simulation game. Do you understand stand-in literature? Yang Jian understood, so his face quickly turned red. Xingjuan, you can't do this. This is the simplest way. Do you want me to convince a fool? Li Changqi complained, I don't have that ability. People like Ji Chansheng are the easiest to convince. Because Ji Chansheng has a brain, and he knows how to keep up with the times and update his ideas, jumping back and forth between different camps. Yang Chan can't do it. The more knowledgeable a person is, the more insignificant he feels. And he knows that there are still many things he doesn't understand. The less knowledgeable a person is, the more absolute his cognition is. And he thinks he has understood the whole world. The latter cannot be convinced. At least not easily. Li Changqi is too lazy to spend that kind of effort. Yang Chan is not worth her doing that. Anyway, Yang Chan couldn't tell what Yoguang Luohuan she was performing now. As long as Yang Chan's strength doesn't exceed mine and I stay alive, Yang Chan won't have any problems. Li Changxi said, the possibility that Yang Chan's strength exceeds mine is 0. Yang Jian, you just need to ensure my safety. And then you and your family of 3 can live happily together. Yang Jian's old face flushed again. Okay. Don't pretend to be innocent. We are all family members. You joined the group after refining the Xuandi finger. There is no need to cover your ears and steal the bell. With me here, you don't have to worry about your sister's affairs. Just do your work with peace of mind. As for Yang Chan, let her live in the illusion, which is also a kind of protection for her. Otherwise, with her IQ, I don't know how much trouble she will cause. Yang Jian had to admit that Li Changxi's words were correct. Although he had a filter for his sister, he also knew that his sister's advantages were white and sweet, and her disadvantages were stupidity. After hesitating for a while, Yang Jian asked, Star Lord, can you let Choner stay on Taiyin Star first? I'm worried that those gods will continue to attack Choner. Stay on Taiyin Star? Li Changxi was afraid of being infected by her IQ. But she thought about it, and decided to stay in Shishao Yuqing Mansion for 2 days. So she gave Yang Jian this face. Leave it to Chang'e. Li Changxi said. Thank you. Star Lord Taiyin. Thank you. Fairy Chang'e. Li Changxi waved her hand, and didn't take it seriously. And Fairy Chang'e looked contemptuous, and expressed her thoughts clearly with her eyes. I didn't expect that you, the god of justice with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be such a pervert. Facing the eyes of Fairy Chang'e, Yang Jian's old face didn't blush anymore. After all, Fairy Chang'e was a decent person, and he could handle a mere look, compared to the direct expression of Taiyin Xingjuan. The eyes of the Fairy Chang'e are not very lethal. Perverted? So be it. It's okay as long as my little sister is fine. After Chang'e took Yang Chan down, Yang Jian also changed his face and entered the mode of judicial god, Your Majesty. Xingjuan, there are already many gods jumping out now. When will we close the net? Right away. The speaker was Ji Changsheng. But when you take action, add a reason. What reason? They are colluding with the remnants of the demon clan, missing the previous dynasty, and attempting to subvert the heaven from within. As for the evidence, just say it was provided by Zhenyuan Daxian. Yang Jian's serious face almost collapsed again. Although he entered the mode of judicial god, he still couldn't adapt to Ji Changsheng's thinking. Why did Zhenyuan Daxian provide evidence of their collusion with the remnants of the demon clan? Yang Jian didn't understand the connection. Ji Changsheng explained, of course, it was the guidance of the second tree. But we don't need to publicize this matter. Just let the news ferment freely. The existence of the second tree cannot be concealed for too long. Ji Changsheng does not want to bring too much rhythm. Otherwise the guiding component will be too obvious. Your Majesty, you still haven't explained why Zhenyuan Daxian is in charge of this matter? Yang Jian said. Ji Changsheng's answer refreshed Yang Jian's 3 views. This is a problem that Zhenyuanzi needs to consider. What does it have to do with us? Yang Jian. In short, Zhenyuanzi reported, you arrested the gods, and the second tree created evidence. But maybe you can really find evidence that these guys are colluding with the remnants of the demon clan. I suspect that there are indeed remnants of the demon clan lurking in the heaven or Lingshan. Your Majesty, are you serious? I saw the auspicious cloud symbol on the remnants of the demon clan. Yang Jian and Li Changxi were instantly moved. They also knew that the auspicious cloud was a strange phenomenon that only appeared after the organization was established. Li Changxi blurted out, no way? Could it be that Daozu has been harboring them? The greatest authority to issue the Heavenly Dao organization is in the hands of Daozu. The second is the 6 saints of Heavenly Dao. The third is the former 6 imperial heavenly emperors. Below the 6 imperial heavenly emperors are Tathagata and other princes affiliated with the heavenly court. However, in theory, those who can quietly give out the Heavenly Dao organization without letting others notice it must have more opportunities the higher they go. So Li Changxi first suspected Hong Jun. It shouldn't happen. Daozu doesn't need to. After all, Ji Changsheng received the task of clearing out the remnants of the demon clan from Daozu. If Daozu cultivated the remnants of the demon clan, wouldn't this be a waste of time? Just check it out. Maybe the truth will give us a surprise. Yang Jian, this matter is left to you. Yang Jian certainly wouldn't refuse. This was something he and Ji Changsheng had already agreed on. He just suddenly became a little worried. Your Majesty, what if the investigation leads to the saint? The water here seems to be deeper than he thought. Investigated deeply. But when arresting and killing, first move those whose backgrounds are not as strong as yours. Ji Chengxing's suggestion made Yang Jian feel relieved. Your Majesty is wise. Don't worry. It won't be difficult for you. Before you take action, talk to Queen Mother. Free up a few positions first and arrange Queen Mother's people. At the level of Chongqing Emperor, behind the investigation, there are a series of political struggles and reshuffles involved. In this process, it is important to distinguish between friends and enemies. Yang Jian took the order and left. Just as Ji Changsheng was about to stretch, he heard Li Changxi say, Junior brother, I have a bold idea. Ji Chengxing's heart twitched. Li Changxi was originally a daring psychopath. The bold idea she said was definitely not ordinary bold. However, Ji Changsheng still chose to listen carefully. What idea? I can't be promoted to Daluo for the time being. Domi Yuanjun has been squeezed to the limit, and Taiyin Xingjuan's inheritance is still being digested. I don't know how long it will take to rely on hard practice. So, I want to take a shortcut. Li Changxi's eyes were full of expectations. Junti is full of treasures. Give me a holy fate. Isn't it too much to ask? Ji Changsheng. Senior sister. We must respect the strength of Junti and Jiayin. Although Ji Changsheng does have the conditions for embezzlement, he can't treat Junti as a fool. Not to mention that there is Jiayin behind Junti. If this is exposed, they will immediately turn from allies to enemies. Li Changxi said generously, Junior brother, I have also considered this. So I have a good idea. What good idea? Zunti will soon arrive at Pingdingshan. The two demon kings on Pingdingshan are the two boys from Tushita Palace. At this point, Li Changxi laughed. If Junti is injured on Pingdingshan, it must be that Master Xuandu could not resist the temptation. What does it have to do with us? Ji Changsheng. Senior sister. We must also respect the power of Master Xuandu. Respect? I also respect my mother. If Master Xuandu pursues it, let my mother go to plead for mercy. Li Changxi made it clear. Besides, Changyi is in my hands. What am I afraid of? What can Ji Changxing say? Li Changxi has even thought of a way out. She has also thought of two. What a talent. Junior brother. I think Xuandu is not a good guy either. I can't resist this temptation. So he probably can't resist it either. So we should strike first, and then put the blame on him. So that Junti can catch him red-handed. You will help from the inside, and I will help from the outside. When we join forces, we will be invincible. Chapter 436. First betray the master and destroy the ancestors. Then draw the sword to help. It is impossible for the two swords to be invincible. But the combination of two villains is really possible to trick Junti. But Ji Changsheng never thought of doing this before. And he remembered it very clearly. Senior sister. You said before that you looked down on Junti. Back then, when Tathagata Buddha refined Junti's broken hand, Li Changxi said that strength is temporary. Beauty is lifelong. She couldn't accept Junti's flesh and blood on her body. It was too ugly. Li Changxi said that she still thinks it's ugly now. I don't want Junti's flesh and blood. I want his magic power and perception. You are quite picky. Compared with flesh and blood, magic power and perception are more difficult to get. That's right. If you want flesh and blood, just beat Junti to death. But if you want magic power and perception, you may not get them even if you beat him to death. It would be best if Junti willingly gave me the power and enlightenment. Li Changxi seemed to be thinking. Ji Changsheng complained, Senior sister. You can't not treat Junti as a dish. He is a saint after all. What's wrong with a saint? Li Changxi looked at Ji Changsheng strangely and said, Back then, I ate, slept, and played Jian. And saints were just dishes. Ji Changsheng. He seriously suspected that the remnants of the demon clan also thought so. After the saint era began, the status of the 6 saints of heaven was supreme in the eyes of most powerful people. But in the eyes of the ancient demon clan at that time, saints were just like that. Except Hong Jun. Other saints are not worth mentioning. Nguyen Yang Yang's ranking is still after the demon emperor Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai. Needless to say, Jian Junti was not even qualified to eat at the table in front of the demon clan heaven. This impression was so deeply rooted that they could not be in awe of Junti. A mere reincarnation. Li Changxi was not in awe either. Or rather, Li Changxi only feared Hong Jun and Tai Ching. Other saints were just like that in her eyes. Junior brother. Sanzang Mage hasn't broken through to Daluo yet. Right? Not yet. That's fine. He can't see through my tiny illusion. Ji Changsheng. Are you sure? Sanzang Mage can see through the Yaoguang Luo illusion he is using now. Li Changshi said with certainty. I am sure that no one in the same realm can see through my illusion. If I were Daluo, Yang Jian might not be able to see through it. Li Changshi showed off her illusion on the spot, and created two Li Changshi. Junior brother. Which one do you think is me? Ji Changsheng kissed Li Changshi directly. Li Changshi was stunned by the kiss. Hey! Junior brother. How did you recognize me? Ji Changsheng said calmly. Because of love. In fact, he would recognize another woman. It can only be said that there are many kinds of talents. Ji Changsheng's talent in this aspect is greater than his talent in cultivation. Li Changshi was shocked. Is it possible that my illusion technique has not been cultivated to the fullest? Just in case. She called Yang Jian back. Yang Jian. You control your cultivation to the realm of Zhenjuan. Can you see through these two, and see who is Chang'e? Yang Jian distinguished for a minute. Then shook his head. Zhengjuan's illusion technique is indeed amazing. No wonder even Liaoning Saint couldn't tell it apart back then. Li Changshi breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother. It seems that you are still too abnormal. If Yang Jian can't see through the illusion at the same level, then it's not her fault. Taiyin Zhengjuan's confidence was cultivated in the process of eating, sleeping and playing Jian. Of course, he won't doubt himself. However, Ji Changsheng still admires Li Changshi for being so confident. Senior sister has really practiced Yaoguang Luohuan to the point of unity between human and drama. In terms of this technique alone, he is far behind. No wonder the illusion he set up can't deceive Master Sanzang. Compared to Li Changshi, Ji Changsheng was obviously not as confident about Yaoguang Luohuan. So he asked Yang Jian, Yang Jian, do you think that Master Sanzang can see through my sister's illusion? Yang Jian shook his head decisively, showing the same confidence as Li Changshi. The saint is definitely better than me, but not in all aspects. In the same realm, if we only talk about eyesight, Zhuanti is not as good as me. I just can't beat him. Ji Changsheng sighed. I really want to believe you, but you have set your eyes on Yang Chan. Yang Jian's face flushed. Your Majesty, you haven't discovered Chan'er's inner beauty. She is actually a very kind girl, and she is innocent and kind, lively and lovely. That's enough. Ji Changsheng interrupted Yang Jian's confession. You've already had a baby. Where did the girl come from? Ji Changsheng complained. Your filter is really thick. This is probably inherited from Hao Qian's bloodline. Compared to Hao Qian's perversion, Yang Jian can still accept it. In short, since Yang Jian can't see through it, you can really give it a try. Playing is playing. Joking is joking. Ji Changsheng still trusts Yang Jian's third eye. Just as Yang Jian said, Zhuanti is definitely better than Yang Jian. But it's hard to say in terms of eyesight. After realizing this, Ji Changsheng asked himself a question in his heart. If it were any other saint, would he dare to gamble? Then Ji Changsheng sealed the answer. Teacher, I still respect you very much. No matter how much the outside world doubts your strength, I believe you are definitely not a weak chicken. Yes, that's it. Sister, let's adjust the battle plan. How to adjust? Just in case, change the initiative to Zhuanti actively asking for help. In this way, even if it is discovered later, there is no need to worry about him pursuing it. Ji Changsheng really respects the wisdom of the teacher, and he has always been an advocate of open conspiracy. Conspiracy and trickery are what Hen Ge and Adu advocate. Ji Changsheng looks down on. You can't accomplish anything by sneaking around. So let's bet that Zhuanti can't get through the next level. Li Changshi blinked, but if Zhuanti can't get through, he will ask you for help. You are his disciple. You can't help him and ask for benefits. I will let him go. Ji Changsheng said calmly. If the teacher can't get through the difficulty, how can I be worthy? Of course, he doesn't need to pay me for help, but he needs to ask you for help. Although Ji Changsheng can also take the initiative to ask Li Changshi for help. But Changsheng Emperor never eats free food. Even if he asks his wife to help, he has to give benefits. There is nothing wrong with the logic. Li Changshi's thinking was very clear at the moment. The problem is, if you can't solve the problem, why does Zhuanti think I can solve it? Simple. Zhuanti will be embarrassed if he can't solve the problem. If he personally goes down and doesn't let anyone ask him, it will arouse the vigilance of other strong people. And I will also advise him not to reveal his true strength. Then, apart from him, The best way to cover up his embarrassment can only rely on you. Senior sister. Not mentioning it is a solution. But it is not a good solution. People just don't mention it. But they will still mention it in their hearts. And people don't mention it in public. But they will still complain about it when they get together with friends and relatives in private. Junti can only control the public opinion platform. But can he control the family affairs and the people's support? So the best way is not to lose face in public. In other words, fake it. Faking is a technical job. If the fake is not realistic enough, it will be even more ridiculous. There are too many similar examples. And the most professional talent in fake is Li Chongxi. Yabwang Luohuan. The best in the world. The lower world. The three burial masters and their party have arrived at Pingdingshan. The steepness of Pingdingshan did not surprise the three burial masters. Anyway, riding the white dragon horse, he could walk on the steep mountains as if on flat ground. What really caught his attention was that there was a woodcutter who was not simple at first glance blocking the road ahead. In the poor mountains and evil ridges, he ran here to chop wood and happened to block their way. The three burials mage immediately realized that there was something wrong. The development of the prehistoric fairy world is changing with each passing day. And the retro cosplay activity of chopping wood has long been out of fashion. Who still burns firewood? The woodcutter seemed too lazy to hide. After seeing the three burials mage, he stopped his axe, stepped forward and lifted the stone cliff on his body, and shouted to the three burials mage, the elder who went west. I have something to tell you. There is a group of poisonous monsters in this mountain, and they only eat you who go east and west. The pupils of the three burials mage shrank slightly, and he recognized the origin of the woodcutter, and then looked at Ji Chongsheng. Cold sweat appeared faintly on his forehead. Disciple? It seems to be Li Chongxi. Ji Chongsheng. Master, are you afraid of my senior sister? It doesn't seem to be an illusion. The cold sweat on the forehead of the three burials master doesn't seem to be lying. The three burials master smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid that she will block the way. I'm afraid that she will go crazy. Mental illness is not scary. Nuclear weapons are not scary either. Mental illnesses with nuclear weapons are scary. Li Chongxi's mental illness is really a headache unless she is killed. But the three burials master didn't dare to kill Li Chongxi. Even for Ji Chongxing's face, he couldn't kill Li Chongxi. So he felt that Li Chongxi was very troublesome. Disciple, go ask her what she wants to do. Ji Chongsheng did not go, but asked curiously, Teacher, I didn't realize it was my senior sister. How did you find out? The three burials master said proudly, Disciple, your eyes are not yet fully cultivated. It is normal that you can't see through the Tine illusion, and your eyesight is naturally better than yours. After all, Li Chongxi is not Tine Star Lord. If Tine Star Lord personally took action, your master would not be able to see through it at this moment. So that's it. Ji Chongsheng nodded on the surface, and his heart was at peace. He really didn't see through that the woodcutter was Li Chongxi, because the woodcutter was not Li Chongxi, but the duty officer, one of the secret bodyguards arranged by the Chongsheng Emperor. However, the duty officer was indeed covered with Yogwang Luohuan, which was the work of Li Chongxi. The two first did an experiment to see if the three burials master could see through Li Chongxi's illusion. Although Li Chongxi was very confident, Ji Chongsheng was still very cautious when executing the plan, as it was important to be steady. Facts have proved that Li Chongxi's confidence is indeed justified. It seems that Tine Xingjuan was not bragging about eating, sleeping, and playing Jian in the past. And the gold content of Yogwang Luohuan is not bragging. According to the request of Master Sanzing, Ji Chongsheng asked the woodcutter about his purpose. The answer of the woodcutter shocked Master Sanzing. The woodcutter, this mountain is about 600 miles away, called Pingding Mountain. There is a cave in the mountain, called Lotus Cave. There are two demons in the cave. He draws shadows and figures to catch monks. He copies names and surnames to eat Sanzing. If you come from other places, it's okay. But if you are a monk from the Tang dynasty, return as soon as possible. Master Sanzang was shocked. There are many monsters who covet my flesh and blood. And there are monsters who dare to be so blatant. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant one. Aren't you afraid that he will take revenge later? Ji Chongsheng naturally knew that Master Sanzang was surprised. So he asked, where did these two monsters come from? The one in the west belongs to Buddha, and the one in the east belongs to Saint. The one in the north belongs to Zhenwu, and the one in the south belongs to Guanyin. The one in the north belongs to Jiajing and the Lord of the Sea, and the one in the south belongs to the King of Hell. They all have their own territory. I have acquaintances everywhere. I can just issue a document and solve these two monsters." The woodcutter laughed. "The monsters come from the east." Master Sanzang's face changed slightly. "From the sky." Master Sanzang's face changed again. "From a place that you, a monkey, can't reach. That monster has great magical powers and many changes. You should protect your master carefully. If you neglect it, don't think about going to the west. If you are beaten up, remember to pay protection fees to Taiyin Star." After that, the woodcutter disappeared. Ji Chonsheng looked back at Master Sanzang. Master Sanzang was half confused and half shocked and angry. "What is Li Chongqi doing?" Ji Chonsheng was a little embarrassed. Maybe she is addicted to acting. Or maybe she is pointing out a way for you in advance. "What way?" Her last word said that if you are beaten up, remember to go to Taiyin Star to pay protection fees. This should mean that she can keep the teacher's reputation intact. The Three Burials Master was instantly angry and laughed. "Is this blackmailing me? Does she think we can't get past Pingdingshan?" Ji Chonsheng reminded, "Teacher, according to my senior sister, these two demons are the work of saints. Or saints in heaven. They should be from Tushita Palace." The Three Burials Master's eyes flashed with a gloom. They are indeed fishing. But he had never thought of fishing for the fish of the saints before. Even if this kind of fish is caught, it is still unknown whether it can be used to pay off the debt in the end. After fighting hard, it was a waste of effort in the end. And the Three Burials Master would also be tired. He didn't want to argue with Li Chongqi. And this was the reason. Even if Li Chongqi is killed, how much benefit can be gained? "What's the matter with Lao Jun?" Master Sanzang asked in a deep voice. He shouldn't care about this matter. Ji Chonsheng lightly put the blame on Master Xuandu. Of course Lao Jun won't care. But Xuandu may still want to improve. "Xuandu." Master Sanzang's tone gradually became solemn. "Disciple, I remember that you and Xuandu have a relationship. So it is true." "So?" "Master Xuandu has a close disciple named Yuling Long. She has a crush on me. And Xuandu is very angry." Master Sanzang. "Emotional problems kill people." Ji Chonsheng said ashamedly. "Teacher, if it is really Xuandu who is blocking the way, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to ask Li Chongqi for help. She will be jealous. If I really need her help, I am afraid that the teacher will need to come forward in person. 1 minute on stage. 10 years of hard work off stage." Ji Chonsheng did all the preparatory work in place. Then he assured, "But don't worry. Teacher, as long as Xuandu doesn't come in person, I promise that I can go to Pingdingshan safely." At the same time, Methreya Buddha also cast his eyes on Pingdingshan. Chapter 437 Taishang Lao Jun's mistress? Methreya certainly didn't want Junti to die, so he didn't have much ill will towards Master Sanzang. He just wanted to make progress like Tathagata, and his reasons were sufficient. I originally thought that every step in the Dalyua realm was difficult, until Tathagata refined his master's broken palm. And then I knew there was such a shortcut. In this way, as long as the saints are willing to sacrifice a little, they can bless countless disciples below. The saints are really too selfish. Especially Yuanshi Tianwang. He himself has been promoted to Dalyua after all. Yuanshi Tianwang always said that none of his 12 direct disciples could be promoted to Dalyua. He was quite sympathetic at first. But now it seems that Yuanshi Tianwang is too stingy. He always makes excuses, and never willing to sacrifice himself. In this regard, Master Xuandu's whitewashing can't convince Mithriya at all. Master Xuandu said, "It is the most difficult to make the strong sacrifice their own interests for the weak." Mithriya agreed with this statement, but did not agree with this behavior. He vowed to Master Xuandu, "If I become a saint one day, I will definitely bless countless believers." Master Xuandu's answer was sharp, "Because you are not a saint yet." Mithriya smiled slightly. "After I become a saint, I will fulfill my promise. Please supervise me." Master Xuandu just shook his head and said nothing more. Mithriya knew that Master Xuandu did not believe it. But at this moment, he really had this idea. Of course, if he really became a saint, he would still have such an idea. Only God knows. Zhou Gong was afraid of rumors. And Wang Mang was humble before he usurped the throne. If he had died at the beginning, who would know the truth of his life? Mithriya chose to let time prove everything. And the premise for all this to be proved is that he needs to go further. So Mithriya set his sights on the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King in the Lotus Cave of Pingding Mountain. At this time, The two boys from the Tishita Palace were also discussing how to deal with the three burial masters. King Jinjiu sat on the upper seat and said to Yingjiao, "Brother, the incident between you and me in Tishita Palace has already displeased the master. If we can take advantage of Master Sanzang this time, it will be fine. If we are humiliated again, the master will definitely give up on us completely." King Yingjiu nodded. The master likes peace and quiet the most. We brothers have made Tishita Palace a bit chaotic before. If we can't get through this, we will really die. Even if my mother pleads for mercy, you and I will not be spared. But Master Sanzang has the great sage Ping-an on his side. And he is the reincarnation of a saint after all. With your and my strength, even if we take down 5 treasures from Tishita Palace, we may not be able to get any benefits. Mithriya observed the strength of King Jinjiu and King Yingjiu and frowned slightly. The two monsters were originally boys who looked after the golden furnace and the silver furnace for Taishan Laojun. They were employed in the Tishita Palace, and they did not need to have high magical powers. Therefore, the real strength of the two monsters was very ordinary in the eyes of Mithriya Buddha, and they were not up to the task. He then observed the 5 treasures mentioned by the two monsters, and his expression gradually eased. The 7-star sword was Taishan Laojun's personal magic sword. The purple gold-red gourd was used by Taishan Laojun to store elixirs. The sheep-fat jade bottle was used by Taishan Laojun to store water. The banana fan was used by Taishan Laojun to fan the fire when refining elixirs. The golden rope is the belt that Taishan Laojun uses to tie his robes. These 5 treasures are not considered real treasures to Taishan Laojun. But outside the Tishita Palace, even Daluo will have a headache when they meet. The products of Laojun must be top quality. There is no doubt about that. Mithriya Buddha has no confidence in King Jinjiu and King Yingjiu. But after seeing these 5 magic weapons, he has some ideas. The Taiching lineage is indeed the richest. Although the master is good to his disciples, he is too poor after all. People like King Jinjiu and King Yingjiu will definitely not receive such treatment in the Western Church. However, although Mithriya Buddha has some more ideas, he still does not intend to put his hope on King Jinjiu and King Yingjiu. No matter how good the magic weapon is, it depends on the level of the owner. In Mithriya Buddha's heart, King Jinjiu and King Yingjiu are not worthy of magic weapons of this level. If he uses these 2 guys to fight for him, even if he can win, Juinti will easily notice something wrong afterwards. Mithriya Buddha is different from Xuandu Master. Xuandu Master is not afraid of Juinti's reaction afterwards. But Mithriya Buddha is afraid. So he needs to be more stable than Xuandu Master. After a moment of silence, Mithriya Buddha shifted his gaze from the King of Golden Horn and the King of Silver Horn to the King of One-Horned Rhinoceros in the Golden Gourd Cave of the Golden Gourd Mountain. The King of One-Horned Rhinoceros is the name in the mortal world. When he was in the Tishita Palace, the King of One-Horned Rhinoceros had another name, the Green Bull Demon, the current leader of the demon clan in Shinouhuzhou. The Great Bull Demon King is said to be the younger brother of the Green Bull Demon. Compared with the King of Golden Horn and the King of Silver Horn, the Green Bull Demon is obviously the choice that can handle the task. What's more, the identity of the Green Bull Spirit is closer to Taishan Laojun. It is the Mount of Taishan Laojun. As we all know, the relationship between the driver and the secretary is closer than that between the wife and the leader in many cases. Compared with the 2 security guards who guard the door, the importance of the driver is another level. So Mithriya Buddha hesitated for a second and skipped Pingdingshan. So Ji Chansheng didn't use much effort to take down the King of Golden Horn and the King of Silver Horn in a few seconds. Ji Chansheng also took down 4 of the 5 treasures, except for the golden rope. The others have fallen into Ji Changsheng's hands. The efficiency was so fast that Master Sanzang was very satisfied. Disciple, you are really capable. You are worthy of it. Master Sanzang even felt a little ashamed in his heart. He thought Ji Chansheng would slack off. After all, he was facing the boy of Taishan Laojun this time. But Ji Chansheng charged forward all the time, and he solved everything without him taking action. Ji Chansheng was also a little ashamed. He and Li Changshi both thought that the great Master Xuandu would take action. So they both felt that the Pingdingshan stage would be very difficult. They never expected that they were judging others by their own standards. The great Master Xuandu had been watching from the sidelines. Ji Chansheng easily took down the King of Golden Horn and the King of Silver Horn. This also disrupted their plan. Fortunately, at this time, the killing monk who knew the inside story of the heavenly court suddenly spoke up. Master, great sage, We can't take it lightly. The Tushita Palace. The tree is big and the roots are deep. The two boys, Jean and Ian, are at most the vanguard. The real powerful ones are still behind. Ji Chansheng nodded in agreement with the killing monk's words. Teacher, I heard that Lao Jun's mount, the green bull spirit, has also descended to the lower world. The face of the Three Burials Master began to look ugly. That one-horned Si demon is indeed stuck at the threshold of Daluo. And it is only half a step away from being promoted to Daluo. Lao Jun, what does this mean? Lao Jun probably doesn't care. It's a good thing for his subordinates to get some benefits. And he doesn't care if they don't. Ji Chansheng said, fortunately, as long as Lao Jun doesn't take action, the teacher's safety will not be a problem. Not necessarily. The face of the monk was very serious. Looking at the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King, who had been knocked unconscious by the great sage of Pingzhang. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Great sage. Master, when I was in heaven, I heard a gossip rumor. Gossip rumor? Tell me. The next sentence of the monk scared Ji Chansheng and the Three Burials Master. The golden rope is a belt for Lao Jun's robe. It is Lao Jun's personal belongings. It has never belonged to these two boys, but to the mother of these two boys. Ji Chansheng looked at the Three Burials Master in shock. Oh my god! Lao Jun also has such a romantic affair. The Three Burials Master hesitated and said, I remember now. There is indeed such a rumor. It is said that the Golden Furnace Boy and the Silver Furnace Boy were not qualified to watch the furnace for Lao Jun. But Lao Jun gave these two boys a future because of their mothers. Ji Chansheng. Who is their mother? The killing monk said carefully, Yalong Mountain, Yalong Cave, and Yalong Immortal. Ji Chansheng. In the sky. Li Chengshi was also straightforward. What a play of flowers the ancestors played. And the name is also domineering. Yalong Mountain, Yalong Cave, Yalong Immortal. What a blood feud with the Dragon Clan. They are really not afraid of trouble from the Dragon Clan. Li Chengshi and Ji Chansheng have very little background in the prehistoric fairy world. And they heard this name for the first time. However, Li Chengshi followed the clues, and soon found the Yalong Immortal in the Yalong Cave of Yalong Mountain. After observing secretly for 3 minutes, Li Chengshi confirmed the true identity of the Yalong Immortal. Junior brother. The Yalong Immortal is a nine-tailed demon fox, with a strong smell, and is the same as Daji who seduced King Zhou. Ji Chansheng blinked slightly. The nine-tailed demon fox lineage seduced a human emperor and also seduced a saint's clone? Are they so courageous? He quickly contacted Li Huanyan. A minute later, Li Huanyan gave a reply. The Yalong Immortal is not familiar with Daji, and has nothing to do with the Hua Palace. He is just a little demon with no strength. No strength? No strength. Li Huanyan replied very affirmatively. Ji Chansheng certainly believed in the information from the treasure. Bao may not be very good at fighting, but in the field of intelligence, Ji Chansheng has never seen anyone who can fight with Bao. So this guy is trying to scam people? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. You ask Xiaoyu. Li Huanyan has turned the former goddess into Xiaoyu in her mouth now. Ji Chansheng did contact Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also gave him a positive answer. Chasheng. What are you kidding? Even if the ancestor has a confidant, it is impossible for him to find a vixen. Ji Chansheng was puzzled, but this guy is really swindling in the name of Taishan Lao Jun. Yu Linglong's explanation left Ji Chansheng speechless, and gave Li Chengshi a bold idea. As long as it does not hinder the master's cultivation, even if there is a huge uproar outside, the master will not bother to care. Looking at the heavens and the worlds, there are not many strong people who are qualified to ask Taishan Lao Jun to come out and explain. Not explaining is a default in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of Taishan Lao Jun, it is not a big deal at all. He may not even know about it. With Taishan Lao Jun's status, he certainly will not step into the trap of self-proof. This fact makes Li Chengshi's heart beat. I'm too lazy to take care of it. I just admire the old ancestor's character of ruling by doing nothing. Ji Chansheng. Senior sister. Be steady. You search the soul. Li Chengshi. I've finished searching. This fox really has nothing to do with Taishan Lao Jun. It's forcing itself to touch Lao Jun. The golden rope is a gift from King Jinju and King Inju to her. Damn. These guys are really good at making trouble. This fox dares to touch Lao Jun. It was inspired by Bull Demon King. Huh? What's going on? Li Chengshi was amazed. Bull Demon King knows how to play. He announced to the public that his wife Princess Iron Fan is also Lao Jun's lover. The banana fan was given to Princess Iron Fan by Lao Jun. Princess Iron Fan even gave Lao Jun a child. And Bull Demon King helped raise the child. This gave this fox inspiration. So the old ancestor's second lover also came online. Junior brother. There are so many heroes in the world. Ji Changsheng silently wiped the cold sweat from his head. He and Li Changxi also often do things like bumping into someone. But they usually just flatter others and recognize their ancestors. Bull Demon King and Yalan Daxian's bumping into someone is just like dancing on a grave. It means they have encountered the Taishang Lao Jun who rules by doing nothing. If they had encountered Tong Tian, the grass on Bull Demon King's grave would have been 300 meters high. No. The dragon-suppressing immortal is trying to scam the ancestor. But the Bull Demon King may not be scamming the ancestor. Li Changxi suddenly became serious. We haven't investigated it yet. Ji Changsheng interrupted Li Changxi's seriousness. Sister. The Bull Demon King must be scamming Lao Jun. Li Changxi reacted. That's right. This must be fake. The dignity of the ancestor cannot be desecrated. But Li Changxi soon began to blaspheme. Junior brother. Ask Xuandi to search the souls of Jinju and Yingjiu. What do you mean? Jinju and Yingjiao are two stupid birds. They were really deceived by the dragon-suppressing immortal, and regarded the dragon-suppressing immortal as Lao Jun's concubine. TSK. One dares to brag. And the other dares to believe it. They are all monsters. Li Changxi admired him very much. Ji Changsheng admired Li Changxi even more. Sister not only dares to brag, but also dares to do it. But this matter seems to be really manipulable. The killer monk told the gossip and unofficial history he knew, which successfully made the three burial masters start to get restless. So Ji Changsheng suggested to search the souls of the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. The three burial masters followed his advice, and did it himself. 3 minutes later, the three burial masters were weak. Lao Jun is simply unworthy of being a saint. The killer monk's heart sank. If the dragon-suppressing immortal is real, then the wife of the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, is probably also Lao Jun's concubine. Lao Jun is really too good at playing. Ji Changsheng quickly changed the subject, fearing that there would be thunder in the next moment. Teacher, what should we do with the dragon-suppressing immortal? Kill him directly or? The three burial masters hesitated. Xiao Yu, who had always had no sense of existence, spoke decisively. The Taiyin Star Lord seemed to have said before that if you are beaten up, remember to go to Taiyin Star to pay protection fees. The three burial masters' eyes lit up. Great. Mentally ill people are fearless. Ji Changsheng said in embarrassment. Teacher, my sister has a big appetite. Asking her to help may cost a lot. The three burials master waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Li Changxi just wants to be promoted to Daluo. Senior brother has been secretly in love with Taiyin for many years, and has collected many Taiyin treasures. It's just right to give them to Li Changxi to open the way. Ji Changsheng was speechless. Xiao Yu and the killer monk closed their 6 senses at the same time. They only had one thought in their hearts. The saints are really too good at playing. Chapter 438 Monsters without backgrounds are killed directly. Monsters with backgrounds are punished with 3 cups of wine. The benefits offered by Xuandi silenced Li Changxi. She originally came for Xuandi, but she didn't expect Xuandi to win. Xuandi, you have been holding it in for a long time. Right? At this time, Ji Changsheng had already invited Li Changxi's real body. And it was Li Changxi who spoke. The three burials master smiled very reservedly, little friendly. If you want to advance to the Daluo realm, it is not very useful to find me. Taiyin Star Lord is the one who can help you the most. This is the truth. Most of Taiyin Star Lord's inheritance should be in the hands of the teacher. And the rest is almost all in the hands of my senior brother, Li Changxi. Is Jie Yin so perverted? Han Jun collected Taiyin inheritance, which was obviously to check and balance Jie Yin. There is nothing to say about it. Jie Yin is hard to say. He looks a little perverted no matter how he looks at him. Ji Changsheng was speechless. Teacher, aren't you afraid that Master Jie Yin will jump out and beat you to death? When his own people start to tear down the stage, they are really ruthless. With just a few words, Jie Yin's perverted image was established. And Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were convinced instantly. If someone else were to tear down Jie Yin's stage, there would be no such lethality. For his disciples' reminder, Master Sanzang didn't care. It's a good thing that senior brother can jump out of the cage that ugly woman made for him as soon as possible. I am also doing this for senior brother's good. In this way, Li Changxi can be promoted to Daluo. Senior brother can see through the emotional barrier. And I can also go to Lingshan smoothly. A win-win situation for all three parties. Why not do it? Ji Chansheng complained. If it's according to what you said, it's indeed a win-win situation for all three parties. Unfortunately, there is no win-win situation for all three parties in this world. There must be a loser. But in this case, the losers cannot be Li Changxi and Junti. Li Changxi was too lazy to ask how perverted Jia Yin was. She asked directly, "Are you sure you can convince Jia Yin to hand over the treasure of Taiyin Xingjuan?" Junti said confidently, "No need. Senior brother, I know where it is." Li Changxi. Ji Chansheng. Little friendly. You can receive the goods first and then pay. Of course. This matter has nothing to do with me. You found those treasures through the bond with Taiyin Xingjuan. Li Changxi complained. I feel that you have no problem with me not paying. She doesn't think Junti is afraid of the dragon suppressing immortal now. Junti mainly wants her to rob Taiyin Xingjuan's things. I'm afraid they will be happy to pay money. But she is not as perverted as Jane. Don't worry. I have a top reputation and a good reputation. As long as I receive the goods, I will definitely pay. The three burials master smiled and nodded. I am very relieved. Li Changxi. I can see it. I hope that after Li Xiaoyu gets the treasure of Taiyin Star Lord, he will not be angry. Li Changxi soon knew why the three burials master said so. Damn. Junior brother. Jia Yin is really an ultimate pervert. What's wrong? He actually collected the stockings worn by Taiyin Star Lord. Pfft. Isn't Taiyin Star Lord from the Lich Age? How come he has stockings? Well, she is Daluo. Ji Chansheng reacted without Li Changxi's answer. The Taiyin Star shines on all realms. And Taiyin Star Lord must be one of the most knowledgeable and powerful people. Jia Yin is indeed an ultimate pervert. Senior sister. Don't wear it. Of course I won't wear it. Li Changxi's tone was full of disgust. As soon as the voice fell, Li Changxi burned it with a fire. It felt dirty to see it. Fortunately, there are many good things. Otherwise I would not spare Jia Yin. Junior brother. Tell Junti to go forward without worry. She had already dealt with the Yaolong immortal. Ji Chansheng asked with concern, Are these treasures helpful to you? Of course. The inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan is more powerful for me than Junti. When I come out of seclusion this time, I am almost Daluo. Li Changxi's answer made Ji Chansheng feel certain in his heart. Teacher. It's solved. Hearing Ji Changxing's good news, Master Sanzang was also certain in his heart. And hurriedly asked, But all the things were taken away. Let Li Changxi check carefully. Ji Chansheng. Teacher. Put away the smile on your lips. Be careful that Master Jian will fight you to death after he comes out. Master Sanzang said happily, he knows it now. But he didn't do anything. Ji Chansheng thought about it, and it was right. Jian hid the Taiyin treasure. Of course, he would pay attention to the treasure place. It's just that Jian's current state is that he was injured by Tong Tian Jiaozhu. And he promised not to show up. Once he appeared in the outside world, the journey to the west plan would be declared bankrupt. So Jian chose to swallow his anger. After thinking through the whole story, Ji Chansheng said with emotion, Teacher, you are asking Master Jian to choose between you and Taiyin Star Lord. What if Master Jian chooses Taiyin Star Lord? That is Master Jian's white moonlight. And a dead white moonlight at that. Bai Yueguang is already invincible. The dead Bai Yueguang is even more invincible. Ji Chansheng admires that Jia Yin can hold back. The three burial master is very calm. There are 8 sufferings in life: birth, aging, sickness, death, hatred, separation, the burning of the 5 elements, and failure to obtain. Although brother is not a human, he cannot escape these 8 sufferings. Only by completely abandoning the feelings that cannot be obtained can we move forward lightly. Brother is different from others. He has made a choice back then. Now I am just helping him make another choice. So, Brother Jia Yin is really a typical pervert. It is obviously not objective to say that Jia Yin is ruthless. Taiyin Xingjuan has been dead for so long. But he can still remember it. It is not objective to say that Jia Yin is affectionate. In order to fight for the Tao, Jia Yin did not hold back at all against Taiyin Xingjuan. This time is the same. And he did not jump out in the end. It can only be said that after weighing the pros and cons, Jia Yin never puts love first. But Jia Yin has never loved anyone else. A clear mind at the level of a saint. Forget it. I won't delve into the elders' affairs. Teacher, let's continue our journey to the west. Ji Chansheng was not that interested in the story of Jia Yin and Taiyin Xingjuan. "How is the dragon suppressing immortal?" asked Master Sanzang. "The senior sister has been killed. It was a nine-tailed demon fox." Master Sanzang's body stiffened. Xiao Yu, the monk killer, and the white dragon horse all wiped the cold sweat from their heads silently again. A minute later, Master Sanzang sighed sincerely. Sure enough, it is the worst to be enemies with a mentally ill person. He was not afraid of Li Changqi's strength at all. But he was very afraid that Li Changqi would have a seizure. When a mentally ill person goes crazy, he doesn't care whether he is a saint or not. The experience of the dragon suppressing immortal clearly illustrates this point. At this time, in the mind of the Three Burials Master, the dragon suppressing immortal was the concubine of the Supreme Lord Lao. He might not dare to kill him even if he was asked to. But Li Changqi killed him in no time. This is the power of a mental patient. The Three Burials Master felt that the notice fee he gave was worth it. Since the dragon suppressing immortal has been killed, let's kill these two boys together. The Three Burials Master ordered, "You can divide the 5 treasures among yourselves." Hearing that the Three Burials Master asked them to kill the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King, Xiao Yu and the killing monk were a little stiff. But then, they heard that the Three Burials Master asked them to divide the treasures of the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. And Xiao Yu and the killing monk began to get excited. It should be said that Junti's leadership style is still conscientious. Although he also asked his subordinates to work hard. At least, he was not stingy in paying wages. As long as the wages are in place, the saint boy is not useless. Xiao Yu and Sha Sung were ready to act immediately. Ji Chansheng did not act. He raised his head. A blind man appeared in the air, and soon came to the front of Master Sanzang, grabbing the white dragon horse. "Where are you going? Monk? Give me back my treasure." Xiao Yu and Sha Sung knelt on the ground with 2 thumps. "Meet Lao Jun." Ji Chansheng and Master Sanzang did not bow. Master Sanzang just twitched his eyes and looked at Ji Chansheng, because he saw that the real identity of this blind man was not Taishan Lao Jun at all, but Yu Linglong, another confidant of Ji Chansheng, the current person in charge of Tushita Palace. However, Master Sanzang did not guess that Yu Linglong was acting on her own initiative. He naturally thought that Yu Linglong appeared here to obey the orders of Taishan Lao Jun. It would be too embarrassing for Taishan Lao Jun to come forward himself. So he asked Yu Linglong to take the blame. Since Taishan Lao Jun did not come forward, Sanzang Master certainly would not waste time talking to Yu Linglong. And he signaled Ji Chansheng to come forward to solve the problem. Ji Chansheng did not disappoint him. "Lao Jun, what treasure?" Taishan Lao Jun said, "The gourd is for me to hold the elixir. The jar is for me to hold water. The sword is for me to refine the devil. The fan is for me to fan the fire. And the rope is a belt for me to tie my robe. These 2 monsters. One is my boy who looks after the gold furnace. And the other is my boy who looks after the silver furnace. They stole my treasures and walked down to the world. I was looking for them nowhere to go. But you caught them today and got the credit." The great sage of balance was furious. "You old official are really rude. You let your family members cause trouble to the world. You should be charged with the crime of not strictly controlling them." Xiao Yu and the monk killer instantly looked up to the great sage of balance. Awesome. Even Taishan Lao Jun scolded him. Even the Three Burials Master might not dare to say this. Yu Linglong glared at Ji Chansheng, and then decisively put the blame on Guanyin Bodhisattva. "It's none of my business." "Don't blame the wrong person. This is the South Sea Guanyin Bodhisattva who asked me to borrow it 3 times, and sent them here to transform demons to see if you and your disciples are really going west." Xiao Yu and the killer monk were frightened again, and felt the arrogance of Taishan Lao Jun. After the origins of King Jinju and King Yingju were exposed, they thought that Taishan Lao Jun would ignore them out of avoidance. But they didn't expect that Taishan Lao Jun would directly put the blame on Guanyin Bodhisattva. And Guanyin Bodhisattva probably wouldn't dare not take the blame. They have seen what the top level of black and white is. The Three Burials Master also saw it. He was also very angry. But seeing the leisurely Taishan Lao Jun, feeling the other party's fearlessness, Master Sanzang still coughed softly, indicating that Ji Chansheng could stop. After all, he was facing Taishan Lao Jun. Master Sanzang still chose to follow his heart. So the great sage Pingzhang, who originally wanted to fight hard, could only go with the flow. "Forget it. Guanyin asked me to protect Master Sanzang to obtain the scriptures. I said the journey was difficult and hard to travel. She promised me to come to her rescue in person when she was in trouble. Now she is framed by the evil spirits. And she deserves to be a husbandless person for the rest of her life. If Lao Jun hadn't come in person, I would never let her go. Since you say so, take it. Taishang Lao Jun received 5 treasures, opened the lids of the gourd and the clean bottle, poured out 2 streams of fairy air, pointed with his hand, and turned into 2 boys of gold and silver. Following him, I saw the rosy clouds. All of them returned to the Tishita court together, and went straight up to the Daluo heaven. After watching Taishang Lao Jun leave with the 2 boys of gold and silver, Ji Chansheng took the lead in attacking. Teacher, we are all saints. Why do you tolerate Tai Ching so much? As long as I blame him first, it won't be me who colluded with my wife. The 3 Burials master was really stumped by Ji Changsheng's question, and his old face suddenly blushed. Disciple, I am not afraid of Tai Ching. I am obeying the rules between the strong. What rules? Monsters without background will be killed directly, and monsters with background will be fined 3 cups of wine. Xiao Yu and the killer monk lowered their heads to study. Ji Chansheng sharply complained, Teacher, the Saint Tai Ching hasn't even fined him yet, but you have already offered him with both hands. The 3 Burials master said firmly, this is just a face saving for Tai Ching. There won't be a second time. Ji Chansheng quietly put away the VCR. He planned to play this VCR when he arrived at Jindo Mountain. His wife and Bao's intelligence had already told him that the mount of Taishang Lao Jun, the green bull spirit, had already occupied Jindo Mountain as the king. I hope my dear teacher will be able to rise up by then. Let's talk about 2 things separately. Yu Linglong did not go directly to the Tishita palace with the 2 boys, Jean and Yin. Instead, she went directly to the Shishao Yuqing mansion. The relationship between Fairy Linglong and Emperor Changsheng was no secret, so the outside world was not surprised that Fairy Linglong came to the Shishao Yuqing mansion. However, this time, Yu Linglong did not come to find Ji Changsheng, but to find Mu, the general manager of the Shishao Yuqing mansion. Junior brother, Yu. The first time she saw Mu Xian, Yu Linglong wanted to sigh. Why are you still so weak? Mu Xian looked up to the sky and sighed, Sister, I'm improving much faster than you thought. Okay. You guys are too abnormal. Madame Baigu ascended to heaven hundreds of years earlier than him, and her strength before her death was not as good as is now. Mu Xian was originally very satisfied with his progress in cultivation. However, he met a beast like Ji Changsheng. He broke his heart of Taoism. Yu Linglong shook her head helplessly. I knew that you couldn't keep up, but fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve. Kill them, and I'll register you in Tishita Palace. Yu Linglong pointed at the gold and silver boys. Mu Xian didn't react immediately and returned, Sister, what does registering mean? I rescued these 2 guys from Chasheng, and Tishita Palace will have 2 salaries for them. You kill them, and take one of the salaries on their behalf. Tishita Palace is not short of elixirs, so don't practice hard. Just take drugs. Mu Xian was overjoyed. Sister, I can do 2 things by myself? What are you thinking? I'll do the other one myself. Yu Qingqing's strength also needs to be cultivated. There is also the Jade Sword. 1 Qi into 3 purities. When my 3 purities incarnations are all promoted to the peak of the true Lord, it will be enough to blast open the door to Daluo. The more Yu Linglong practiced 1 Qi into 3 purities, the more she could feel the power of this sacred skill. Her own talent alone cannot guarantee that she can break through Daluo. But if she adds the help of 3 incarnations, the accumulation of 4 in 1 will be enough for her to cross that threshold. However, the difficulty of cultivating 1 Qi into 3 purities is not much different from that of breaking through Daluo. So the Tai Ching lineage has very strict standards for accepting disciples. And as long as you really enter the Tai Ching sect, the road ahead will basically be smooth. Whether it is taking drugs or magic weapons, the Tishita Palace can provide the best. Yu Linglong has already made clear her own path to Daluo. Mu Xian once again looked up to her. There was something a little wrong. Sister, what's wrong? Does your behavior count as being a freeloader? Yu Linglong, get out. Mu Xian knelt on the ground with a thump. Sister, this definitely doesn't count. This is at most an upgrade. Chapter 439, we just climbed over a few mountains and crossed a few rivers. Why are there so many bumpy roads? Of course, this is not considered as a waste of time. My clone is better at fighting than these useless people. If there is any problem, I can really go there. If I go there, it will be very useful. I will not embarrass the Tishita Palace like you do. Yu Linglong really thinks that King Jinju and King Yinju are ashamed. With 5 treasures, It would be fine if they said they couldn't beat Ji Chongqing's body. They couldn't even beat Ji Chongqing's heart monkey. The golden hoop in the hands of the great sage Ping An is not as good as any of the 5 magic weapons stolen by King Jinju and King Yinju in terms of grade. In this situation, they were actually wiped out. It's not unfair to die. Yu Linglong is sure that Taishan Lao Jun will feel ashamed if he knows. Of course, Mu Xian is worse than King Jinju and King Yinju. Yu Linglong also knows this. But she is used to using Mu Xian. The master may not be good at fighting, but handling the internal affairs of the Tishita Palace and helping her solve some miscellaneous matters is the greatest help to her and the Tishita Palace. Besides, I am mainly doing this for you. Seeing Mu Xian kneeling on the ground, Yu Linglong's eyes were full of regret. Do you think I really need these resources? Linglong really doesn't need them. Ji Chongqing came late. He was just dealing with other things. As soon as he came in, he saw the master kneeling in front of his wife. That was so skillful. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But the distress was fleeting. Ji Chongqing definitely had no reason to stand on his wife's side. Fairy, I think you are doing this in vain. Can Xuandu still lack your cultivation resources? There is no need to do this for the master. The resources of the Tai Ching lineage are too many to be used up. The situation of Tai Ching lineage is completely different from other sects, like the former Jiejio, the current Buddhism, and the heavenly court under Ji Chongqing. They all have more resources and more members. So in order to compete for resources, there will be all kinds of dirty things. But the resources of Tai Ching lineage can never be used up. The most amazing thing about the Tai Ching saint is that he not only does not need resources very much, but can also actively create resources. The Tishita Palace can be called the first resource manufacturing base in the heavens and all worlds. The birthplace of countless immortal pills and artifacts is the Tishita Palace. And the Tai Ching saint can no longer use these. The great master Xuandu basically can't use them either. What Xuandu wants now are things that can make the quasi-saints go further. These things can't be given by the Tishita Palace. But Junti can. In this case, the resources of the Tishita Palace are almost all Yu Linglong's. She can't use them up even if she dies. As a direct disciple of the Tai Ching lineage, you only need to worry about talent, not resources. So in Ji Chongqing's view, Yu Linglong is doing this just to take care of Mu Xian. This is indeed the case. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, although the ancestor does not care about things, he cannot directly use the resources of the Tishita Palace to help outsiders, especially your people. At this point, Yu Linglong glanced at Ji Chongqing and complained, the ancestor does not have a good impression of you. Ji Chongqing scratched his head. Hey? I think my uncle has a good impression of me. And he speaks highly of me. Yu Linglong, the evaluation is indeed very high. The impression is not good at all. What did you do? Don't you know it in your heart? Ji Chongqing said he didn't know. Didn't he just call Xiao Xuanzi a few times? Didn't he just kill a Taoist priest? Didn't he and Yu Linglong fall in love? Is this a problem? However, the great Emperor Chongqing is magnanimous, and will not pursue the prejudice of his uncle against him. Yu Linglong continued, now that my junior brother is working under you, if I send him resources for no reason, the ancestor may have some thoughts in his heart even if he doesn't say anything. Let's go through the procedures. I will give him a position in the Tishita Palace, so that even if it is exposed by outsiders, there will be an explanation. Who dares to question the affairs of the Tishita Palace? Ji Chongqing asked curiously. Mu Xian also looked at Yu Linglong curiously. Yu Linglong patiently explained, although the core inheritance of the Tai Ching lineage is only my teacher and I, there are still many factions outside. For example, the Master's Mount, the Flat-Horned Blue Bull, has the help of the Bull Demon King in the lower world. There are also many peripheral sects, including our former Xuandu Temple, which is also a subsidiary faction of the Tai Ching lineage. In these factions, new Tai Ching descendants may appear. Yu Linglong has come up step by step from the subsidiary forces of the Tai Ching lineage, so she will pay more attention to these inconspicuous existences. It seems that there are only 2 descendants of the Tai Ching lineage, me and my teacher. But in fact, the Tai Ching lineage has never lacked substitutes. It's just that my teacher has secured his position, and I can't say that I've secured it yet. In addition, the Taoist Chunyang is also a lesson learned. As the core descendant of the Tai Ching lineage, he can die if he wants to. I can't be without a sense of crisis. I still have to be careful. Ji Chongqing gave Yu Linglong a thumbs up. The fairy is as wise as ever. He felt that Yu Linglong's position, as the only seedling of the third generation, was secured. Yu Linglong actually felt a sense of crisis. Mu Xian was even more moved. Sister, I will always be loyal to you. Just like before. Forget it. Xiao Mu. With your current strength, you are controlled by my thoughts. You don't even stand a chance to fight for Fairy Linglong. Ji Chansheng did not hesitate to destroy Mu Xian's plan. Mu Xian was furious. Chansheng, I am your elder. Oh! Xiao Yu thought he was my father. By the way, Xiao Mu, do you know who I was meeting just now? Who? Master Jiang. Puff. Mu Xian hadn't reacted yet. But Yu Linglong didn't hold back. Have you met Jiangxi? Yes. Yang Jian has a good impression of him, and plans to train Jiangxi to be the core of the judicial heavenly god palace. Jiangxi is very good. Yu Linglong nodded. If there were no accidents, Jiangxi should have taken up the responsibility of the righteous path after I ascended. This is basically recognized. Unfortunately, Ji Laomo suddenly appeared. Not to mention Jiangxi, the recognized next leader of the Righteous Alliance. Even Yu Laomo, the recognized #1 person in the world in the next era, did not wait for the succession. But talents are always talents, especially when compared with people from the Eternal Life Realm. The difference is obvious. Ji Chansheng brought many relatives and friends from the Eternal Life Realm. Apart from his confidant, Yu Laomo is the one who has made the fastest progress. Jiangxi is a little worse than Yu Laomo. But he is only a little worse than Yu Laomo. It is still no problem to surpass Xiao Mu. Yang Jian's vision will not be a problem as long as he does not look at Yang Chan. Therefore, it is reasonable that Jiangxi is valued by Yang Jian. Junior brother, you really need to work harder. You ascended to heaven earlier than Jiangxi. If you are surpassed by Jiangxi, you will be too ashamed to face people in the future. Yu Linglong reminded. Mu Xian's expression was stern. It's all Chansheng's fault for not being filial, and not taking care of me at all. If I joined the team to obtain scriptures, Jiangxi would not be able to cheat me. Ji Chansheng smiled. Xiao Mu, you were competing fairly with Xiao Yu at that time. You arrived at the scene after they had killed all the pig monsters in the 8 realms. Can you blame me for this? Xiao Mu was dissatisfied. Yu Bihai has the support of the entire Tiansheng sect behind him. If you allow senior sister to help me, Yu Bihai will definitely not be my opponent. Ji Chansheng patted Xiao Mu's shoulder and praised. Not bad. You have become thick-skinned. I am very relieved. He did not forbid Xiao Mu to seek help from Xuandu Temple. As for Yu Linglong, she was the former master of Xuandu Temple. It would be too shameless to let her go. It can only be said that Yu Linglong and Xian Wang Merit Tower have brought Xuandu Temple to a height that does not belong to it. Even if the Taiqing lineage is a subsidiary force, it still values personal heroism too much. This system cultivates a demon overlord who suppresses the whole world. Yu Linglong is obviously cultivated successfully. Xiao Mu, it's better not to mention it. Just climbed over a few mountains and crossed a few rivers, rugged and bumpy. How come it is so much? Pingzhang Dasheng hummed a song, and Xiao Yu and Shasen shuddered. At this time, they had indeed climbed over mountains and crossed ridges several times. But the process was not pleasant. That is to say, Master Sanzang has great magical powers, and is proficient in Mahayana Buddhism. If the monsters encountered cannot understand Mahayana Buddhism, Master Sanzang still knows a little bit of boxing. With the combination of Mahayana Buddhism and boxing and kicking techniques, they were able to walk safely. But it was obvious that trouble was coming again. The singing of the eldest brother explained everything. Xiao Yu looked ahead and saw another mountain in front of him. The road was narrow, and the cliffs were high. There were many rocks and steep ridges, making it difficult for people and horses to walk. When he got closer, he was even more shocked. The jagged mountains rose to the sky, and the steep mountains blocked the blue sky. The strange rocks piled up like sitting tigers, and the pine trees hung diagonally like flying dragons. The birds on the ridges were singing beautifully, and the plum blossoms in front of the cliffs were fragrant. The stream water was flowing coldly, and the clouds on the top were dim and fierce. I saw the drifting snow, the cold wind, and the roaring hungry tigers in the mountains. Jackdaws picked trees, but had no place to live. And wild deer were looking for nests, but had no place to stay. It was a pity that it was difficult for pedestrians to make progress, and they frowned and covered their heads. The team of pilgrims was also well informed. Just by looking at the scenery of this mountain, they knew that there must be a big monster in charge. When they saw the towering buildings and quiet houses in the valley, they were completely shocked. Master Sanzang immediately reined in his horse. Disciple, there are evil clouds ahead, and it's not a good place to go. There are many monsters and demons on the road to the west. They can enlighten the manor, no matter what kind of building, house, pavilion, they can enlighten and harm people. There are 9 kinds of dragons, one of which is called mirage. When the mirage gas is released, it is like a shallow pool of buildings. For example, the building in front is probably caused by the mirage monster. Hearing the explanation of the god of war mage, Xiaoyu and the killing monk instantly entered the battle state. Ji Changsheng also nodded, used his fire eyes to observe the front, and said after a moment, Teacher's judgment is accurate. There is indeed a mirage monster in front. Teacher has come here, and his reputation has been thoroughly established. The monsters who dare to block the road must be extraordinary. Everyone nodded. The killing monk looked around and flew to the air to observe. After a moment, his face turned pale. Oh no! This is Jindo Mountain. After all, he had served in front of Haoqian, and the killing monk's intelligence network was much stronger than that of ordinary gods. Xiaoyu, and even the 3 Burials Master didn't react. The 3 Burials Master asked in confusion, what is Jindo Mountain? Xuanti's status was too high after all, and under normal circumstances, he didn't need to pay attention to the information below Daluo. The killing monk whispered, Jindo Cave in Jindo Mountain is said to be the place where the one-horned rhinoceros king settled in the mortal world. The 3 Burials Master still didn't react. Who is the one-horned rhinoceros king? The killing monk reminded, the flat-horned blue bull. The 3 Burials Master. He knew the flat-horned blue bull. The mount of Taishan Laojun. In other words, the mount of the Saint Tai Ching. In the world of supercars, the flat-horned blue bull ranks second. The supercar that happened to crush the flat-horned green bull was the top supercar of the Xuanti Saint, the Peacock King Kong Xian. In addition to Kong Xian, the quasi-saint level mount, the flat-horned green bull is the Bugatti Veyron of the supercar world. When the Qingwan, the mount of the Chongqing Emperor, saw the flat-horned green bull, he had to call him Brother Niu. Lao Jun bullied me too much. The anger of the 3 Burials Master gradually surged. What does he mean? Do you really think I'm weak and can be bullied? Ji Changsheng told the truth. Lao Jun probably really thinks so. The 3 Burials Master stopped talking nonsense and rode his horse to the attic in front. Buddha also has anger. After all, he is a saint. If he faces the Taishan Lao Jun himself, he may still be a little afraid. If a mere supercar could scare him off, how would Xuanti survive in the future? Ji Changsheng and the others looked at the 3 Burials Master and the white dragon horse with reverence. 5 minutes later, the reverence in their eyes disappeared. Xiaoyu and Sha Sung looked at Ji Changsheng uncertainly. Great sage, has the master been in trouble? It was Sha Sung who spoke. Ji Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly. He felt like something had happened, too. But theoretically it shouldn't have, because he knew that Taishan Lao Jun didn't do anything at all. So, did Xuandu do it? Xiaoyu and Sha Sung didn't dare to say a word. Ji Changsheng didn't plan to ask them. He sent a message to Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong quickly sent him a photo. The great master Xuandu took her to listen to Yuan Shitianwang's sermon. Isn't it the great master Xuandu? Ji Changsheng was stunned. Then he became alert. Teacher, I'm here to save you. The Rui Jingyu bang instantly enlarged. Ji Changsheng raised the iron rod and smashed it down. Boom! In midair, the golden hoop rod met a long spear. Then, the green bull demon showed his true form. It had a jagged horn and bright eyes. The top of his head was rough, and the ears were black and shiny. His tongue was long, and it was tangled in his nose. His mouth was wide, and his teeth were yellow. His fur was green like indigo, and his tendons were as hard as steel. He was harder than a rhinoceros to reflect water, and an elephant to plow wasteland. He was useless for breathing the moon and plowing the clouds. But he was strong enough to bully the sky and shake the earth. His 2 blue hands were scorched and pointed at the steel spear. It was obvious that the green bull demon was very familiar with the old friend of the great sage of balance. Elixir thief, let me see how you can make trouble in the heavenly palace. The green bull demon took the initiative. Ji Changsheng was naturally not afraid of a supercar. But after only 50 or 60 rounds, Ji Changsheng wanted to curse. The green bull demon's strength was at most comparable to his. But this guy took out a bright white ring, threw it into the air, and shouted "Ja." In an instant, the golden hoop was put away. The diamond cutter, also known as the golden steel ring, the diamond set, it can change, is invulnerable to water and fire, can strike everything, collect various magic weapons, and has endless uses. This guy is not very good at fighting, but he is cheating. However, the Green Bull Demon did not pursue the victory. After putting away the golden hoop, the Green Bull Demon took a step back. Elixir thief, for the sake of Fairy Linglong, I will let you go today. Tomorrow at noon, come back to find your Sanzang master. At the same time, a familiar voice came to Ji Chongqing's ears. Cha Sheng, I am Xuandu. You are taking advantage of the situation. Give me a day. Ji Chongqing? Isn't Xuandu with my wife? Dalua DD released a new version? Playing for each other? Chapter 440, when the cannon goes off. The immortal stones are worth 10,000 taels. In the past, it was always Ji Lao Mo who updated the version for others, which made them unable to adapt. Now, for the first time, Ji Chongqing felt that he could not keep up with the version update of others. It can only be said that the learning ability of Dalua is still too strong. Ji Chongqing is a little uncomfortable with the slightest effort. The most important thing is that Ji Chongqing quickly locked the guy who was playing for him, and he must be Dalua. Otherwise, the three burials mage would not kneel so neatly. The other party would not use the Tai Ching Saint's mount, the plankhorn green bull, as a trumpet. But although there are not many Dalua in this world, there are indeed many. For a moment, Ji Chongqing could not tell who the real boss was. He could only be sure that it should not be the remnant of the demon clan. That would be even more troublesome. He dared to touch the Xuandu Great Mage, dared to use the Tai Ching Saint's mount, the plankhorn green bull, as a trumpet, and could successfully control the three burials mage. The other party must have both background and strength. That would not be something that the great sage Ping An could deal with. After a moment of silence, Ji Chongqing decided to listen to the advice. Just give the other party one day. He went to get help first. Don't move here first. I'll find some helpers to exorcise the demon. Ji Chongqing just turned around and saw Xiaoyu and the killer monk lying on the ground. Even the white dragon horse was lying on its back, playing the role of being indifferent to the world. Ji Chongqing's eyes twitched. Xiaoyu, how come even you have fallen? Xiaoyu said helplessly, Great Sage, the opposite side is obviously a saint's mount. And there is a magic weapon, like the diamond cutter. I am reckless, not stupid. When in the eternal life realm, after being beaten up by Yu Linglong, the old demon, you never provoke Yu Linglong again. Yu Lao Mo can seek the excitement of life and death in danger to make breakthroughs and progress. But Yu Lao Mo will definitely not do it if the opponent is obviously defeated and still seeks death. Otherwise, he would not be alive until now. To be honest, Yu Lao Mo is not that afraid of the opponent's strength. What he is afraid of is the diamond cutter. Just now, he saw clearly that in terms of cultivation and combat power, the Green Bull Demon and the Great Sage of Peace are at most 50-50. But the magic weapon of the diamond cutter is really too amazing. Who can bear to be able to directly collect people's magic weapons? The killer monk also said, Great Saint. When the Tai Ching Saint said do about Taoist to the Western religion, he used the diamond cutter to protect himself. The Tai Ching Saint believed that as long as he sacrificed the diamond cutter, the Western religion's strongmen and even the two Western saints would not threaten his safety. Ji Chongqing, I think even if the Tai Ching Saint did not sacrifice the diamond cutter, the two Western saints would not threaten his safety. The diamond cutter's trip was purely for gilding. It's not that I look down on Jia Yin Injuanti. Well, compared with the Tai Ching Saint, Ji Chongqing looks down on Jia Yin Injuanti. Among the 6 saints, the Tai Ching Saint has the most magic weapons. But obviously, he is the one who needs magic weapons the least now. In the past, Hongjun distributed many innate treasures such as the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, and the 4 swords of Zuxian to the 6 saints, and promoted himself to a higher realm. The Tai Ching Saint is obviously approaching Hongjun's level, and his dependence on magic weapons is infinitely reduced. In this regard, Third Uncle is really far behind. Without the 4 swords of Zuxian, he can't even beat Juanti. The diamond cutter is not as strong as you think. It's a bit promising. Ji Chongqing complained. Xiaoyu and the killing monk did not listen to the advice at all. The killing monk persuaded seriously, Great Sage, the Vajra may not be that strong, but it is definitely stronger than us. You don't need to ask the gods for help. Those who can subdue the Vajra must at least be Daluo. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I'll try it first. Although Ji Changsheng is not sure who the Daluo who disguised as the Xuandu master is. The other party did not even spare him. And obviously did not want to kill Junti. In other words, he may not dare to kill him. So Ji Changsheng is not worried about Junti's safety. It's just right to cooperate with the anti-corruption storm in the heavenly court to deal with those gods who pretend to obey. If you can't kill them with corruption, then kill them with unfavorable combat. Since ancient times, the commander-in-chief has been responsible for the defeat on the battlefield. The Jade Emperor is not Haotian. He has the courage to carry out a big purge in the heavenly court. So the great sage Pingzong flew up the auspicious cloud until he reached the south heaven gate. Suddenly he looked up and saw the great King Guangmu, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He greeted him and said, "Where are you going, great sage?" Now all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens basically know that the great sage Pingzong is backed by the great Emperor Changsheng. And no one dares to neglect him. But they dare not get too close to him. Because the great Emperor Changsheng and the Jade Emperor are fighting. When the emperors of heaven fight, the gods suffer. And if they stand on the wrong side, it will be a big trouble. What surprised the great sage Guangmu was that the great sage Pingzong was not here to find the great Emperor Changsheng this time. The great sage of balance said, "I have something to see the Jade Emperor. I am protecting the 3 burials master on his journey to the west to obtain the sutras. The journey is long and the devil is wide. Now there is a monster in the Golden Gourd cave of the Golden Gourd mountain. It has captured the 3 burials master and won't let him go. This great sage went to his house to fight him. That guy has great magical powers and used a diamond cutter to snatch my golden hoop. I suspect that it is an evil star from the heavenly palace who wants to come down to the mortal world. I don't know where he came from. So I came to the Jade Emperor to ask him for not keeping him under strict discipline." Guangmu Tianwang raised his hand and wanted to slap himself. "Why did you stop him? Is this what I can listen to?" Originally, Guangmu Tianwang hadn't reacted until he heard the monster and the diamond cutter. And he wanted to destroy his ears immediately. Who doesn't know that the diamond cutter is the magic weapon of Taishang Lao Jun? The nature of this matter changed instantly. And it was upgraded to a fight between saints. Whoever dares to intervene will be unlucky. I must not be unlucky myself. Gongmu Tianwang. With the idea that since I'm caught in the rain, I'll tear up everyone's umbrella together. Quickly began to call friends. The 4 marshals of Ma, Xiao, Wen and Guan. The great sage of Pingong is here. The 4 marshals hurriedly saluted and said, "Great sage. Sorry to meet you. Please have some tea." Ji Changsheng glanced at Guangmu Tianwang and thought that the fighting level of the gods in the sky has not been seen yet. But the strength of pit teammates has been seen. Guangmu Tianwang continued, "Great sage. Let me introduce you to these 4 heavenly masters. Zhang Daoling, Gu Xianwen, Su Jingyang, and Xiao Hongji. All of whom are the latest human masters promoted by the Queen Mother." The 4 heavenly masters all bowed. "Great sage. These are the 6 divisions of the Southern Dipper, and the 7 elements of the Northern Dipper. The 6 divisions of the Southern Dipper and the 7 elements of the Northern Dipper are both veteran gods in the heavenly court. And they know the dispute between the Jade Emperor and the Changsheng Emperor very well. So they ran away quickly after the greetings. The 4 heavenly masters are newcomers after all. And they don't have a special understanding of the situation in the heavenly court." When Zhang Daoling heard that the great sage Pinghong was looking for the Jade Emperor, he patted his chest and said with great righteousness, "Great sage. No need to say more. I will introduce you to His Majesty." The veteran god like Guangmu Tianwang almost laughed out loud. Ji Changsheng also looked at Zhang Daoling in shock. It was indeed a newcomer with a new look. And he had no idea how important this introduction was. He was still thinking about how to connect the great sage of balance and the Jade Emperor. But now Zhang Daoling is helping him. When the great sage of balance entered the Lingxiao Palace under the introduction of the 4 heavenly masters, the heavenly king Guangmu couldn't help but laughed out loud. These 4 heavenly masters are going to be in trouble. The 6 southern dippers, who had just fled, also reappeared, smiling like the heavenly king Guangmu. After all, they are newcomers, and they don't know how deep the water in the heavenly court is. Fortunately, the Queen Mother protected them. Otherwise the Jade Emperor would have investigated them later, and they would have been in big trouble. The Jade Emperor is going to have a headache. And this hot potato has actually fallen into his hands. I guess the great Emperor Changsheng didn't expect things to be so easy. It can only be said that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The heavenly court has added these newcomers. And there is indeed a new look. The four heavenly masters didn't know that the old immortals outside were looking at them with eyes that looked at stupid birds. They followed the procedure and introduced the great sage of balance to the Jade Emperor. The great sage of balance naturally told the truth. I protected the three burials master on his journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. It was a journey full of dangers. Needless to say, now there is a monster in the Golden Gourd cave of the Golden Gourd Mountain, which has trapped the three burials master in the cave. I don't know whether it is to be steamed, boiled or dried. This great sage went to the door and fought with him. But the monster recognized me and snatched my golden hoop. So it was difficult to bind the monster. I suspect that it is the evil star from the sky who wants to descend to the mortal world. So I come to report this. I beg the heavenly Lord to show mercy and issue an order to investigate the evil star and send troops to suppress the monster. I am trembling with fear and staying in the camp. These words are indeed well-reasoned and sincere. They gave the Jade Emperor enough face. When the Jade Emperor's confidants heard the attitude of the great Saint Ping Zhang, who made a fuss in the heavenly palace, they all felt cold in their hearts. They knew that this time they were in big trouble. Gu Xianwen, one of the four heavenly masters, didn't know the details and asked with a smile, "Why is the monkey so arrogant at first and then respectful?" The Jade Emperor's confidant silently complained that he was arrogant at first and then respectful. Of course he had a big plan. This is digging a pit for the Jade Emperor to jump into. Sure enough, the great Saint Ping Zhang said, "I dare not. It's not arrogant at first and then respectful. I really have no choice. I came to seek help from the great heavenly venerable." The great Saint Ping Zhang made a full gesture and gave enough face. And the heavenly palace had just changed blood. And all the gods were staring at the Jade Emperor. In theory, this is really under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, the great Saint Ping Zhang is also a mean guy. In the report in the Lingxiao Palace, he neither mentioned the flat-horned green ox nor the diamond cutter. So many gods really don't know that this is the Mount of Taishan Laojun. The gods who knew the inside story did not dare to say anything. Who dared to throw dirty water on Taishan Laojun? Even the Jade Emperor did not dare. So he could only bite the bullet and take the blame. Since it is as Ping Zhang reported, you can check the stars in the sky and the gods of each constellation to see if there are any gods who want to go down to the mortal world, and then report back and implement it. The heavenly court immediately began to check itself. Ping Zhang great sage supervised from the side. First, the gods and officials of the four gates of heaven were checked. Then the big and small groups of true beings in the three micro-enclosures were checked. Then the thunder officials Tao Zhang Xi and Ding Go by Pang Lu were checked. Finally, the 33 heavens were checked. And they were free every day. Finally, the conclusion was drawn. There are many stars in the sky. And the gods of all parties are still there. And there are no gods who want to go down to the mortal world. After hearing this conclusion, the Jade Emperor smiled and took the initiative to say, "Ping Zhang, in view of your contribution to protecting Master Sanzang in the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures, you can select a few heavenly generals to go down to the mortal world with you to capture the demon." The gods knew it well. And this was just a formality. The great sage of balance shook his head and said, "There are more gods in heaven than me. And fewer gods than me. When I made trouble in the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers to set up a net. But they were still no match for me." When the great sage of balance said this, the Jade Emperor's face turned black. The great sage of account balance continued, "Now that the monster's methods are stronger than this great sage, what can the heavenly soldiers and generals do to him?" Without waiting for the Jade Emperor to speak, Su Jingyang, one of the four heavenly masters, said, "This time is different from that time. As the saying goes, one thing conquers another. Great sage, you can't disobey the Jade Emperor's will." The great sage of account balance nodded after a moment of silence. "In this case, then please ask the heavenly kingly and the third prince, Neza, to come forward and fight the monster in the lower world. If you can capture him, it will be my honor. If not, we will make plans later." Approved. The Jade Emperor ordered the heavenly kingly and his son to lead all the heavenly soldiers to help the great sage of account balance. Of course, the heavenly kingly did not disobey the order. After seeing the great sage of account balance again, he laughed and hugged him. "Great sage, you are really my lucky star. When the cannon is fired, 10,000 taels of immortal stones will be awarded. This time, we will split the profits 30% to 70%. 70% is for the great sage, and 30% is for me and Neza, the great sage of balance. Li Tianwang is indeed a sensible person. Knowing that the great sage of balance is the white glove of the great emperor of longevity, he directly gave the big benefit to the great sage of balance. The great sage of balance smiled and said, "It's disrespectful to refuse it. But this will damage the reputation of the heavenly king and the third prince." Li Tianwang didn't care. The mount of the saint can't be defeated anyway. It's just a formality. Neza took the initiative to say, "Great sage, I have subdued demons from 96 caves. I am good at transformation. And I have weapons to subdue demons. Let's try the methods of the green bull demon first." "Okay." Li Tianwang nodded and said, "In this way, the Jade Emperor can also explain." Ji Cha Sheng. The arrangement is clear. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor also arranged it clearly this time. Huangji Hall. The Jade Emperor called the god of justice Yang Jian and the great spiritual official of Dutian Wanlingwan together. "Yang Jian, you secretly supervised the battle of Jindo Mountain. If anyone neglects his duty, he will be severely punished according to the laws of heaven, and no heavenly soldiers or generals shall be spared." Yang Jian bowed his hands and accepted the order. "Yes. Wanlingwan, you go and sort out the gods, who have been the most corrupt and perverted the law in the past few years. Li Tianwang and Neza, the third prince, will definitely fail this time. If the monkey comes to ask for help again, use Lao Juan's hand to bury all these gods in Jindo Mountain. Your Majesty is wise." Wang Lingwen praised from the bottom of his heart. It is indeed not possible to investigate corruption. If the investigation continues, the heavenly palace will be destroyed, and the Jade Emperor may even commit suicide by jumping into the water. But as long as the higher-ups want to investigate, there are too many excuses. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky thought that your Majesty had fallen into the trap of the great Emperor Changsheng this time. But they didn't know that your Majesty was using the trap to completely change the blood of the heavenly court. I will definitely fulfill my mission and make the heavenly court a new one." The Jade Emperor said calmly. "If the one in Jindo Mountain finds something unusual, he should stop decisively and won't continue to purge the heavenly court of pests for us. But it doesn't matter. If Jindo Mountain doesn't work, there will be another Jindo Mountain. There are so many hardships on the journey to obtain the scriptures. Sooner or later, this monkey will come to us for help. Go and do it. It's time for the heavenly court to become great again."